Chapter 311. Story. At the same time, in the imperial study room of the palace, Yin Junyo stood with his hands behind his back in front of Yin Beiqi's desk, his expression as cold as ever. Yin Beiqi looked at the pile of letters in his hand, and a terrifying cold light flashed across his narrow and long phoenix eyes. "Uncle, are you sure?" Yin Junyo smiled indifferently. "I'm not sure, so I asked the emperor to send a few trusted confidants to investigate." Looking at Yin Junyo's expression without any change, Yin Beiqi spoke calmly. "Why doesn't the uncle investigate further?" "Avoid suspicion." Because he suspected, he avoided suspicion. It made sense. Now Yin Beiqi couldn't even find words to refute. "I will send someone to investigate further. I'd like to trouble the uncle to inform me in time." Yin Junyo nodded slightly and changed the subject. "I heard that the Prince of Qin wanted to see the Queen Mother, but was stopped by the Emperor?" Recalling that when Yin Beimo asked him aggressively whether he had imprisoned his mother in the morning, Yin Beiqi was surprised that his younger brother was sensitive to the news of the harem, and countless thoughts had already emerged in his mind. In response to Yin Junyo's seemingly nonchalant tone that actually wanted him to tell the truth, Yin Beiqi said half-truthfully, "The Queen Mother needs to rest, and should not be disturbed." Having a rough guess in mind, Yin Junyo did not ask too much. He only mentioned that he was assassinated at the Dragon Boat Festival dinner, and left a sentence, "This king suspects that there must be someone from Shixia in Yuquan Palace," and then left. In the huge imperial study, Yin Beiqi's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Intense emotion surged in his phoenix eyes. Mother, can't you just be quiet? Why do you have to rush to give Yin Junyo handles again and again?" In a dilapidated courtyard in the south of Kyoto, two men, one tall and one thin, fell softly to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. There was also a middle-aged woman, Zhao Liansher, who was wearing coarse clothes, but still couldn't hide her charm. Huang Fuxiao was pale at this time, his fists were clenched, and his eyes were red as he stared at her. "You are talking nonsense." Because of his anger, his forehead and neck were exposed with protruding blue veins. "I dare not say a word of nonsense. You are all nobles now. How dare I hide anything?" Zhao Liang, who was dressed in coarse cloth, had blood all over her face, and kept kowtowing to Xiang Jila and his sister. "Please let me go. I know that it is useless for me to say anything now. Everything is my fault. If I had not been obsessed with it, Prajna would not have. So, all the things that happened back then were just caused by your jealousy, right?" Xiang Jila's calmness was beyond everyone's expectations. Her tone was cold, and her voice was light. "You were surprised to see me in Naling, because you never thought I could grow up safely. Because my mother hated Xiangxi? She hated me and my brother, right?" At this point, Xiang Jila laughed. The laughter was crisp and pleasant, but it made everyone present feel inexplicably uncomfortable. After going around in circles for a long time, it turned out to be a story that was even more absurd than a storybook. The beginning of the story was not much different from what Jun Nua had told him before. However, what Jun Nua said to Qin Shaojing and Qin Banruo was completely different from what Zhao Liansher said. Zhao Liansher, whose original name was Liang Ro, was the daughter of Liang Shuang, the military advisor of the Qin family army. When her grandfather Qin Huai went to war, Liang Shuang brought her 2-year-old daughter with him. At first, the child was still young and everything was fine. However, as she grew older, Liang Ro had many inconveniences in the military camp. Qin Huai, who regarded his subordinates as relatives, waved his hand and took Liang Ro, who was only 6 years old at the time, to the Qin mansion to raise her. Since then, Liang Ro grew up with her mother Qin Banruo. Since they were the same age and had the same hobbies, they naturally became close friends. When they were older, it was common for girls to disguise themselves as men and sneak into the military camp to find their biological fathers. If someone escapes, someone will chase them. As an adopted son, Qin Shaojing, who was only 14 years old, became the unfortunate person who chased the 2 runaway girls every day. The boy's facial features were tough, and his eyes were incredibly beautiful. Every time she brought the 2 back to the mansion, her beautiful eyes would bend into a crescent, and the tenderness flowing could not be hidden. It was also at that time that Liang Ro fell in love with the sunny and smiling boy. That year, she was 12. What she didn't know was that Qin Shaojing and Qin Banruo had already been a couple tacitly agreed upon by the Qin mansion, and their engagement would be finalized as soon as Qin Banruo reached the age of marriage. At the age of 15, Qin Shaojing also entered the army for training. Similarly, as they grew older, most people in the army recognized them, and the Qin mansion relaxed a lot of restrictions on them. So, she and Qin Banruo went to the military camp to find her father, and gradually went to find Qin Shaojing. The days were still passing happily. Liang Ro thought that they would continue to live happily like this, and when they were older, she would be a couple with Qin Shaojing, and Qin Banruo would find another ideal husband. It was not until she was 14 years old that Liang Ro accidentally heard the conversation of the maids, and knew that Qin Shaojing liked Qin Banruo, and that they would make a marriage contract as soon as Qin Banruo reached the age of marriage. It was also at that time that she clearly realized that the tenderness in Qin Shaojing's eyes was not for her. At that time, her first reaction was to go crazy and ask Qin Banruo why she didn't tell her such a big thing, but she calmed down quickly. Maybe Banruo didn't know, or maybe Banruo didn't like Qin Shaojing? In this way, would she have a chance? With this in mind, she asked Qin Banruo indirectly, but she didn't expect the answer she got was, Qin Banruo also likes Qin Shaojing. For a moment, a feeling called jealousy instantly overwhelmed her reason. Shaojing was hers, and she didn't allow anyone else to marry her. It was also at that time Xiangxi appeared, the handsome young man who came from a small border village in the southwest. When she first saw the young man, he often lowered his head in inferiority. At that time, she still clearly remembered that General Qin asked him why he wanted to join the army. He said that he wanted to fight in battle and have enough food. When he said this, she found that the young man secretly glanced at Qin Banruo, who was dressed in men's clothes and standing next to Qin Shaojing not far away. At that moment, she knew that her chance had come. Chapter 312. Below story. She spent some time to get close to Xiangxi, and told Xiangxi that Banruo had noticed him. The flattered look in the boy's eyes made her jealous of Qin Banruo deepened a little. Later, the war broke out. Xixia attacked Dahuang, and General Qin went west again. Because this westward expedition was different from the past, General Qin did not let other people from the Qin mansion follow the army. He just let Qin Shaojing and Qin Banruo settle down before leaving. She still clearly remembered that on the day of the expedition, Qin Banruo sent Qin Shaojing very far away. She secretly followed him, and saw Qin Shaojing clumsily kissing Qin Banruo's lips, hugging Qin Banruo, and saying something in Qin Banruo's ear, which made the general's daughter, who was always carefree, suddenly become shy. After this departure, another 3 years passed. In the past 3 years, the western part of the country had been full of good news, and Qin Shaojing gradually became famous in the army. In the eyes of others, waiting was the most exhausting thing, but for her, waiting was the sweetest thing. As long as Qin Shaojing didn't come back, he couldn't be with Qin Banruo. When Qin Banruo shyly asked her to help look after the newly embroidered wedding dress, she knew that Qin Shaojing would be back soon. In those days, she had been secretly looking for something that would make Qin Banruo devote herself to him. Sure enough, within 2 months of Qin Banruo's wedding dress being embroidered, Qin Shaojing came back, and she found that thing a few days before Qin Shaojing came back. More than 3 years of battlefield experience made this sunny boy become sharp, domineering and more likely to be moved. The boy's eyes never moved away after seeing Qin Prejna. The bone-eroding lovesickness and the jealousy that swept like a storm made her lose her mind again and again. After a few days, rumors spread in the army, saying that Qin Shaojing's real identity was not actually a Dahuang person. That night, she found Xiangxi. When Xiangxi saw her, his eyes were obviously flustered for a moment. But she had no time to care about it. Her mind was full of how to stop Qin Banruo from marrying Qin Shaojing. The first thing she said when she saw Xiangxi was, "Do you like Qin Banruo? I will help you get her." It happened that day that Qin Shaojing and Qin Banruo seemed to disagree, and they had a quarrel. After Qin Shaojing left, she relied on Qin Banruo's trust in her, and easily added the thing she had worked so hard to find into her tea. And she took the opportunity to send away the servants who were guarding around, called Xiangxi, and personally guarded the 2 of them outside the door, fearing that someone would disturb them in the middle of the journey. That night, there was a lot of noise in the house. She heard Qin Banruo calling a jing all night long. She spent her whole life in pain and excitement. When the sky gradually brightened, she deliberately pretended to be unaware and pushed the door open. After a miserable scream, she led everyone in the Qin mansion to one place. Since then, Qin Banruo has become like a different person, becoming irritable and extreme. As she wished, Qin Banruo rejected Qin Shaojing's proposal and cancelled the engagement. And she did not stay with Qin Shaojing. Because, since General Qin talked to Qin Shaojing disappeared. Because she grew up in the Qin mansion, the people in the Qin mansion trusted her, so she was one of the few people who knew that Qin Shaojing was the illegitimate son of the Huangfu family in Nanchu. Later, in a battle with Nanchu, General Qin was betrayed by her father and died on the battlefield, and her father fled back to ask her for money to escape and disappeared. She was shocked and discovered that something was wrong with Qin Banruo at that time. It turned out that Qin Banruo had discovered that her body was abnormal and wanted to drink abortion pills. Suddenly remembering Qin Shaojing's true identity, she suddenly came up with a plan. She stopped Qin Banruo, who was about to do something stupid, and sent her confidant to inform Xiangxi. Xiangxi rushed back as fast as he could after hearing the news and told Mrs. Qin that everything was done by Qin Shaojing. That day, Mrs. Qin stayed in the Qin family's ancestral hall with Qin Banruo, looking haggard. No one knew what Qin Banruo talked about with her mother. All I know is that within a few days, Qin Banruo agreed to marry Xiangxi. When she got married, she also took away most of the Qin family's property and treasures as a dowry. Seeing Xiangxi take advantage of General Qin's military merits, as the son-in-law of the Qin family, he jumped from a small lieutenant in the army to a civil servant in the court. Later, she learned about Su Rong's existence, and then she found out that Xiangxi had been with Su Rong for a long time. Xiangxi, who had already secretly agreed to spend his life with Su Rong and was also ready to marry Su Rong, changed his mind because of her sudden appearance. From then on, Su Rong suddenly became Xiangxi's concubine from Xiangxi's fiancé. At that time, she actually regretted it. But everything is done. What can be done? Fortunately, at that time, Prajna didn't know what she had done, and thought that Xiangxi was despicable and took advantage of her, so she hated Xiangxi to the core. So, her temper became more and more violent. As the due date got closer, Qin Prajna's expression became more and more weird, and at the same time, she smiled happily from time to time. She was uneasy in her heart, and once she couldn't help it, she asked Qin Prajna with concern. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Prajna reached out and touched the belly that was 2 circles larger than the average pregnant belly, and laughed a little crazy. God is blind, and actually let Xiangxi, a beast, have twins. I knew that the beast had a mistress, and that mistress wanted to marry into the house, but I didn't care. I wanted the 2 little bastards to kill each other in the future, and it would be best if the beast was pissed off to death. Even if they are not pissed off to death, I would be happy to see the 2 bastards in pain. At that time, she realized the seriousness of the problem. She wanted to persuade them, but Qin Prajna would not listen to anyone's opinions. The look in her eyes was like poison. "I know that my father's death in battle has nothing to do with aging. I'm afraid your military advisor father is now living a comfortable life in Shishia." After hearing what Qin Prajna said, her back felt cold, and cold sweat immediately covered her back. It turned out that Prajna knew everything. But she did nothing. Her character gradually became violent and extreme, and Prajna's life was only about revenge. On the day of delivery, Prajna specifically asked her to stay with her. After confirming that one of the babies was a boy, she weakly and indifferently ordered her, "Kill that evil seed. Xiangxi, that beast, doesn't deserve to have an heir." Chapter 313. As luck would have it, when she secretly took the child out, she ran into Lu Dan, who sneaked into the yard and wanted to steal the baby. The child looked bigger than the newborn twins, and it seemed that he had been born for several days. In order to make Qin Banruo happy, she exchanged the child with Lu Dan and took the baby, who stole the baby back to Qin Banruo. It was her idea to let Su Rong marry into the family. Nothing is more satisfying than siblings killing each other, especially when both of them think they are siblings. One of them must be particularly persistent, and the other will definitely be educated to have no so-called blood relatives in his heart. As for the newborn baby boy, she didn't ask about it after she knew that Lu Dan had handed him over to Gao Daong, who had drowned him, and then sunk him into the river. Because she felt guilty, she was afraid that Xiangxi would be furious and kill her after knowing this, and she was even more afraid that Qin Banruo would accidentally tell others that her father was a traitor who betrayed the Qin family army. So, she didn't dare to stay in Kyoto. She wanted to go south to Nanchu to find Qin Shaojing, but when she was halfway through the journey, her money was robbed by a thief. The embarrassment of being unable to move without money was fully reflected in the half-month she slept on the street. Fortunately, when she almost lost her virginity, she met Zhao Chuanyun, who was just an unknown official at the time. Zhao Chuanyun did not ask about her background and cared for her all the way. After a few encounters, the young man with vigor and vitality and the lonely and helpless girl came together. From then on, she relied on everything she learned in the Qin mansion to help Zhao Chuanyun climb from an inconspicuous official to the position of the governor of Zhengzhou. if it wasn't for the bandits killing his son. Hearing this, Xiangjila was no longer interested in listening and interrupted with a smile. Do you know how your son died? Before she could answer, the girl's eyes turned red, and she leaned close to her ear with a charming smile. He didn't meet bandits, but I killed him with my own hands, and he was broken into pieces. Seeing Zhao Liang's eyes slowly change from wooden to horrified, and the blood on her face quickly faded, Xiangjila's smile became even brighter. God has his own way. Your children will have to pay for the evil you have done. Fate is sometimes fair. What goes around comes around. Knowing that she was doomed, Zhao Liang, with blood all over her face, sat down on the ground dejectedly and gave up struggling. She closed her eyes slowly. I owe you guys anyway. Go ahead and kill me. Xiangjila smiled and straightened up, looking down at her. Send you a quick death? No, I won't be happy that way. As she said this, she looked at Li Yu, who was standing beside Huang Fuxiao. Li Yu understood, stuffed the wooden rabbit into her arms, and slowly walked to the three people. When the handsome young man in a green shirt approached her step by step, human instinct prompted Zhao Lianshi to want to escape involuntarily. However, she couldn't escape, because before she moved, the severe pain had already invaded all her nerves. The two people beside her melted in an instant, and the disgusting fishy smell came to their noses. She didn't care to lie on the side and retch, because her torture had just begun. The legs that were about to move slowly melted, and she wanted to shout, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a smelly pill was stuffed into her mouth. After a burning sensation in her throat, her voice disappeared. Xiangjila ignored Zhao Liang's face that was distorted by pain, and calmly instructed Qiu Si, watch her, and come to the back of the house to find me when she is dead. After saying that, she walked directly to the back of the house, and when she was sure that no one followed her, she slowly raised her head, and slid down the earth wall to sit at the foot of the wall, holding her knees helplessly with her hands. In her mind, her mother's instructions kept echoing like a curse. Your brother cannot be raised by your mother's side because of you. You must treat him well. Even if your mother is gone one day, you must protect him with your life. Do you hear me? No one knows how much guilt she felt towards her mother when she cut off Xiang Yun's head with her own hands in her previous life. No one knows how much struggle she went through under her cold face when she personally ended the life of her loved one after losing her beloved. In her mind, everything her mother taught her. Ever since she could remember, her mother had always been beautiful and outspoken in her mind. She could challenge Xiangxi for her, intimidate Su Shi, and spare no effort to protect her. Therefore, she had a strong sense of guilt and attachment to her mother in her heart. This guilt and attachment prompted her to be tolerant of Xiang Yun even if she was reborn. Just to let Xiang Yun get on the right track, so that the brother and sister would not turn against each other, and not let her mother be uneasy in the afterlife. If it weren't for the appearance of Xiao San. Mother. So, you already knew that my real brother was switched, but you still wanted me to protect my fake brother with my life and be humble to him in everything. You already knew that my real brother was in danger, but you didn't feel sad at all. In your eyes, Brother Xiao and I are just a pair of bastards, a pair of tools for you to take revenge on Xiangxi. Therefore, you knew that Xiangxi and the Su family were holding a grudge, but you still spared no effort to offend them, and after offending them, you treated me so well in front of them. A certain stubborn belief collapsed, and all the previous persistence seemed to become unimportant. Recalling her mother's loving and complex gaze when she looked at her, Xiangjila wanted to laugh, but the sunlight was too dazzling, and it hurt her eyes. Before she could laugh, tears came out first. Mother was very smart. She knew what she should do to prevent her from living in the Xiang mansion, and what she should do to prevent her dowry from being embezzled. But she didn't. How much hatred did she have to do that she could push her daughter into the fire pit with a loving smile? No, maybe for the mother, even the so-called kindness is just a bargaining chip to kidnap her to be good to Xiang Yun. The mother knew that Su would treat Xiang Yun as her own son, and Xiang Yun would definitely listen to Su's words, because this is the nature of blood. After all the twists and turns, is she just a redundant existence? Never expected. In the past and present lives, the only one who gave her the most sincerity was Jun Newell. Now, she has lost even this sincerity. Try to calm down your heart. She tried hard to bury her head in her knees. Her shoulders tightened, and she was roughly taken into a thin embrace. A slightly choked but calm voice came to her ears. Sister, don't cry, brother is here. Huang Fujiao's voice made Xiangjila feel inexplicably relieved. Yes, her mother hated her, and thought she was an evil seed that should not exist. But she still had a brother. Like her brother, she was disliked by her closest relatives. This was the first time that Xiangjila took the initiative to lean on Huang Fuzhao's arms, and called him brother, from the bottom of her heart, with a trembling voice. Liu watched Huang Fuzhao, with red eyes, clumsily patting Xiangjila's back to comfort Xiangjila. His beautiful eyes were slightly red, and the fingertips holding the wooden rabbit gradually turned white. Those who hurt Xiangjila's brothers and sisters all deserved to die. Chapter 314. Zhao Liangzhi's pain lasted for nearly half an hour before it ended. The sun gradually set in the west. When Qiusi walked to the back of the house to find Xiangjila, Xiangjila had regained his calmness, and sat side by side with Huang Fuzhao. Liu stood aside, seemingly motionless. Seeing Qiusi, Xiangjila and Huang Fuzhao stood up together and patted the dust off their bodies. After listening to Qiusi's report, Xiangjila nodded to her, and was about to follow. Huang Fuzhao held her arm and said, "My father sent me a letter early in the morning, saying that he should go to Xiang Mansion today. Do we want to join in the fun?" Xiangjila glanced at the sky, his fox eyes slightly cold. "Xiang Tiange will be carried into the Qing Palace on May 12th. I wanted to keep Xiang Tiange and let her and Yan Beimo torture each other, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. She is an unwelcome evil seed. If it weren't for her mother's revenge, she wouldn't even have the chance to be born. In this case." With an idea in mind, Xiangjila looked at Huang Fuzhao's face, which was almost exactly the same as his own after she was dressed in women's clothes and put on makeup. His eyes slowly changed from cold to teasing. "Brother, can you do me a favor?" After the truth of the matter came out, Huang Fuzhao was in a bad mood, but he was not as affected as Xiangjila. He had not experienced everything Xiangjila had experienced, so he could not empathize with him. After all, he had always grown up in Nanchu, and with Huang Fujing's fatherly love as high as a mountain, everything in the Xiang Mansion was just a strange place for him, and Xiangxi and Qin Prajna were just a pair of strangers with blood ties to him. That's all. He felt uncomfortable because of the telepathy between the twins. Knowing that his sister was in a bad mood and needed his help, Huang Fuzhao was reluctant to let her down, and nodded seriously. "You said, as long as you can be happy, even if it is the stars in the sky, I will pick them for you." A soft spot in his heart was gently poked, and Xiangjila's playful eyes slowly warmed up, and he chuckled in a relaxed manner. "Forget about picking the moon, just come closer." Honglu Temple. After seeing Xiang Yun at Xiang Mansion, he refused Xiang Mansion's dinner. When he came back, he heard that the little princess was waiting for him. Huang Fujing rushed to his residence as if he was on a hot wheel. When he saw that only Huang Fuzhao came, his expression was obviously a little dissatisfied. "You alone? Didn't you agree to bring Xiaoshila to him?" Knowing why Huang Fujing was disappointed, Huang Fuzhao touched his nose with a guilty conscience. "Xiaoshila asked me to come back to ask you for help." Huang Fujing's dissatisfaction immediately disappeared when he heard that Xiangjila needed help. "What help?" As he spoke, his tone was also earnest. Seeing that Huang Fuzhao was still hesitant, Huang Fujing urged him again. "Just tell me." Recalling his sister's instructions to let Uncle Jing know the truth, Huang Fuzhao organized his words, and tried his best to restore what Liang Rose said today to Huang Fujing. Seeing that Huang Fujing's face became more and more ugly as time went on, Huang Fuzhao wanted to stop for a while, but was rejected by Huang Fujing. Continue. At this time, Huang Fujing was no longer as calm as before. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and even the veins on his forehead were throbbing. When Huang Fuzhao finished speaking, Huang Fujing suddenly looked at Huang Fuzhao. The beautiful eyes were extremely cold. "Do you want to recognize your biological father?" Huang Fuzhao shook his head firmly. "No." The coldness suddenly dissipated, and Huang Fujing nodded expressionlessly. "Father knows, you go back and cooperate with Xiaoshila to sing the trick, and the rest of the matter will be decided by father." Father didn't raise the crescent blade to chop him, and say he was talking nonsense? Huang Fuzhao was surprised at Huang Fujing's calmness, and looked at him worriedly. "Father." Huang Fujing sighed, and patted Huang Fuzhao on the shoulder. "Go back, I'm fine." Realizing that Huang Fujing was in a bad mood, Huang Fuzhao didn't stay any longer. After telling Huang Xian to take good care of him, he left. Until the silence returned outside the house. Huang Fujing sat down on the stool dejectedly, his beautiful eyes no longer sharp, replaced by endless regret. He naturally remembered the quarrel in which he lost her. His identity was particularly sensitive back then, and Nanchu and Da Huang were at loggerheads. If he did not leave, the emperor would surely be suspicious of the Qin family army. Memories came flooding back, and the scene of the girl with red eyes sobbing and begging in front of him came to life again. For my sake, can't you stay? That was the first time he saw her cry. Her eyes were broken and desperate. And what did he say at the time? He said she was selfish. He said she didn't care about the overall situation. Then, he left after saying something and letting her calm down, and then walked away. Because he had just returned to Nanchu, he had no foundation and was naturally not well informed. When he learned that General Qin had died in battle, Prajna had already decided to marry Xiangxi. He rushed to the Qin mansion, but he could only catch up with their wedding wine, and was beaten out by the Qin mansion's people. The wedding was very urgent, so urgent that even the news of General Qin's death was not reported back to Kyoto to announce it to the world. The wedding was also very simple, so simple that Prajna didn't even wear a phoenix crown and red bridal robe. The 20-mile red dress was like moving house, without any noisy swana playing, and she was quietly carried to Xiangxi's shabby two-story house. After thinking of countless possibilities and checking countless clues, I couldn't piece together the context of the whole incident. Unexpectedly, the key was Liang Ro. And she was in a hurry to get married because she was pregnant. A hot tear fell on his clenched fist. The tall, strong and sturdy man had red eyes and murmured hoarsely, "If I hadn't left in anger and didn't look back, then would our results be different? I know you are stubborn and extreme, but I never thought that you are so cruel to yourself and your child." After Xiangjila asked Huang Fuxiao to go to the Honglu temple to find Huang Fujing for cooperation, he took Liu and quietly climbed over the wall of Xiang Mansion and went to Xiang Tinga. Because the foundation of Xiang Mansion was almost completely plundered due to Zhai Jiomo's loan money incident, and Xiang Mansion was not like the century-old aristocratic families in Kyoto that could still ease the impact. Therefore, now Xiang Mansion servants are almost 3/4 less, and the mansion, which was not small to begin with, looks like a building about to collapse. Along the way, many trees and flowers withered, probably because of the poisonous blood of the venomous snakes. Before entering Tinga Garden, Liu stopped. "You can't go in." Xiangjila looked at her in confusion. "Is there something wrong?" Liu pursed her beautiful thin lips and frowned slightly. "She is raising the blood parasite." This time, even Xiangjila couldn't help but frown. "Blood parasite?" Liu glanced at her lightly and nodded. "Go back first, I get ready." Chapter 315. Since the plan to go to Xiangtianga was disrupted, Xiangjila took Chiosi with him, and Xian Yin and Liu had something to eat at Baitsue building before returning. As for Dongren, Xiangjila made other arrangements. It was already dark when he returned to the Regent's mansion. He said goodbye to Liu. The first thing Xiangjila did when he returned to the main courtyard bedroom was to order the servants to prepare hot water, and then ordered Chiosi to send someone to keep an eye on the Xiang mansion, especially on Jean Sierre. When Chiosi came back, Xiangjila had finished bathing and was sitting in front of the diamond-shaped bronze mirror, letting Xian Yin help her wipe her hair. The emperor is also keeping an eye on the Xiang mansion? After listening to Chiosi's report, Xiangjila was slightly stunned. Chiosi nodded. It is estimated that the prince has also made a move on the Xiang mansion. When Xiangjila heard Chiosi mention that Yin Zhenyo was going to move the Xiang mansion, his heart felt like it was pinched by a big hand, and it was sore and swollen. I thought my heart would not have ups and downs, but it skipped a beat for no reason. He could have avoided getting involved in the mess of the Xiang mansion. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts filled his mind. Remembering that Xian Yin and Chiosi were still there, Xiangjila quickly coughed and changed the subject. "How is Chuncho?" Thinking of what Chuncho mentioned in the letter, Chiosi's eyes became more serious. "Everything is normal, but..." Hearing the wrong tone of Chiosi's voice, Xiangjila turned to look at her. "How is it?" Chiosi frowned. "It's hard to find some loyal people with good background in the south." "Is it hard?" Xiangjila turned his head back, and his eyes slowly fell on the jewelry box next to the bronze mirror. "What is easy to get must be easy to lose. After the great waves, the good ones are left. Tomorrow, please help me pass a letter to Chuncho. If she is busy, let her take some time to go to Ganjing Mountain to inquire." "Yes." After Chiosi took the order and left, Xiangjila's hair was almost dry. After turning around and asking Xian Yin to prepare paper and pen for her, Xiangjila also sent Xian Yin away. She quickly went over what happened today in her mind, and planned tomorrow's arrangements. She took out paper and pen to write down all the slightly important information and put it in the space. After thinking about it, she wrote down the secret room she had seen in Yanbeiki's bedroom, including the route to the secret room and the contents of the notes inside, as best as she could, and also received them into the space. When she finished all this, and went to the bed, and drew the bed curtains to rest, the lowly voice of Gongjing No. 3, who had disappeared for a few days, sounded in her mind like a ghost. Fuck. Xiangjila, who had just laid down. What trough do you want to lie in? A pig trough or a horse trough? Gongging number 3 ignored Xiangjila and kept shouting excitedly in her mind. TSK, 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 I can't tell. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Accustomed to Gongging number 3's sudden startles, Xiangjila was too lazy to enter the space. What? You actually had a field battle with the Regent? Leading troops in the field? Xiangjila frowned. No. Jun Nuo now even thought she was dirty, so how could he lead troops in the field with her? Gongging number 3 retorted. Why not? If I hadn't just come back and looked through the task completion status, I wouldn't have known that you could have so much fun. Playing so fun? What made Gongging number 3 so excited was probably that she and Junyo had continued their lives together. However, they hadn't been intimate for a long time, and the most recent time was on Yusong's back. No, the last time she was on Yusong's back, when she saw the dazzling beauty, she seemed to hear a system prompt sound. She forgot what it was exactly. Could it be to complete the so-called field mission? Thinking that Xiangjila might have completed the mission by accident, Gongging number 3 didn't let her thoughts diverge, and smiled and changed the subject. It's done anyway. Young people, it's good to have some fun. Then, it asked again, how's the progress between you and the master these days while I'm repairing my spiritual power? Has the misunderstanding been resolved? It would have been fine if he didn't ask about this. As soon as he asked about this, Xiangjila immediately became as depressed as a frostbitten eggplant. No, he doesn't even want to touch me. There was silence in her mind. Just when Xiangjila thought Gongging number 3 was no longer paying attention to her, the soft and sticky lowly voice of Gongging number 3 slowly sounded in her mind. I feel that the master is not such a pedantic person. Think back, in your last life, you were like that, but the master treated you even better than before, fearing that you would have some kind of trauma. And in this life, since you and the master consummated your marriage, he has enjoyed all kinds of boudoir pleasures every time. For you, things in the bedroom of a couple are taboos that are shameful to talk about. No matter how shocking it is to have sex outdoors, he still did it with you. Perhaps his focus is not on whether you are dirty or not. From the beginning to the end, I felt that you had not yet untied your knot. After listening to Gongging number 3's words, Xiangjila smiled bitterly. Xiao 3, you don't understand. For many things, people will definitely have all kinds of perfect fantasies before they get them. But once they get them, they will want more and want more perfection. But now I have revealed all my ugly sides to him, and I am imperfect and no longer qualified to love him. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Gongging number 3 sighed helplessly. Asking what love is in the world will make your IQ drop to negative 250. IQ? Decrease? 250? Xiangjila frowned slightly, feeling that Gongging number 3 didn't say anything good. Although I don't understand what you mean, I feel like you are scolding me. There was a very slight noise beside him, and Xiangjila immediately turned over and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Almost at the same time, the heavy bed curtain was torn open by a slender hand with distinct joints. Then, a tall figure quietly climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her. The familiar and sweet osmanthus scent faintly reached her nose, and Xiangjila felt a pang in her heart. Just as she was about to pretend to turn over and keep a distance from him, a certain acupuncture point on her back went numb, and she lost consciousness immediately without any defense. After pressing her acupuncture point, Yin Junyo carefully buried his head in her neck from behind. He greedily absorbed her breath. He knew everything that happened today, but he knew that she was hiding from him, and he was afraid that she would see that he was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to show up openly. In some ways, they are so similar. Father hates mother. Mother hates father as well. Many times, everything you have worked so hard for is just a joke in the hands of the person you think you value. The Xiong mansion is not worth your tears. Lei, let's not do this anymore, okay? You love me, not Shinmachi, okay? All the ruthlessness he had built up was finally abandoned because of her sadness, prompting him to give in step by step. Chapter 316. After days of sleepless nights, Yin Junyuo's body had long been overdrawn, but he still overestimated his position in her heart. He thought that if he got angry and threw a tantrum, she would give in. Who would have thought that after she told him a so-called truth that was not known to be true or false, she would take the opportunity to go to Nanchu with Huang Fujing and his son. She hated the Xiong mansion, and he was willing to be her tool to deal with the Xiong mansion. However, she didn't tell him anything and treated him like an outsider. She would rather go to Zhaijioma, Wang Fujing and his son, then to him. Yin Zhenyu didn't know when he fell asleep. Just knowing that by her side, absorbing her warmth, his restless heart slowly calmed down. The next day, because there were too many things on his mind, and he slept without any defense yesterday, Xiang Jila slept in a daze all night, like a dream. She felt as if she was held in a warm embrace, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She found that she was resting on a well-defined and powerful arm, and there was a hand loosely on her waist. She held her breath, and moved her hand away, slowly raised her body, and turned her head to look behind her. When she saw the person next to her clearly, she stretched out her hand, and pinched her face in disbelief. Hiss, it hurts. It's not a dream. The cold and lonely phoenix eyes were still closed, and the hard facial lines became soft because all defenses were removed. The perfect facial features made people want to get closer. Xiang Jila really approached instinctively. When she reacted, her lips had already landed on his smooth forehead. The delicate touch on her lips made her eyes widen in horror, and she immediately stepped back with a trembling body. After making sure that the person next to her had not woken up, she slowly approached, using the sleeve of her inner shirt as a handkerchief, and carefully wiped the place she had kissed. Her movements were extremely gentle, for fear of waking up the sleeping person. Jun knew it was. Worried that she would take the opportunity to go back to Nanshu with Brother Xiao, so he had to put on a full show? No, if he put on a full show, he could just close the door. Why did he hold her like this after the bed curtains were closed? So, he was giving in? Is she more important than the truth he wants to know? What Xiao San said to her yesterday kept appearing in her mind. Maybe he doesn't mind as much as she thought. Xiang Jila's pupils shrank slightly, and her heart trembled slightly. The hope and ecstasy that slowly filled her heart made her smile involuntarily, but her mouth was halfway up. Lulu is the most beautiful and the smartest. You know how to protect your brother, and not let your mother down, right? The mother's loving and expectant eyes entangled her like a nightmare. Thinking of all the filth in the past 2 lives and his love. He didn't have to suffer so much, it was all because of her. The upturned corners of her mouth slowly pursed into a line. Xiang Jila raised her head, and forced back the tears in her eyes, and the thin quilt with delicate patterns and fine materials in her hands wrinkled because of her constant force. Xiang Jila, you are not worthy of him. People like you who are born to be tools of revenge should cut off love and kill. The sky is slightly bright. A faint fragrance fills the nostrils, making people drowsy. Yin Zhenyu suddenly opened his eyes. There was no one around him, and it was cold. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Someone, Chu Shan, who was guarding outside the door, immediately pushed the door open respectfully. Your Majesty? Yin Zhenyu opened the bed curtain with a gloomy face, and his tone was calm and suppressed. Who allowed you to light the calming incense? Seeing that his master was angry, Chu Shan shrank slightly. The princess. The princess said that you haven't rested well recently, and asked me to light it before you left. Hearing that it was Xiang Jila's order, Yin Zhenyu's gloomy face eased a little. Where's the princess? The princess went out, and said she had something to do. Where she is? The sky was gloomy, and the bustling street was unusually hot. The backyard of a small clinic on South Street in Kyoto. Xian Yin and Chiosi stood on the left and right of Xiang Jila. A tall man in civilian clothes stood respectfully behind them. Xiang Jila was looking at the horse with dark green mane in the stable with distressed eyes. The horse's injuries recovered well, except that it couldn't move around. Everything else was fine. Not far away, there were servants fanning the cool air from the ice cubes in its direction. The stable was cooler than any place in the backyard. Seeing that the mistress seemed very happy, the horse, Yusong, kept rubbing his head under her palm, as if telling her, I'm fine. Xiang Jila rubbed its shiny and slightly prickly mane, then turned to look at the tall man. Why didn't anyone tell me about such a big thing? If she hadn't gone out to take the green onion for a walk, she wouldn't have known that the green onion was injured. My lord, I didn't let the horsekeeper tell you about the jade horse's injury because I was afraid you would worry. Looking at the gloomy weather, Xiang Jila frowned slightly. It can't move around now. What if it encounters a rainstorm? It wouldn't matter in the past, but now Daikong is injured, and the wound must not touch water, otherwise it will affect the recovery. Master, don't worry. Although this place is not as good as the mansion, we dare not slack off in terms of rain and water protection, and we will never let Yusong get wet. Hearing this, Xiang Jila was finally relieved. Leaving the backyard of the clinic, he walked along the remote back alley for a while. A sneaky figure flashed through the dark alley and trotted towards the Xiang mansion. Intuition prompted Xiang Jila not to relax at all. chase after them. Xian Yin and Xiaoxi immediately split into two directions to intercept. Almost at the same time when Xian Yin and Xiaoxi left, a cold light flashed. Xiang Jila turned around and kicked the half-person-high bamboo baskets at his feet. A short dagger flashing with a cold blue-black light deeply sank into the bamboo basket and rolled to the side with the inertia of the bamboo basket. In a flash, 6 men in black seemed to appear out of thin air and blocked both ends of the alley. Xiang Jila glanced at the men in black coldly, and when she saw the scimitars on their waists, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Imitating the people of Nanshu? Having been hunted down by the people of Nanshu before, Xiang Jila could tell at a glance that the sabers were turned upside down. The leading black-clad man was obviously surprised that Xiang Jila could tell at a glance that they were not from Nanshu. However, the look of surprise only lasted for a moment, and was soon replaced by murderous intent. Without leaving Xiang Jila a word, the 6 surrounded him, and mercilessly stabbed the target in the center, with the short blades tempered with deadly poison, leaving Xiang Jila no chance to escape. Xiang Jila sneered, and in full view of everyone, he flashed into space. The 6 people had already tried their best to kill with one blow, but they watched the target disappear without being able to retract their strength, and all of them were stabbed by their own people, either lightly or heavily. The poison on the dagger killed the man instantly, and the black-clothed man, who was full of murderous intent just now, was killed in an instant. Before they died, everyone's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. This was definitely the most cowardly assassination in history. They didn't even understand why Xiang Jila suddenly disappeared. Chapter 317. In the space, Gongjing No. 3 saw Xiang Jila and immediately approached with his wings flapping enthusiastically. "Have you settled the matter with the master? How come you have time to come in and sit?" Xiang Jila glanced at it unhappily. "I was being hunted, so I came in to hide." This was the first time Xiang Jila hid into space after being hunted so many times. Gongjing No. 3's tone was a little more playful. "Oh, you finally knew to come in and hide. I thought you would always be outside." Xiang Jila smiled playfully and waved at Gongjing No. 3. "I have always learned the principle of cherishing life by myself, such as running away when you can't win. Just do what you should do, and don't worry about me." Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Gongjing No. 3 simply fell into her hands, and the machine eyes flashed and looked at her. "How can I ignore you? The misunderstanding between you and the master has not been resolved. I am almost dying of anxiety. You don't really plan to solve all the things in Xiang Mansion before letting the master know everything, right?" Ignoring Gongjing No. 3's gaze, Xiang Jila took it into his arms with one hand, and used his free hand to do some daily tasks. He wanted to talk about something else, but was stopped by Gongjing No. 3. "You have to distinguish the primary from the secondary. The main purpose of your return is the master. Can you not care about other things for now?" Feeling that Gongjing No. 3 seemed to be really angry, Xiang Jila sighed. "Of course I know, but as you said, in the last life, the way of heaven made me a scapegoat. Isn't the curse of my loved ones one of the links?" At this point, she held Gongjing No. 3 in her hands again, and looked at him, her bright fox eyes as cold as a pool of stagnant water. "I was cursed by my closest relatives, and I was accused of murder, so I cannot enter reincarnation because of my sins of killing. What if I leave him no chance to speak, and no chance to become a ghost? Kill my father with my own hands and destroy his soul." Before Gongjing No. 3 could tell the consequences, Xiang Jila interrupted him calmly. "Shao 3, since Jun Nuo has no afterlife, what's the point of me having an afterlife? Just tell me if there is such a way." After a moment of silence, Gongjing No. 3 flapped its wings and flew up, looking ready to die. Although its pink robot egg had no expression, Xiang Jila felt that it was ready to die. "It's not that there is no way. Since we have even stolen the bracelet and the long Ju, are we still afraid of the so-called retribution?" Changing the subject, Gongjing No. 3 put away the look just now, and said with a hee-hee smile, "But you have to do a task to show your respect, right?" "Doing tasks?" Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you say before that you don't have to do tasks?" "Ahem, my existence is to enhance the relationship between you and your master. You had a good relationship with your master before, so of course you could just give me a few kisses, hugs, or wear some fancy clothes to spend the whole night, but things are different now. You can't let me give in vain." Dog system. Xiang Jila clicked on the companion tasks in the task panel with a frown on his face, and found that there are no suitable ones. "What kind of a task is that? Taking a bath 3 times a night. Who has a hole in his brain to take a bath 3 times a night?" At this point, those who used to have a hole in their brain shut up. Gonging number 3 flapped its wings and circled around Xiangjila. Go, little ghost, I'm optimistic about you. I believe you can definitely take down the master, and the relationship will be even better than before. By the way, do you need to change a set of unique little clothes? One set is not enough, so I give you 2 sets? As soon as the voice fell, 2 sets of 3-piece unique little clothes seemed to have life and surrounded Xiangjila. One of the sets was a normal color, without the blood drop, and was a light blue color that made the skin look white. But the half-cut small blouse was embroidered with a light white lotus, and there was a gauze dress outside, and a gauze skirt around the waist to cover it. The material was too thin and too light. It couldn't be covered at the slightest movement. It's better not to wear it. Xiangjila was about to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, she was ejected by the dog system again. She was still standing in the middle of the assassins just now. The gloomy sky gradually became dark, and the people on the street were rushing home. From time to time, there were a few breezes that blew up the dust, and the storm was about to hit. Xiangjila didn't bother to trouble Gonging number 3, because the assassin's wound with black blood attracted her attention. Then she saw the dagger held by the corpse flashing a cold blue-black light. What else did she not understand? These people were going to kill her with one blow. But who would want her dead so much? Her right eyelid twitched. An ominous premonition spread from her heart. Just as she was about to squat to check, her arm was grabbed by a big hand, and then she was bumped into a strong embrace. The tone of the visitor was a little more urgent. Why are you alone? Where are Xianyan, Chiosi and Dongren? Smelling the familiar and sweet osmanthus fragrance, Xiangjila's eyes were slightly hot. He wanted to reach out and hug him, but when his hands were about to touch his clothes, he hesitated for a moment and finally let go. Let him hug her, close her eyes, and greedily enjoy this moment. She said in a muffled voice in his arms. I found the whereabouts of the assassin, and I asked them to chase him. At this time, Yan Zhenyu focused his attention on the 6 assassins lying dead on the ground, and his hand holding her was still not loosened. When he saw the scimitar worn upside down on the assassin's waist, his eyebrows slightly frowned. Putting the blame on someone? Xiangjila nestled in his arms very obediently, and nodded gently. It's just putting the stolen goods on someone else. Yan Zhenyu let go of the person in his arms, and was about to squat down, but was stopped by Xiangjila. Your Majesty, the dagger is shining with a dark blue luster, and the wounds of the black-clothed man are all stained with black blood. With narrow eyes, Yan Zhenyu suddenly reached out and lifted Xiangjila up. Xiangjila didn't react for a moment, and instinctively put his hand around his neck, accidentally touching the back of his neck, and the two of them were stunned for a moment as if they were electrocuted. Xiangjila realized that he had overstepped his authority, and hurriedly wanted to let go, but he stopped him. Don't move, let's go back and talk. Chapter 318. His voice was clear and had a lingering aftertaste, making Xiangjila feel as if he had returned to the time before they quarreled. He lifted her up so naturally, and she also let him pick her naturally. Just be greedy for a little longer. Xiangjila tried to calm himself down, and his body slowly relaxed, his head resting on his shoulder, without any struggle, enjoying the warmth of this moment. Feeling the relaxation of the person in his arms, the coldness on Yan Zhenyu's face faded a little, and he turned his head and ordered to the dark corner on the right behind him, take it back and check it out. After Yan Zhenyu left with Xiangjila in his arms, 6 masked men wearing unicorn patterns took away the 6 assassins in the dark alley, including their bodies and weapons, and even the daggers that were submerged in the bamboo basket were not spared. At the same time, in the Qing Palace, Yan Beimal looked at the paper in his hand, his expression flickering. Bastard? Not the mother's biological son? Recalling the mother's previous letter for help, Yan Beimal stood up, and was about to order a car to enter the palace. The doorman hurriedly reported, My lord, there is a masked girl with a maid outside the door, claiming to be surnamed Huangfu, and said she wants to see you. Huangfu? Thinking back to the fox eyes that looked like Xiangjila at the dinner, Yan Beimal's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Please come in. The rain was pouring down. The sky was dark. The dense and powerful raindrops fell on the purple-black glazed tiles, making a crisp sound. On the Arha couch, Yan Zhenyu and Xiangjila sat opposite each other. The lights in the hall had already been lit, and the servants were also dismissed. Xiangjila lowered his head, and his hands twisted his wide sleeves from time to time. In the end, it was Yan Zhenyu who broke the silence between the two. The so-called last life is over, let's look forward. As if he hadn't expected him to say that, Xiangjila's heart palpitated again. When he raised his eyes to meet his deep gaze, He paused and quickly looked away. Thank you, Your Highness. The word thank you accompanied by the crisp sound of rain hitting the glazed tiles made Yin Junyo feel irritated for no reason. Don't you have anything to say to me? After hesitating for a while, Xiangjila mustered up his courage, and his hands had already wrinkled his sleeves due to nervousness. She raised her eyes to meet his and tentatively asked, Your Highness said that you should look forward. Does he really not care? Or did you just silently overturn the truth I said in your heart and still believe that I love Shinmachi? Her eyes were so clear that Yin Junyo felt that he had nowhere to hide. It was as if his deepest thoughts were seen through. After hesitating for 2 breaths, he shook his head gently. I don't care, no. He hesitated. Still not confident, still not trusting her. A thin gleam of water appeared in her fox eyes. Xiangjila smiled and stood up neatly under his surprised gaze, lifted her skirt, stepped over the low table that separated the two of them, and sat on him. Almost as soon as she sat on his legs, his body immediately tensed up. The sound of rain hitting the tiles became weaker, and the atmosphere between the two of them became more ambiguous because of her boldness. Ignoring his unnaturalness, she skillfully opened his collar, and did to him what they did together before. The warm and slightly moist breath followed his collarbone to his Adam's apple, then to the back of his neck, and all the way up to his ear. The plump lips touched his skin from time to time, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and the skin on his face gradually turned a layer of attractive pink. Finally, her lips fell on the corner of his mouth, and her left hand skillfully moved up along his slender legs, but he grabbed it. Do you know what you are doing? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes gradually became cold. The sound of the pattering rain made him feel like an old injury had recurred, and he felt pain everywhere. The cherry lips brushed across his collarbone intentionally or unintentionally. Xiangjila chuckled, broke free of his hand, climbed onto his shoulder, and wanted to kiss his lips again. This time, he didn't let her succeed. He actually had a reaction, but he still avoided her. Xiangjila's eyes were full of water, and she gently rubbed him, and the smile on her lips deepened. Your Highness, you are feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? These things were often done before we quarreled. Because you don't believe that I love you, so... Sighing slowly, she put away her smile, pulled up his collar and straightened it up. Prince, why do you have to deceive yourself? Why torture yourself like this? The rain outside was getting heavier again. The sound of the heavy rain falling on the glazed tiles was like hitting the hearts of the two people, making people feel depressed. Xiangjila sighed silently, and was about to leave him. But just as he exerted force with his legs, he felt a tightening around his waist. With a bang, the small table on the Luohan couch was roughly overturned to the ground, and the teacup on the small table broke with a sound, and the tea spilled all over the ground. The sound of the rain was so loud that the noise in the room was completely covered by the sound of rain hitting the tiles. Xiangjila's hands were raised above his head, and his whole body was pressed on the Luohan couch. Her legs were spread apart by a strong long leg. Knee bend, lightly pressed. She took a breath of cold air, and her exclamation was swallowed up before she could escape. The rainstorm was sometimes slow, and sometimes fast. He didn't let her go until a thin layer of sweat oozed from their foreheads. She felt his heat and forbearance, but he didn't take the next step. In her ears, there was his masculine breath and his hoarse voice. Xiangjila, I don't care whether you have given it to others. I only care whether you are willing to stay by my side, and whether you just feel guilty and pitiful towards me. I said that under the heavens, I want you and only you. Here, he let go of her hand, and took her right hand to cover his heart. He looked down at her, his eyes were red and spread quickly around. In his phoenix eyes, there was boundless stubbornness and madness. Do you know how uncomfortable I felt when Shinmachi said in front of me that you remarried him? You are such a hot-tempered person. If you are not happy, how can you be willing to commit yourself to someone else? Our first time was because you were tricked, and I took advantage of your misfortune to get you. I had a dream. In the dream, you hated me, and said I was a devil. You wished I would die in front of you. So, I am still afraid of losing you. Your love is too luxurious for me. People like me should be with darkness and killing. How can I be loved? As she spoke, a drop of liquid with residual temperature fell on her cheek. Xiangjila felt her face, and eyes were hot. The heat made her eyes red, her nose sour, and her heart ached. Chapter 319. At the same time, at the Prince Qing's mansion, Yin Beima and Huang Fushao, who was wearing women's clothes and covered with a veil, stood side by side at the entrance of the front hall, looking at the rain curtain in front of the house. Although he was very disgusted with standing close to Yin Beima, who was half a head taller than him, Wang Fuxiao was willing to do it for Xiang Zila. A pair of fox eyes with a bit of charm timidly looked at Yan Beimao. Qing. Prince Qing, I know that it is not polite to come here presumptuously, but the Regent Princess is really fierce. I am really scared. I thought this Princess Nanchu came to me for something, but I didn't expect that she came to him to file a complaint against the Regent's mansion, hoping that he, as the Prince of Qing, could give some advice to the Emperor. What a joke! Is this idiot princess okay? Or does she think he is too troublesome? He had a quarrel with his brother yesterday, and his mother is in a mess again. How could he be so upset that he would provoke Yan Zhenyuo? He didn't understand. They both had fox eyes, but why was Xiang Zila so much smarter than her? And whenever he saw Xiang Zila, he couldn't help but get close to her, but when he saw this Princess Nanchu, he felt an indescribable awkwardness. He couldn't figure out where this awkwardness came from. The royal upbringing made him suppress his doubts. A trace of inquiry flashed across his phoenix eyes, and he said in a gentle tone, "The Emperor's aunt is indeed a bit hot-tempered, but she is a very good person. If you can spend some time to get along with her, you will definitely be able to." There seemed to be a buzzing of flies in his ears, and Wang Fuxiao rolled his eyes. "I don't want you to flatter my little Zila. I have been standing here for so long, aren't you attracted by my beauty?" Thinking of this, he tried harder to exude his charm. His fox eyes were shining and flirting, and his two finely trimmed eyebrows were twisted into moving caterpillars because of his flirting. His voice became a little sharper. "But the Regent is also very fierce. I have only lived in the Regent's mansion for 2 days, and I am worried every day whether I will not wake up the next day." Hearing this, Yan Beimao raised his eyebrows and his eyelids twitched. He tried his best to suppress the physical discomfort and asked patiently, "What does the little princess mean?" Wang Fuxiao smiled at Yan Beimao shyly. "After the dinner, I found that besides the Regent Prince, Prince Qing is also very good. Although he is a little ugly, he is young." Before she finished speaking, Yan Beimao's face suddenly became darker than the dark clouds in the sky. "Come here, send the little princess back to the Regent Prince's mansion." The sound of rain gradually calmed down. The emotions of the two people gradually returned to calm. Xiang Zila withdrew the hand he was holding. After hesitating for a while, she put her hands on his back and let him press on her again. She brushed his back again and again, just like he had comforted her to sleep before, giving him silent comfort. After a long time, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice, "Jun Nuo, I love you. I'm tired of saying it. Today, I say it another way. Jun Nuo, you are my poison, a deadly poison that has already penetrated my marrow in my last life. There is no cure, and I don't intend to cure it. So do you understand my feelings?" The breathing beside her paused slightly, until she heard a soft hum with a nasal sound. She patted him gently to comfort him. She continued to choke and said, "But Jun Nuo, I am very selfish. I am so selfish because I am afraid that you don't want me. So I hope that you will never know about the things in my last life." Feeling the person on her body breathing slightly choked, Xiang Zila's fox eyes slowly closed, and 2 lines of tears quickly sank into her hair. As if she had made a great decision, she hugged him and trembled in his ear. "Do you know? In the last life, you died because of me? Do you know? All your Qilin guards died because of me? Do you know? The Regent Palace was destroyed because of me? Do you know? The elite soldiers you trained were annihilated because of me?" Speaking of this, she slowly stopped stroking his back, and her always bright fox eyes were filled with sadness. "Jun Nuo, do you know? It was not until yesterday that I knew that my mother and Uncle Jing had missed each other because of a quarrel. My mother hated Xiangxi, and I was just a tool for her revenge." As she spoke, she raised her head slightly, trying to hide the tears in her eyes. After failing several times, she finally let her emotions out. "My lord, it's not that you are not worthy of me, but it's that I am not worthy of you. Maybe you didn't see all the truth of the last life, so you may not care about what I said just now, but I mind, I really mind, you have suffered so much, but I didn't let you know. It's not fair to you, not fair at all." After saying that, she stopped struggling and wiped away the tears in her eyes. "Be patient for a while. When the Xiang Mansion incident is over, I will tell you everything without hiding anything." I thought she would slowly open her heart and confess all the past to him, but I didn't expect that she would have to wait for the Xiang Mansion incident to be over again. He couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have to wait for the Xiang Mansion incident to be over?" Holding him tighter, Xiang Zila's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of guilt. "Because the original plan was to leave conveniently. Because I still have something I want the prince to help me with, but I'm afraid that if the prince knows about the things in my previous life, he will ignore me." After saying that, she didn't continue the topic. Instead, she carefully pushed him away. After sitting up from the couch and tidying up the slightly messy dress, she also pulled his collar back. She brought the topic to the assassin in the back alley just now. I suspect that the assassin today is from Shishio. As for why he is in a hurry to take my life. At this point, Xiangjila met his slowly regaining clear eyes, and a trace of salinity flashed across his slightly red eyes. My intuition tells me that this matter is related to the prince. As it concerns her safety, Yin Junyo immediately dispersed his previous charming thoughts and suppressed his anger. He sat opposite her, sitting upright like a clock. He said with a cold face, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is not necessary, you should not leave the mansion these days." His voice was hoarse due to emotion, sexy and low. Xiangjila shook his head and looked at him seriously. "These days, I will definitely leave the mansion frequently. The matter of Xiang Mansion must be resolved as soon as possible." He lowered his eyes and looked into her eyes. After a while, he whispered, "Xiang Mansion is not worth your trouble. Leave everything to me." Chapter 320. Stretching out her hands and holding his big hands folded on her legs, Xiangjila smiled at him comfortingly. "I won't leave any handle, please rest assured, Your Majesty." "Will not leave any handle?" She said. She wouldn't leave any handle, please rest assured. It turned out that his expression of feelings just now was just a waste of time, and her so-called love for him was just a casual remark. Yin Junyo was so angry that he laughed, really laughed. He brushed her hand away, and even the amplitude of his chest rose and fell a lot more. "Xiangjila, I didn't know that you were so good at making people angry." "Your Highness." "Shut up." He seemed really unhappy. Xiangjila quickly shut up. She secretly glanced at him and saw that he didn't say anything. Then Xiangjila whispered, "I know what Your Highness means. Please give me a few more days, okay? Xiangjila is not a weak woman. She won't get hurt. Your Highness doesn't have to worry." Thinking back to when she always found opportunities to get into his arms, and said she was scared, she suddenly became a different person and didn't need him for anything. Yin Junyo finally spoke slowly. "Does it have to be like this between you and me? Such strangeness, alienation. What kind of love is this?" "Your Majesty." Just now he called Junyo, but now he keeps calling you Your Majesty. Yin Junyo was afraid that he could not control the urge to tie her to the bed. He stood up. "Forget it, whatever you want." After saying that, he stood up and walked out quickly without looking at her again. Xiangjila hurriedly got off the bed and caught up with him. "Your Majesty, please stay." His steps paused, but he did not turn back. Xiangjila walked quickly to his side, reached into her wide sleeves, and with a change of mind, she stuffed the letter that recorded the secret room of Yin Beiqi's palace into his hand. "This is what I found when I accidentally sneaked into Yin Beiqi's palace after I went to the palace to call Queen Mother Joan last time. I have summarized it and drawn a route. The notes inside record the life stories of most important figures in Da Huang. I suspect that everything behind the scenes of the Da Huang royal family is controlled by someone. Your Majesty, please send someone to investigate and see which secret passage leads directly to the palace. If you can find that person, it will be great for Your Majesty." Before she could finish, he stuffed the letter back into her hand and spoke calmly and coldly. "I am not so cowardly that I need a woman to help me." After saying that, he swung his sleeves and strode away. As the door closed, Xiangjila felt heavy in his chest. The action of stuffing the letter into his hand was still paused in midair. She said with a wooden look in her eyes, "Did I say something wrong?" Gongjing number 3, who had been listening to the interaction between the two, could no longer bear it and established communication with Xiangjila. "The master has made it so clear. Why did you back down at the critical moment? You keep using the Xiang Mansion as an excuse. Aren't you afraid that the master will destroy the Xiang Mansion tonight?" "Destroy the Xiang Mansion tonight? No, although Xiang Shi is only a third-rank official, he has also been established in the court for these years. Moreover, his official position is under the Ministry of War, which involves the food, fodder and armor of the entire Da Huang army, and has always been directly commanded by Yin Beiqi. If Jun Nuo wanted to withdraw without anyone noticing, he had to plan it out even if he wanted to wipe out the Xiang Mansion. Although she knew it was wrong to always use the Xiang Mansion as an excuse, but... Xiao San, I'm afraid. She was still afraid. She was afraid that he would not forgive her after all the truth was revealed in front of him. She did not lose her courage. I shouldn't have been so impulsive at the beginning. She provoked him impulsively, gave him hope, and finally let him see all the truth, which disappointed him. Gongjing number 3 knew about Xiangjila's not when she found out that she had personally given Yin Junyo the heart-eating spell in her previous life. However, what can a spirit outside the situation do? At best, it can only persuade him. You can't be blamed for this, after all, your memory at that time was incomplete. Now that things have come to this, you should follow your heart and put aside all those messy thoughts outside of your heart. He had already made up his mind to leave, but he was reluctant to leave. Isn't it because he couldn't let go? I don't understand what you call love and affection, but it's obvious that you're insane and have driven yourself into a dead end. You can be decisive in other matters, but you're always clingy and confused when it comes to your master. Whenever the master is involved, you get confused and retreat. The master's words are so clear, but you always wonder if you're worthy of him. Didn't you hear what the master said just now? He doesn't care whether you've given it to others, he only cares whether you're wholeheartedly devoted to him. You have low self-esteem, and he has even lower self-esteem. You should know that if you really love him, you should be honest, not evasive. If you keep evading and saying that you don't want to hurt him, you will end up hurting him. Little Guixiu, you must be tough and strong. Follow your heart, otherwise you will sooner or later go back to the old path of your previous life. Then what's the point of coming back desperately? It's just a matter of one sentence. If you love him, chase him and be honest. If you don't love him, then don't keep pestering him. After finishing the words in one breath, Gonging No. 3 felt that his little egg body was about to be hollowed out. These two people are more ferocious than each other outside, but they are more self-abased than each other behind closed doors. Enough is enough. Gonging No. 3's words enlightened Xiangjila, and a certain restriction in his mind seemed to be broken. If you love him, chase him and confess. If you don't love him, then don't pester him. After the sound of a teacup breaking, she suddenly woke up. Yes, the meaning of her coming back is June Newell. If she stays in the past, then what is the meaning of her coming back? Her mother used her as a tool for revenge, but what does it have to do with June Newell? June Newell always treated her as his wife and loved her. All he asked was not to run around and not to leave. Never once did he use the harsh words on her. Such a good, lovely June Newell she. How could she bear to hurt him? This time, Xiangjila did not refute Gonging No. 3's words, but he quickly chased in the direction he left. He also did not forget to give instructions to Gonging No. 3. What are you still hesitating about? Quickly move me to his side, I should still be able to catch up now. As soon as the voice fell, a red light flashed, and Xiangjila disappeared. Almost instantly, she fell into the arms of Yin Junyo, who was bending over to get into the carriage. Before Yin Junyo caught her, she hung on him like a monkey, holding his neck with both hands, her legs wrapped around his waist. The sudden inertia made him only have time to groan, and the whole person fell forward and pressed on her. My lord, I want to kiss you, hug you and lift you up high. After saying that, she didn't care if there were other people around her. She turned over and took the initiative to seal his thin lips with her lips. Her movements were so swift that she even flipped the table in the carriage to the side. Her strength was so great that their lips were also broken. She seemed to be unaware of it. She grabbed his hands that wanted to push her away and raised them to her head and pressed them hard. She continued to deepen the kiss with all her strength and felt his presence. The coachman next to her was a newcomer. He was stunned to see everything happen. Just now, it seemed that the princess hid in the carriage and attacked the prince. But when did the princess hide in the carriage? The poor prince was actually powerless to resist. He was just hesitating whether to go forward and lift the curtain to rescue the prince. The steward of the stable hurried over to drag the person away, and before leaving, he did not forget to tie up the horse. Chapter 321. The sky was clear after the rainstorm. The atmosphere in the carriage became more and more charming. After an unknown amount of time, Xiangjila's hands and mouth became sore, and she lay on him with an unsteady breath, rising and falling with his breathing. Until the breathing of both of them stabilized, Yin Junyo pushed her away from him with a cold face, sat up and wiped the blood on his lower lip with his fingertips, and wanted to get up and lift the curtain to leave the carriage as if nothing had happened. His sleeves tightened, and he found that someone behind him was pulling his sleeves. He stopped lifting the curtain. A petite body behind him pressed against his thighs softly, and her voice changed from the aloofness in the side hall to a softer one. My lord, the story is a bit long. I wonder if you can spare half a day so that I can tell you all the truth. His thighs seemed to be wrapped in a soft layer, and the heat kept rising. In the moist air after the rain, Yin Junyo's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and his Adam's apple rolled a few times involuntarily. What tricks are you going to play? His tone was calm, but his hoarse voice betrayed his restlessness. Holding his hand tightly, Xiangjila simply used his legs to stand up and brought him back to the carriage. The two hugged each other tightly. Her fox eyes sparkled, and her tone was a little aggrieved. I dare not play tricks. I have figured it out. If the prince really wants to know everything, then I will tell him everything. There is no need to pick a day. I just hope that the prince will stop being angry with me. Oh, you are the first to complain? Yin Junyo let her hold him and sneered. Who is hiding the truth first, and how did you suddenly appear? After saying that, he glanced at the sky and straightened her up again. Xiangjila timidly reached out and grabbed his sleeve, whispering, I really know I was wrong. What does the prince want to know? Just ask, I will tell you everything this time. Whether you know it or not, I will verify it before I know. He habitually reached out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears, and his tone softened a little. I have to go out for something now. When I come back tonight, you can tell me the truth in detail. Thinking of the assassin they talked about just now, Xiangjila immediately guessed the reason why he left the house. Although he felt sorry, he could do nothing about it. Then come back earlier. If I had known earlier, I would have let Gongying number 3 sleep directly when it rained just now. Slightly lowering his eyelids to hide the disappointment in his eyes, Xiangjila suddenly felt a chill on his left shoulder, and his chin touched his satin-like black hair, followed by a soft and wet feeling between his left shoulder and neck. After a while, a slight tingling and numb feeling came from the wet part. The familiar and long-lost feeling made her hand unable to help but grab his thin and textured front. After raising her head, he gently wiped away the blood left by sucking and biting just now with his fingertips. When his cold and lonely phoenix eyes looked at the purple-red mark in the hollow of her neck, they finally warmed up. It's stamped. From now on, you can only be mine. Xiangjila blushed and muttered. You were born in the year of the dog, so even if there is no stamp, it belongs to you alone. Seeing her cooperation, Yin Junyo's unhappiness was relieved a lot. Knowing that it was difficult to prevent her from leaving the house, he simply said, You can go out, but you must bring 2 of them, Xianyin, Chiu-Si, and Dongren, and you are not allowed to get rid of the secret guards. Being stared at by him, she felt more and more guilty, and she blushed and pulled her clothes to cover the marks and got out of the carriage. Okay, I know. Go quickly and come back soon, and I wait for you to come back for dinner. When she jumped off the carriage, she seemed to hear a light laugh from the carriage. The sound was very small, and it was blown away by the wind. The corners of Xiangjila's mouth slightly raised, and the long-lost sweetness in her heart returned again. Turning the corner in the corridor, she ran into Liu who was looking for her, and her fox eyes brightened a little. Do you think we are telepathic? You appeared just when I was looking for you. Today's Xiangjila is definitely the brightest one Liu has seen in these days. It's not the forced smile of the past few days, but a real smile from the heart. Surprised at her transformation, he accidentally saw the mark on her neck that was not completely covered, and his bright eyes dimmed instantly. She tightened her grip on the wooden rabbit, lowered her head slightly in disappointment, and stopped looking at Xiangjila, and said softly, Our guess is correct. Not long after Yin Junyo left, the people from the Qing Palace brought the little princess of Nanchu and knocked on the door of the Regent Palace. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the Regent Princess did not let the little princess of Nanchu in, but called a carriage, stuffed the little princess into the carriage, and then jumped on the carriage and rushed to the Honglu Temple. The poor maid of the princess, holding her proud chest, chased the carriage until her hair was disheveled. Inside the Honglu Temple, Xiangjila angrily sent away all the guards guarding the surroundings, leaving only a few of Huang Fujing's confidants and Ah Yin, who had been following Huang Fuxiao. Seeing Xiangjila, Huang Fujing's old face, which had been tense for nearly a day and a night, softened a little. Feeling guilty about Qin Banruo's matter, he quickly stopped Xiangjila from saluting him as a junior. Xiaojila, Uncle Jing didn't expect you, you know. Knowing what Huang Fujing wanted to say, Xiangjila raised her right hand and gave him a comforting smile. Uncle Jing, this is not entirely your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. The lively and spiritual appearance of the woman in front of him overlapped with the bright little face more than 10 years ago. Huang Fujing choked up and couldn't say a word. Xiangjila was too familiar with the dark circles under Huang Fujing's eyes and the red bloodshot under his eyes. In her previous life, she also spent some days in regret for missing out. People, only after losing something do they know how happy it is to get it again. Although she couldn't bear it, she still reminded him, Sheila can't stay long this time, so let's make it short. Chapter 322. After explaining everything to Huang Fujing and his son, it was almost dusk. There are the most Gu people in Sichuan. If it is really Sichuan blood Gu, then Xiang Mansion. Huang Fujing did not continue, Xiangjila already understood what he meant, nodding along with his words. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I am more inclined to believe that the battle between the Qin family army and Xixia, perhaps in addition to Liang Shuang's betrayal, Xiangxi is also related. There are many people in the world who do inhumane things for survival and profit. Wang Fujing pondered. Back then, the Qin army hated me to the core, and General Qin died in battle in a strange way. I had doubts in my heart, but had no idea where to start. I could only send people to Xixia to investigate, but no useful information has been returned so far. Now that you mentioned it, I have a loophole to follow the clues and investigate further. He didn't say anything more, but looked at her with a worried face. Let's not talk about what happened back then, and tell me about your current situation. I heard from Shower's people. Shower's people said? Xiangjila's eyelids jumped. Thinking of how Huang Fuxiao almost fought with Yin Zhenyu the second day he lived in the Regent's palace. She interrupted Huang Fujing's words with a serious face. Uncle Jing, it's nothing, don't listen to Brother Zhao's nonsense. Zhenyu and I are very good. Thinking of the charming scene before leaving, a thin blush appeared on her face. Zhenyu, you are also very good to me. Whether a person is living a good life or not, the look in his eyes can't deceive people. Hearing Xiangjila say this, and seeing that she is still so energetic, Huang Fujing's worried words turned into, "It's good that he treats you well. Remember, if he dares to bully you, Uncle Jing is not a vegetarian either." Xiangjila felt warm in his heart. "Thank you, Uncle Jing." Before leaving, Xiangjila left Huang Fuxiao in the Honglu temple. "Lil Jila, why don't you let me go back to the Regent Palace?" Xiangjila smiled, and stepped forward to help him straighten his collar. He looked at him with an expression of, "Are you stupid? I have come here with so many troops to ask for punishment. If the anger disappears so quickly, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" Huang Fuxiao only reacted at this time, and touched his nose. "You really need to change your temper." If he hadn't heard the gossipy servant in the palace mention it, he wouldn't have known that the cute and obedient Xiaojila was actually so fierce that he dared to fight even the Queen Mother. Well, since the old man can protect Xiaojila so well, he won't say bad things about him in front of Xiaojila in the future. For now. Liu is right, he won't move unless the enemy moves, otherwise he will die of exhaustion and still fail to achieve his goal. Seeing what he was thinking, Xiangjila chuckled. "You can't shake Junnua's position in my heart, so you should find a way to get along with him." Huang Fuxiao made a huh sound, which earned him a slap from Huang Fujing. "Did you hear me? Stop trying to sow discord and get along well with your brother-in-law." Huang Fuxiao screamed and covered his head without any manners. "Father, how many times have I told you not to hit me in front of my sister? Don't I have any face? I'm your father." Seeing that Huang Fujing still had the same attitude towards Huang Fuxiao as before, and that there was no grudge between the father and son, Xiangjila finally let go of his worries. In the Kyoto dungeon, the smell of blood mixed with the smell of rotten meat hit the nose. From time to time, several inhuman screams were heard. Outside the dungeon, Chu Shan held a white jade tray in his hand, and brought a tattoo on the assassin's back with the skin peeling off to Yin Zhenyu, who was standing with his hands behind his back. "Your Highness," Dr. Gongsun said that judging from the characteristics of the assassin's death, it was undoubtedly Shixiao's Midu. Yin Zhenyuo's eyes fell on the human skin tattoo. The totem of the tattoo was a flapping eagle. The narrow and long phoenix eyes darkened. "If you lose your way, and don't know how to return, there is no place to return to in the world." He raised his hand to signal Chu Shan to put the human skin tattoo aside, and then he asked softly, "Are there any other clues?" Chu Shan turned around and handed the tattoo to the attendant guard, and stood in front of Yin Zhenyu again. Not long ago, the king of Pingnan was assassinated by an assassin of unknown origin, and the weapon was also stained with poison. I led the Qilin guard to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a group of secret guards raised by the king of Pingnan. This time, the Xixia assassin pretended to be a Nanchu person and wanted to attack the princess. I suspect that there must be a connection between the two. A flash of bloodthirstiness flashed across his eyes. Yin Zhenyu tightened his fists slightly in his sleeves, his face calm. "Continue to investigate." Almost at the same time, a masked man in black with a Qilin pattern quietly landed beside Yin Zhenyu. He leaned over and whispered in his ear. As the Qilin guards delivered the message, Yin Zhenyuo's aura suddenly became terrifying. He immediately turned around with a sullen face. "Return to the mansion. The Honglu Temple is located in the southeast of Kyoto, while the Regent Palace is located in the northwest of Kyoto. The two places are far apart, and a one-way trip takes nearly an hour." On the way back, Jiuzi and Xian Yin were sitting in a carriage with Xiangzila. The street, which was originally bustling with people, became quieter as it went northwest. There was a strange sound of wind in his ears, and Xiangjila immediately pulled Xian Yin and Chiosi forward and pressed his body down. Be alert. As soon as the voice fell, several crossbow arrows broke through the air, and one of them nailed the position where Xiangjila had just sat upright. Then 3, 5, and the arrows and crossbows continued. The guards driving the carriage and the galloping horses had already been shot and killed. Due to inertia, the carriage suddenly braked. Xiangjila directly blasted through one side of the carriage with a palm, and pulled Xian Yin and Chiosi out of the carriage before the carriage overturned. The streets were already empty, and the few civilians and hawkers who were there all drew their daggers. Tea drinkers flew out from the tea houses on both sides, their long knives emitting a dark blue cold light. Xiangjila had no doubt that if she was cut by a knife, her fate would definitely not be much better than the assassin in the morning. There were no less than 50 people surrounding her. Xiangjila was overwhelmed. Was it necessary to mobilize so many troops just to kill her? I thought that after the assassination in the morning alarmed Junnuo, the assassins would stop in the afternoon. I didn't expect that she would experience 2 assassinations in 3 hours. Even Yen Beiki walking on the street was probably not as exciting as her. Which big shot did she offend? Why did the other party want to kill her at such a cost? This is not the way to retaliate against Junnuo. She saw several secret guards hiding in the dark and protecting her all the way. She turned her head slightly and moved her right hand slightly, indicating that they should go back to the palace to find reinforcements. She had learned these simple life-saving gestures from Chu Shan, but she didn't expect them to come in handy. The two sides, with a huge difference in strength, were on the verge of a fight. Xian Yin and Chiosi stood on both sides of Xiangjila, ready to sacrifice their lives for their master at any time. Xiangjila knew that he had no chance of winning by head-on confrontation, so he immediately established contact with Gongjing No. 3. Knowing that Xiangjila was in big trouble, Gongjing No. 3 was not vague at all. He immediately threw her the only 3 tear gas bombs that were treasured in China. While the assassin was unable to open his eyes, Xiangjila swung his long whip to create a gap, and took the opportunity to drag Xian Yin and Chiosi to the direction of the Regent's palace. Chapter 323. The master and his servants ran for a long distance. The sun had already set, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The assassins were very persistent. Even with tears in their eyes, they could still pursue them relentlessly. There were still arrows from behind. If it was an ordinary assassin, Xiangjila and Xian Yanqiasi would definitely have a chance to fight. The problem is that the weapons are poisonous. What if it was a deadly poison? If she was hit by those weapons while dealing with the assassins, how unfair would it be for her to die? Because she was worried that leading the assassin to the downtown area would hurt innocent people, Xiangjila took Xian Yin and Dongren to the direction of the city gate where there were few people. There were sentinels under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. If they encountered danger, they would light the beacon smoke. If Junnuo's people couldn't arrive in time, she could at least ask the Imperial Guards in Kyoto to come to the rescue. If she could really escape this time, she would owe Yen Beiki a favor. Unfortunately, when they really arrived at the city gate, they found that the sentinels guarding the gate were even less reliable than them, and the beacon tower was even cleaner than her face. It's really terrible, because Xiangjila's Qigong can only be used to fly at close range. It can't be used to easily use the force to fly several feet high like normal Qigong. If it is usually a few feet high, it is not difficult for her. But once it is used to escape, it seems useless. Xian Yin and Chiosi can only take turns to drag her who is out of breath. When they rested at a corner, Xian Yin said with an unstable breath, "It would be great if Dongren was here. She is good at Qigong, and she can definitely help the princess escape." Chiosi was about to remind Xian Yin not to talk nonsense, but Xiangjila nodded with a deep breath. "When I get out of this predicament, I will definitely learn from Chu Shan and see how he practices Qigong. She can easily master whip, knife, and sword techniques, but Qigong is her biggest weakness. She is also desperate. It's a pity that outsiders cannot be brought into the space, otherwise she can just drag Xian Yin and Chiosi in, and she won't have to run like a ghost." The master and servant turned into a dyeing workshop full of cloth. The workers in the dyeing workshop seemed to have all gone home, and the whole dyeing workshop was silent. After stopping to adjust his breath behind a dyeing rack with a bright red cloth, Xiangjila half knelt with his hands on his waist and told Xian Yin and Chiosi, whose breath was also unstable, "3 people together will be too conspicuous. We have to separate." Chiosi was about to refuse, but Xiangjila spoke again. "My Qigong is not good, but I can fight." Fortunately, The speed of the crossbowman is not as fast as the assassin, otherwise we would have been killed in one fell swoop. You are by my side, because you are affecting each other, and we are not able to perform at our normal level. It is decided. You just need to save your life, and don't have to fight hard. This is an order. When it comes to the word order, Xiangjila's face is as cold as frost. This princess orders you as the Regent princess. Now, immediately find a chance to escape, save your life, and return to the palace to find reinforcements for this princess. Xiao Nian and Qiuxi both know that Xiangjila is looking for a glimmer of hope for them. The two looked at each other, and saw that Xiangjila's expression was not shaken at all. His eyes were slightly red, and he gritted his teeth and nodded to her. Then he turned around without hesitation and flew onto the roof. In a few jumps, he had faded out of Xiangjila's sight. The assassins who found the target hurriedly wanted to chase him, but Xiangjila swung his long whip, bringing gusts of whip wind. He sneered behind them, "Isn't your target me?" Sure enough, seeing Xiangjila alone, all the assassins' attention fell on Xiangjila. Those with daggers even secretly accumulated strength, trying to pierce a random part of Xiangjila's body with a dagger. Xiangjila took a few steps back strategically, and was about to step to the side, and use the green cloth behind her to make a big change. Unexpectedly, she had just hidden behind the cloth, and before she could change, she was pulled to the partition behind the cloth by a big hand that stretched out unexpectedly. The cloth and the partition formed an independent and ambiguous space. The man also held her in his arms very skillfully, and covered her mouth. The familiar yet unfamiliar Chen Shuixiang. A cold light flashed in Xiangjila's eyes. "Hush, it's me." The gentle and magnetic voice in her ear confirmed her guess. She nodded slightly to show that she knew. Then she let him go. The assassin's vigilant footsteps were getting closer and closer. Shinmachi's face was not much flustered, but he looked at the beauty, who had been separated for some time with burning eyes. "It's only been more than a month since I last saw her, and she seems to have lost weight. It seemed as if my heart was pinched, and I felt a dull and numb pain." His eyebrows were slightly frowned. He didn't notice at all that the person standing in front of him with his back to him was ready to attack. The footsteps beside him were getting closer and closer. Xiangjila suddenly turned around and smiled at him. When his eyes lit up, she put her hands on his shoulders and pushed him out with all her strength. While he was stumbling, she skillfully bent over and trotted to another blocked position. At the moment she pushed him away, he clearly saw the cold sneer in her fox eyes, and her slightly moving mouth shape. "You liar." He hurriedly pulled the cloth that she had just used to cover her figure, but there was no shadow of a person. The other assassins stepped forward one after another. "Enough!" Shinmachi shouted with a thunderous roar, causing all the assassins present to kneel down. Lu Yun came quickly from outside the dyeing workshop and stood respectfully in front of Shinmachi. "Your Majesty, I didn't see anyone leave." Shinmachi slowly closed his sparkling peach blossom eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and then slowly said, "Who allowed you to come out in full force to touch her privately?" Using the cloth to cover her entry into the space, without waiting for Gongjing No. 3 to make any statement, Xiangjila very actively chose the companion mission and returned to the mansion to appear near Yin Junyuo. Therefore, she missed Shinmachi's furious roar. From his calm expression just now, Xiangjila had already guessed that the assassin who was chasing her must have something to do with him. But these are secondary. The most urgent thing for her to solve now is to quickly return to Junyuo, lest Junyuo know that Shinmachi appeared in Kyoto, and start to have wild thoughts. Maybe Yin Junyuo would know Shinmachi as soon as he arrived in Beijing. Chapter 324. Falling on the roof of the front hall of the Regent's palace out of thin air. Just in time to see the servants in the palace lighting the palace lights. Before Xiangjila had time to complain to Gongjing No. 3 about the danger of the landing place, he slipped and broke 2 pieces of glazed tiles. The crisp sound of tiles breaking attracted the attention of everyone in the front yard. Chu Shan, who was about to take the order and leave, was startled and blurted out, "Princess." Almost at the moment Chu Shan's voice fell, Xiangjila was brought into a pair of familiar and strong arms. The man who was holding her the moment before carried her on his shoulders the next moment, and walked to the backyard with frost all over his body under the stunned gaze of the personal guards and Chu Shan. It was not yet completely dark. Xiangjila dared not breathe, and could only wave to Chu Shan and said, "Xia Nian and Qiuxi should still be on their way back. You should bring more drugs. The weapons of those assassins are all poisonous." As the tail tone of the word poison dissipated in the wind, Chu Shan's sword fell to the ground with a snap. The prince has been really angry recently. How did the princess offend the prince? After a few ups and downs, the two returned to the main courtyard bedroom. As the door was shut and locked, Xiang Zila was thrown onto the bed. Looking at the person in front of her who was bullying her, she instinctively shrank to the inside of the bed and pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. Prince, I ran all afternoon. I'm tired and hungry and Before she finished her words, her little mouth was sealed, and the person who was pressing her didn't move at all no matter how hard he pushed. When he smelled the faint scent of agarwood on her body, the long-suppressed anger instantly annihilated his rationality. He immediately left her lips. He mercilessly tore her exquisite outer robe into pieces and threw it on the ground. Because Yan Zhenyu was too strong, Xiang Zila's inner clothes were also pulled open, revealing her graceful shoulders and moon-white close-fitting vest. It was not until his eyes fell on the purple-red mark at the base of her neck that his expression eased a little. He stretched out his hand to grab her jaw, and his sharp eyes met her fox eyes, as if he wanted to see into her heart all at once. I thought you really wanted to repent, but I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. At this point, he chuckled coldly and ironically. Xiang Zila, how true is the so-called truth? Instead of disappointing me again and again, I'd rather you not give me hope. After saying that, without giving her any chance to defend herself, he lowered his head without mercy and bit down hard again on the mark left during the day. Xiang Zila felt pain, and a layer of mist quickly oozed out of his fox eyes. She knew that struggling and explaining would only add fuel to the fire, so she quickly established contact with Gonging number 3. Do you have any way to make him see the things of his previous life directly? The master soul here is not reborn, so he can't see the things of his previous life as easily as you do. Then how can I make him see the truth with his own eyes? After a long while, Gonging number 3's voice sounded helplessly. The master self-consciousness is too strong. I can't control it. You should find a way to make him relax first. She felt a chill on her body, and felt the slender hand reaching her vulnerable part. Xiang Zila was about to cry. How can I relax in this situation? According to Jun Nua's personality, if he knew what happened in the last life, the chances of him not forgiving her would be much greater than the chances of being with her. What if he really didn't forgive her? He would regret touching her, and he would definitely regret touching her after knowing the truth. Gonging number 3 was also anxiously spitting around in the space. Why don't you give in to the master and try? Xiang Zila was almost laughing out of anger. It's already this time, and you're still joking with me? If it wasn't inconvenient to turn into a living person now, Xiang Zila would have wanted to get into the space and shake Gonging number 3 to see if its egg had gotten water in it. Gonging number 3 jumped up and down in the space. Do you think I'm joking? It was useless to ask anyone for help, so Xiang Zila decided to stand up on his own. Xiang Zila didn't care whether his anger would get bigger and bigger, and quickly suppressed his. He advised with a crying voice, Prince, calm down. Calm down? Yan Zhenyu held her hand and raised it above his head, with a seemingly gentle arc, and his eyes were no longer as self-restrained as before. When Shinmachi touched you, did you let him calm down? Almost at the same time, Gonging number 3's voice sounded in Xiang Zila's mind again. Little ghost cultivator, hurry up, as soon as he mentioned. His consciousness began to weaken, you hurry up. Xiang Zila still tried to calm him down again. But he was not as strong as him. Seeing that he was about to lose control, Xiang Zila urged, Little 3, are you ready? Gonging number 3 was also urging. Little ghost cultivator, I'm waiting for an opportunity, hurry up and give me some strength. What time is it? Give me strength. Give. The miserable past life haunted Xiang Zila's mind and had a tendency to gather again. Xiang Zila wanted to retreat again. Gritting her teeth and excluding these demonic things, she tried to calm herself down. In the end, she let go of her hand and closed her eyes with a fearless attitude. Your Majesty. Feeling that her body was different from before, he finally stopped, as if to confirm with her. Are you afraid of me? Xiang Zila shook his head, his eyes still closed. I'm not afraid of the prince, I'm just worried that the prince will regret touching me after knowing all the truth. Regret touching her? He frowned slightly and gently stroked her frowning brows. He asked in a hoarse voice, What do you mean by the truth? He knew that he was trying his best to forbear. Xiang Zila smiled bitterly and opened his eyes again. His warm fox eyes were full of him. Your Majesty, can you give me a kiss with all your heart? Don't think about anything at this moment, just give it all your heart. After saying that, she closed her eyes again and raised her head. She clearly felt the hesitation of the person on her body, but she did not urge him, and waited very patiently. Not long after, a pair of slender hands intertwined with her hands. Then, A warm touch came from her lips. Xiang Jila rarely chased him eagerly and responded to him. Reason ran away from home again. When he decided to change his mind suddenly went blank, his consciousness became blurred, and then he fell down in a daze. Gonging number 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Little ghost cultivator, you can't play like this next time, otherwise you will have no sexual happiness for the rest of your life. Chapter 325. Until she felt the gravity on her body, Xiang Jila was sure that she had succeeded. She did not rush to push him away, but hugged him with all her strength for a while, and then gently helped him move to a comfortable position. She glanced at Xiao Xianwu, who had calmed down. She touched his forehead, with her lips apologetically, and covered him with a thin blanket. The sound of Chiosi and Xiao Nian talking could be heard faintly outside the door. Xiang Jila supported her sore body, and took out a set of clean clothes from the closet to change into. Open the door. The prince is busy all day, and has fallen asleep now. Please help me prepare some water. Seeing that Xiang Jila looked normal, and was unharmed, Xiao Nian and Chiosi were relieved. While Chiosi was leaving to order hot water, Xiang Jila said to Xiao Nian, with a serious expression, "Today's assassin has some connection with the king of Ping'an. Go and tell Chu Shan that if you want to investigate the assassin's origin, you should be more comprehensive, especially the 2 cities of Nanling and Sichuan." Infected by Xiang Jila's seriousness, Xiao Nian did not dare to delay for a moment and bowed and left. After the servants brought hot water, Xiang Jila dismissed the servants and did not rush to bathe. Instead, she helped Yan Zhenyuo wash his body and changed him into a set of clean clothes. Then she washed herself casually. The process of waiting for the result was tormenting and long. The person on the bed breathed long because he fell into a deep sleep. Xiang Jila was not sleepy anyway. The candlelight flickered in the room. She got up and turned off some lights, leaving only a few weak night lights. After tucking in the quilt for him and drawing the bed curtain, she tiptoed to the desk in the outer room. She went through everything in her mind based on her memory. Xiang Jila put aside other distracting thoughts in her mind and wrote down the current political situation and the general trend of the 4 countries around Dahuang in 3 years. After thinking about it, she wrote down the major events, natural disasters and man-made disasters that happened in Dahuang after his death in the previous life based on her memory. Because she was worried that he would lose sleep and forget about food because of state affairs, she originally planned to stop writing and wrote again, explaining a series of Yan Zhenyuo's living habits. The calligraphy was written all over the floor. When Xiang Jila reacted, the sky was already turning white. A night had passed. After communicating with Gonging number 3, he learned that Yan Zhenyuo would wake up in the afternoon at the earliest. Xiang Jila rubbed her sore wrist and returned to the bed to sit beside him again. She traced his facial contours over and over again with her hands with great affection. She stood up and took a step back until the tears in her eyes could no longer be controlled. She bowed to him with full piety, as a wife bows to her husband. "I am afraid that my husband and I will not have a future, and I will not have time to say goodbye. If that day really comes, I will say goodbye with this bow. As a passerby, I pray that my husband will be healthy every year. In the future, my husband will sit in the Mingtang, and I will guard the 4 directions for him." There was a cautious knock outside the door. Xiang Jila immediately raised his head and hid the tears in his eyes, and his expression returned to normal. "What's the matter?" It was Xiao Nian who spoke. "Commander Chu has something important to ask the prince." At this time, Yan Zhenyuo, who fell asleep in the real world, was watching the love-hate entanglement between the 2 since their wedding night as a bystander. Everything he did in his previous life was in empathy with his current self. His sorrow, his pain, his dead heart. He felt it all clearly. Finally, when he died, he finally escaped from the cage of his previous life. After escaping the cage, he became a bystander again. No sadness, no joy. When he saw Xiang Jila holding his corpse and weeping, the phoenix eyes that were originally slightly red and glowing with cold light were silent, without any emotion. The sky was gloomy early in the morning. Chu Shan stood upright outside the bedroom respectfully. Seeing that it was Xiang Jila who came out, he looked behind Xiang Jila a few times without giving up. After confirming that his master had not come out, he asked in confusion, "Princess, where is the prince?" Xiang Jila tried to make herself look as natural as possible. "The prince has been overworked recently, and is still resting. If it is not urgent or does not necessarily require the prince to take action, you can wait for the prince to wake up, or tell me." "Prince? Overworked?" The princess said the prince was overworked? Chu Shan reassembled Xiang Jila's words again, and finally found that they seemed to mean the same thing. He secretly glanced at the dark circles under Xiangjila's eyes for several times, and then he respectfully asked, "Princess, are you sure the prince is really overworked?" Why did he think the princess looked more like the overworked person? Xiangjila raised her fox eyes slightly. "Why, do you suspect that this princess would lie to you?" Chu Shan lowered his head quickly. "I dare not." Without much patience to waste with Chu Shan, Xiangjila repeated what he had just said. "If it is not extremely urgent, or it is not necessary for the prince to take action, you can wait for the prince to wake up, or tell me." Chu Shan hesitated for a moment, and soon said to Xiangjila with a flattering smile, "Actually, it is not too urgent. It will not be too late for me to deal with it after the prince wakes up." Just then, Li Guanjia also came. This old servant greets the princess. After greeting Xiangjila, Li Guanjia did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Princess, has the prince gotten up?" Looking at the tall and short, old and young in front of him, Xiangjila couldn't help laughing. "I say, you guys are really interesting. The prince rarely sleeps in for a day. Why are you all here to mess up the situation?" Accurately aware of the exchange of their eyes, Xiangjila's smile gradually turned cold. "Why, are you afraid that I will do something bad to the prince?" As if their thoughts were exposed at once, Chu Shan and Butler Li lowered their heads at the same time. Xiangjila gritted his teeth and smiled. "I didn't know that I was an outsider in the Regent's palace from the beginning to the end." Feeling that Xiangjila was really angry, Chu Shan quickly said, "Princess, that's not what I meant." Butler Li on the side also said, "Yes, Princess, this old servant and Chu Shan have no other intentions but—" Speaking of this, Butler Li looked around the main courtyard and saw that there were no other outsiders. Only then did his cloudy eyes slowly begin to water. "It's just that the prince has suffered so much, from childhood to adulthood. It's rare that he has a sweetheart, but he didn't expect that." As he said this, he lowered his head and wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes with his wide sleeves. It took him a while to calm down. "I dare to ask the princess to leave a thought for the prince before she changes her mind?" Change her mind? Xiangjila narrowed his fox eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. "Who is talking nonsense in front of you?" Chapter 326. Realizing that Li Guanjia was talking nonsense, Chu Shan immediately coughed twice. But Li Guanjia seemed to not hear Chu Shan's instructions. "Chu Shan last night." Before Li Guanjia finished speaking, Chu Shan coughed again and reminded, "Ahem, Uncle Li, since the prince is—" "Chu Shan." Xiangjila called him lightly. Chu Shan felt a chill on the back of his neck, and his tiger body trembled, and he lowered his head guiltily. "Damn it, when did Uncle Li become so unreliable? The direction of this matter is different from what they predicted yesterday." Under Xiangjila's encouragement, the unreliable Uncle Li confessed to Xiangjila that Chu Shan found him last night. "Folding fan? The folding fan is inscribed with the same words as the prince's pendant?" Xiangjila crossed his hands in front of his chest, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "Tell me more details." Fearing that they were hiding something, Xiangjila persuaded them with emotion and reason. "The relationship between the prince and I has been tense recently, and you can see it. Now that you have guessed the source of the misunderstanding, you should tell me the truth instead of hiding it." Hearing this, Butler Li immediately raised his cloudy eyes and looked at Xiangjila. "Princess, you really haven't changed your mind." Butler Li's hopeful and unbelievable eyes made Xiangjila's heart inexplicably sour. "Uncle Li, I thought I had told you clearly before, I didn't." When it came to the word no, Xiangjila emphasized his tone. Since reasoning didn't work, Xiangjila decided to provoke directly. "However, seeing you guys are hesitating and unwilling to tell me the truth, it makes me think of a possibility." Seeing Xiangjila's malicious eyes moving between him and Chu Shan, Li Guanjia's eyebrows jumped. What's possible?" Xiangjila took a big step closer, frightening Li Guanjia and Chu Shan to take 2 steps back. "Did the prince fall in love with other girls outside? That's why he deliberately picked a fight with me and quarreled with me." Before Xiangjila finished speaking, Chu Shan jumped up immediately. "Princess, how can you wrongly accuse the prince like this?" Xiangjila swept his whip across his face and gave him a cold look. "Why don't you just tell the truth? Are you dissatisfied with the prince's speed in writing the divorce agreement?" Thinking Xiangjila was really worried, Chu Shan quickly comforted her. "Princess, don't worry about the divorce agreement. Based on his experience of following the prince for more than 10 years, the prince would rather be a widower than divorce his wife. However, the prince's temper has been so unpredictable recently, and he is really afraid that something bad will happen in the palace." His eyes involuntarily drifted to Butler Li. The latter sighed resignedly and nodded to him. "Now that the matter has been started then, Princess, you must promise not to let the prince know that it was your subordinate who said it. Xiangjila quickly promised. Don't worry, I won't tell. Yesterday, with the princess's reminder, your subordinate began to track down the place where the princess was assassinated. When passing by Wanbao Tower, I found Lu Yun, the personal bodyguard of Prince Pingnan. Lu Yun happened to be called into the room by Prince Pingnan at that time, so your subordinate concealed his tracks and listened carefully. I heard. At this point, Chu Shan secretly glanced at Xiangjila and swallowed his saliva. The king of Pingnan came here to take you back personally, saying that you had suffered a lot of grievances in Kyoto. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of whip wind whistled past his ear. Bullshit. Xiangjila gritted his teeth and looked at him. Even his breathing was heavier than before. Obviously he was very angry. Chu Shan, take back your suspicious eyes. Also, Uncle Li, what's that expression on your face? Feeling that he had given Dahe his sincere heart, Xiangjila's fox eyes instantly widened. You all don't believe me? Seeing that Xiangjila seemed to be really unaware, Li Guanjia hurried forward to comfort her. Princess, I and Chu Shan naturally know that we have misunderstood you. But it doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is whether the prince believes it or not. Chu Shan nodded seriously, indicating that he fully agreed with Li Guanjia's statement. Yes, Princess, you don't know that since the news from the south has been continuously sent back, the prince's face has become more and more ugly. Then, he told Xiangjila about Yin Junyuo's joy when he received the red jade bamboo toy, and how he had not seen the prince wearing the red jade bamboo toy since he saw the letter from the south after returning to Kyoto. After listening to Chu Shan's words, Xiangjila finally understood why Yin Junyuo was so angry and destroyed the red jade bamboo. At that time, she thought Yin Junyuo just didn't trust her and didn't think about the calligraphy at all. She didn't expect that Shinmachi would be so open and carry the calligraphy she wrote for Junyuo with him. It's not that Junyuo doesn't trust her, but that their communication is wrong. No matter how she explains, as long as there is the same handwriting, in Junyuo's eyes, it becomes a defense of Shinmachi. Some misunderstandings can be avoided. It's because of the lack of clear communication. Now, as long as Xiangjila thinks that once Junyuo wakes up, the two may no longer have any intersection, his heart can't stop aching. The matter must be resolved before Junyuo wakes up. Even if the things in the last life made him unforgivable, he couldn't be disgusted in this life. She tried to calm herself down. Is Shinmachi staying at Wanbao Tower now? Princess you. Xiangjila's mouth curled lazily, his eyes grim. That's the words I wrote for your prince. Since the prince destroyed the things, then other derivative things don't have to exist in the world. Although Wanbao Tower looks grand, compared with other grand inns in Kyoto, its presence is pitifully low. The sky was dark, and it had begun to drizzle. Shinmachi stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the gray sky, wondering what he was thinking. Lu Yun stood silently behind him. According to the time, the regent should know about this matter by now. The hand holding the folding fan tightened slightly, and Shinmachi asked softly, Lu Yun, do you think Yin Junyuo will drive her away in a rage after knowing this? Before Lu Yun could speak, he smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm afraid she won't be able to drive her away. He really couldn't figure out what the difference was between him and Yin Junyuo. Could a man with a violent temperament like Yin Junyuo be sincere? Chapter 327. The rain was getting heavier. For a long while, Lu Yun did not respond to him. The gloomy weather made him feel depressed. He turned back to the bed and raised his hand to send him away. You go down, let me be alone for a while. Yes. Not long after Lu Yun bowed and left, the tiny sound from the roof attracted the attention of Shinmachi, who was dozing. The sound was very light and fast. If you don't have excellent hearing, it is difficult to distinguish whether it is the sound of raindrops or other sounds. There was a slight movement at the closed window, and Shinmachi immediately put the poison needle between his fingers and slowly approached the window where the movement came from. Almost at the same time, a whip sounded at his ears, and he quickly bent down to avoid the long whip that wanted to wrap around his neck. The assassin flew in from the window, where he just watched the rain. The poison needle that was ready to swing at any time was abruptly retracted after seeing who was coming. The surprise in the sparkling peach blossom eyes could not be hidden. Is it you? Xiangjila was wearing a plain cross-collared long dress. When she looked at him with bright fox eyes, there was no other emotion except coldness. Hand over the folding fan. Glancing at the long whip in her hand, Shinmachi not only did not show any fear, but also smiled slightly. The light smile did not hide the joy in his heart. You can't beat me, he reminded. Liu Yun's voice came from outside the door. Master, did something blind offend you? Shinmachi's expression turned cold, and he shouted to the majestic outside the door, "How insolent!" Xiangjila took the opportunity to strike again with the long whip. "We have to try to know whether we can beat you or not." Shinmachi seemed to have anticipated her sneak attack, and he grabbed the end of the long whip and pulled her hard to bring her into his arms. When he was about to embrace her in his arms, Xiangjila twisted her body to avoid it, and raised her leg to hit his left hand holding the folding fan. Shinmachi was not careful for a moment, and there was a dull pain in his wrist with a click, and the folding fan in his hand fell out of his hand. Xiangjila did a neat back flip, and got the folding fan faster than Shinmachi. The whole process took only a few breaths. The moment the two of them landed and stood opposite each other, the door was also knocked open. He glanced at Lu Yun and the dozen or so sword-carrying guards. A trace of displeasure flashed across Shinmachi's eyes. He put his left hand behind his back and smiled to Xiangjila as if nothing had happened. "Since the princess is here to visit old friends, it's better to go through the main entrance next time." Looking at the person who came after hearing the sound, Xiangjila sneered. Visiting old friends naturally requires full courtesy, but facing a despicable villain who will do anything to get what he wants, let courtesy go to waste. Shinmachi's smile froze slightly, and then he raised his hand to let the guards retreat. "Xiangjila, do you really have to make me angry? We are friends, aren't we?" Hearing the disappointment in his tone, Xiangjila seemed to have seen something funny. "Shinmachi, you have tried so hard to sow discord between me and Jun Nuo, and now you are pretending to treat me as a friend in front of me? Don't you feel disgusted?" "Disgusting." She said he was disgusted. The dull pain from his left wrist reminded him that everything in front of him was not a dream. He clenched his right hand slowly, gritted his teeth, and looked at her. "I fight for myself. What's wrong with that?" "He just wants an opportunity like Yan Zhenyu. What's wrong with that?" Hearing this, Xiangjila was slightly startled. "Yes, everyone has their own reasons from their own perspective. What's wrong with that? But it's really not a calculation, Shinmachi. In the last life, Zhenyu was gone, and I didn't stay with you, and it's even more impossible in this life." As he spoke, Xiangjila's footsteps slowly moved towards the open window. Shinmachi's eyes followed her all the time. "Yan Zhenyu can't even give you the most basic trust. He doesn't love you at all." "I love him." She stopped walking, and regardless of the increasingly crazy look in Shinmachi's eyes, she nodded heavily. "It's enough that I love him." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiangjila felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the noble purple robe had fallen in front of her. The owner of the purple robe was so excited that he wanted to reach out and hold her shoulder, but she dodged again. This time, she took advantage of his clever move to dodge and turned to the window sill. Seeing that she was about to turn over and jump out of the window, Shinmachi shouted with red eyes, "What virtue and ability does he have? What virtue and ability does he have?" Her hand on the window sill paused slightly. Xiangjila turned his head and smiled at him coldly. "Based on his last life, all his foundation was destroyed by me, and even his life was buried for me. Shinmachi, if it were you, what could you do for me?" Shinmachi blurted out, "What he can do for you, I can do the same." "No, I can do better." Xiangjila sneered, "Don't be silly." Before Xiangjila finished speaking, Shinmachi interrupted, "I can form an alliance with Yan Zhenyu for you. Having tasted the power, are you willing to let go? When you say it's for me, is it really for me, or do you want to have both?" Xiangjila obviously didn't want to listen to him, and the coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Shinmachi, you are very similar to Zhenyu, but not completely. At least, Zhenyu can't be as hypocritical as you." A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and after a thunderclap, the rain fell even more heavily. Shinmachi's mind was filled with Xiangjila's words. Until she didn't know how long she had been gone, Lu Yun came into the room and saw him standing there. "Prince, what's wrong with your hand?" Following Liu Yun's line of sight, he saw that the place where his left wrist was kicked was already red and swollen. But he didn't feel any pain at all, because there was a place where the pain was far greater than the pain in his hand. "Lu Yun," she said, "I was hypocritical." He was in a very low mood, and his voice was very soft, and soon drowned in the sound of rain. The Prince Regent's palace. In the bedroom, a tall figure quietly changed his clothes and tied his hair. The man's narrow and long phoenix eyes were as quiet as water, without any emotion. When he left the inner room, his eyes fell on the red lacquered carved desk that he had rarely used since he got married. After seeing the stack of rice paper filled with various notes on the desk in the outer room, the footsteps that were originally intended to go out turned abruptly behind the desk. The handwriting was smooth and vigorous. There were more than 60 pages, including more than 20 pages of miscellaneous records of various events, more than 10 pages of the situation in the court, and the rest were some trivial explanations. When he saw the words Junyo habit, his eyes darkened, and he did not turn the page. His slender hands gathered the not-too-thick stack of information together, and kept compressing it. Soon, Seongjila's stack of the results of a night's hard work was all shattered into powder. Chapter 328. In the space. Seongjila squatted beside the open space where potatoes were planted, and Gongging number 3 nestled beside her. After opening the folding fan and taking a look at the inscription on it, Seongjila sighed first, and then asked Gongging number 3 for a fire starter without hesitation. The folding fan was quickly lit, and when the flames licked the fan bones, the whole space was filled with a refreshing fragrance. One person and one egg watched the folding fan slowly turn into ashes. After the last flame went out, Gongging number 3's machine eyes flashed inside. He's also a poor guy. Knowing what Gongging number 3 meant, Seongjila's hand holding it trembled slightly. The time is wrong. Everything is in vain. Gongging number 3 shrugged its little wings and said in a muffled voice, "If you came back at the time arranged by the master, maybe you would be with Shinmachi now." Seongjila touched its egg and smiled. "If it really developed like that, I wouldn't have met you, and I wouldn't know the truth about my rebirth, right? Besides." At this point, she sighed and smiled bitterly. "How do you know that I will definitely have an intersection with Shinmachi in my next life?" Gongging number 3's mechanical eyes dimmed. "The master's vision has always been very accurate, but you are an exception." Putting Gongging number 3 back on the ground, Seongjila stood up and stretched. "Let it go. If your master is gone, everything after coming back will be meaningless to me." After leaving the space, the sky was much brighter than before entering the space, and the rain was slowly weakening. Before returning to the palace, Seongjila went to say goodbye to Daekong. After learning that Daekong had recovered well, the haze that had been lingering in her heart due to the upcoming separation finally dissipated a little. Reaching out and touching the dark green mane on Daekong's forehead, Seongjila's eyes were full of reluctance. "You have to be good in the future, and don't get hurt easily, understand?" As if sensing that she was worried, Daekong rubbed her hand very cleverly and snorted, as if he was very reluctant to leave her. Seongjila smiled and took back her hand, holding back tears with red eyes. "Okay, I'm leaving." What Seongjila couldn't see was that after she left, Daekong struggled to get up, but the injuries on her body were too severe, so she could only watch her slender back leave the backyard of the medicine house, emitting a sad cry. It was already afternoon when she returned to the Regent's palace. The sky that had been raining showed signs of clearing up. Seongjila hurried to the main courtyard as soon as she entered the palace. But she was still a step late. When she returned to the bedroom, the bed curtains had been lifted, and the quilt had been neatly tidied by the servants. The sadness of parting suddenly filled her heart. As if she remembered something, she walked quickly to the red lacquer desk. The stack of rice paper that she had put under the paperweight before leaving in the morning was gone. She wanted to look for it, but the desk was not used often, and there was no place to hide anything except the 4 treasures of the study. Just when she thought Junyo had put away the rice paper, the white powder in the gap between the inkstone and the table shattered her hope. She had been married for nearly a year, and she had been inseparable from him for most of the months in the south, so she naturally knew what he would do with useless letters. He saw the notes she left for him, but he still chose to destroy them. Seongjila thought that her heart would not hurt anymore, but now it was in pain again, and even her vision began to blur. She fell down on the armchair behind the desk in despair, muttering, "Really? No chance?" Even though she knew that he would not forgive her, when the truth was in front of her, she found that she was more vulnerable than she thought. "Princess, why are you crying?" Along with Chiosi's worried words, a unique spicy smell of ginger filled the air. Seongjila raised her hand and wiped it. Her hands were wet. She resisted the discomfort in her heart and sniffed as if nothing had happened. "I ran too fast when I came back, and choked." Although Chiosi was suspicious, she knew that the princess was in a bad mood these days, so she didn't ask too much, but just put the ginger soup in front of Seongjila. "Princess, warm yourself up first, don't catch a cold." Looking at the steaming ginger soup in front of her, Seongjila had no appetite at all, shook her head, and asked, "Where is the prince?" Thinking back to the abnormal behavior of the male master when he woke up, Chiosi shook his head. Since the prince woke up, he left the main courtyard without saying a word, and did not allow Chushan to follow him. Seeing Seongjila's expression was visibly lonely, Chiosi added, "However, when I was getting ginger soup, I heard he Dajwang say that the prince had been standing in the big pavilion by the lake all morning, so he specially made some more for you and the prince to share." Chiosi rarely spoke such a long sentence, and Xiangjila only listened to where Yin Zhenyu was going. Big pavilion? The fox eyes that had been dimming slightly brightened, and she immediately stood up staggeringly, holding Chiosi's arms tightly with both hands, like a drowning person clinging to a life-saving driftwood. I don't know if it was because of excitement or fear, even her voice trembled a little. You mean, the one in the backyard? Chiosi nodded. It's the pavilion where the princess often sits and watches the servants fishing or listens to the subordinates reporting news. As soon as the voice fell, Chiosi felt her arms loosen. By the time she realized what was happening, Xiangjila had already left the main courtyard bedroom, like a flash of smoke, and ran towards the pavilion. The palace was so big that before she could get to the pavilion, the rain that had stopped for a while began to fall again. Because the sun had briefly come out, the rain hitting her body still had a hint of heat, which instantly warmed up her already cold heart. In the rain, she saw a familiar dark figure standing with his hands behind his back in the pavilion, where she had committed suicide in her previous life. She stood tall and proud. Her heartbeat kept accelerating, like a prisoner waiting for the final verdict, looking forward to the result but also afraid. The closer she got to the pavilion, the more her legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Sensing someone behind him, the owner of the figure turned around, and when he saw her standing in the rain, his silent eyes gradually became turbulent. Then, he slowly lowered his hands behind his back and slowly raised them to the sides, as if making a silent invitation to her. Xiangjila stood there, not daring to move an inch, letting the hot rain hit her body. She was so upset that she couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears in her eyes, so she could only raise her hand and wipe them away randomly. After an unknown amount of time, the long-lost and familiar clear voice sounded not far in front of her. Xiangjila, come here. His voice was very light and calm, and it sounded like the sound of nature to Xiangjila's ears. Chapter 329. She didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately lifted her skirt and ran into the pavilion, threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck tightly, and buried her head in his neck. Jun Nua, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Whether it was reality or dream, she needed a hug from him so much now. Even if he pushed her away again the next moment, she would be happy. Ignoring that she was soaked, Yin Junua's hands slowly tightened, with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to embed her in his arms. As her hot tears slowly seeped into his delicate fabric, his neck became wet. He lost consciousness too suddenly last night, and when he woke up, he found himself standing in his new house. He watched the previous dream happen, like a bystander. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but as the dream progressed, as smart as he was, he immediately noticed something unusual and thought of the so-called previous life. No wonder she would escape. All the truth was so unbearable. He saw his sincerity being ruthlessly trampled in that scene. He was hurt by her again and again, and his love changed from disappointment to relief, and then to giving up. In countless nights of disappointment, he struggled to drag her into hell, but every time at the last moment, he softened his heart. In the end, after the nightmare of 3 days and 3 nights, her guilty eyes made him feel uneasy. In the face of her growing guilt, he finally made up his mind to draw a line between him and her. Use his own life as the price of no longer loving her. But he didn't know that day would come so soon. At that time, Xixia and Northern Qi seemed to have reached an alliance, and all the troops were concentrated in the northern part of Dahuang. So, despite his serious injuries, he returned to the northern frontier. After he barely won a battle, Xiangfu handed him a letter saying that she was alone and fell into an ambush by the Xixia enemy. He supported his exhausted body and took his last breath to take her out of the enemy camp. Although he secretly hated his mother-in-law, he still couldn't help but worry about her future. Worried that she would be overwhelmed by guilt, he casually asked her to avenge him. He didn't expect her to avenge him. He just wanted her to return to Kyoto and start over with the divorce letter he wrote. He died, and she lived. They were even, and the entanglement should end here. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be with her. But he couldn't wake up from that dream. Because his life was over. Her life was not over yet. He was 26 years old when he died, and he saw her cut 26 times on his right face. His entire right face was ruined. In the following 3 years, in order to avenge him, she grew up at an astonishing speed. Because she cherished his old subordinates, she continued to annex those rebel forces that were as powerful as his old subordinates. If you can beat them, you will beat them to submission, and if you can't beat them, you will also fight. If you can't get it, you will destroy it. In those years, she showed it vividly. She was not as resourceful as other counselors, but she relied on her ruthlessness. In order to win the support of the people, she signed one military order after another, and it was normal for her to take risks alone, carrying a long spear and breaking into the enemy's tent to burn down the enemy's camp. The most dangerous time was when she was escaping. The enemy was on guard, and faced with a rain of arrows, all her followers were destroyed. She protected the box she carried with her in her arms, and was hit by several arrows. The most fatal blow was a sharp feather arrow that pierced her throat mercilessly. But she didn't care. She broke the feather arrow, and stumbled back to the camp with the blood-stained military order. It was also that time that the feather arrow shot into her throat and ruined her voice. Just when everyone thought she couldn't survive, she survived. The first words she said when she woke up were, "I won't die, I can't die yet." Her voice was weak and rough, like a blunt knife scratching on metal. She was so hypocritical before. When she first went to the battlefield to kill the enemy, her hands and legs were shaking. But because someone said that Yin Zhenyu was not fit to be the regent, she slaughtered the whole camp without caring about her life. From then on, she became famous in one battle, and everyone who fought with her knew that Yin Zhenyu was her invincible scale. He watched her transform from a weak and inexperienced woman into a general that the enemy feared. He watched the cowardice in her eyes fade away bit by bit, and then slowly transform into bloodthirsty and ruthless. He watched her chop off Xiang Tiange's hand that was scattering his ashes. He also watched her break Yan Beima's ribs one by one, and pull them out of his chest. It turned out that his humility in the previous life was not without reward. But the belated affection is ultimately cheaper than grass. Not all injuries can be healed, and not all mistakes can be made up. The person who made the mistake has the right to make up for it, and the victim also has the right not to forgive. So, he doesn't want to forgive. Because once a relationship of making up and being made up is formed, the two sides become unequal, and love is not pure. What's more, there is a shinmachi between them. As a man, he knows what Shinmachi's eyes mean when he looks at her. However, when he thought she would be with Shinmachi, she took poison in the pavilion with her own tablet in her arms and died for him. Until her last moments, she was still holding the tablet and asked carefully, "Jun Nuo, can you give me another chance?" At that moment, he softened his heart. As a bystander, watching her breathing slowly fade away in front of him, his heart, which he thought would never be disturbed, actually felt a subtle pain. He loved her, and because he loved her too much, he was humble and afraid of disappointment. And when he saw that the person who collected her body cremated her according to her suicide note, and that the tablet and ashes should not be placed together with his tablet, fearing that it would dirty his reincarnation path in the future. At that moment, he suddenly felt that everything became unimportant. All the unforgiveness, all the thoughts of never seeing each other again in this life and death, disappeared in an instant. Perhaps, it was God who pitted her infatuation and gave her a chance to start over. In the last life, love or hate, everything ended when she committed suicide for revenge for him. This life is a new beginning for them. They have to move forward instead of obsessing about the past. His thoughts returned, and he held her tighter again. He spoke clearly in her ear, word by word. "Xiang Zhila, listen carefully, remember, you are not lucky enough to have a second chance every time. Don't let me down again. Otherwise, I will never see you again in this life and death." Chapter 330. Don't let me down again. He said, "Don't let him down again." Xiang Zhila thought she had heard wrongly, and she stood there in a daze, with no sign of stopping her tears. "Xiang Zhila, did you hear clearly?" He was asking her a question, asking her if she heard clearly. But didn't you destroy all my notes?" "No need." "What?" Xiang Zhila tilted her head and looked at his perfect profile. The owner of the profile twitched his lips slightly and whispered, "You have always been by my side. Just tell me. There is no need to write it down on paper." Xiang Zhila was stunned again. So, he destroyed her notes because he had forgiven her. Suddenly ecstatic, her eyes regained their spirit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Regardless of whether he could catch her or not, she jumped up and hung on him, shaking her head and nodding, and bumped into his head several times. "No, Jun Nuo, really, from the beginning to the end, the person in my heart is you, and only you. If I fail you again, I will." Before she could finish her oath, he pulled her away and covered her mouth. "Okay, no need to swear, I have said everything I need to say." Her thick eyelashes fluttered a few times, and Xiang Zhila nodded. When he let go of her hand, she jumped up again and hung on him. This time, even her legs were clamped around his strong waist. She promised him again and again, "Jun Nuo, don't worry, I will definitely cherish this opportunity." After thinking for a while, Xiangjila used her legs to prop herself up and pressed her lips hard on his thin lips. Words are not enough, now it's stamped, it will never change. The man didn't seem to expect her sudden sneak attack. The soft touch on her lips suddenly spread to his whole body like a flame. I didn't eat last night. He immediately pulled her apart. Go change your clothes, so as not to catch a cold later. Xiangjila's eyes dimmed. Guessing that she had misunderstood something, Yan Zhenyu explained, I don't dislike you. Yeah, I know. The little woman's voice was no longer as excited as before. Yan Zhenyu couldn't bear it anymore and picked her up. I wanted to feel sorry for you, but it seems unnecessary. Clothes were scattered on the floor beside the bathtub. Xiangjila met his deep gaze. You really don't care? The man above reached out and pulled her slender hand that was covering her, kissed her thin lips, and gave her a firm and reassuring look. Whether I was in my last life or now, I never cared. Xiangjila, do you know, in my last life, I had countless thoughts of letting you sleep beside me forever, or turning you into a bone product so that I can carry you with me. But then I thought that you might not like this. So I suppressed all those thoughts. Later, that incident happened, the last straw that broke the camel's back, not because you didn't love me, but because I thought you mistook guilt for love. I don't need that kind of love. If the love you give me is fake, then I would rather not love you anymore. The tip of his nose felt slightly hot, and Xiangjila's throat choked. All his words turned into 2 words. Fool? She was so lucky, because of him, she had the opportunity to make amends. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was complete. The past life and this life were complete. She no longer loved humbly, and no longer loved with fear. She could stand on an equal footing with him openly and enthusiastically, and plan for him openly. Xiangjila. A man's low call came to her ears. She closed her eyes, and responded to him warmly. I'm here. As she whispered softly, a dense and lingering kiss fell on her right cheek, along her right cheek to the wound that ruined her throat, and did not leave for a long time. After a long time, she clearly heard 2 words that were so lingering that they could be pulled into a thread. Thank you. The night fell, covering every corner of Xiang Mansion. Today's Xiang Mansion, after dark, is like a haunted house, without any human presence. Tiange Garden. Xiang Tiange covered the windows tightly. Under the dim light, she looked at the blood-colored worm coming out of her blood vessels, and the weird smile on her lips never disappeared. There was a cautious knock outside the door. She pushed the blood-colored worm with white spots, and the thickness of a woman's little finger back into her flesh. What's the matter? The eldest young master wants to see you. Xiang Yun? Xiang Tiange frowned in disgust. Now that he has become such a ghost and is useless, he still has the nerve to see her? Recalling that the servants mentioned 2 days ago that the envoy of Nanchu was the general king of Nanchu, who was an old acquaintance of my father, and had come to see Xiang Yun. Although I don't know what relationship Xiang Yun has with the general king of Nanchu, but thinking that Xiang Yun might have some value because of the general king, Xiang Tiange still hid the disgust in his eyes. Gently said, I know. At the same time, the Regent Palace. The 2 people who had a good sleep during the day got up to find food. After the servants delivered the food to the side hall, Xiangjila courteously sat Yan Zhenyu down, served him rice and soup. Zhenyu, you have lost weight recently, make up for it quickly. Looking at the pile of food in his bowl, and then looking at the little woman busying around for him, Yan Zhenyu immediately held down the hand that wanted to pick up beef for him. Eat first, I have something to ask you after dinner. Seeing his serious eyes, Xiangjila couldn't help but recall again whether he had missed something. After thinking about it, Little 3, her fox eyes blinked, and she obediently said to Yan Zhenyu, Zhenyu, do you want to ask me why I appeared out of thin air? After saying that, without waiting for Yan Zhenyu to respond, she immediately performed a magic trick in front of him. Yan Zhenyu's phoenix eyes condensed slightly, and even the chopsticks fell on the table. After doing this several times, he frowned slightly. How did you do it? Xiangjila smiled and moved closer to him, and handed the hand with the bracelet in front of him. Because of it. Bracelet? Xiangjila nodded. This is the bracelet that witnesses our love. From now on, whenever you miss me, I can go to you through the bracelet. Isn't it magical? After she said that, Yan Zhenyu gently covered the bracelet on her wrist, and rubbed it for a few times. After confirming that there was no other mechanism, and that the touch was no different from ordinary jade, his expression gradually became solemn. Will it have an impact on the body? Chapter 331. The first thing he thought of was her previous heart disease. She had always been healthy before. If the special nature of the bracelet would affect her health, then It's better not to have this bracelet. No. Xiangjila answered without hesitation. Because I can come back, more or less because of it. Seeing that Xiangjila's expression did not seem fake, Yan Zhenyuo's brows relaxed slightly. Because? It? Fearing that he would not believe her, Xiangjila raised the bracelet a little higher. Gonggong number 3 in the space was so excited that he kept shouting. Master, master, long time no see, Xiao 3 is finally noticed by you again. However, Gonggong number 3 was not excited for long. Xiangjila took his hand back. Your Majesty also thinks it is amazing, right? I think it is amazing too, but this is the fact. As she spoke, she stroked the moist and clear bracelet again and winked at Yan Zhenyuo ambiguously. When I fell on you after we got married, it did a lot of work, for example, the chic little clothes. Hearing Xiangjila mention the chic little clothes, Yan Zhenyuo's eyes darkened, and combined with what she just said, his tone became more relaxed. Are you sure it won't have any effect on your body? Xiangjila shook her head so hard that her hair was about to loosen. No, it really won't, Zhenyuo, you believe me? After straightening her head, Yan Zhenyuo returned to his usual expression and said lightly, I believe you, let's eat first. After dinner, it was already midnight. Just when Xiangjila thought that the two of them would take a nap, Yan Zhenyuo pulled her to sit behind the desk. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. You want to stop Yan Beimo from carrying Xiang Qingge into the Qing Palace? Xiangjila paused for a moment, then asked in surprise, How did you know? But soon, she was no longer surprised. The Regent Palace was his, and he also knew Brother Zhao's true identity. If you just combine some of their actions, you can naturally guess it. I'm not stopping you. I just want the whole Xiang family to be together. Xiangjila felt a heavy weight on her head, and she felt a big hand covering her hair and rubbing it for a few times. Then, a man's magnetic low laugh came from her side. I understand. The next morning, Qing Palace. After receiving a temporary summons from Yan Beiki, Yan Beimo, who was beaten a few days ago, and whose injuries were about to heal, was about to go out. The carriage had just started when it ran into the little princess of Nanchu again. When she saw Yan Beimo's carriage, the little princess not only showed no intention of giving way, but also waved to him in a very familiar manner. Mo Lang, I'm here. After saying that, the tall woman in the carriage jumped off the carriage in a very unladylike manner and trotted towards his carriage. Wang Fuxiao learned from his father yesterday that Xiao Zhila had been chasing after Prince Qing before marrying Yan Zhenyuo, and was finally used by Prince Qing to assassinate Yan Zhenyuo. He was furious. Who are the people around Xiao Zhila? In this comparison, at least the old man Yan Zhenyuo did not use Xiao Zhila to achieve any purpose, and he immediately liked the old man a lot. Early in the morning, Yan Beimo wanted to sew her mouth shut with a needle on the spot. This woman, does she know what a pure reputation is? But when he saw the pair of fox eyes that looked almost exactly like Xiangjila, the scolding on his lips turned into, what does the little princess mean? As if she was greatly frightened, the woman who was jogging stopped, and the resentment in the fox eyes became even more intense. Mo Lang, don't you like me? You sent someone to escort me back to the Regent's palace yesterday. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for passers-by to hear clearly. When the gossipers saw that the two carriages were exquisite and gorgeous, and the masked woman who jumped off the carriage was dressed luxuriously, they instantly realized that it was another exchange between the rich and powerful families, and they all stopped thinking about going forward to inquire. They only dared to prick up their ears, trying not to miss any word. The body's rejection of this little princess of Nanchu came out again, and Yan Beimo signaled with a look, asking the guards around him to invite this little princess of Nanchu to the side. Wang Fuxiao achieved his goal, so he stopped pestering him. After calling him Mo Lang a few times affectionately, he jumped back into the carriage sadly. In the dark alley of the Qing Palace, a thin figure trotted away. When Yan Beimo arrived at the Yangqing Palace, Yan Beiki and Yan Zhenyuo had already sat as steady as a mountain in their respective seats. From the moment he saw Yan Beimo, Yan Zhenyuo's expression was the same as usual, but the ups and downs in his eyes quickly disappeared, and he was as quiet as before. After Yan Beimo greeted Yan Beiki and Yan Zhenyuo one by one, Yan Beiki said slowly, there are only 3 of us here, uncle and nephew, so there is no need for too much formality. Today, when the court was dismissed, the emperor's uncle mentioned the matter of the second lady of the Xiang mansion to me, and I want to hear your opinion. Hearing the second lady of the Xiang mansion, Yan Beimo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He knew in his heart that there would definitely be variables, and this variable. He glanced at Yan Zhenyuo, who was not far below Yan Beiki, and his heart suddenly sank. It's definitely not a good thing. The Yongxin Palace was quiet, and the two people at the top were waiting for his answer. Yin Beima had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "I think the arrangement made by my brother is very good." Yin Beiki nodded seriously. "I also think it's very good, but my uncle said that the second lady of the Xiong family can't be a concubine." Hearing this, Yin Beimo raised his eyes, and looked at Yin Junyuo in confusion. "Uncle?" Yin Junyuo nodded slightly, and it was rare for him to be kind to his two nephews. "Although this king has no good feelings for the Xiong family, and I also despise the behavior of the second lady of the Xiong family, but your aunt is nostalgic and insists that this king asks his nephew Beima to give the second lady of the Xiong family a title of princess, so this king will discuss it with you." "Discuss?" The two brothers Yin Beiki looked at each other quietly. Yin Junyuo seemed to be in a friendly mood, and he said something about discussing, but in fact his tone was tough, and he turned the discussion into a notification. Thinking of the fox eyes, and the resentful eyes before entering the palace just now, Yin Beimo didn't know where he got the courage from, and met Yin Junyuo's deep phoenix eyes, and said firmly, "Uncle, nephew still thinks it is best to follow the previous arrangement." Yin Junyuo immediately sank his face, and snorted coldly. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Seeing that Yin Beiki had no intention of protecting him, Yin Beimo clenched his fists in his sleeves. "My brother just said that we three uncles and nephews don't need too much formality. Then I will make my attitude clear. If my brother and uncle insist that I marry the second daughter of the Xiong family as my princess, I would rather not marry her. A mere stepdaughter of a third-rank official wants to fly up to the top of the family just by climbing into my bed. That's impossible." Chapter 332. Standing up suddenly, Yin Junyuo was obviously very angry, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes were instantly filled with boundless murderous intent. "Uncle." Yin Beiki quickly stood up. "Beima is young and frivolous. Please don't be offended. So, I will be the middleman." Yin Junyuo suddenly turned around and looked at Yin Beiki, his phoenix eyes slowly half closed. "Why, does the emperor want to humiliate me together with Prince Qin?" Yin Beimo left the palace at noon. Also leaving the palace at about the same time as him, there was also a hurried eunuch who was delivering the imperial edict. When he saw Yin Junyuo passing by him with a dark face, he felt a rare pleasure that made him feel extremely comfortable. This was the first time that Yin Junyuo was not right, and yet they rejected him cleanly. In the past, he and his brother always looked at Yin Junyuo's face and acted accordingly. Today, they finally saw Yin Junyuo being defeated. "Uncle, the hero is short-tempered." In his tone, there was an undisguised disappointment from a younger generation towards an elder. Seeing Yin Junyuo's rare defeat, Yin Beima suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing for Xiong Jila to be by his side. At least, as long as it is related to the Xiong mansion, her brain will become useless, and she can hold Yin Junyuo back from time to time, but thinking of her flamboyant and bright beauty, and then thinking of her being devoted to Yin Junyuo like a pool of spring water, his heart, which wanted to expel her intentionally or unintentionally, would still feel like being pinched suddenly, sour, astringent, swollen and painful. Glancing at Yin Beimo, who had a tangled expression and mixed joy and sorrow, Yin Junyuo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and jumped onto the carriage that he had been waiting for a long time. Chu Shan, who followed him, sighed, "The prince has learned bad things." Xiong Mansion. The eunuch left the imperial edict, several thousand taels of silver, and a batch of exquisite cloth, porcelain, hairpins and jewelry as compensation for Xiong Tiange, and then left leisurely. Several thousand taels of silver, for the current Xiong Mansion, is already a huge sum of money. As soon as the eunuch left, Zhang Qianer took the lead to take care of Xiong Yun. And Su took Xiong Tiange's hand, moved him emotionally, and explained a lot of things about how the Xiong Mansion was in dire straits, since that lowly rogue businessman went to the Jingzhou government office and extorted all the valuable items in the manor and the mansion. In both words and deeds, she wanted Xiong Tiange to help the Xiong Mansion. Hearing this, Xiong Tiange sneered in her heart. What did the Xiong Mansion's trouble have to do with her? Now the Xiong Mansion has fallen to this point. In the final analysis, it is because her father and Xiong Yun are useless, and Xiong Jila is ruthless. Why should she, Xiong Tiange, pay the price? Don't think she doesn't know that the Xiong Mansion is almost unable to make ends meet. Not only did they sell a large number of servants a few days ago, but they also had to save the lamp oil and candles at night. The exquisite hairpins, jewelry, cloth, porcelain, and thousands of taels of silver were all compensation given to her by the emperor. They were her dowry and her confidence in entering the Qing palace in the future. No one can touch them. But, looking at Xiong Shi standing not far from Su's side, she considered that if Xiang Jila suddenly softened her heart because of Xiang Yun, and took care of the Xiang family in various ways. Xiang Tiange's eyes flashed a gleam of light, and he still maintained his innocent appearance in front of others, and his eyes were pitiful and red. It's not that Gur doesn't want to help the Xiang family through the difficulties, but if Gur enters the Qing palace in the future, she will only be a concubine. As Su's daughter, she naturally knew how to stab her mother softly, so that every time she stabbed, she could hit the key point. For example. In fact, her mother, who entered the house as a concubine, was very concerned about the fact that she was a concubine and then taken to the mansion by her father to become a concubine. Although she didn't understand why. Xiang Tiange was given to Yan Beimo as a concubine, which has always been Su's concern. Originally, she and Xiang Shi were in love, and secretly decided to spend their lives together. She could have been the legal wife from the beginning. It was because of Qin Banruo's intervention that she was promoted to a concubine in the name of a concubine after giving birth to Yun. If it weren't for Qin Banruo's dowry being so generous. Unfortunately, no matter how generous it was, the usury incident of Yun's marriage would no longer belong to her. Until that scoundrel plundered the Xiang mansion that she had worked hard to run for more than 10 years, she realized belatedly that Xiang Jila, that bitch, had been calculating since she agreed to lend her money. Maybe that bitch and that scoundrel are in cahoots. Wait. A group. A man and a woman? They must be doing something dishonorable. If she tells the Regent about this. With an idea in mind, a shrewd light appeared in Su's eyes. Qin Prajna shamelessly seduced her brother Shi, and now her bitch daughter caused her daughter to have a miscarriage and become a concubine. The more she thought about it, the deeper the twisted hatred in her heart became. Her nails, which were dyed with nail polish, pinched her palms with too much force and made them bleed. It took her a while to recover. Ignoring Xiang Shi's urging eyes, she smiled lovingly at Xiang Tiange and said, "Good boy, mother knows your grievances. So mother will discuss this matter with your father first, and you can go back to the courtyard to rest first." Xiang Tiange saw that Xiang Shi's expression did show signs of being angry, so she did not dare to delay, and said goodbye to Xiang Shi and Su and left. With psychological preparation, she was no longer surprised that Xiang Shi got angry when she left the front hall. After returning to Tiange Garden with a feeling of grievance, Xiang Tiange slapped a thin maid in the face with her backhand. "Did you see clearly? Is it really that Nanchu princess?" The maid covered her face, her eyes red, and she dared not let the tears fall. She did not dare to cry. Since Hongdo died, the lady's temperament has become more and more strange. As long as she sees the maids around her crying, she will be extremely irritable. Before Zhuing died, her body was covered with new and old wounds. A few days ago, even Zhuing was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Now, of the 4 maids around the lady, only Shi and Meixiang are left. Shi and Meixiang were with the lady when they were 5 years old. Compared with Hongdo and Zhuing, Shi and Meixiang have a little more affection for growing up together. Meixiang is now in a trance because of seeing Zhuing's corpse. If she is pinched by the young lady and her body is as blue and purple as Zhuing, Meixiang will be scared to death. In order to protect the little sisters, who grew up together, the little maid tried to hold back her tears and nodded decisively to Xiang Tiange. "I heard it clearly. Prince Qing did ask the girl who blocked the road to be the little princess." Xiang Tiange's hand slowly clenched into a fist. It was just a little short. "I thought that she could use the blood goo as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Brother Beimo during this period and fight for a place in the Qing palace." Unexpectedly, without Xiang Jila, a bitch from Nanchu actually appeared. "But it's a good time. Just let her try the power of the blood goo." The look in his eyes became more and more vicious, and Xiang Tiange smiled at the thin maid sinisterly. Launching, come closer. Chapter 333. Regent Palace. In the largest pavilion, Xiang Jila, Li Yu, and Huang Fushao sat in turn. After hearing Xiao Yan's statement about the news brought back by Dongren, Xiang Jila's eyebrows slightly raised. "Prepared for the prince?" Xiao Yan nodded, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "The Su family has been secretly arranging it. It is said that the so-called distant niece is as beautiful as a fairy. As long as a man looks at her, she can seduce the man's soul." Hearing this, Xiang Jila pursed his lips and smiled. Before she could speak, Huang Fushao got anxious. "Xiao Jila, what are you laughing at? Your man is about to be seduced by another woman." Xiang Jila knocked his head unhappily. "Stop making such a fuss. Be careful, Jun Nuo will come back and cut you." Huang Fushao touched his forehead that was hit by Xiang Jila. His face was hurt, and he was about to continue speaking. Shut up. A voice that was indistinguishable from male or female, and had a penetrating force cut him off. This time, Wang Fuxiao directly covered his chest, with a look of heartache. Xiao Lily, even you despise me. Where is the united front we promised? They betrayed each other faster than turning the pages of a book. Is there any trust between people? Li Yu looked at Wang Fuxiao with disdain, who looked like Xiang Jila after changing into women's clothes, and said coldly, "Listen to Xiang Jila first." Xiang Jila looked at Li Yu, and his fox eyes were full of tiny stars, as he smiled so hard that they were almost narrowed into a slit. Just when we needed a gap to cut in, the gap came. Someone rushed to die. We can't let the person who arranged it down. Li Yu's breath was slightly choked. She changed her vicious look towards Wang Fuxiao just now, and gently said him and nodded. Her ears were involuntarily stained with a hint of red. But, after getting Li Yu's approval, Xiang Jila held his chin with both hands. Since Xiang Tinga has refined the blood poison, she must want to exchange it for something. But she is very cautious. Before ensuring that there is no mistake, she will definitely find one or two unlucky people to test the poison for her. After all, she had been forced to do this kind of thing too many times in Xiang Mansion by Xiang Yin before. Fortunately, Xiang Tinga didn't refine the kind of deadly poison that kills people instantly, otherwise. Thinking back to all the new and old hatreds, Xiang Jila tried to suppress the hatred in her heart, and the smile on her lips became colder. According to Xiang Tinga's selfish nature, anyone who touches her interests may become a target for poison testing. At this point, her eyes, and Li Yu's eyes fell on Wang Fuxiao at the same time. Being stared at by them made Wang Fuxiao feel uneasy, and he blinked his charming fox eyes, and swallowed his saliva. That target. Can't it be me? The two young ladies staring at him nodded in unison. Li Yu said in a chilling tone, "Blood goo is different from other goo poisons. The victim of blood goo will not feel any discomfort in the early stage. By the time they feel uncomfortable, the internal organs in their body have been completely destroyed by the blood goo, and they are powerless to recover. In the end, the victim will excrete bloody excrement as if they had drunk a laxative until the residual internal organs in their body are excreted. The victim will then die of exhaustion. After they die, they will directly melt into a pool of blood. The pain of the process is unimaginable for ordinary people. It can be said to be vicious." After listening to Li Yu, Wang Fuxiao's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. After hearing Li Yu's explanation, Xiang Jila's coldness disappeared, and he looked at Wang Fuxiao with a little more worry. "Is there any way to ensure that Brother Xiao will not be infected?" Li Yu frowned slightly, then relaxed and nodded. "Yes, it just so happened that he was also poisoned in the south before." Not long after, Nanchu Yongla Princess was once again driven back to Honglu Temple by the Regent Princess for her rude remarks. Going back with her, there was also a maid who stood up for Princess Yongla. The maid was punished and covered with bruises, but the princess sympathized with her for her righteousness, and was willing to lower herself to ride in the same carriage with the maid. In the carriage, the maid who was covered with bruises and dying opened her beautiful eyes. Knowing that she didn't like to touch others, Wang Fuxiao considerately gave up most of his space for her, and his seductive fox eyes were as bright as the stars. "Xiao Lily, I didn't expect you to look so good in women's clothes." In response to Wang Fuxiao's unconditional praise, Li Yu just pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said him softly, "Actually, she hates wearing women's clothes. But women's clothes do match the lip balm Xiang Jila gave her." Not long after Li Yu and Wang Fuxiao left the house, Yin Junyuo came back. Hearing the familiar and steady footsteps outside the door, the medicine bowl that Xiang Jila had picked up was put back on the tray, and even the sugar cubes next to the medicine bowl were quickly put into her sleeve pocket. Yin Junyuo stepped into the side hall, and saw the little woman sitting at the eight immortal table. She pinched her nose and looked at the bowl of black medicine in front of her with a tangled face, as if she wanted to drink it but didn't dare to. All the anger in his body dissipated. He walked quickly to her, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you always drink medicine like this?" Xiang Jila quickly gave Xia Nianqiasi a look, and after the two of them retreated tacitly, he looked up at him pitifully. "The medicine is too bitter, there is not even a candy cube today. I remember that you didn't need sugar cubes when you took medicine in the south." As he spoke, he sat beside her, and took the medicine bowl from her. That was in the past. Xiang Jila rested his chin with his hands listlessly, but his eyes were fixed on his beautiful lips. "When I was with the prince before, eating Coptus chinensis tasted sweet. But since the quarrel with the prince, everything I eat tastes bitter now." The tone was full of hints. Yin Junyuo suppressed the corners of his mouth that were raised and nodded seriously. Is there such a thing? It seems that the princess must be ill. I will send someone to invite a doctor now. After saying this, he actually put down the medicine bowl in his hand and prepared to stand up. Xiangjila saw this and quickly squeezed into his arms and sat on his legs before he stood up. Why bother to invite a doctor? Isn't there a ready-made candy here? After saying this, she hooked one hand around his neck and gently pushed down, and his thin lips with clear lip lines easily and accurately stuck to her plump lips. Chapter 334. She touched him like a dragonfly touching the water. Xiangjila immediately let him go, sat on his lap, turned around, picked up the bowl of slightly warm Chinese medicine, and drank it like drinking wine. When the bottom of the bowl was empty, she pushed the bowl away without hesitation. The whole process took only a few breaths, and the movements were extremely smooth. It was obvious that she did this kind of thing often. If she hadn't stopped the movement of her right hand reaching into her left sleeve pocket, Yin Junyo would have almost believed her lies that she didn't have any candy. While she was letting her left hand hang down, he immediately extended his left hand to hold her left hand and reached his right hand into her sleeve. It was just the right position to hug her. As expected, he touched a palm-sized oil paper bag. He chuckled, "No candy? Huh?" The sleeve pocket was almost full. After his trick was discovered, Xiangjila wanted to take back the candy from his hand. But he was one step faster and stuffed the candy into her mouth. She immediately raised her head and covered his lips again. When her lips touched his, Yin Junyo's first feeling was bitterness. Very bitter. After the bitterness came the strong taste of angelica, then the faint taste of ginseng, and the almost dissipated aroma of snow lotus. Then, the sweet taste of the candy she put into his mouth after it melted. With a bitter taste that was hard to swallow first, the attraction of the small piece of candy to him was undoubtedly strong. He couldn't help but put his hand on the back of her head, changing from passive to active, chasing the tempting sweetness. Soon, the finger-sized sugar cube quickly disappeared in the passion of the two. The warm breath blended with each other, and Xiangjila felt that the medicine for conditioning her body today seemed to take effect particularly quickly, and even her body was more sensitive than before. A long kiss ended. They reluctantly separated. Xiangjila tried hard to suppress the evil fire in his heart. Leaning on his shoulder, he raised his head, licked his lips' aftertaste, and looked at him with sparkling fox eyes. So sweet. Yin Junyo leaned down again and kissed her lips gently. His usually cold eyes were tinged with moisture, and most of the sharpness in the past was gone. He looked gentle and harmless. He chuckled in a hoarse voice, "Greedy cat." This was the conclusion he came to after a short separation from her. At that time, he vaguely guessed that the changes in her body must have played a big role in the prescription Gong Sun Ning gave her to regulate her body. He liked her changes. Thinking of this, he added in a hoarse voice, "Be greedy, it's more lovely, I'm satisfied." While speaking, his left hand gently touched her right face, and his callous fingertips caressed her smooth and delicate cheek tenderly. Surprised by his straightforwardness, Xiangjila suddenly looked up and met his eyes. When she saw the undisguised pity in his eyes, her eyes were slightly moist, and she stretched out her hand to cover the back of his hand, letting his palm cover her face and gently rub it a few times. The fox's eyes were full of seriousness. "It doesn't hurt, really." Faced with her consolation, Yin Junyo's rubbing motion turned into a light pinch, and soon, Xiangjila's right face was pulled into a funny arc again. Suddenly attacked, Xiangjila immediately slapped his hand away and covered the small part that was pinched red by him. The delicate eyebrows twisted into a small lump. "Junyo, it hurts." Yin Junyo put away his pity and looked at her with a smile. "Now you know it hurts." 26 cuts. How can you continue? Knowing that he was worried about her, Xiangjila had no choice but to lean on his arms with her head down, and timidly said what she was thinking at the time. "I didn't think so much at the time, I just felt that I couldn't live without you." Listening to the little woman nagging about her thoughts in his arms, Yin Junyo looked at her head with a softer look. "You've said that much. As your wife, I will avenge you even if I cry and draw my knife. You don't know that before the great revenge is avenged, I don't even have the courage to die for you. I could only die for half of your face. When your body temperature slowly dissipated in my hands, my heart was numb with pain, so how could I care about whether my face hurt or not? So, I really didn't feel much at that time. In fact, after he was gone in the last life, her heart also went with him. How could she care about the pain of the flesh?" A low sigh came from the top of her head, and the arm around her waist tightened. "If I had known you were so stubborn." Guessing what he wanted to say next, Xiangjila immediately stood up and covered his mouth, deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. "If you had known that I was stubborn, You should have been tougher a few times and convinced me. Seeing a rare hint of anger in Yin Junyo's eyes, Xiangjila loosened his hand covering his mouth and smiled and changed the subject. Does the prince like children? Recalling that in her last life, she cried and said she wanted to have many children with him. Yin Junyo's eyes slowly moved down and fell on her flat belly even when she was sitting. It was early summer, and the thin fabric outlined her increasingly exquisite figure. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he covered his hand and rubbed it a few times through the thin fabric. Just let it go. Although he didn't like children, if she liked them, he could wait until she recovered and have a few children with her to make her happy. The heat from her fingertips penetrated the clothes and reached Xiangjila's belly. She secretly glanced at him and saw that his expression was normal. It was obvious that he really just did it unintentionally. She blushed on the spot, secretly hated her sensitivity, and scolded herself for not being good enough. She was about to stand up, but he held her in his arms. Don't move, I have something to tell you. Hearing his clear voice as usual, Xiangjila felt even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and blushed and said him. Realizing her unnaturalness, Yin Junyo straightened her body. When he saw her ears turn red and her eyes evasively looked at his legs, he couldn't help but laugh. Xiangjila, you're not? After a while, a non-threatening shout came from the side hall. Yin Junyo, don't seduce me again. Then came the sexy low laugh of the male owner of the Regent's mansion. God knows, I just laughed. Xiangjila, you need to reflect on yourself. Someone who doesn't know how to reflect once again put a new label on the male owner of the Regent's mansion. Fairy. Xianyan and Qiuxi, who were guarding outside the side hall, looked at each other tacitly and retreated further away at the same time. Chapter 335. Amidst the laughter, Yin Junyo still took her to the bath. 2 hours later. The sun gradually set. Xiangjila lay on his back weakly. Junyo, you'd better not smile at me in the future. I don't know what happened these 2 days. Whenever she saw him, she couldn't help but have wild thoughts and then... Yin Junyo held her hips with both hands and lifted her a little higher. It's okay, it's good like this. He liked it very much. Well, Junyo, before you went to the bath just now, did you have something to tell me? Thinking of the thing he wanted to tell Xiangjila, Yin Junyo's eyes turned cold, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiangji seems incompetent, but in fact, being able to be the minister of the Ministry of War for more than 10 years is also a skill. Hearing that it was related to the Xiang mansion, Xiangjila didn't care about dozing off and stood up quickly. What's wrong? Patting her hips to signal her to stay calm, Yin Junyo pieced together some of the information he had found these days with the information Xiangjila knew. Xiangjila's hand around his neck tightened slightly. So, the Qin family is a branch of the Shixiaing family, and my grandfather's death in battle was really related to Xiangqi? Yin Junyo's breath was slightly choked, but he did not stop and turned into the corridor. It is a guess, but there is no substantial evidence yet. Hearing this, Xiangjila, who was lying on his back, also looked sharp. Then, Your Majesty, you just said that Xiangqi has been the minister of the Ministry of War for more than 10 years. Yin Junyo nodded slightly. Normally speaking, except for the first-rank officials in the court, the rest of the officials, who have been immersed in the officialdom for more than 10 years, will either advance or retreat. In the past 10 years, the minister of the Ministry of War has changed 3 times, but Xiangqi has been in that position since he changed from a military official to a civil official. Yin Junyo's words slowly dyed a layer of scarlet in Xiangjila's eyes. So, back then, even if Liang Ro hadn't intervened, Xiangqi would have plotted against my mother. Because his main purpose was not to serve as an official in the court, but just to find a convenience. Thinking of his mother, Xiangjila couldn't help but think of his own life experience. Her buttocks were patted again, not lightly or heavily, and then the person carrying her gently comforted her. Don't think too much. If the sky falls, I'm here. The Xiang mansion will be destroyed. I help you. Xiangjila's eyes were filled with tears. So, yesterday and today were not illusions. Jun knew. Willing to tell her what he thought. He was changing for her. Jun knew. Hearing the nasal tone of the little woman's voice, he raised his eyebrows slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his neck tighten. Then, the little woman on his back broke free from his hands that were holding her hips, and began to move from his back to his chest like a monkey. Her legs were wrapped tightly around his waist as if they were in a bathtub, and she looked into his eyes. In his slightly surprised look, she stood up and kissed his lips lightly. She smiled and said, "What should I do? I envy Chushan now. I envy him for being able to go out with you every day." As soon as "go out with you" came out, Yan Zhenyuo's eyebrows, which had softened, suddenly became cold. Chu Shan, who was taking the opportunity to see Yusong while delivering ice cubes, felt a chill on the back of his neck for no reason. He trembled, touched his neck, and then said to Yusong lying on the ground, "Look at you, you have gained weight without exercise every day. Be careful that the prince will dislike you." Yusong brushed his ponytail, and was indifferent to Chu Shan's words. After dinner, Yan Zhenyuo put a brass ring with 5 brass keys into Xiangjila's hand. In Xiangjila's stunned eyes, he cleared his throat and pretended to be calm to hide the unnatural blush on his face. "The new warehouses behind the palace will be your private warehouses in the future. Although part of the dowry that my mother-in-law brought into the Xiang mansion cannot be found, I used other properties of the Xiang mansion as a replacement, and the value should be about the same. As for the so-called dowry given to you by the Xiang mansion." At this point, a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. "Since you have severed your relationship with the Xiang mansion, you don't need it." Silence. Silence for several breaths. Then, there was the crisp sound of keys colliding. Xiangjila's hands were shaking. Before this, she had already prepared to go to Zhai Jioma to negotiate with him to get her mother's dowry back as soon as the Xiang mansion was destroyed. Because this was something she had planned long ago. But now someone has done this for her in advance. At this moment, she just felt a blockage in her throat. She couldn't make any sound for a long time, and even her vision began to blur. They just reconciled yesterday. Looking at the fact that there are several keys to the warehouse, it must take some time to sort things out. Maybe, before they reconciled, he had helped her get back her mother's things. Zhai Jioma is not a simple character. Jun Nua must have had to mediate with Zhai Jioma during this period. This man. How can he be so good? After taking a deep breath, Xiangjila turned her head and looked up, trying to hide the tears in her eyes. But she found that it was over. Why couldn't she hide the tears? She couldn't control herself. The tears in her eyes slowly broke through the dam, and slowly connected into a line from dots. No matter how Xiangjila wiped it, it couldn't stop. Seeing the little woman burst into tears, Yan Zhenyuo thought she was sad about the other things she hadn't found, so he reached out and rubbed her back to help her calm down, and comforted her. "Okay, I send someone to find out the whereabouts of the other lost things. If I can find them, I help you get them back." Halfway through coaxing her, he discovered that something was wrong with her. "TSK, Xiangjila, why are you crying more and more?" Thinking back to the last life after he died, she could count the number of times she cried on one hand. "Why is it that in this life, when I am with him, I cry more and more often, although sometimes he deliberately makes her cry? But that is also when she is doing special things in special places at special times." Xiangjila wiped her tears and shook her head. "I don't know why, but I feel so wet whenever I see you these 2 days." Thinking that it was Xiangjila's excuse, Yan Zhenyuo patiently coaxed her. "Okay, don't cry. If you are in a bad mood, I will take you to do something happy." "Happy things?" Her body reacted immediately, and Xiangjila wiped away the remaining tears on her face and blurted out, "What happy things?" Seeing the innocence in her eyes, Yan Zhenyuo wiped her face with a handkerchief again, with amusement. "Female hooligan." Xiangjila blushed, tears flowed again, and she retorted, "No, I suspect something must have affected me." As she said that, she established a connection with Gonging number 3 on her own. Chapter 336. Xiao 3, I feel a little strange these 2 days. Whenever I see Jun Nua, I can't help but have wild thoughts. Can you help me find the reason? After a long while, Gong number 3's voice sounded in her mind. "Xiao Gui Xiao, I just sensed it, and found nothing wrong. You don't have any signs of poisoning, but..." Xiangjila frowned slightly. "But? If it's convenient for you, please take some time to come in and take a look." After saying that, Gonging number 3 went back into space again. "What are you thinking about?" The tears on her face were wiped away by a delicate handkerchief again, and Xiangjila immediately came back to her senses. "What?" Seeing that her tears were still flowing, Yan Zhenyuo finally realized that something was wrong. "Can't you really stop the tears?" Xiangjila wanted to roll her eyes at him, but the tears were like a surging river with no intention of stopping, so she could only nod obediently. "I really can't stop it." In the brightly lit outer room of the palace, Gong Sun Ming skillfully retracted the golden thread in his hand. Except for the slightly reddened tip of his ear, everything else was normal. Almost at the same time, Yan Zhenyuo had walked quickly in front of him. Although the man in front of him still had the fierce momentum of keeping strangers away, his narrow and long phoenix eyes occasionally flashed a complex emotion that betrayed his inner restlessness. Gong Sunming hurriedly bowed to greet him. Yin Junyo raised his hand and asked directly, "How is it?" Gong Sunming considered his words before speaking respectfully. "The prescription I gave the princess to treat her body was originally for treating body coldness and poor blood circulation. When the servants of your mansion came to get the medicine a few days ago, I specifically asked about the princess's condition. I learned that her physical condition had not changed much, so I did not adjust the prescription. No big change." Thinking back to the feeling of the past 2 days, Yin Junyo frowned. "Why is she like this these 2 days? Has the princess cried a lot these 2 days?" Yin Junyo's ears turned red, and he nodded slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. Not only were there a lot of tears, there were a lot of other things too. There weren't so many before. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes, and Gong Sunming frowned and shook his head. "That's really strange. When I took the princess pulse before, the princess's heart blood was not smooth as bad as heart disease, but from the pulse today, the princess's heart pulse is fine. If, as the prince said, the princess has only been like this for the past 2 days, then I have a bold guess." "What's your guess?" "The princess's fear and anxiety before, and her excessive worry, were not so much a heart disease as a knot in her heart. Now that the knot has been untied, and the blood circulation has been smooth, the princess's physical condition will naturally improve. I wonder if the princess has been subjected to some greater stimulation in the past 2 days, or something that made her extremely happy. These 2 days, except for her leaving the house yesterday morning and him entering the palace this morning, the two of them were almost inseparable. As for her leaving the house yesterday morning, she did not get rid of the secret guards, so he knew her whereabouts. If nothing else happened when she left the house, then the thing that would have been the biggest shock to her would have been their reconciliation." When the thought came to her mind, Yin Junyo was slightly startled. He immediately realized it. It turned out that her excessive worry and knot in her heart were all because of him. Because she was afraid that he didn't want her, she was always worried and frightened. And when he told her everything yesterday, her knot in her heart was also untied. With a slight lump in his throat, Yin Junyo tried twice before he could speak with a hoarse voice. "But she has been crying." Gong Sunming frowned. "This is most likely some sequelae. It's like some people break their legs, and then they get their legs back together, but they can't move as well as before. It's actually a kind of inertia. The princess may have accumulated too much grievance in her heart. Once the knot is untied, the grievance will dissipate. Tears can more or less have some detoxification and catharsis effects." Hearing this, Yin Junyo's heart was slightly tightened again, and even his tone became a little colder. "Should we let her cry until she can't cry anymore? If it lasts too long, it will definitely hurt her eyes." After thinking for a while, Gong Sunming said to Yin Junyo, "In fact, the prince has another way to let the princess vent the sequelae." "What method?" "Let the water flow out in a different way." Hearing what Gong Sunming meant, Yin Junyo immediately blurted out angrily, "How outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that Gong Sunming's grandfather had a close relationship with him, and he had also witnessed Gong Sunming's growth step by step, a doctor who dared to say such frivolous and dissolute words in front of him would not be enough even if he died 100 times. I have known Yin Junyo for some years, and I know that his angry shout does not mean to kill." Gong Sunming, who knew that he had overstepped his bounds, touched his nose in embarrassment and then met his eyes frankly. "As a doctor, I am just giving the patient a suggestion and have no other intentions. I hope the prince will calm down. Besides, the prince has a gifted physique, and the princess is small and difficult to tolerate. It is difficult to reconcile the strengths that are so different, and one party will always feel uncomfortable. But when the princess's body is adjusted, the prince will probably be more like a fish in water." When talking about like a fish in water, Gong Sunming's ears, which were already slightly red, became even redder. "So, if the prince can solve the princess's knot, it will also help to improve your relationship as husband and wife." Although Yin Junyo's face was dark at this time, he could not refute Gong Sunming's words. "I know." After a hasty response, Yin Junyo was about to send him away. Realizing that he knew too much, Gong Sunming also bowed and left very self-awarely. "I will adjust the prescription later," Yin Junyo added. "She is afraid of bitterness. Then I will add more licorice." At this point, Yin Junyo's face improved a little. "I will ask Chu Shan to go to your place later." "Yes, I will take my leave." Inner room of the bedroom. Xiangjila, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't stop crying. He wanted to go directly into the space to find Gongjing number 3 to ask clearly, but just as he was about to make a living person, the people from the outer room came back. Behind him was Xian Yin, who was holding a few clean sheets. Under Xiangjila's suspicious eyes, Xia Yin put the bed sheet beside the bed and left as if she had seen a ghost. Yin Zhenyu came forward and sat beside her, stretched out his hand to take her into his arms, and gently patted her back a few times. His voice was unusually soft. "Are you tired of crying? If you are tired, we will rest." Xiangjila wiped her tears and raised her head from his arms, her fox eyes full of worry. "What's wrong? Is she seriously ill?" Yin Zhenyu hugged her and fell on the bed, letting her lie on him. "It's okay, you'll be fine once you've let out all your tears." "Wait for your tears to be vented?" Xiangjila's tears fell even harder. "I don't think it's going to stop. So how long will I have to cry?" Holding her tighter, he lifted her jaw, raised his head, and bit her gently, licking away a tear that was about to fall onto her collar. As she stared at him with her eyes wide open, he imprinted his mouth on hers, his mouth slightly raised. His voice was slightly hoarse. "If you don't want to cry, let's try another way." After saying that, he turned over and pressed her down. Chapter 337. While Yin Zhenyu was trying to erase the sequelae of Xiangjila's heart knot, the people in Xiang Mansion showed no signs of calming down. West Garden. Xiang Yuan, who had been dying since returning to Xiang Mansion, was awakened from a nightmare again. He turned his head woodenly, and looked at the moonlight pouring in from the window. The confusion in his eyes slowly turned into real hatred. He hated Zhong Xiuxiu, hated that she gave him a grassland and then caused him to fall into prison, which started the nightmare that terrified him to this day. He hated Xiangjila, hated that she didn't rescue him in time after knowing that he was imprisoned, causing him to be ravaged all night, hated that she only let Yin Zhenyu do it for him, and didn't come to rescue him in person to help him vent his anger. He hated Xiangxi, a dignified third-rank official, who actually watched his eldest son being imprisoned. After returning, he knew that his situation was tragic, but because of the status of Empress Dowager Zhong and Grand Tutor Zhong, he didn't seek justice for him. He hated himself for being useless. He knew that Sister Tinga was about to be taken to the Qing Palace to be a concubine, but now he couldn't do anything to help her with his broken body. Thinking back to yesterday, Tinga was obviously very sad, but pretended to be strong in front of him and asked him to take good care of himself. His heart ached as if it was twisted out by a big hand. Throughout his life, the people he cared about most were his stepmother Su and his stepsister Xiang Tinga. Although his stepmother had no blood relationship with him, she treated him like her own son. Although Tinga was not his biological brother, her care and admiration for him were no less than that of his biological brothers and sisters. On the other hand, Xiangjila. Even though his biological brother was injured so badly, she was unwilling to send someone to go through the formalities, which was worse than an animal. As the days went by, hatred and guilt had already wiped out the noble demeanor that he should have. His masculine features were destroyed, and his martial arts were also destroyed by someone in the government office in the capital. Now he was no different from a disabled person. As long as he thought about the fact that he and Xiangjila were twins, but their lives were now very different, the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. The bed sheet under him had been torn with holes one after another. Although there was no good place on his bed sheet, the Xiang Mansion was in a tight financial situation, so even if the bed sheet was torn, there was no way to replace it with a new one. Yeah! Accompanied by the harsh sound of the door hinge, the door was slowly pushed open. A slender, light-bodied woman in plain clothes with a veil on her face, holding a bowl of bitter Chinese medicine in her hand, came in the moonlight, like a fairy descending to the earth. With the moonlight, Xiang Yun saw the person clearly, and his face became even gloomier. "What are you doing here?" There was a smell of rotting wounds mixed with the smell of medicine in the room. Zhang Qianer smiled and looked at the man on the bed, who was emaciated, with sunken eye sockets and cheeks, high cheekbones, and no longer had the elegance of the past. Her eyes were filled with an innocent and harmless look. "My husband, what you said is so hurtful. Wasn't it me who took care of you during the days you were sick?" Served, thinking back to his injuries in prison, and what she had done in the past few days. She came here to humiliate him and torture him. This vicious woman deceived her mother and everyone in the Xiang Mansion, and did those things to him. She is simply shameless. With bloodshot eyes, he casually grabbed the pillow beside him, and threw it at Zhang Qianer, who was approaching him step by step. "Get out, get out." Zhang Qianer chuckled. "My husband, I can't. My mother asked me to take good care of you, so I will." After saying that, she placed the tray on the table beside the bed, and sat beside Xiang Yun, ignoring his scolding. After the humiliation and abuse in the past few days, Xiangyun would instinctively shrink back whenever Zhang Qian'er approached him. Like a good girl who fell into a wolf's den. The movement was too big, pulling the wound behind him, and the pain came from behind again. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Don't come over here." Zhang Qian'er pulled out an inch-long, hair-thin steel needle from her waist and smiled gently. "Husband, come over here by yourself. You will be punished if you don't behave." Hearing this, Xiangyun's body trembled like a sieve, and he couldn't move at all on the inside of the bed. Zhang Qian'er pulled the thin man into her arms, bit his neck gently through the veil, and pierced the steel needle in her hand deeply into his numb point, causing him to tremble again. When his body softened and he had no strength to struggle, she raised her head with satisfaction and picked up the medicine bowl that had been placed beside the bed. "Come on, husband, get up and drink the medicine." After saying that, regardless of whether Xiangyun drank it or not, she pinched his nose and poured all the medicine into him. After Xiangyun was pushed back to the bed like a dead dog, Zhang Qian'er leaned close to his ear and whispered with a smile, "Since your thing is useless, don't keep it. Don't worry, it just cuts off the possibility of his recovery, it won't fall off." The numbness on his body had not yet subsided. Xiangyun looked at Zhang Qian'er with a stern look on his face, and said word by word, "You are a vicious woman." "Vice woman?" Zhang Qian'er sneered. "No matter how vicious you are, you can't be as vicious as the Sister Tinga you care about so much. Don't even think about alienating me and Sister Tinga. You were sent by Xiangjila, that bitch, right?" Hearing the word Xiangjila, Zhang Qian'er smiled happily. Bending down to look at him, she gently poked his skinny face with her slender fingers. "Tisk, you don't repent even when you are about to die. However, you are smart for a while. Your sister is very powerful." After saying that, she turned around and left with a sweet smile. When she left, she did not forget to take the medicine bowl away and help him close the door. Not long after, a hoarse and cold curse came from the room. "Xiangjila, you bitch, I will never let you go even if I die." While cursing, a petite and agile black shadow quickly passed over the roof of Beiyuan. Chapter 338. The evening breeze was blowing, and the half-moon hanging high in the night sky slowly disappeared into a slowly moving cloud layer, leaving only a faint halo. One-Out Tower. After a few rises and falls, two black shadows, one tall and one short, returned to the guest room almost at the same time from opposite directions. As soon as he stepped into the guest room, Shinmachi, who was wearing a nightgown, swung two silver needles with his backhand with scarlet eyes. The assassin didn't even have the chance to groan, and was silent in an instant. The moment the assassin's body fell to the ground, the other assassins fell steadily from the beams. Almost at the same time, Liyun broke in through the window. After a few miserable groans, the room suddenly became bright. It turned out that Shinmachi had already arranged several trusted guards to guard the room in anticipation of the assassination, and told the guards to hide their whereabouts when they saw the assassin's ambush, and to attack the assassin's vital points when Liyun broke the window as a signal. In an instant, 5 or 6 assassins fell to the ground. Because only the tendons of their hands and feet were cut, and their necks were not pierced, the assassins fell to the ground and twitched continuously, and their mouths kept making hoarse syllables. When Shinmachi's amorous and radiant peach blossom eyes looked at the assassin, a few traces of excitement flashed across his face from time to time, as if he quite enjoyed the pleasure of the enemy wanting to die in front of him. Only after the assassin died did he whisper to Liyun, "Send these people back to Ouyang Yi." Seeing that his master seemed to be in a bad mood, Liyun did not dare to delay for a moment. He tilted his head to the guard, who was quietly standing aside waiting for instructions. The guard immediately stepped forward and skillfully cleaned up the crime scene. Until the bloody smell in the room had dissipated a lot, he spoke lightly to the window, "Peony." As soon as the voice fell, a petite and agile black shadow flew in from the place where Liyun had just broken the window, and knelt on one knee behind him. "Master." The gestures were indescribably crisp and clear. The radiant peach blossom eyes slowly narrowed. "How?" The secret guard called Peony did not hide anything. Everything is as planned. That man is really a double-edged sword. Instinctively, he wanted to hold the folding fan tightly, but found that his hand was empty. A trace of complex emotions flashed in Shinmachi's eyes, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Teach her some more basic poison techniques, so that Xiang Tiango will pay attention to her." "Yes." After Xiaoyao left, Shinmachi's face became even uglier than before. Visiting the Regent's mansion tonight. His original intention was just to find an opportunity to talk with Yin Junyo. Unexpectedly, after cautiously touching the main courtyard, he saw servants outside the main courtyard's bedroom carrying water in one after another, and 2 little maids shyly took away 2 wet sheets. As a man, he naturally understood what changing the sheets and calling for water meant. What surprised him was that the two of them could still reconcile after such a quarrel. Yin Junyo, could he be so generous? His mind was full of Xiangjila's ruthlessness when he snatched his folding fan, and the two water-stained sheets taken away by the servants. Shinmachi's eyes were bloodshot, and he slapped the wooden table beside him with a ferocious look, and the solid wood table instantly broke into pieces. Also unable to sleep all night was Li Yu, who went to Honglu Temple with Huang Fuxiao. She didn't recognize the bed, but she missed Xiangjila. I don't know what she is doing now, whether she will habitually want to find her. Little Lily, why are you still not asleep so late? What are you thinking about? Hearing a familiar and carefree voice, Li Yu tightened the wooden rabbit in her hand slightly, and turned to face the face wearing women's clothes that looked 80% similar to Xiangjila. She shook her head, and was about to pass by the person behind her. Just as she passed by Huang Fuxiao grabbed her arm, and waved a small dagger in front of her like a treasure. Xiaoshila said you don't know martial arts, but I annoyed my father for a long time today, so my father was willing to give it to you for self-defense. Li Yu's pupil shrank slightly, and her beautiful eyes slowly turned downwards, finally landing on the dagger in Huang Fuxiao's hand. The dagger was only as long as her palm, and the scabbard was smooth, which showed that it was often played with by its owner. She held the wooden rabbit's hand slightly harder, and wanted to shake her head, but before she could shake her head, Huang Fuxiao pulled her hand and stuffed the dagger into her hand. Due to the influence of the Gu King in her body, the poisonous black spot on Li Yu's hand had no effect on Huang Fuxiao. Fearing that Li Yu would refuse, after stuffing the dagger into Li Yu's hand, Huang Fuxiao lifted the two things on his chest without any manners and turned to walk into the house. When Li Yu came to her senses, she happened to see the boy suddenly turning back and smiling at her. Under the dim moonlight, the boy's facial features were surprisingly beautiful, and the sudden smile, when he turned back, fell into Li Yu's eyes with openness and domineering. In her beautiful eyes, which had always only seen Xiangjila's figure, there gradually appeared the tall figure of the rude man walking into the house, with his skirt lifted. The next day, when Xiangjila opened her eyes, feeling refreshed, it was already bright. Yin Junyo had already gone out. Xiangjila held her waist, and trembled her legs, as she entered the space to find Gongjing number 3. When she saw Gongjing number 3, who looked listless and nestled like an egg in the potato seedlings, she couldn't say the words that she wanted it to help her recover. Similarly, when she saw Gongjing number 3 also noticed her. The listless little robot egg immediately flapped its wings and flew to Xiangjila as if it had been revived. He complained tearfully, "Little ghost cultivator, how wild were you last night? My spiritual power to help you recover is like a drop in the ocean, it has no effect at all. Take it easy, don't drain the master dry." Drained? Speaking of this, Xiangjila felt wronged. What do you mean I drained him dry? He only let me watch and not eat the whole time. And, hearing that there seemed to be something hidden, Gongjing number 3's gossip factor was completely mobilized, and he flapped his little wings and almost stuck to Xiangjila's face. What else? Recalling the scenes of last night, Xiangjila's ears quickly turned red. Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, Gongjing number 3 got anxious. What else? Just tell me. Xiangjila reached out and grabbed Gongjing number 3 from in front of him and held him in his arms. Not letting it see his red cheeks, he whispered, "In short, even if you feed it to your mouth, you can only look at it, not eat it. Let her saliva flow." Not hearing the expected answer, Gongjing number 3 moved his little egg with regret. "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you blushing?" It turned out that she was trying to steal the food, so she thought that her master and her had been having a great time all night. It couldn't tell whether Gongjing number 3 really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. Her mind was full of what Yin Junyo said to her last night. Xiangjila buried her face in her hands in shame. All right, whatever you think is right. Chapter 339. After chatting with Gongjing number 3 for a while to divert the topic of last night, Xiangjila turned the topic to the matter of Gongjing number 3 letting her enter the space yesterday. "You asked me to come in and take a look yesterday. What's the situation?" Speaking of this matter, Gongjing number 3 didn't care about gossip anymore. Flapping his little wings, he said to Xiangjila, "Come with me," and flew towards the direction of the functional soil. Seeing the small piece of wet land in front of him, Xiangjila was also shocked. This is... Gongjing number 3 was obviously surprised. "Your functional soil has been recovering rapidly since the day before yesterday, and the speed is far beyond my expectations." Then, is this good or bad? Facing Xiangjila's expression of both expectation and worry, Gongjing number 3 landed next to the functional soil. There are good and bad things. The good thing is that now your soil can make people who cultivate it reap the harvest. The bad thing is that you are still young now. If you have a child rashly, it may have a certain impact on your body, so... Understanding Gongjing number 3's meaning, Xiangjila thought for a while, and decided to tell Gongjing number 3 what he was thinking. Once you are pregnant, it means that you will be restricted for at least 10 months. The situation in the court changes rapidly. 10 months can change a lot. Jun Nua's crisis in the last life has not been resolved. I have other things to do. After a pause, she suppressed her reluctance and shrugged her shoulders, pretending to be relaxed. Let's talk about it in a few years. Hearing Xiangjila's trembling voice, Gongjing number 3 flapped its wings and flew into Xiangjila's hands, comforting him. It's okay. Since the master knows that he can be with you in the last life, you will definitely be happy in this life. Xiangjila touched its round head, chuckled and said him. After discussing, Xiangjila finally suppressed his reluctance and asked Gongjing number 3 to freeze the functional soil for a while. Not long after Xiangjila left the space, Xia Nian's deliberately suppressed voice came from outside the door. Is the princess not up yet? Xiaoxi also asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Dongren is in trouble. Dongren is in trouble. This time, Xiangjila didn't care whether his legs were weak or not. He just lifted the bed curtain and staggered out of bed. Hearing the noise in the room, Xia Nian and Xiaoxi hurriedly opened the door. When they saw Xiangjila sitting on the ground awkwardly, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangjila climbed the edge of the bed to get back on the bed, and weakly told the two, Don't stand there, help me wash up. In the room with the doors and windows closed, a strong smell of blood filled everyone's nose. On the bed, a petite figure lay dying, her breathing so slow that it was almost invisible. When Xiangjila came to Dongren's room, he saw such a scene. How is she? Xiangjila looked at the maid who was helping the doctor with an expressionless face. This was the first time the maid was questioned by the princess. She immediately knelt down on her well-trained knees and bowed her head to explain Dongren's current situation in detail. After hearing what the maid said, Xiangjila finally felt relieved. You can go back and give medicine with the doctor first. Tell Uncle Li to knock on the doctor who is examining the patient. Don't make this public. I know. After the maid left, Xiaoxi raised her hand and asked the others to leave as well. The room immediately became quiet. The person on the bed seemed to notice something and immediately opened her eyes alertly. Seeing Xiangjila standing by the bed, she immediately struggled to get up and greet her. Worried that the wounds on her right chest and back would burst, Xiangjila hurriedly stopped her. Lie down first. Falling back on the bed powerlessly, Dongren looked at Xiangjila with a guilty face and said with difficulty and weakness, Your subordinates are incompetent. Xiangjila leaned over, held her cold hand and patted it. You were able to survive until the other secret guards arrived, which was already very good. Not everyone can be so strong after being hit by a hidden arrow and falling into a deep pool. Although Xia Nian and Dongren had not been with her for a long time, since they were chosen by Jun Nua for her, she naturally trusted Jun Nua's vision and their loyalty. Seeing that Dongren looked really weak, Xiangjila put her hand back into the quilt and tucked the corner of the quilt for her. Rest well first, I will have someone check the rest. Seeing that Xiangjila was about to turn around and leave, Dongren became anxious. Princess. He stopped halfway through. Xiangjila looked back at Dongren. What's wrong? Gritting his teeth, Dongren endured the discomfort and spoke to Xiangjila incoherently. When I was monitoring Xiang's house, I found a masked woman walking very close to Zhang Qianer. Xiangjila's eyebrows slightly frowned. Masked woman? Dongren nodded. That woman seemed to be monitoring Xiang's house as well, but Zhang Qianer didn't seem to mind and even called her master. Judging from the person's accent, she was not from Kyoto. Not from Kyoto? For some reason, Xiangjila's first thought was Shinmachi. Seeing Dongren nod again, Xiangjila said to her solemnly, Okay, I got it. I will send people to investigate in these directions. You should take good care of your injuries during this period. I will make other arrangements for surveillance. Seeing Dongren trying to get up again, Xiangjila's face darkened on the spot. This is an order. As soon as the word order came out, Dongren lay back on the bed obediently. After leaving Dongren, Xiangjila went to find Li Guanjiao without stopping. At this time, Li Guanjiao was checking the accounts with an abacus in the accounting office, and also recorded the income and expenditure of the prince's interpersonal relations in the past few days. As a result, Xiangjila's words unclely disrupted his thoughts all at once, and he missed a number on the abacus, and worked in vain for a long time. His hand stopped in the air, and slowly closed into a fist. Thinking of the prince's refreshed spirit when he went out today, Li Guanjia's unhappiness was immediately thrown out of the sky, and he stood up and greeted Xiangjila with a smile. "Princess, do you have any instructions for me?" Since she was reborn, Xiangjila has always respected Li Guanjia, so when she heard Li Guanjia ask the word instructions, she smiled and waved her hand at him. "Uncle Li, don't make us so distant. I came to you this time to ask you for a favor. Help?" Chapter 340. The Imperial Palace. After leaving the court, Yan Beiki glanced at Yan Beimong without leaving a trace, leaving Yan Zhenyu alone. In the Yangqing Palace, Yan Beiki sat behind the majestic carved dragon imperial desk, looking at Yan Zhenyu with a gloomy face. "Uncle, I heard that you have been ordering the closure of all kinds of places in the capital these days, arresting homeless beggars and vagrants, and putting them in jail, causing the people at the foot of the capital to complain and panic. Do you have an explanation?" There was an undisguised blame in his tone. Yan Zhenyu stood tall and straight with his hands behind his back in front of the imperial desk. He said in a deep voice without any guilt, "Your Majesty, do you know how many times my king and my princess have been assassinated since the Dragon Boat Festival? Where are the assassins hiding?" Yan Beiki was not surprised at all, but said calmly, "The emperor's uncle arrested the assassin so ostentatiously that he had already disturbed the enemy. I'm afraid the assassin has already received the news, and is hiding even more secretly. How could he not know about such a big thing as the assassination of the regent? It was because of this incident that he decided to imprison his mother in Yuquan Palace." Yan Zhenyu narrowed his eyes, looking unwilling to communicate. "If the emperor has already preconceived that my investigation of assassins is unreasonable, then there is no need for me to continue communicating with the emperor." After saying this, Yan Zhenyu turned around and was about to leave. He didn't want to stay in this Yangqing Palace for a moment. As if he didn't expect Yan Zhenyu to turn against him so quickly and leave as soon as he said he would, Yan Beiki blurted out in surprise, "Uncle, please stay, I don't mean that." The half-raised leg was retracted. "That's not what you mean." Yan Zhenyu slowly turned around and looked at the pair of phoenix eyes that were very similar to his own, and slowly half-closed them. "What does the emperor mean? Does the emperor mean that I have eaten my fill and put aside a lot of important matters to take care of your miscellaneous affairs in the capital? Or does the emperor already know where the assassin came from, so he intends to stop me from investigating further?" His tone was light, and his eyes fell on Yan Beiki with a cold look, which made Yan Beiki instinctively feel a chill on the back of his neck. The chill was like a falling bead, quickly extending to the spine, and Yan Beiki shivered imperceptibly. This look was so cold, and at the same time, it also carried a hint of murderous intent and oppression. In the past, no matter how big the disagreement between him and Yan Zhenyu was, Yan Zhenyu would just walk away with a cold face and swung his sleeves, and never had such murderous intent. This was the first time since Yan Beiki ascended the throne that Yan Zhenyu looked at him with such murderous eyes. Although the murderous intent dissipated quickly, he saw it clearly. There was no mistake. A bold idea came to his mind, and Yan Beiki's eyes deepened when he looked at Yan Zhenyu. The corners of his mouth slowly raised a harmless arc. "Uncle, you know that I respect you the most. Why do you deliberately misinterpret my meaning?" "Respect?" Yan Zhenyu's eyes flashed with sarcasm. It was already evening when Yan Zhenyu returned to the mansion from the palace. The coldness on his face disappeared instantly the moment he stepped into the palace. Facing the servants who came to greet him, Yan Zhenyu's first words were, "Where is the princess?" With the guidance of the servants, Yan Zhenyu rushed to the pavilion where they had finished and started again. From a distance, I could see that the stone table in the pavilion was filled with 4 treasures of the study, and the little woman was concentrating on writing something. Xian Yan and Qiu Si, who were guarding outside the pavilion, saw Yan Zhenyu and hurriedly bowed to greet him, but were interrupted by Yan Zhenyu. With a raised hand, the two of them retreated tacitly. Yan Zhenyu lowered his voice, and quietly walked behind Xiangjila. When he saw the content on her paper, he couldn't help but reach out and gently put his hand on her shoulder. The light and sweet fragrance of osmanthus came from the wide sleeve with intricate embroidery on her shoulder. She just paused for a moment, then put the wolf-hair jade brush on the pen holder, turned around, stood up, stretched out her hand, tiptoed, and gently touched his cheek, and whispered, "You're back?" Yan Zhenyu habitually put his arm around her slender waist, nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on the rice paper full of words on the stone table. "It's so dark, why don't you go back to the study to light the lamp, and don't you worry about hurting your eyes?" Hearing this, Xiangjila winked at him timidly. Isn't this a moment of trance? As she spoke, she had already reached out and handed him the relationship diagram she had just drawn. This afternoon I've been thinking, what role did Xixia play back then? Yin Zhenyu looked at the densely packed relationship diagram and frowned slightly. Are you sure? The little woman's speculation coincided with his thoughts. Xiangjila folded up the diagram and stuffed it into his hand, then pulled him to face the sunset and sat next to him on the beauty's back. After a while, she nodded gently and sighed. Shinmachi's appearance is strange. Doesn't the prince find it strange? Hearing the 3 words Shinmachi coming out of her mouth, Yin Zhenyu's heart still felt like being pricked by a needle, and the hand holding her slender waist also tightened slightly. The little woman in his arms leaned into his arms very obediently, and even hugged his strong waist with her backhand, as if giving him a silent encouragement. Thinking of her love for him, Yin Zhenyu quickly calmed himself down. He nodded slightly. It's really strange. Moreover, the emperor seemed to know his whereabouts in Kyoto, but he did nothing. Thinking of the secrets that Shinmachi knew, Xiangjila immediately sat up from his arms, holding his collar with both hands and looking at him. I wonder if the emperor could have reached some agreement with Shinmachi to harm you. He lowered his eyes to look at the little hand that wrinkled his collar, and he reached out and pinched her face. He chuckled. Do you have so little confidence in me? Xiangjila shook his head. His fox eyes couldn't help but be filled with worry. Shinmachi was the winner in the last life after all. Reaching out his hand to pull her into his arms again, Yin Zhenyu didn't let her see the solemnity in his eyes, and said in a relaxed tone, but after you and I die, we don't know how long he can sit on the throne, right? That's what he said, but Xiangjila always felt something was wrong. Shinmachi reached out to Xiang Mansion, and the assassin from Xixia seemed to know him. Looking at the blood-red sunset that had sunk into the lake, a cold light flashed across Yin Zhenyu's eyes. You and I were deceived by Xixia and ended up with such a tragic result. Xiangxi, Xiang Yuan and my 2 good nephews seemed to have a very good relationship with Xixia at that time. Xiangjila's fox eyes slowly turned red, and the hatred in her heart grew rapidly. Her body slowly began to tremble. Combined with the fact that my grandfather died in the Battle of Nanchu, that battle was tragic, but the military merits were just enough for Xiangxi to ask for a position as a minister of the Ministry of War. A pair of warm and slender hands gently patted her back a few times, miraculously sweeping away all her negative emotions. The owner of the hands comforted her softly. I wanted to destroy the Xiang family in the hands of the bandits, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country, you don't deserve such a grand way to destroy your family. What do you think of May 20th? A half-circle, translucent moon appeared in the sky. Xiangjila raised his eyes to look at the gray-blue sky, and his mouth curled up slightly. What the prince said is all right. That woman should arrive tomorrow. After the 2 of them had dinner, Yin Zhenyu went out and didn't come back for nearly half an hour. Thinking that he had official business to deal with, Xiangjila didn't send anyone to urge him. He took a bath and went back to bed. Thinking about his guess over and over again, the doubts in his heart became even greater. In theory, the king of Pingnan is the only king of a different surname in Dahuang. He made great contributions to the founding of the country with the ancestors of the Yin family. He was given a rich fiefdom and lived in a corner to guard a place. There was really no need to confuse the bloodline. According to the notes, all the previous Pingnan kings seemed to be loyal to Dahuang. All the changes started with the last Pingnan king Shen Yanshu. However, judging from the last Pingnan king, what he did was really confusing. He was said to be a bad guy, but he had been guarding the south of Dahuang without giving Nanchu any chance to take advantage of him. He was said to be a good guy, but he made the Yin family a mess, and in the end his son took over the Yin family's kingdom. If Shen Yanshu was really a Xixia person then, how much did Shinmachi know about his father's true identity? Or did he already know everything, but just disdained to go back to Xixia to recognize his ancestors? What is Shinmachi's intention in intervening in the affairs of the Xiang mansion? Did he tell Yin Beiki about the matter of Yin Beiki's bedroom? A series of questions rushed into Xiangjila's mind, and Xiangjila felt that her head was about to explode. Just when she was about to give up, a flash of inspiration came into her mind, and a different idea exploded in Xiangjila's mind like a thunderbolt. Almost at the same time, there was a slight noise outside the door, and she sat up quickly. Just then, she saw the door being gently pushed open. Yin Zhenyu, with his black hair tied into a ponytail and a damp body, came back with a sandalwood box as long as his arm and as wide as his palm. If she heard correctly, there seemed to be a few small bells in the box. The small bells were in the box. What for? She looked at him suspiciously, and seeing that he didn't look abnormal at all, she asked softly, Junyo, what are you doing with a box so late? Yin Junyo put the box on the bedside, leaned over to the bedside, touched her forehead like a dragonfly touching water, then moved to her eyebrows, nose tip, and chin, and then pushed her down on the bed very naturally. Knowing his intention, Seongjila stretched herself silently and let him play freely. As his breath went down, she clearly felt that he had bitten the strap of her underwear very skillfully, and gently turned his head and pulled it. The smooth silk underwear scattered on her side, like blooming flowers, revealing a light green shirt. However, what surprised her was that he did not follow the usual process today, but kissed her from her collarbone all the way back to her jaw, raised his head, and stared at her with deep eyes. Seongjila inexplicably thought of a fat little sheep bleating and eating tender grass, and a big wolf in the dark was watching the little sheep ready to hunt at any time. Ah, what is she thinking? How could Jun Nuo be such a person? However, just as she had this thought, the person who made it impossible to guess his thoughts immediately reached out and grabbed the box beside the bed. The bell in the box rang even more clearly. Are you crying today? When asked this question by him for no reason, Seongjila's mind was filled with his so sweet. The roots of her ears turned red. No. While she was talking, her eyes were always on the box in his hand. This is... Yin Junyo's eyes lit up slightly, and he kissed her lips gently. Lulu will like it. Almost at the same time, with a click, the small button on the box was opened. After seeing the contents of the box, Seongjila immediately held his face and kissed him, laughing softly. Why don't we talk about something serious first? A man's low and hoarse voice came to his ears. Isn't this a serious matter? Lula promised last night. Last night? What did she promise last night? Seongjila was overwhelmed by the fragmentary memories of last night. I only remember being greedy all night, crying and soaking 2 sheets, and then I fell asleep tired and couldn't cry anymore. Seongjila immediately wanted to find a crack to crawl into the ground. Too many things happened yesterday. I forgot. Yin Junyo chuckled and seemed very satisfied that Seongjila had no signs of escaping. Then you talk about business first, I'm listening. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes slowly turned red, and the smile on his face gradually deepened. Seongjila's cheeks flushed. He lowered his head and glanced at the people who were trying to pick fruits. I suspect that shinmachi is poisonous. His narrow and long phoenix eyes condensed slightly, and Yin Junyo stopped. Most of the Shishia royal family are poisonous. Seongjila didn't know much about Shishia, and was silent for a while before speaking. Is it possible that our guess is wrong, and the Shishia person is not Shinyan Shu, but Shinmachi's mother? The person above was obviously thinking about this question, and the look in his eyes gradually became clear again. The princess of Shishia. Seongjila tilted her head, and blinked her bright fox eyes. Secretly crossing Chinsong? Hearing this, Yin Junyo smiled coldly, just a guess. After saying that, he didn't want to waste time on such things, and straightened her head with one hand. Okay, we're done with business. Her face flushed slightly. Seongjila coughed twice to try to hide the embarrassment on her face, but she never thought that she looked more attractive like this. She pretended to be generous and blinked at him. Your Majesty, please. Yin Junyo chuckled, leaned down and kissed her eyes gently, and smiled softly. Lulu, you are getting cuter and cuter. Seongjila buried her head in his arms shyly, and whispered back, Junyo is also cute. The little woman's coquettish whisper deepened the smile on Yin Junyo's lips. The night had just begun. Chapter 341. The weather in May is more changeable than that in June. The sun came out in the morning, and it was stormy in the afternoon. Butlerly came back from outside the house, and went to the backyard to find Seongjila without stopping. At that time, Seongjila was planning to go out of the house to find Jaijiomo after the rainstorm gradually subsided. Seeing that Butlerly was half wet, she hurriedly asked Chiosi to get a clean handkerchief for Butlerly, and told Seon Yin to get ginger tea. Uncle Lee, if the weather is bad, there is no need to rush here so quickly. Seongjila's tone was like the advice of a younger generation to an elder, without the airs of a princess. Butlerly was flattered and bowed to Seongjila, then took the handkerchief from Chiosi's hand, and wiped his face full of water stains. A kind smile. Isn't this old servant worried that the princess is impatient? Yesterday at noon, he asked him for help, and he was busy for a whole day before he got the result. Isn't he worried that the princess can't wait? As he spoke, Seon Yin had already brought the ginger tea to Butlerly. Ever since Seongjila and Yin Junyo drank ginger tea after the rain a few days ago, He Dajwang has prepared ginger tea these days. Knowing that Dazhuang was doing his best for his master, Xiangjila did not say much. Instead, he asked the servants to buy more ginger, and asked Dazhuang to make more ginger tea. He distributed ginger tea to the servants and guards, who had to go out on rainy days, which helped Yan Zhenyu win the hearts of the people in the mansion again. Putting the almost soaked handkerchief back on the tray held by Chiosi, Butler Li bowed to Xiangjila again. I have done my duty as ordered by the princess. When the princess gives an order, I will obey her command. Xiangjila stepped forward and gave him a light hand, not letting him bend down completely, and winked at him mischievously. How many favors did Uncle Li owe you this time? Butler Li waved his hands quickly. We are all brothers from our youth, and we help each other. It's nothing. I hope the princess can keep this secret for me. If the prince knew that he had not completely cut off his past over the years, he would definitely be angry. Xiangjila nodded repeatedly. It's natural. Who would have thought that the high-ranking old butler of the regent's palace had a shameful past of becoming a bandit? Seeing that the heavy rain still showed no sign of stopping, Xiangjila simply made a gesture of clasping his hands and asked Butler Li to sit down. He turned around and told Chiosi, go get another dry towel, and let Uncle Li put it under his clothes. Don't let the cold air invade his body. After Chiosi left, Xiangjila looked at Butler Li cunningly. Uncle Li, there are only two of us left here. Can you tell me the truth? Butler Li smiled awkwardly, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed into a brilliant chrysanthemum. Princess, when did you find out? Thinking of Xiangjila asking him for help yesterday and mentioning a few names, he almost thought he had seen a ghost. It was so secretive. How could the princess find out? Xiangjila raised his eyebrows. Secret. She couldn't tell Uncle Li that after he died in the last life, a few white-haired, wrinkled old men trembled on crutches, carrying machetes, and a dozen middle-aged butchers to join her army, right? If Dongren hadn't gotten into trouble, and she knew Zhang Qianer would not be content, she wouldn't have mentioned this to Butler Li. There were only a few people around her who could be used. Shinmachi was now in Kyoto, and Jun knew his people must be used in key positions. So, she thought of Uncle Li at the first time. Uncle Li has been with the prince for more than 10 years. Hearing this, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Butler Li's turbid eyes. I was the butler of the prince's mansion the year the prince returned to the court. The Xianwang mansion was completely demolished and rebuilt by the prince, and only then did we have the more majestic regent prince's mansion today. Thinking of the handsome boy with clear eyes, Li Guanjia's expression softened a little. When I first met the prince, I was already 52 years old. Chu Shan was still a little kid, and he stayed with the prince for about a year. Chu Shan stayed with Yan Zhenyu for about a year. That was when Yan Zhenyu was 9 years old. Xiangjila touched his nose slightly embarrassedly. I always thought you grew up watching the prince. Otherwise, she really couldn't figure out why Li Guanjia had an almost blind obedience to Yan Zhenyu. Even if he hated her to the core in his last life, he was willing to exchange his own life for hers. Butler Li shook his head. I really want to have this blessing, but I didn't back then. From Butler Li's nostalgic eyes, Xiangjila knew the origin of Yan Zhenyu and Butler Li. Butler Li was born in poverty. His original name was Li Dali. His hometown was in Sichuan, which bordered Xixia and Dahuang. Due to the special folk customs of Sichuan, most women in Sichuan were poison cauldrons. Therefore, Sichuan valued women more than men. Unfortunately, among the 7 brothers and sisters in Li's family, only 2 were daughters. Because there were too many children in the family, and they could not afford to eat, he was the ugliest among his brothers and sisters, and was sold at the age of 7. He was born stubborn and had nothing but a little cleverness. When the traffickers were not paying attention, he instigated the 8 brothers who were sold with him by his family to rebel, knocked the traffickers unconscious, and began a long journey of escape. From children to teenagers, they have seen many different aspects of life. Like many passionate teenagers, they want to make a name for themselves, return home in glory, and make their parents, who sold them, regret it. Along the way, they begged and worked as laborers, but because they were homeless and had no fixed place to live, they had no food to eat. During this period, because the court recruited soldiers, they joined the army, thinking that they could make a name for themselves by defending their country. However, the darkness in the camp was beyond their imagination. Yan Zhenyu was not born at that time. The emperor of Dahuang was Yan Zhenyu's grandfather, and there was no regent. Although Yan Zhenyu's grandfather was a wise monarch, as a monarch of a country, he could not always focus on the trivial matters in the military camp every day. Over time, someone took advantage of the loopholes. Whenever there was a war, it was these soldiers who went to die, and they were responsible for the defeat, but the military merits of victory were all taken by the superiors. The dissatisfaction in the army became stronger and stronger. Those who took the military merits were worried that their crimes would be exposed. For the sake of glory and wealth, they even thought of such unscrupulous things as poisoning the camp. Overnight, thousands of soldiers in the camp were infected with the plague. In order to ensure the eternal stability of the Great Phoenix, the emperor could only reluctantly order the burning of all the elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. 2 of his brothers lost their lives in the fire to protect the other 6. Since then, the remaining 6 brothers hated the imperial court. In a fit of rage, they became bandits. But the passion of the soldiers allowed them to retain the last bit of conscience in their humanity. Therefore, even if they were thieves, they were righteous thieves, and they robbed most of the property of unscrupulous merchants and corrupt officials. Chapter 342. Therefore, it soon attracted many passionate young people who wanted to rebel against the court. At that time, Li Guanjia, who had never been educated and only had brute force, did not know how to distinguish the sincerity of those people, and just thought that one more person would be more strength. Because the young people were of varying character, the chivalrous thief, who had a good reputation at the beginning, became a local scourge that everyone was afraid of. When Li Guanjia wanted to put things right, the brothers on the mountain had exceeded his imagination. Just robbing rich businessmen and corrupt officials could no longer satisfy their needs. They needed women. Gradually, those passionate young men who became bandits changed from chivalrous thieves to robbers, and it was common for them to rob women to satisfy their sexual desires. A few years later, Stewardly could no longer tolerate it, and finally made up his mind to deal with a group of robbers. However, just as he and his 5 other brothers and a few dozen confidants were preparing to act, the brother he trusted the most unexpectedly turned against them and betrayed them all. Dozens of people who had taken the initiative suddenly fell into a passive position. That sure win turned into a lose-lose situation. The bandits left, but there were not many of them left. Later, the bandits returned to their old ways. When Stewardly found out, he went to mess with them without saying anything. After so many times, people on both sides were almost starving to death. After a few years, the bandits could only make a promise to Stewardly that they would never do anything that hurt the world again. Although Li Guanjia was skeptical of the robbers' words at that time, it was indeed a good step for both parties, who were weak. That year, he was already 35. Because he was disgusted by the robbers' behavior of robbing women, he was not interested in women. Seeing that all the brothers around him had already started families and careers, if they continued to be bandits, their children would be nailed to the path of bandits in the future. Therefore, as long as the brothers started families, he would generously give them a large sum of money to let them go down the mountain and live in anonymity and live a good life. He was naive and thought that as long as he and his brothers guarded the mountain, they could more or less deter the bandits and make them stop doing evil or restrain themselves when doing evil. However, he forgot the evilness of human hearts. He also didn't know that there was a word called working together in cahoots. Somehow, the bandits took advantage of the years when they were both recuperating and hooked up with a second-rank official in Kyoto. The 2 of them reached an agreement, and the official reported to the police that the bandits in Black Wind Ridge were causing serious troubles, and the local people were living in misery. Soon, the Imperial Army came to suppress the bandits. As expected, under the crush of the Imperial Army, most of the hard work of Li Guanjia for decades was destroyed in an instant. He was like a dog that had lost its home. However, the obsession in his heart to stop the bandits from doing evil has always supported him, and prevented him from leaving the land that has accompanied him for decades. If the hard way doesn't work, he will use the soft knife. As long as the bandits take action, he will spare no effort to destroy it. Although he rarely succeeds, he still enjoys it, just to make himself atone for his sins. If he hadn't been naive at that time, there would be no subsequent things. More than 10 years passed like this. His body was no longer as strong as it was back then. He eventually fell into the hands of the bandit leader. At that time, the young man had already retired, and the bandit leader now was his son. And the reason why he retired was also ridiculous. It was just because of lust that a female warrior, who wanted to eliminate harm for the people, fought with her and broke his 3rd leg and right leg. Outside came a cheer of joy that was overshadowed by another. They had robbed another fat sheep. Catching him and robbing a fat sheep, isn't it a double happiness for this bandit Den? When the old robber walked to him with crutches, he had been tied up like a dumpling and beaten to death. He felt a warm sensation on his face, followed by a foul smell, and the old robber spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on his face. Then there was a sneer. "What, big hero? Don't you like to uphold justice? Have you become so ugly in upholding justice?" Butlerly froze. "Justice? What is justice?" He never liked to uphold the so-called justice, and all he did was just to have a clear conscience. A dull pain suddenly came from his forehead, and the old robber knocked his head with a crutch in his hand, and his forehead was immediately bleeding. While his ears were buzzing, Li Guanjia still heard his disdainful voice. Li Dali, what do you want to do by opposing me all your life? Your brothers are all living a happy life, and have long forgotten you, an old dog. It's a waste to live, it's better to die. After saying that, the old robber took the scimitar from another bandit with a triumphant look. The blood on his forehead had covered the eyes of Li Guanjia. He had never thought of escaping when the old robber took his life. He was old and could not escape. Looking back on what he had done in his life, the people he saved might have forgotten him completely, but he lived his life with a clear conscience, which was worth it. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes in resignation. After a while, the expected pain did not subside. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found that the two servants beside the old robber had been cut by the neck, and the old robber's action also stopped at the posture of holding the knife. The chest that was rising and falling slowly was pierced by a spear tip with a silver-cold light. The drooping eyes, that had always been turbid and radiated with an obscene light, were gradually dispersing at this moment. Not long after, the spear tip was retracted, and as the old robber fell to the ground powerlessly, he saw the noble boy in a brocade robe behind the old robber. After living for more than 50 years, it was the first time that Butler Lee saw such a handsome boy. The boy had a white jade hair crown without any impurities, red lips and white skin, a high nose bridge, bright phoenix eyes, and slightly raised eyeliner. With just one glance, he could no longer look away. Such a handsome boy will definitely be a nuisance to girls in the future. However, Li Guanjia never dreamed that this nuisance, the first words this noble boy said to him were, "Lead the way." Just when he was full of doubts, a chubby boy with a few drops of blood on his face broke in from the door. It seemed that he was in the same group with the noble boy. His first reaction at that time was, "What are these two little brats doing up the mountain?" However, the next moment, the words spoken by the chubby boy stunned him. "Your Majesty, the reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and we have lost nearly half of our people. Should we evacuate?" Chapter 343. The name of the tiger-headed boy instantly refreshed Li Guanjia's cognition. Prince? This noble little brat is actually a prince? Is there a prince so young? You know, there are many officials in the court who have passed by him in Blackwind Ridge in recent years. Most of them are over 30 years old, and their hair is sparse. Their appearance is completely inconsistent with their actual age. There are also some corrupt officials and wealthy businessmen. Although they all have greasy faces, they can't escape the age of hard work. Unless... When that thought came out, Li Guanjia was so scared that his face turned green. My God, what evil did this old bandit gang do that they needed the royal family to personally come and destroy his lair? Lead the way. The impatient voice of the boy brought Butler Lee back to his wandering thoughts. He quickly got up from the ground, enduring the severe pain all over his body, and wiped the disgusting phlegm on his face with his dirty sleeves. The noise was getting closer and closer. The noble boy looked out, and the anxiety that could not be concealed could still be seen on his young face, but the calmness of his tone was completely contrary to his age. Catch the leader first, lead the way. His voice was childish and cold, and Stewart Lee couldn't help but look at him again. Before this, he had never seen such a calm child. When children of his age usually make mistakes, they will cry and scream, but this seemingly spoiled prince has already led people into the bandit's nest with a spear that is taller than himself. Seeing that he had no reaction, the noble boy did not speak, but the tiger-headed boy next to the noble boy spoke first. Your Highness, if this man doesn't know the details, he's a burden. Let me deal with him. Hearing the ruthless boy, Li Guanjia didn't care about anything else and said in a trembling voice, I can lead the way, don't kill me. You say you can lead the way now? The boy obviously didn't believe him, pointed a spear at his throat and sneered. His eyebrows changed from the simple and honest just now, and suddenly became cold. Who knows if you will lead us to the gutter? Now, Li Guanjia really understood the difference between the royal family and ordinary families. This prince of the royal family not only has extraordinary momentum at a young age, but even his followers can be so majestic. Really, I promise, I can not only lead the way, but I also know the only secret passage here to escape. The two boys looked at each other, and the tiger-headed boy immediately put the spear on his neck. Open the way, you better not play tricks. In this way, under the guidance of Li Guanjia, several people took some effort to catch the bandit leader, who was about to leave through the secret passage with his confidant. After tying up the robber, Li, the housekeeper, had fulfilled his long-cherished wish and knelt down in front of the noble young man. Prince, he remembered that the tiger-headed boy seemed to call him that. I am alone and have nothing. If the prince is willing, I am willing to follow the prince. Although I have little education, I also know that since ancient times, heroes do not care about age. Before he finished speaking, the tiger-headed boy behind him laughed. It is a gangster who does not care about age, you. Chu Shan. A childish voice without any emotion interrupted him, and then Li Guanjia knew that the tiger-headed boy was named Chu Shan. Then, the noble boy frowned and asked him, "What's your name?" Hearing that the noble was interested in him, Li Guanjia was flattered and raised his dirty old face and grinned at him. Li Dolly. Li Dolly. The noble boy's beautiful phoenix eyes looked straight into his eyes, which made his heart beat fast. Just as he was considering whether to ask him what he was looking at, the noble boy suddenly turned his head and told Chu Shan, "Give him some money, let him live in another place, and make a better living." After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. And the boy called Chu Shan changed his fierce look just now, stretched out his hand, and helped him up with a smile. "I'm sorry for the offense just now. The prince and I found out your connection with this group of bandits before we went up the mountain. This time you have made an invaluable contribution. The prince intends to let you go. You will follow me down the mountain later. I will give you some money. You can reform yourself and enjoy your old age in peace in the future." This time, Housekeeper Li was shocked again. The prince looked to be less than 10 years old, a little brat, but he could guess his true identity so accurately without seeing him, and even thought of a way out for him. Think about when he was 10 years old, he was still worried about a steamed bun. However, since the nobleman was willing to give him a way out, he was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. He didn't need money. Although the money he saved before couldn't make him rich, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to have enough food and clothing if he used it sparingly. Therefore, he declined Chu Shan's kindness, said goodbye to Chu Shan, and asked him to thank the nobleman. He thought he and the nobleman would part ways. Unexpectedly, fate always likes to play jokes. He doesn't look for trouble, but trouble likes to find him. That's right, the bandit leader ran away. On the second day of his detention, he abandoned all his brothers and ran away in prison. He didn't know what role the nobleman played in this bandit suppression, but the bandit leader ran away, and he became the inexplicable scapegoat. He will always remember that when he was caught by the imperial army and was about to be executed, the noble young man appeared again on horseback and used the long spear in his hand to deflect the cold sword that was about to chop his neck. The childish voice was unreasonably more majestic. Since when did the soldiers of Da Huang learn to kill innocent people indiscriminately? The boy's phoenix eyes were flamboyant and unconcealed coldness. The slender figure on the horse's back was as straight as a pine tree, and the exquisite blood-stained robe made him feel indescribably noble and proud. At that moment, he, who had experienced all the hardships of his life, immediately decided that the handsome child with clear eyes was his final destination. Even if he asked him to die immediately, he would be willing. The story was very long, but Xiangjila did not show any impatience throughout the whole process. The rain outside the door had a tendency to stop, and the sky was gradually clearing up. She took a sip of the tea that had long been cold, trying to wash away the strange feeling in her heart. This was the first time she knew about the life of Butlerly, and it was also the first time she learned about June Nua's childhood from Butlerly. It turned out that some people can really be excellent from childhood to adulthood. Chapter 344. Guessing Xiangjila's reaction, Stewardly smiled at her kindly. "Princess, the story is not over yet." Then, Stewardly continued to talk to Xiangjila about what happened after he followed Yin Zhenyu. Undoubtedly, under Steward Li's threat of death, Yin Zhenyu did not ask Chu Shan to give him money to make a living and enjoy his old age. Standardly changed his name from Nin onto Li Zhong, implying that he would be loyal to Yin Zhenyu in this life. When he first entered Kyoto, he was Yin Zhenyu's hidden man, and he transformed from an experienced bandit to an old man who was not valued and worked on the margins of the Xianwang mansion. He often skipped work intentionally or unintentionally to drink with the servants of various mansions, secretly exchanging experiences and inquiring about the unknown secrets of various mansions from the shallow to the deep. Years of being a bandit made his temperament more or less bold, which was not available in Kyoto, so he quickly got acquainted with the lower-level people in various mansions, and he could easily inquire about news. With Yin Zhenyu's intentional or unintentional advice, he gradually learned how to identify people and how to trick people. In addition to studying, he was once again shocked by Yin Zhenyu's deep scheming. At such a young age, he actually knew so much. However, after the shock, he just couldn't stop feeling distressed. What on earth had this child gone through to become so cunning at an age when he should have been innocent? Thinking back, if he was willing to get married, his grandson would probably be as old as the prince. Since then, he secretly regarded Yin Junyo as his own grandson. 2 years passed like this. Until Yin Junyo gradually gained control of the situation in Kyoto, the secret guards he trained also slowly began to have people who specialized in collecting information. He then returned to the palace to learn how to manage the internal affairs of a palace. In Yin Junyo's words, since he could manage a mountain stronghold for decades, a mere palace should be no problem. At that time, Yin Junyo had already discovered the problem of the original housekeeper of the Xianwang Palace, and was waiting for a suitable opportunity to make trouble, replace the original housekeeper, and let Li take over. However, Yin Junyo had missed the matter of the will. The late emperor discovered the hidden layer in the will, and planned to get rid of Yin Junyo before he was qualified to be regent. After that, it was what Yin Junyo had told her. However, there was one thing Xiang Jila couldn't figure out. Since the prince knows your background and your friendship with those brothers, he shouldn't object to you having contact with the brothers in the past. Why? You are so afraid of letting the prince know that you have contact with the brothers in the past? Li Guanjia smiled bitterly, expecting Xiang Jila to ask this question. How did the old slave get caught, princess? Xiang Jila's voice became a little colder, as his fox eyes narrowed. Betrayed? Li Guanjia sighed leisurely. After I came down the mountain, I planned to live in hiding in other places for the next few decades. I thought I might not have the chance to meet them in the future, so I went to say goodbye to them. I didn't expect that I was wanted just before my feet. They are loyal, but their wives are afraid that I will implicate them, so they secretly report to the authorities. Bang! Clang! The teacup beside Xiang Jila fell to the ground. Princess, don't be angry, I'm fine, right? Hearing that Butler Li had to appease her anger, Xiang Jila regretted it a little. Uncle Li, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. In her previous life, she saw these people trembling and dragging their families to join her because of Uncle Li. She always thought that their relationship was indestructible, but she didn't expect it to be. It's all in the past, princess, don't worry about it. Butler Li raised his hand, looking nonchalant. On the contrary, I have to thank them, otherwise, how could I have the opportunity to follow the prince all the way here? Butler Li said it easily, but Xiang Jila knew that the journey was never easy. At least until now, in the corner she couldn't see, the crisis was still everywhere. However, there were only a few people that Yin Junyo really trusted. Thinking of Chu Shan, and seeing Butler Li again, Xiang Jila asked tentatively, what's the matter with Lin Bufan? Steward Li sat below Xiang Jila, and also took a sip of ginger tea. The old eyes slowly narrowed, as if he was immersed in a certain memory again. That stubborn boy wanted to kill the prince at the beginning, but was beaten up by the prince before he became obedient. When the prince met Lin Bufan, he had just brought the old slave back to the mansion for half a year. Lin Bufan's original name was Lin Tianxi. Speaking of that boy, his experience was even worse than that of Chu Shan. It is said that his ancestor was a general with mediocre achievements in Yeping, but his father was an outstanding staff officer in the army. It was understandable that father and son fought together, but they offended people they shouldn't have offended, and finally ended up being framed and killed, and also implicated their families. At that time, there were 138 people in the Lin mansion. The family used up all their connections to save the 12-year-old Lin Bufan at the cost of never entering the government. Unexpectedly, the stubborn boy was so stubborn that he not only didn't cherish his life, but also went to Kyoto alone to avenge his ancestors and parents. Listening to the development of this story, Xiang Jila probably guessed the reason and blurted out. Then he wanted to ask the prince for help. No, at that time, Lin Bufan sneaked into the palace directly to assassinate the prince. The stupid boy didn't know where he got the gossip. He heard that the 138 people in the Lin mansion were executed because of the prince's intention. At this point, Steward Li seemed thirsty, and took the bowl of cold ginger tea beside him, and drank it quickly, and put it down only when the bottom of the bowl was completely empty. He didn't think about it. The prince was only 10 years old at the time. Although he was allowed to attend the court for discussion, his voice was not important after all. What happened later? Later, the prince said that he couldn't stand this kind of injustice. After beating Lin Bufan, he rushed to the palace to seek justice for himself and the 138 members of the Lin family. Finally, under the repeated insistence of the prince, the late emperor set people to spend some time and effort to find out that the Lin family was indeed wronged. In order to keep his subjects from being shaken, the late emperor personally issued an order to return the Lin family mansion that had been sealed to Lin Tianxi, and also gave him a bunch of rewards. Unfortunately, he was gone, and he was gone after all. What was infuriating was that the late emperor only raised the important official, who falsely accused the Lin family of treason, and then let him go. The prince was so angry that he directly asked the old slave to find arsenic, and took the old slave, Chu Shan, and Lin Bufan to sneak into the mansion of the important official, and asked Lin Bufan to personally feed the important official with arsenic, and then sent his confidant to throw Lin Bufan back to Yeping's hometown. Not long after, Yeping sent news that Lin Tianxi committed suicide, because he could not bear the blow of his family being wrongly killed. Butlerly said it lightly, but Xiang Zhila was terrified. Directly injecting arsenic is in line with Jun Nua's straightforward personality. How did Lin Bufan stay with the prince afterwards? Also, the prince was not blamed by the late emperor for the matter of this important minister, right? Chapter 345. Blame? A gleam of light flashed across Li Guanjia's eyes. The late emperor wanted to blame, but the old servant and Chu Shan had already cleaned up the mess, so he had no way to investigate. In the end, he could only announce to the public that the senior official had died of a sudden illness, and he also gave the prince a lot of rewards, saying that the prince was wronged. Sudden illness? Reward? Xiang Zhila's eyebrows jumped. She still remembered what happened between Yan Zhenyuo and Chen Shou because of Chu Shan. The fault was that corrupt official, and Yan Zhenyuo was impulsive, and was also confined for a year. Yan Juanao actually accepted his fate so easily in the matter of Lin Bufan, still saying that Jun Nuo was wronged? Butlerly nodded. I didn't know the reason at that time, but as I stayed with the prince for a long time, I could more or less guess some of it. Before Butlerly finished his words, Xiang Zhila coldly said 2 words, killing by flattery. She could probably connect the threads of the whole thing now. Because of Chu Shan and Chuanchou's case that year, Yan Juanao scolded Yan Zhenyuo mercilessly, and confined him for a year. During the year, Yan Zhenyuo stayed indoors, and did business with Chu Shan, and Yan Juanao must have suffered a lot of pressure from court officials. Therefore, after Yan Zhenyuo's confinement period ended, he had to resume his brotherly appearance. Then he found the right opportunity, and continued to dig a hole for Yan Zhenyuo without leaving a trace. The bandit leader escaped, but the pursuers caught up so promptly. Would they make the low-level mistake of not arriving in time to suppress the bandits? I'm afraid Yan Zhenyuo already had a plan in mind at that time, so he didn't expect those so-called reinforcements at all. According to the time calculation, Lin Bufan's incident happened about a year after the lifting of the house arrest. It happened that Yan Zhenyuo had made great contributions to the suppression of bandits in Chushan half a year ago. If Yan Juanao punished Yan Zhenyuo in the same way again, it would probably cause criticism in the court. It is too coincidental to call it a coincidence that he confined his brother every other year. As a superior, Yan Juanao could not fail to understand such a simple truth. So he simply went with the flow, intentionally or unintentionally leaving some intriguing clues, but was very tolerant of Yan Zhenyuo. No wonder these people were blindly loyal to Yan Zhenyuo in their previous lives. So everyone has a connection with Yan Zhenyuo. Uncle Li is like this, Chu Shan is like this, and even Lin Bufan is like this. It is no exaggeration to say that it is because of Yan Zhenyuo that they have a brand new life. But you said that Lin Bufan was already a teenager when he met Zhenyuo, and his appearance should have taken shape. No matter how he changed, his appearance should be similar to now. Logically, there must be someone in the court who recognizes him. Jun Nua's facial features when he was young were very similar to his current ones, but Jun Nua's facial features are more profound after he grew up, and he has a bit more cold and mature than the tender outlines when he was young. Faced to Xiang Zhila's inquiring eyes, Li Butler shook his head. Lin Bufan's appearance back then was completely different from now, and Lin Bufan didn't immediately follow the prince at that time. By the time this old servant knew of his existence, the prince had already made a name for himself in the army under an assumed name. Speaking of this, as if thinking of some unbearable past events, Li Butler stood up excitedly, clenched his fists, and a layer of mist filled his turbid old eyes. Princess, the prince hates betrayal the most in his life, and is also afraid of betrayal. I beg you again, if you are just playing with the prince, please. Please. Swallowing the rest of the words, the old man in his 60s felt very conflicted. In fact, when the princess went to the south to find the prince last year, even though she was seriously injured, he already believed the princess's feelings for the prince. In the few days when the prince brought the princess back, he also clearly felt the prince's joy of getting what he wanted. But later, the prince and his wife had a quarrel for some unknown reason, and the prince became more suspicious than before. In addition, what Chushan said to him when he came back from his night visit to Wanbao Tower a few days ago still pierced his heart like a thorn. The princess was in the south and had a follower. It was said that she was the only king of a different surname in Da Huang. He really couldn't bear to watch the prince being betrayed again. I don't hope you can stay with the prince forever. I just hope you won't hurt him again. This old servant has been with the prince since he was 9 years old. I have witnessed with my own eyes how difficult it was for the prince to come here. I also saw with my own eyes that on the battlefield, the prince was stabbed in the heart from behind by a long spear from the person he relied on the most. Thinking of the battle that almost wiped out their entire army, Li Guanjia finally couldn't hold back the mist in his eyes. 2 turbid tears ran out and were quickly wiped away. After wiping away the tears and speaking out what was in his heart, Li Guanjia bowed to Xiang Jila again, and this time the extent of the bow was a little bigger than before. I lost my temper, and I hope the princess will forgive me. This time, Xiang Jila did not help housekeeper Li in vain, but stood there in a daze. With the sentence, the prince was stabbed in the heart from behind by a spear from the person he relied on the most in his mind. Her first reaction was that the confidant, who had been with Yin Zhenyuo since he was 2 years old, finally became the last test of whether he could be regent. Only one of the two could survive. Even though she was mentally prepared, the familiar and long-lost pain still spread in her heart. In the space, the sealed memory hairpin was shaking irregularly. Gonging number 3 immediately discovered her problem, and immediately used his spiritual power to help her relieve the spasm of her heart pulse, and did not forget to establish a connection with her consciousness. Little ghost cultivator, wake up, everything is over, you should look forward quickly, otherwise Changju will make trouble again. At the same time, she heard the worried call of housekeeper Li. Princess, what's wrong with you? How about I send someone to get you a doctor now? Seeing Xiang Jila's soul suddenly leaving his body, and his whole person was spiritless, Li Butler immediately turned around and was about to leave. He was stopped by Xiang Jila, who suddenly came to his senses. Uncle Li, I'm fine, no need to call a doctor. Hearing that Xiang Jila's voice was not much different from usual except for a little nasal tone, Li Butler secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I've talked too much, princess, what I said to you today, please don't tell the prince. Otherwise, the prince will definitely be angry with him. He still remembers that when the prince offered an unjustified transfer to another place in exchange for an imperial decree to marry the princess, he only said one sentence: the eldest daughter of the Xiang family has no merits except her face, and she is not worthy of the prince. Before he could say I can't help the prince at all, the prince walked away with a cold face. For several days, he ignored him. Until later, the future princess sneaked into the palace to assassinate the prince and set fire to the backyard. But the prince did not issue a killing order, and before the eldest daughter of the Xiang family came of age, he received special instructions from the prince to take care of her. He secretly took a gamble and let the panicked future princess go, allowing her to leave the Regent palace intact. The prince paid attention to him again. At that time, he realized that the prince had not just decided to take care of the eldest daughter of the Xiang family on a whim, but had clearly planned it in advance. From then on, he firmly suppressed the idea that the princess was not worthy of the prince. Regardless of whether they were worthy or not, whether they could help or not, as long as the prince was happy. Unfortunately. Chapter 346. Before he could finish his regret, Xiang Jila's words, Uncle Li, I know, successfully pulled him back to his senses. He didn't care about the so-called hierarchy, and looked up at Xiang Jila, his slightly red eyes flashing with hope. Xiang Jila nodded to him very seriously. Really, Uncle Li, although I did a lot of things that hurt the prince in the past, look at me now, do I still care about the prince? After trying hard to recall, it seemed to be the case. Steward Li's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. I am willing to believe the princess. He did not say the second half of the sentence. If the princess dares to betray the prince, I will take my life and drag the princess to hell. Although Steward Li said that he believed in himself, Xiang Jila knew that any trust needed time to verify. She did not need to prove too much to others, as long as Jun Nua knew her feelings. The more she knew about his past, the more she felt sorry for him. How could she bear to hurt Jun Nua, who was so lovely and pitiful, for the second time? Uncle Li, I remember what you said just now. Jun Nua used a spear when he was fighting bandits, but since I met him, he has always used a saber, and I have never seen his spear skills. Even though she guessed the reason why Jun Nua no longer used a spear, Xiang Jila still couldn't help wanting to know more about his past from Butler Li. Since the chatterbox was opened, she had to take advantage of Butler Li's lack of reaction to get what she wanted to get out. Otherwise, after today, it would be harder than climbing to the sky for her to get a word about Jun Nua's past from this stubborn old man. Sure enough, when Butler Li heard about Yin Zhenyuo's spear, his eyes lit up obviously, but it only lit up for a moment, and soon his eyes dimmed again. In the innermost part of the prince's private vault, there is a camphorwood box about 9 feet long. Princess, go find it, and open it to see the spear that the prince used back then. As for other things, it's better for the princess to ask the prince in person. Xiangjila, who had melon seeds in his pocket, and tea ready to listen to the story. If he was willing to tell me so easily, would I still have to get words from you? The sky washed by the rainstorm was particularly clear, and even the air was mixed with the scent of flowers and plants mixed with the scent of soil. The slightly warm wind swept away the red clouds in the sky, and there was peace. Xiangjila, who put Li Guanjiao back to change clothes, stretched and looked at the sun gradually setting in the west. His thoughts had already drifted away. Xian Yan came back from outside, bowed to her respectfully, and then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "After the rainstorm, enter the mansion." Hearing this, Xiangjila's casual eyes slowly became playful. How is Zhang Qian'er now? Xian Yan thought for a moment. She still stays indoors, and her lifestyle is slowly becoming similar to that of the second lady of the Xiang family. Similar to Xiang Qingge? I remembered Dongren saying that Zhang Qian'er seemed to call a masked woman a master. To call someone a master means to become a disciple, and becoming a disciple means to learn skills. She didn't learn so many things, but she had to learn from Xiang Qingge. It's really... Fox's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiangjila smiled coldly. Give Li Yu a message, and let them get ready. Yes. Kyoto's secret cell. The inhuman scream startled a flock of crows waiting to eat the carrion around the cell. In the dusk washed by the rainstorm, it looked particularly creepy. Outside the cell, Yin Zhenyuo sat carelessly in the seat that the servants had prepared for him, his slender white knuckles tapping on the plain red lacquer long table. The red and white contrasted with each other, inexplicably giving rise to a sense of beauty. Amid the screams that came one after another, his narrow and long phoenix eyes were half closed in comfort. When he heard the scream suddenly break, he nodded slightly to show his respect, as if he was very satisfied with the scream, and he looked even more enjoying it than listening to a ditty. Soon, the scream stopped abruptly, and the warden in the dark cell knelt in front of Yin Zhenyuo, with half a piece of human skin in his hands. Prince, he died after only half of it was peeled off. Among the remaining people, only 2 admitted that he was a spy sent by Xixia. Only 2? Slowly opening his phoenix eyes, Yin Zhenyuo glanced at the pile of waste without any emotion, and then looked at the gradually darkening sky. He left a faint sentence, separate the 2 people and continue tomorrow. Then he stood up and left quickly, with such big and fast steps that even Chu Shan couldn't catch up with him at a trot. The prison guards were left dumbfounded. Have you noticed that the prince has been leaving on time these days? I have noticed. The last few days are completely different from these days. A few days ago, I wanted to kill everyone in the prison. I didn't expect that after only 2 days of not seeing him, the prince would become so patient and let us torment him one by one. Well, you know what? I always feel that the prince came here today just to listen to the screams of those beggars. The air was quiet all of a sudden. Hurrying along the way, Yin Zhenyuo finally returned to the Regent Palace before dark. Because he was worried that the bloody smell of the dark prison would cause Xiangjila to feel uneasy. He also specially asked Chu Shan to smell if there was any strange smell on his body. Because the master suddenly gave such a strange order, Chu Shan hurriedly and seriously sniffed his sleeves and then flattered him. The prince is decisive in killing this evil spirit. Get lost. After saying that, Yin Zhenyuo flew directly towards the bathing pool, leaving Chu Shan alone with a confused look on his face. Doesn't the prince like the evil spirit that is unique to men? Do you have to let me tell him that he has a sweet and fragrant osmanthus scent on his body? TSK, the master's mind is really hard to figure out. When Yin Zhenyuo strode to the dining room with the fragrance of a bath, Xiangjila had just put the food on the table. Seeing his hair still with moisture, he curved his eyebrows. Ah, I thought you weren't that fast, but I didn't expect you to even change your clothes. Yin Zhenyuo said him softly, walked to her side, put his arm around her waist, and lifted her up, weighing her weight. He was relieved only when he was sure that she had not become lighter. Chapter 347. How could Xiangjila miss such a good opportunity to take advantage of others? She climbed up to Yin Zhenyuo's shoulder and leaned against his cheek, kissing him lightly. The little woman's breath gently sprayed on Yin Zhenyuo's face, dyeing his ears red all of a sudden. Xiangjila bit her lip and smiled silently, thinking of the new discovery last night. She took advantage of his inattention and playfully sucked his earlobe, which was more delicate and beautiful than a woman's. While biting it with her pearly teeth, she did not forget to stick out her clove tongue and licked it a few times. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Xiangjila saw with her own eyes that the redness of his ears quickly spread from his ears to his face. Her side face pressed against his face, and she felt a burning sensation. With a boom, the long-lost feeling of blankness in his head once again swept over Yin Junyo. He suddenly forgot where he was, and wanted to move away, but found that he was still holding a thing in his hand. Without saying a word, he quickly pulled her off his body, and took a step back. He cleared his throat, and reminded hoarsely, "It's dinner time." As he was talking, he sat down with a red face. It was unknown whether the bowl was too slippery or too hot. Anyway, he had to pick up the bowl several times before he could hold it up. Xiangjila pursed his lips and chuckled, sat down beside him, and naturally served him a few chopsticks of food. "It's not like we haven't tried it at the table before. Why are you shy, Your Majesty? Besides, except at the table." Xiangjila. Yes, I shut up, okay? After dinner, the lights in the mansion had already been lit. Xiangjila took his arm, and walked slowly along the artificial lake in the backyard of the mansion. The lotus leaves in the lake floated sparsely on the water, and the few lotus buds stood scattered among the lotus leaves that seemed to have no bones, adding a bit of funny and abruptness to the vast artificial lake, as if the garbage floating on the water had not been cleaned up in time. It was completely inversely proportional to the lushness of the lotus pond in the backyard. It can be imagined how little Yin Junyo, the master of the palace, paid attention to the front yard. But it made sense. Except for the day of the wedding, Xiangjila had been married to him for nearly a year, and she had never seen the minister dare to come to the palace for a meal. The layout of the Regent Palace was different from that of most high-ranking families in Kyoto. The layout of houses in Kyoto is generally divided by entrances, and Xiang Mansion is a standard four-entrance house. The Xianwang Mansion, the predecessor of the Regent Palace, is the highest standard in Kyoto. There are 2 lakes and 13 courtyards in the palace, plus 2 gardens, and 12 pavilions and waterside pavilions are scattered throughout the palace. There are also scattered places that are not included in the calculation range, as well as various rare flowers and plants rewarded by Yin Junyo. Since Yin Junyo became regent, he demolished and rebuilt the Xianwang Mansion without any hesitation, and took the opportunity to destroy most of the rare flowers and plants rewarded by Yin Junyo, leaving only those that are truly valued for viewing. The 2 lakes and 13 courtyards, which cover the largest area, are directly divided into the front hall and the backyard. The front hall includes the front hall, the side hall, the banquet hall, the meeting area, one of the 2 lakes, 6 pavilions and waterside pavilions, as well as a martial arts training ground, an armory, etc., which are generally used by Yin Junyo for banquets and office work. The pavilion, where Xiangjila committed suicide in his previous life, was the closest resting place to the martial arts training ground in the front yard. The pavilion faces due west, and is the most beautiful place to watch the sunset in the entire palace. The backyard is mainly used as a residence for family members, including an artificial lake, 6 pavilions and waterside pavilions, a lotus pond, 2 gardens, a flower house, 8 courtyards, and 2 large stables. The hemming hall of the main courtyard is in the backyard. When the Regent Palace was rebuilt, the original main courtyard was expanded by nearly 1-fold. In this way, even if Xiangjila was confined to the main courtyard, she would not be bored, and there would be enough space for her to jump around. This was Yin Junyo's plan for her long ago, to lock her up in the mansion, but not to let her lose her freedom. Unfortunately, Xiangjila in the previous life frequently committed suicide, and finally forced Yin Junyo to lock her in the bedroom. Every time Xiangjila thought of the stupid things he had done in the previous life that hurt him, he wanted to go back and stab himself twice. Unconsciously, the 2 walked to the pavilion in the front yard where the relationship ended and started again. A silver plate rose slowly in the sky. Yin Junyo looked up at the moon that was about to be full, and put his arm around her waist again. Xiangjila stood up and leaned on his shoulder. The 2 overlapping figures looked particularly affectionate under the soft swaying lights. The evening breeze brought the faint fragrance of lotus leaves on the lake. A silent tranquility and sweetness slowly spread between the 2 people hugging each other. Finally, Yin Junyo broke the silence between the 2. "The brothels in Kyoto have been closed down by me, and I have dealt with those disgusting and dirty things as well." His voice was very soft and calm, but Xiangjila still clearly felt his anger. The thin white lips gently covered the back of his hand, and rubbed it for a few times. She lowered her eyes and whispered, "Why dirty your hands?" This should have been her business. The hand that was originally around her waist held her hand, and his voice was as clear as usual. "Since you and I are husband and wife, we are one body. Why should we separate each other?" At this point, he tightened his grip on her hand. so tight that it seemed as if he was going to crush Xiangzila's hand bones. A hint of red slowly climbed up the corners of his eyes, slowly spreading from around his eye sockets, and became more intense as his emotions fluctuated. I will not only deal with the affairs of the brothel, including the affairs of the Xiang mansion, the Zhong family, and the Yin Beiki brothers. As long as anyone who hurt you in the last life, I will not let them go. He has always been vindictive, but in front of her, he was hurt again and again, but he forgave her without any bottom line. But it was only because of her. Although the two of them are now reconciled and have always cherished each other, but since the things in the last life really happened, is it possible that they will repeat the same mistakes in this life if they are not careful? When it comes to her, he dare not gamble, nor is he willing to gamble. So, what he has to do is to kill all the roots before those signs arise. Even if the person who showed up was the current emperor, he wouldn't mind taking his place. He had promised to be her heaven, and he always kept his word. Feeling his uneasiness, Xiangjila took his hand, and put it to her lips, and pressed it. As if she had seen his thoughts, she didn't say anything against it, but smiled and looked up at him, asking him word by word with her mouth. In that case, Your Majesty, would you like to consider it? At this point, she put away her smile, and pointed her index finger at the top of the pavilion with a serious face. That position? Chapter 348. For some reason, when Xiangjila asked him this question with a serious face, Yin Zhenyu felt that all the haze in his heart was swept away. His worry was indeed unnecessary. In the last life, she was willing to fight for him, so how could she disagree with him in this life? His excitement gradually stabilized, and his slender fingers scraped her palm, and he chuckled at her. Xiangjila, you are not old, but you are ambitious. Seeing that he did not object, Xiangjila knew that he had acquiesced. She blinked at him. Isn't it? My husband is so powerful. Although I can't keep up with him in terms of ability, I have to keep up with him in terms of ambition. Reaching out his hand to lift her up again, and weigh her, Yin Zhenyu smiled at her coolly. Before your ability improves, practice your qigong first, so that you won't be unable to escape every time you encounter an assassin. How can I not escape? I can always take action to get rid of the assassin, okay? Xiangjila was unwilling to admit defeat, and used the force to fake a move to his lower body. Yin Zhenyu stretched out his hand to block her soft crotch-lifting leg, and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Why, you have to resort to dirty tricks when you can't win? Xiangjila smiled triumphantly, and while he was blocking his crotch kick, he easily twisted away from his embrace. Why does your majesty have so little confidence in me? She clearly didn't even want to use her strength. Seeing that she still had no intention of returning to the main courtyard, Yin Zhenyu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that you are in good spirits today. Yes, Xiangjila nodded to him with a smile. Your majesty, do you want to fight with me for a few moves? After saying that, she turned over and made a defensive blocking move 5 steps away from him. Worried that Yin Zhenyu would not feed her a move, Xiangjila even added chips to stimulate Yin Zhenyu's desire to win. The loser must obey the winner's orders for a day unconditionally. How about that? A trace of darkness flashed across his phoenix eyes, and Yin Zhenyu, who wanted to carry her back to the main courtyard, raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Completely unaware of what he was going to do next, Xiangjila's right hand, which was in a blocking motion, hooked in his direction. Of course I'm sure, your majesty, please. Okay. The hem of his robe was lifted to his waist, and Yin Zhenyu immediately stepped forward and broke her defense with his fist. Xiangjila turned around and flipped back, using the power of the pavilion pillar to change his moves from defense to offense when his defense was broken. Xiangjila, remember, when you change from defense to offense, your lower body must be stable, otherwise it will easily reveal a flaw and allow people with bad intentions to succeed. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to block her legs, followed her inertia to grab her waist, and carried her directly on his shoulder. You lose. Before she could react, Xiangjila was carried on his shoulders, like a big child, who was making trouble for no reason. She kicked and moved around on his shoulders. Yin Zhenyu, you are playing dirty tricks. Who would pinch someone's ticklish spot during a fight? Put me down, let's fight again. Yin Zhenyu slapped her hips a few times. If you don't want the servants to see you being carried back to the main courtyard by me, shut up. After he said that, Xiangjila realized belatedly that the servants had not yet completely withdrawn to rest. She immediately shut her mouth, and didn't even move. Although it was not new for the servants in the mansion to see her being carried or held by Yin Zhenyu, they were used to it, but, however, facing the eager eyes of the servants looking at her, I hope the palace will have a little master soon. Xiangjila was really guilty. After walking a short distance, There was a quietness around her ears, and Yin Junyo couldn't help but pat her again. What are you thinking about? Xiang Jila, who was angry, reached out and poked his back. What else can you think about? Aren't you thinking about that stupid man Yin Junyo? Stupid woman. Son of a bitch. Xiang Jila, you are getting more and more daring now. The prince favors you. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. You didn't learn Qigong well, but you learned the essence thoroughly because you are favored. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back. The person who didn't learn Qigong well muttered unhappily. Can't you comfort me? Qigong is not good, and I am also desperate. Yin Junyo walked for a while in silence. After a long while, he spoke to her softly. The understanding of Qigong actually varies from person to person. If you can't learn it no matter how hard you try, there is no need to force yourself. The key is to learn from each other's strengths, and make up for each other's weaknesses. Hearing this, Xiang Jila struggled on his shoulder for a few times. This time, he didn't pat her again, but put her down. The person who was still smiling just now had a more serious look on his face. The bright fox eyes looked at him without blinking. Junyo, if. Before she could finish, Yin Junyo interrupted her immediately. There is no if for me. Generally, if is not a good thing. Stupid women like to talk nonsense. Anyway, don't think of running away, otherwise. Knowing that he must be thinking nonsense again, Xiang Jila quickly covered his mouth. I will definitely not run away. Silly Junyo, what are you thinking? The surroundings were as quiet as ever, with only the occasional footsteps of servants passing by and one or two frog croaks coming from the artificial lake. Yin Junyo did not continue to speak, as if waiting for her next words. Xiang Jila obviously knew his plan, and nodded firmly to him. What I mean is, if, one day, your business requires a general with actual combat experience, please treat me as one of your subordinates or partners, and never deprive me of the opportunity to charge into battle for you just because I am not good at Qigong. As you said, my Qigong is not good, but my other martial arts are good, and I can definitely make up for my shortcomings. Ju Nua, it is my long-cherished wish to make up for the regrets of our 2 lives. Only in this way, my return is meaningful. The long-cherished wish of 2 lives. The meaning of coming back. Yin Junua's phoenix eyes condensed, and met the burning eyes of the little woman. When he saw the deep affection in the little woman's eyes, that was so thick that it almost drowned him. He couldn't help but reach out and cover her right cheek, and his trembling fingertips carefully rubbed the scar in the dream for a few times. Do you really think so? Do you know that once you take that step, there is no turning back? Xiang Jila nodded without hesitation, his eyes still showing the same determination and affection. With you, every step I take, I will never regret. With you, every step I take, I will never regret. No regrets? At this moment, the cage called out and Yin Junyo's heart collapsed instantly. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Okay. This night is a night he will never forget. The 14th moon was still incomplete, but it did not affect its tolerance of the earth. The hazy moonlight poured down and cast on her fair face, making the little woman in front of him have an unreal beauty. But this unreal beauty, now he really touched and possessed it. In the past days, he had always been alone to plan, and Uncle Lee and others to execute. I thought it would be the same this time. Unexpectedly, just a decision that seemed outrageous to others actually made him see her unrepentant infatuation. The unknown road ahead may be terrible. But he is no longer a person fighting alone. He has her. Chapter 349. May 15th, the Dragon Boat Festival. According to the custom of Dahuang, on the Dragon Boat Festival, married girls will bring their husbands back to their parents' home to visit their parents. Except for those who don't have a parents' home, or whose parents' home is extremely far away. Early in the morning, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant was arguing with the guards outside the gate of the Regent's palace. We have not received any order to allow the servants of the Xiang mansion to approach the palace. Hurry up and leave. As he spoke, the guard showed the snow-white weapon at his waist. Hey, you are so arrogant that you look down on the servants of the princess's family, right? I will tell the master later. When the princess comes back to visit her parents, you will know how powerful she is. As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked back. Everyone around him thought it was just a harmless episode. However, after hearing Xiao Nian's report outside the door, Xiang Jila, who was wearing a middle-length coat and had not yet tied his hair into a bun, stopped the action of putting a waist belt on Yin Junyo. Just a man came under the banner of Xiang Mansion and made a little noise, and then left? Su sure is brainless, but Xiang Shi is also brainless? Or is it that someone is making trouble and using such a dirty trick that even a 3-year-old child would find rotten? Seeing that the little woman's attention had been attracted by Xiao Yan's words, Yan Zhenyu resignedly reached out to take the waist belt from her hand and tidied his clothes by himself. Su Shi's niece should have died on the road. Because of Xiang Jila's words last night, his voice was still a bit lazy and satisfied. But she still came. In fact, after knowing that Su's niece entered Kyoto, he planned to kill her again, but Xiao Nianqiasi said that she wanted to keep that woman for use. Well, the affairs of the Xiang mansion should be planned by her, and she must be involved, so that she can be satisfied. Thinking of his people's actions, they have always been accurate, but now a woman who doesn't know martial arts has escaped, he reminded. The woman appeared strangely. You should be more careful. This situation is either a pure coincidence, or there is someone behind the woman. If the former is fine. If the latter. As long as he thought of those bad possibilities, Yan Zhenyu's phoenix eyes became deeper. Knowing that he was worried about her, Xiang Jila stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips, trying to reassure him. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I naturally know that there must be twists and turns. As she spoke, her fox eyes slowly showed a sharp cold light. Such a clumsy method is just trying to use the public opinion to force me to return to Xiang Mansion. Just in time. Yan Zhenyu returned her greeting by giving her a light kiss on the forehead, and gently raised his hand to tuck the hair behind her ear. If you want to do it earlier, it's not impossible. It's just that it will be more foolproof on the 20th. Why do you want to do it earlier? Xiang Jila tilted his head and smiled at him. Isn't it good to collect some interest first? Besides, after calculating the date, Xiang Tinga should be unable to hold back and want to make a move on Brother Xiao, so she would take the opportunity to get rid of her first. Xiang Mansion. The middle-aged man who was driven away by the guards of the Regent Palace was telling his story to the person in charge. I have really tried my best. Su's face showed no joy or anger. She just waved to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man immediately withdrew as if he had been pardoned. When the middle-aged man disappeared, Su looked at the young girl sitting to her right. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and her pair of watery almond eyes were particularly outstanding. When she looked at others, she always revealed a bit of the naivety of a little girl with a hint of anger. To most men in Kyoto, she is special. Especially her skin color, which is completely different from the fair and translucent skin of Kyoto noble ladies, is a healthy and energetic malt color. Today, although she is wearing a half-worn plain dress, the elegance and calmness she inadvertently reveals in her gestures is something that no one in Su's Xiang Mansion can see. This is demeanor. To be fair, if her Tinga is placed next to this niece, let alone other things, just this face, and this calmness and generosity, Tinga is much inferior. The more Su looked at her niece, the more satisfied she was. She said that if her perfect niece replaced Xiang Jila, how could Xiang Jila be so crazy? Qian'er, what the servant said is consistent with your guess. Are you sure she will come? Su Qian stood up obediently, and walked behind Su to rub her shoulders. Aunt, don't worry. She always guessed people's hearts accurately. Even if she knew that the Xiang family had a feud with the Regent Princess, Su Qian was absolutely sure that the princess would come. Throughout history, the higher the position, the more face one has to save. Now she asked the servant to make a scene in front of the palace, borrowing the pressure of public opinion. Even if she came back to scold Xiang Mansion, the princess would definitely come back. After Su Qian's assurance, Su slowly smiled at her with a bit of sincerity. That's good. As long as you can catch the prince's eye, you will definitely have this wealth in the future. These days, the Xiang Mansion's affairs are like a stretched string for Su. If you are not careful, the string will break. It was also thanks to Su Qian's arrival in Kyoto half a month later than she expected. Otherwise, she might not have been so obedient after knowing what happened a few days ago. Since Yuner got married, these days have become more and more uncomfortable. The Xiang Mansion was emptied, Yuner was useless, and Gur was a foregone conclusion to be a concubine. When Ji's talent was mediocre, and her appearance could only be considered above average, so she could not be relied on at all. In this way, the beautiful Su Qian was one of her few bargaining chips, and she could not lose no matter what. Qian knows. She smiled harmlessly at Su, and after Su's arrangement, Su Qian bowed and left with a smile. She didn't smile until she passed through the corridor, and saw that there was no one around. A trace of sarcasm flashed across her eyes. Sure enough, all the ancients here are ignorant and foolish. Such a simple trick can handle you. Yes, she is a modern person born in China. As a workplace elite, she travels all over the country on business all day. Because of a plane crash, she traveled through time. She traveled through time to this stunningly beautiful woman. When she woke up, the original owner was half buried in the soil, with a hole in her body, and several cold corpses under her. From the fragmentary memories of the original owner, she spent some time to roughly sort out her situation. The dynasty where the original owner lived was a fictional dynasty called Da Huang. Because of her outstanding appearance, plus the original owner thought her family was very wealthy in the local area, and she also had an aunt who was the wife of a third-rank official in Da Huang, Kyoto. So she was too picky and still hadn't found a suitable in-law after she was over 18 years old. Seeing that the original owner would rather die than marry, the original owner's greedy father was really helpless. Until not long ago, the original owner's aunt sent someone to deliver a letter to the original owner's greedy father, saying that she would point out a good place for the original owner and let the original owner go to Beijing to find her. The original owner's father did not say a word, and sent someone to arrange all the money and daily necessities for the original owner that day. When the original owner learned that she would go to Beijing to be a concubine of a nobleman, she refused at first, and despite her father's earnest persuasion, she still refused to give in. Helpless, the original owner's father told the original owner that in fact, the letter from the original owner's aunt also included a portrait of a nobleman, but he was afraid that she would be impulsive after reading it and bump into the nobleman, so he didn't show her the portrait. The original owner completely ignored her father's words and said proudly, "No matter what that person looks like, I won't go. If you force me again." She couldn't say anything halfway, because the portrait caught her eye without any warning. She was completely captivated. They say that people in paintings are 50% ugly. On weekdays, she had seen dozens of portraits before blind dates, most of which were much uglier than the real people. And the small portrait in her father's hand was drawn casually, and the facial features were so handsome. How good-looking would he be if he saw the real person? She immediately changed her mind and took her personal maid and a dozen burly female thugs hired by her father, and set off for the capital. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by bandits when they were only halfway through the journey. Not only were the dozen thugs brutally killed, but even the original owner's personal maid was killed with a single blow. The original owner, who had never seen such a sure field, was frightened on the spot, and eventually lost her way and fell into the river and drowned. Then she came. What's more coincidental is that the original owner's name is Su Qian, and her name is also Su Qian, which is really a complete routine of time travel writing. But unfortunately, apart from time travel, she didn't seem to have any other good luck. The only good luck was that she came after the original owner's body was stabbed to ensure complete death and buried in the ground, otherwise she would have to die again. The wound on her chest had healed due to her arrival. She had a strong psychological acceptance and accepted this fact at once. Who hasn't read a few books about time travel when they were young? Being able to travel through time means that she is already a chosen woman. Coming here, she is the protagonist. From the original owner's memory, she is now rushing to Kyoto to become a concubine for a nobleman? Are you kidding? She is a New Age woman who came to this backward imaginary dynasty. She is the chosen daughter of heaven, destined to be a couple for life. How can she be a concubine? However, those who are usually called nobles must be people of status. Generally, people with mysterious identities are the male protagonists in the book. Well, her family background is not prominent. People under the eaves start low and end high. She is destined to be special in this era. She has that flavor. Thinking back to the portrait in the original owner's memory, the facial features of that person are indeed the type that he likes. Su Qian, who realized that she was the heroine, quickly gave up the idea of going back to the original owner's father, and made a plan for herself to go to Beijing. As she expected, everything here was more backward than she imagined. Even though she was full of ideas of getting rich, she gave up when she tried to persuade the people here several times, and was looked at with monster eyes. Well, it is estimated that only the male protagonist can understand all her avant-garde ideas. Fortunately, the original owner was not stupid. She knew how to sew a few thousand taels of silver notes in her underwear with waterproof oil paper, so that she could buy a maid and ride in a bright carriage to enter Kyoto. When the carriage stopped in front of Xiong Mansion, even though she claimed to have seen a lot of the world, she was still dazzled by the grand doored lintel of Xiong Mansion. So, this is the style of ancient officials. Although the door is a bit ugly, it does not affect the style of this mansion. Wait, in the original owner's memory, her aunt was the wife of a third-rank official, so the one she called a noble lady must be at least second rank or above. After imagining a lot of scenes of how she met, knew, fell in love with the male protagonist, and lived together without shame, the Nani of Xiong Mansion finally came to take her into Xiong Mansion from the side door. From the original owner's aunt, she finally knew who she was going to marry, the regent of the dynasty. What made her regretful was that the regent had already married. That meant that the man was not clean. But thinking back to the face in the portrait, well, with a man like that as her husband, she could slap herself when they quarreled, and if he was willing to turn over a new leaf for her in the future, then she was still willing to forgive him. As for his poor princess, she was destined to be cannon fodder for her to step on to ascend to the throne. How could an ancient person with backward ideas be a match for her, a modern elite? Before coming to Xiong Mansion, Xiong Jila specially sent someone to inform Huang Fu Xiao and Li Yu. After eating some snacks at the mansion to fill his stomach, he rushed to Xiong Mansion at a leisurely pace according to lunch time. With the previous experience, now the gatekeeper of Xiong Mansion will open the main door without any instructions as long as he sees Xiong Jila coming. Xiong Jila glanced at the doorman with a half smile, and walked leisurely to the front hall with Xiao Yin, Qiu Si, and 12 plain-dressed guards. Everyone in the Xiong Mansion, headed by Xiang Shi, had already been waiting in the front hall as long as they could get out of bed. Among them, Su Qian, who had dressed up deliberately, unobtrusively chose a position for herself that was neither too outstanding nor invisible, and looked forward to the arrival of her male protagonist. However, to her disappointment, there were many people coming, and none of them was the one she wanted to see. The leader was a pretty little girl, about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a water-red dress embroidered with intricate patterns in fine silver thread, with an exquisite bun and a delicate hollow gold and ruby hairpin in her hair. Her steps were not small, but the swing of the hairpin was very slight. What made her unbelievable was that the atmosphere in the front hall was suppressed before the little girl stepped into the front hall. Xiang Shi glanced at the 12 plainclothes guards guarding the door of the front hall, and his face was still aching from being hit. In the end, he came forward and smiled kindly to Xiong Jila from the bottom of his heart. Father's good daughter, finally back. Father's good daughter? Xiong Jila's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Who is Xiong Lord's good daughter? Chapter 350. Having been humiliated in public, Xiang Shi's face turned pale. However, the Xiong family is now in decline, and is almost in a period of transition. In addition, Xiong Jila has made it clear several times before that he will cut ties with the Xiong family, and Huang Fujing has also privately troubled him several times these days. He dared not express the tough attitude of "you must obey me, as your father" as before. At least, before the big things are accomplished, Xiong Jila, the rebellious daughter, is still useful. Huang Fujing refused to help him for the sake of Qin Banrou's children, so wouldn't he hold back? Instantly, his thoughts turned around, and in the end, he could only smile awkwardly. Father knows that you were wrong before, and it's only right that you have a bad attitude now. Should? Xiong Jila glanced at him with a smile, but didn't say anything else. He waved his hand casually, and sat down at the main seat. He looked around at the expressions of the crowd, and his eyes stayed on Su Qian for 2 breaths before he smiled and said, "Since the relationship has already been torn apart, then everyone should stop pretending." In a lush forest southeast of Kyoto, 2 figures, one tall and one thin, were fighting each other vigorously. With a fierce shout from the bearded man, a palm wind surged up, and the fallen leaves in the forest turned into thin blades as if they had life, and went straight to the black-clothed man opposite him. The black-clothed man bent down neatly, waved his sleeves, and easily changed the direction of the hidden weapon, returning all the things to the person opposite him. Taking advantage of the moment, when the bearded man dodged the hidden weapon sideways, he had flashed behind the man like a ghost, pressed the man's shoulders with both hands, and turned over, easily strangled the man's neck. The bearded man's face instantly turned red, and it was unclear whether it was because he was strangled or because he was angry. It was not until the man raised his hands in surrender that the black-clothed man loosened the belt around his neck. He said with a cold and insincere look, "Thank you." He took 2 breaths to calm his breath, and the bearded man, Huang Fujing, smiled heartily. "Good boy. The same moves have completely different power a few years ago, and a few years later. A few years ago, he could only cause him some flesh wounds at most. A few years later, if he had not shown mercy, according to the gradually increasing force just now, it would really have killed him." The black-clothed man, Yin Junyo, habitually put his hands behind his back, and brought the focus back to the conversation before the fight. "Now that the winner has been decided, let's do what I just said to General Huangfu, and settle the matter first." "Set it up?" Huang Fujing protested. "When did the general promise you to settle the matter? Why, do you think you still have a choice? Are you threatening the general? The king is notifying you." "Notifying? If it wasn't because he couldn't beat this brat, Huang Fujing really wanted to fight this brat again. Is he sure that he will join the game? Well, the conditions are so generous, and it will benefit Nanchu, so he will really join the game. But he agreed too quickly, which is too embarrassing. He has to get something back. After thinking about it, he touched his nose and his tone was much softer than before. It's not impossible to join the game, but can you really ensure that there will be no mistakes? Seeing that Xiao Zhila is so deeply in love with this brat, if something really happens to him, won't Xiao Zhila blame him to death? Absolutely safe. Yan Zhenyuo stared at Huang Fujing for a long time before slowly saying, "There's plenty of time, no problem." No problem? Or should there be plenty of time? Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. You'd better be able to ensure that there is no risk, otherwise Accompanied by Huang Fujing's Yan Zhenyuo flew away, and his indifferent words echoed in the huge forest. "This king, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Huang Fujing, whose tongue was nearly bitten off by himself because his jaw was suddenly closed by an external force. This stinky boy is here to defeat him. I asked him to help contain Xixia, but in the end, he didn't even say thank you. Shameless. The Su family, who was in the lead, had several slap marks on both sides of their cheeks. Xiang Wengu and Xiang Lai lowered their heads, but their eyes were wide open, and they kept looking sideways at Su Qian, who was also kneeling not far behind them, trying to vent their dissatisfaction and disgust towards Su Qian in this way that was better than nothing. Su Qian also knelt behind Xiang Wengu unwillingly, and was also full of doubts. Knowing that the relationship between the Regent Princess and the Xiang family was very tense, she guessed that the ancient women, who were all reading the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, would definitely not be able to think straight. Therefore, she also searched her brains to find a lot of stories about fatherly and motherly love, intending to quote them to her, so that she could understand that her parents did this because they loved her, and persuaded her earnestly not to be so fussy, and analyzed the relationship between Xiang Mansion and her, so as to achieve the goal of making her forgive Xiang Mansion. In this way, she could not only make this young princess impressed by her eloquence and discover her specialness and become her close friend, but also improve her goodwill in front of her cheap uncle Xiang Qi, such as her fearlessness of power and her eloquence, laying the foundation for her to marry that handsome man in the future. However, she never expected that she was kicked in the knees by the princess's maid before she finished speaking. She was not careful and fell heavily to the ground. With a crack, the piercing pain reminded her clearly that this was not a dream. Her kneecaps were about to break. What was going on? She looked up at the person in the upper position in disbelief, but found that the young princess was looking at her cheap aunt with a half-smile. She also asked the maid to teach her aunt a lesson on the grounds that she was not a good teacher. At that moment, she felt sick. What happened to the golden finger that was promised to her when she traveled through time? Why didn't it work for her? Ever since she heard Su Qian's story, Gongying No. 3 had established a connection with Xiang Zhila, howling in her mind. Chinese story? Chinese people? Xiang Zhila looked at Su Qian, whose expression had been changing since she knelt down, with interest, adjusted his sitting position, and dusted off the non-existent dust on his body. Why don't you talk? Do you all think that I was wrong in teaching Aunt Su a lesson? The whole place was so quiet that even each other's heartbeats could be heard. With the confidence of having the aura of a heroine, Su Qian raised her head and said fearlessly again, "Since ancient times, filial piety has been the most important virtue. Princess, have you ever thought about whether doing this will ruin the reputation of the prince?" Chapter 351. Filial piety comes first? Ruin the reputation of the prince? Xiang Zhila understood it all at once. She said, why did she show off her eloquence in front of her like a peacock with its tail spread out? It turned out that she was targeting her man. No matter where she is from, any man who dares to covet her must die. Feeling that Xiang Zhila's hatred was slowly gathering, Gongying No. 3 quickly established contact with her again. Little ghost cultivator, don't be impulsive. According to my experience of reading a lot of Huaxia books, what we commonly call storybooks before, this Huaxia man should belong to some special profession, such as a killer, or a doctor, what we commonly call doctors. Usually God has given him a job, and he will not die no matter what he does. Will you not die no matter what you do? Before Gongying No. 3 finished speaking, Xiang Zhila had already walked slowly in front of Su Qian, bent down and almost touched her face. A pair of bright fox eyes were deep and bottomless, as if he wanted to see through everything in her eyes. Just when Su Qian was hesitating whether to pretend to faint to escape the disaster, she slowly opened her mouth and asked in a clear voice, "You just said that your name is Su Qian, Miss Su, right?" Unable to guess what this girl who was younger than her was thinking, Su Qian could only nod woodenly. Xiang Zhila seemed very happy to receive her affirmative answer. He smiled harmlessly at Su Qian, and the corners of his eyes gradually became rosy. She is really beautiful and kind. When I was so angry, she could still think of the reputation of my prince. As she spoke, she straightened her waist and looked at Chiu-si, who was standing next to her seat. She said sternly, "It's rare to see such a beautiful girl who is not afraid of power. Why don't you come over and help Miss Su up?" Seeing the hidden meaning in Xiangjila's eyes, Chiu-si immediately bowed his head and said yes. He walked to Su Qian's side respectfully and helped her up halfway. His hand slipped. The piercing pain came again, more painful than last time. Su Qian's face turned pale. Chiu-si quickly picked her up from the ground. "Miss Su, I'm sorry." However, Su Qian's kneecaps were hit several times in a row just now, and she couldn't even stand up straight, let alone take a step. Through the test just now, Xiangjila had guessed that Su Qian did not know martial arts and was not very good at it. She said to her with an apologetic look on her face, "I am clumsy. Miss Su is so beautiful. I hope she will not become a cripple." Hearing that she was going to become a cripple, Su Qian's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of panic. She couldn't be crippled, at least not before marrying the male protagonist. For now, she could only find a way to meet the male protagonist as soon as possible, otherwise. If she really became crippled, it would not be so easy to go out in this ancient time with underdeveloped transportation. As soon as the idea came out, she looked at Xiangjila, who was full of concern for her. After a strange lunch, Xiangjila was encouraged by Su Qian's proper and reasonable request, and Su Shi, who insisted on attending lunch despite a swollen face. Xiangjila, who was soft-hearted because of having lunch with his family, helplessly and politely took Su Qian on the road back to the regent's palace. Looking at the carriage that was gradually going away, Su Shi felt flustered. This feeling is a bit familiar. I always feel that Xiangjila is up to something bad. Xiang Wengu reached out and held Su's hand, and said caringly, "Mother, you just like to think too much. Hasn't Xiangjila's attitude towards you and father improved just now?" Although she always felt that Xiangjila's eyes were weird and creepy when he looked at her family. However, now the Xiang mansion is almost like a haunted house. As long as it can become as lively as before, she doesn't care how creepy Xiangjila is. On the way back home, Xiangjila asked Chiu-si to find another carriage to put Su Qian in, under the pretext of letting her recover from her injuries and not getting more injured. From beginning to end, Xiangjila only saw the panic and ambition in Su Qian's eyes. The panic emerged from the depths of her eyes when she mentioned that her leg might not be healed, and as for the ambition, want to take her place? Dream on. Now, she can basically conclude that Su Qian does not know martial arts or medical skills at all. As for how she would not die no matter what she did, that would only be known after she killed her. She expected that the people in Xiang Mansion would not easily let her see Xiang Yuan and Xiang Tinga. Xiangjila did not mention them at all during her stay in Xiang Mansion. After placing Su Qian in another carriage, she got off the carriage and asked Xia Nianqiasi to take Su Qian back to the stables to take care of her first, and to make all arrangements after she returned to the mansion. On the way back to Xiang Mansion, Xiangjila established contact with Gongjing No. 3. "You mean soul crossing, like me? Is it rebirth?" Gongjing No. 3 was silent for a while, as if thinking about how to explain it to Xiangjila. After a while, it replied, "Your rebirth is returning to your own body. Her rebirth is the soul leaving the body, occupying the magpie's nest, using someone else's body. It's different." It turns out that there is really such a mysterious thing as the soul leaving the body. At first, she had no idea. If a person only has a light soul, how can he complain? Seeing Su Qian like this, Xiangjila suddenly understood that as long as there are suitable conditions and environment, it is not difficult for the soul to speak. Whenever Xiangjila thought that she became a scapegoat, it was inseparable from the contribution of Xiangxi, a blood relative. Xiangjila wished to kill Xiangxi completely. "Xiao San, do you have a way to kill all the souls in Xiang Mansion?" She remembered that she could help her make Xiangxi silent, but silence alone was not enough. She wanted Xiangxi to not even be a ghost. Realizing that Xiangjila's current mood was becoming more extreme, Gongjing No. 3 persuaded him, "Little ghost cultivator, you don't have to be like this. Generally, curses are most effective only on close relatives, so you just need to completely kill Xiangxi, who gave you hair and skin. As for the others..." Before Gongjing No. 3 finished speaking, Xiangjila interrupted it emotionally. "Little 3, I don't care about others. You know, since Jun Nuo has no afterlife, then the afterlife, or the so-called retribution after death, is meaningless to me. For her, the greatest retribution is to experience life after life without him. The Xiang Mansion, either live or die. If you want to, I will make sure that not a blade of grass grows." As if infected by Xiangjila's excitement, Gongging number 3 sighed with some sadness. Forget it, you have always been so stubborn. Because more than half of the servants in the Xiong mansion were gone, Xiong Jila, dressed as Mu Junyan, easily sneaked into Xiong Tianga's Tianga garden. Even with Li Yu's anti-poison pills, and her special Ningxiang pills for blood parasites, Xiong Jila did not dare to take it lightly when approaching Xiong Tianga's residence. After searching the entire Tianga garden, there was still no trace of Xiong Tianga. Xiong Jila frowned and thought for a moment, then his pupil shrank, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately flew away from the Xiong mansion and ran in the opposite direction of the Regent's palace. Chapter 352. After Xiong Jila left, a masked woman in a half-worn dress slowly walked out from the corner, and a triumphant smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth under the veil. However, her smile did not last long. Because when she turned around and was about to go back to Shiyuan to wait for good news, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck, her body softened, and she lost consciousness. Before she fainted, she felt as if she fell into the arms of her master. At the same time, the Qing Palace. Yan Beimol received a letter from a servant. By Chui Lu? He paused as he was about to write, and the pair of fox eyes that were almost identical to Xiong Jila's, and the arrogant but gentle Mo Lang appeared in his mind. Although her voice was a little androgynous, the face covered with a veil, and the pair of fox eyes did not affect his fantasy of her as Xiong Jila at all. The gray-clothed servant bowed his head respectfully. Yes, that's what the person said. Are you sure he was sent by the young princess? The man claims to be here. Send him away first, don't offend him. Yes. After the servant left, Yan Beimol put down the wolf hair brush in his hand and stood up. Xiao Sheng, who was standing aside, frowned. Your Majesty, this Nanchu noblewoman has no sense of shame, and keeps getting close to you every day. You wouldn't. No. The two words were cold and ruthless without any hesitation. But since you come close to me, I can't let you down. Isn't the father of the Nanchu princess more useful than Xiangxi? At this time, Xiao Sheng finally understood his master's intention, and bowed his head. Your Majesty is thoughtful, and I am superficial. Kyoto Baitsue Tower. Huang Fuxiao, wearing women's clothing and a veil on her face, elegantly sat opposite Xiong Tianga, always reminding herself that she was a noble lady of Nanchu, and had to maintain her manners. Li Yu stood behind him, with her hands in her sleeves, seemingly lowering her eyebrows and looking submissive, but in fact her eyes first fell on the pale Lan Xian, and when she saw the black and red spot on Lan Xian's neck, her eyes suddenly sank. Then he looked at Xiong Tianga's right hand covered by her sleeve. Although Xiong Tianga's movements were very small, she was still able to find a small bump on the back of her right hand that looked like a mosquito bite. But the biggest difference between this small bump and a normal small bump from a mosquito bite is that its color is dark red. This is a characteristic of the blood parasite host. The small bump will appear in different parts of the host's body. Xiong Tianga was obviously unlucky, and it appeared on the back of her hand in a prominent position. However, if she encounters someone who is not poisonous, it won't be a problem. Xiong Tianga also thought so she didn't disguise the little bulge. After all, in her opinion, no one in Kyoto can be as skilled in poison as she is. She has already lost both blood and qi due to the miscarriage of the child due to premature birth, and the refining of blood poison. Originally, Xiong Mansion still had money, and she could use her medical skills to prescribe a precious blood-replenishing and beauty-enhancing prescription for herself. As a result, not long after replenishing, Xiong Mansion experienced this great disaster of confiscation of property. She couldn't afford those medicines even if she had the prescription. She originally thought that she could be carried into the Qing Palace as soon as possible. No matter what, Brother Beimol would not sit idly by as long as he was a man and had needs. Unexpectedly, this bitch showed up in the middle of the journey, and she was a bitch whose eyes looked so similar to Xiong Jila's. How could she accept this? Thinking of this, her eyes fell on Lan Xian standing beside her intentionally or unintentionally. Lan Xian, who was poisoned by the blood parasite and suppressed the poison, shuddered and carefully pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of Huang Fuxiao. Your Excellency, please have some tea. After placing the cup of tea in front of Huang Fuxiao, Xiong Tianga looked at Huang Fuxiao with an innocent and harmless face. Thank you for coming to the appointment. The prince rejected the little princess for Gur before, which really made Gur panic. After today's conversation, I just hope that the little princess will not take the prince's attitude to heart. Prince. At this point, Xiong Tianga lowered his head shyly. The prince is not like this in front of me. Seeing that the situation was gradually deviating from Xiong Jila's original prediction, Li Yu reached out and poked Huang Fuxiao's back. The plan has changed. take the opportunity to escape. Huang Fuxiao thought Li Yu was telling him, "Don't be scared, go ahead." So he tensed up and got into the state immediately. He raised his chin and looked at Xiang Tiange with his fox eyes arrogantly. "So you are Mo Lang's concubine who is not yet married?" He frowned in disdain. "You took great pains to ask me out, and said a lot of such weird words. I thought it was a beautiful lady who was going to declare her sovereignty to me. Now it seems that she is just like that. Mo Lang's vision is too poor. This idiot, what a joke." Li Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed when she caught the murderous intent in Xiang Tiange's eyes. However, his words were more straightforward than spilled water. She couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. She could only stand behind him and be ready to prevent Xiang Tiange's attack at any time. Mo Lang? Chi? Xiang Tiange's face was covered with a soft and harmless smile. "Sister, you misunderstood." However, Xiang Tiange had just started talking when Huang Fuxiao immediately raised his hand to interrupt her. "Stop, this princess is younger than you. Don't try to make random claims. He only has one sister, and besides his sister, no one in the Xiang mansion is a good person." When he knew that he was Xiang Shi's biological son, he secretly changed into men's clothes, painted his face black, and pretended to be a commoner in Kyoto, hiding behind the stone lions of the Xiang mansion, and met his so-called biological father. From childhood to adulthood, Huang Fujing's eyes when looking at him were pure and bright, which contained both the majesty of a father and the concern for his children. Even when he scolded him, there was no trace of cruelty in his eyes. He had always thought that all fathers in the world would be like this. Until he saw Xiang Shi. Gur knows that she is of low status, not as good as the princess, nor worthy of the prince, but Gur and the prince are truly in love, and I beg the princess to help us. Xiang Tiange's words brought Huang Fuxiao back to reality. He was upset by Xiang Tiange's crying voice, and in order to implement his plan, Huang Fuxiao sneered sarcastically. "True love? You are great. For true love, you even disregarded etiquette and integrity, and climbed into bed to become a concubine." Hearing this, Xiang Tiange didn't care whether it was inappropriate or not, and immediately jumped up from her seat. "Princess, don't go too far." Climbing the bed has always been a stain that Xiang Tiange couldn't even mention. Now that this Nanchu man mentioned it again, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be thrown out of the territory of Da Huang? No matter how thick-skinned Xiang Tiange is, she is just a 15-year-old girl. How can she bear such grievances? Li Yu poked Huang Fuxiao's back again. "Stupid, shut up quickly." However, Li Yu's reminder fell into Huang Fuxiao's understanding, and became, "Are you really capable? Tickle the chicken?" Chapter 353. Under Li Yu's stimulation, Huang Fuxiao's attitude immediately became more arrogant, and he made himself look like a spoiled fool, who didn't know his place, and had big breasts but no brains. "I want to bully you, what's wrong? Let's not talk about the fact that the two countries do not kill envoys when they are friends. Just talking about status, my father is also a dignified general king of Southern Chu. So why can't he bully you? Don't think that I don't know your dirty thoughts. Want to marry Mo Lang? Who knows if you will do it to subsidize your poor mother's family." He was not a sarcastic person, but after he came to Da Huang, he knew from various channels what Xiang Mansion did to Xiang Zila, and he could not be kind to anyone in Xiang Mansion. Huang Fuxiao's words made Xiang Tiange more certain that the auspicious day for her to enter the Qing palace was postponed, and it must be this Nanchu princess who was obstructing her. This Nanchu princess and Xiang Zila were in the same group, and their purpose was to seduce Brother Beimo and make her unable to be a concubine. If she hadn't found Zhang Qianer sneaking back from the back door of Xiang Mansion last night, and told her maid thanks to Xiang Zila this time, otherwise she would never be able to take revenge until she died, and then told her maid the whole plan, she still couldn't believe it. This Nanchu princess actually knows Xiang Zila, and she really has a crush on Prince Qing. She must have been told everything by that bitch Xiang Zila. Fortunately, she came in person today, otherwise, given Lan Xian's weak character, she would have been tricked back to Xiang Mansion by this bitch in a few words. Maybe, she would even use Lan Xian's mouth to warn her to give up marrying into Prince Qing's mansion. Despicable. Xiang Zila, a bitch, it would be fine if she couldn't get it herself, but she actually didn't let herself get it. Huang Fu Fei, how noble do you think you are? You are just a concubine, who has lived among the people for more than 10 years. You are not legitimate, but you are just lucky to meet Huang Fujing, that old pervert. You are called a concubine, who has lived among the people. Who knows what shameful things you have done behind your back? It was the first time that Huang Fuxiao heard the name prepared for Xiang Zila being called out by Xiang Tiange, and it was said so badly. He was furious. He didn't care whether Xiang Tiange was poisonous or not, and stepped forward to slap her. However, before he could stand up, he was held down by Li Yu. Sensing that Li Yu seemed unhappy, he calmed down, but his fox eyes were still fierce. How can you, a stepdaughter, be more noble than a concubine? To put it bluntly, your mother is a stepmother, and strictly speaking, isn't she still a concubine? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, and that's what you and your mother are talking about. At this moment, Li Yu promised that if Huang Fuxiao was not taller and heavier than her, she would definitely knock him out first and drag him away directly. Repeatedly jumping on the edge of death, is he not dying fast enough? Sure enough. Huang Fuxiao said so much, Xiang Tiange could no longer hold back, and angrily lifted her skirt and strode to him, wanting to take the cup of poison tea in front of him and splash it on his face when he was not paying attention. Li Yu, who had been watching her movements, immediately swept the tea to the ground. Zizi! The wooden floor touched by the tea was immediately corroded by a hole, and thick black smoke came out. If this cup of water was drunk or splashed on his face, the consequences. Huang Fuxiao raised his head in shock and looked at Li Yu. Seeing that Li Yu just looked at him and shook her head slightly, he realized belatedly that Li Yu was asking him not to talk nonsense. Damn it, Xiao Lily, why didn't you remind me earlier? Even though this face now resembles Xiang Jila by 80%, Li Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him this time. What sin did she commit to meet such a fool? Xiang Tiange looked at the master and servant, who were making eye contact with ease with a face full of shock. You knew it a long time ago. Since the relationship has been torn apart, there is no reason to continue pretending. Thinking of Xiang Jila's importance to Huang Fuxiao, Li Yu pulled Huang Fuxiao behind her without hesitation, and stood in front of Huang Fuxiao like a hen protecting her cubs, with a bit more solemnity on her usually calm face. Blood Gu and Li Shang are only found in Xixia. Are you from Xixia? Seeing that Li Yu could accurately describe the poison she was carrying and the poison in the teacup just now, Xiang Tiange's expression gradually became ferocious. Who are you? Li Yu looked at her indifferently, and her calm eyes made Xiang Tiange feel insulted. Are you Xiang Jila's man? This was the only possibility she could think of. The Xiang family had never been happy since Xiang Jila got married. Every unfortunate thing they encountered seemed to have nothing to do with Xiang Jila, but every one of them made her feel that Xiang Jila was responsible. It's not that she hadn't thought about poisoning Xiang Jila, but since Xiang Jila got married, she either didn't have a chance to be alone with Xiang Jila, or Xiang Jila could escape safely every time she poisoned him. How could that bitch be so wary of her? They are sisters, aren't they? Thinking of this, Xiang Tiange's expression became even more ferocious. Whether you admit it or not, since you have discovered my secret, you will stay here forever. After she finished speaking, she sprinkled a handful of poison powder on the two of them at lightning speed. Li Yu had expected her to attack, so she pushed Huang Fuxiao away and quickly put Xiang Tiange's poison powder into her sleeve. The poison powder got on her sleeve, and the fabric of her sleeve quickly became fragile. With a flick of her sleeve, the sleeve instantly became like weathered sand, and a large part of it was gone in an instant. Huang Fuxiao's heart tightened, and he hurriedly wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Li Yu's low voice. Stand still, don't make trouble. Seeing that the white forearm exposed by Li Yu was intact, Xiang Tiange was shocked again. Are you a Gu master? Having never expected that the maidservant beside the Nanchu princess would have such a skill, Xiang Tiange only brought blood Gu and some poison powders that could destroy people's appearance in case of emergency. Having failed twice, Xiang Tiange didn't think he could succeed for the third time, but the arrow has been shot, and there is no turning back. If these two people are allowed to leave alive, then, while Xiang Tiange was thinking about it, Li Yu had already strode in front of her. She turned around and wanted to throw out the poison powder again, but Li Yu was one step faster and stuffed a pill with the fragrance of flowers into her mouth. She knew that Gu people were stronger than ordinary people. At this moment, Xiang Tiange regretted that she had refused to learn martial arts before. If she knew martial arts, she would not be at a disadvantage. Xiang Tiange was in a hurry and immediately put the hand holding the powder to her throat. Z! Ah! The scream stopped halfway, and while she opened her mouth to scream, Li Yu poured the swallowing powder into her mouth. Xiang Tiange's eyes were wide and bulging, full of unwillingness. Seeing that her lower lip had been corroded by her own powder, she still couldn't make a sound. Chapter 354. Lan Xian watched Xiang Tiange, who was rolling on the ground, and no longer in human shape due to the blood parasites that had been forced to swallow the Ningxiang pills, and the torture of the poison, and her legs swung slightly, and she stepped back a few steps. Xiang Tiange's resentful eyes swept over Li Yu and Lan Xian from time to time. When her eyes fell on Huang Fuxiao, who was hiding far away in women's clothes, her eyes were even more poisonous. She couldn't make a sound. She had expected that Lan Xian would not be able to achieve anything great, so before going out, she brought something with her in case of emergency. Enduring the severe pain, she struggled to throw out the silver bracelet with rough workmanship and a black sheen from her sleeve pocket. Liu didn't understand what she meant, but Lan Xian understood. If she didn't do it for her, Mei Xiang would be in trouble when she returned. The bracelet was the only thing Mei Xiang's mother left for her, and she had been secretly carrying it with her since she entered Xiang Mansion. Mei Xiang had never told anyone about this matter, but only told her the origin of the bracelet when there was no one else around, and also said that when she saved money in the future, she would redeem herself together and stop following the second lady with a weird temper. Looking at Xiang Tiange's resentful eyes that were constantly exuding coldness, she expected her own fate, and thought that she couldn't let Mei Xiang have any accidents. Lan Xian, who had been infected with blood parasites, could only make up her mind, and suddenly rushed towards Huang Fuxiao, who was standing in the corner. Worried that Xiang Tiange might have a trick up his sleeve against Lan Xian, Liu immediately grabbed Lan Xian's arms. This was her advantage over ordinary women. She knew poison and was stronger than others. Even though she had no martial arts skills, she had the strength to crush those who also had no martial arts skills. Lan Xian was a maid after all. She was abused by Xiang Tiange every day and was punished to do rough work, so she had some brute force. After being restrained by Liu, she pinched Liu's hands with her backhand, thinking that she didn't want Liu to have the opportunity to poison her, but she never expected that she accidentally pulled off the translucent glove on her right hand while Liu was struggling. As soon as her skin touched the black spot on Liu's right hand, the blood poison in her body seemed to have life and spontaneously rushed to Liu's black spot. Without any sharp weapon, a cut spontaneously appeared on her wrist, and the endless purple-red poisonous blood slowly dyed Liu's dark spot purple-black. The Gu King wanted to eat. Liu's face turned pale, and she wanted to push her away, but Lan Xian seemed to be crazy, and used all her strength to hold Liu tightly. The eating situation of the Gu King this time was different from the last time when Huang Fuxiao was eating, and Liu couldn't move at all. Xiang Tiange took the opportunity to get up from the ground, and the blood goo in her right hand was still running wild. The skin and flesh from her lower lip to her lower jaw were gone, revealing the white bones. With hatred, she concentrated all her strength on rushing towards Huang Fuxiao, clenching the porcelain bottle in her hand, trying to die with Huang Fuxiao. Huang Fuxiao saw that the situation was not right, but the other party was all poisonous. He knew nothing about it, and did not dare to touch the women in the box. He could only use the most primitive and violent method, picking up a stool and smashing it on Xiang Tiange. At this time, Xiang Tiange seemed to be insensitive to pain. He got up after falling down, and threw medicine powder at Huang Fuxiao every time he got up. Huang Fuxiao could only hide in the area he thought was safe. He knew martial arts he could escape, but Xiao Lily seemed to have no idea what was going on, and he could not leave Xiao Lily alone. Accidentally, Xiang Tiange's powder hit his hand, and a string of red blood blisters immediately appeared on his hand, which was painful and itchy. At this point, he didn't care whether he would be poisoned or die, and stepped forward to break the arms that were holding Liu. Xiang Tiange immediately grabbed the last porcelain bottle, wanting to sprinkle the most vicious furnace she had made, which only needed a few drops of potion that could corrode everything in the world, on Huang Fuxiao, trying to make him disappear without a trace today. Just as Xiang Tiange was about to pour out the potion, a dark leather whip broke through the air and tightly wrapped around Xiang Tiange's hand. Xiang Tiange looked towards the whip like a madman. Before she could see who was coming, a sharp pain that almost made her faint came from her right shoulder, and blood spurted out like a water arrow. Her right hand was torn off alive. After the water arrow, blood flowed like a stream. Xiang Jila looked at Xiang Tiange, who was bleeding and pale due to the severe pain, with bloodshot eyes. His tone was grim, and he even forgot to change his voice. This arm is always the one that does bad things. What's the point of keeping it? Fortunately, just a little bit short. In the last life, Xiang Tiange used this hand to scatter Jun Nua's ashes. In this life, she would actually use this hand to hurt her brother, knowing that she had already lost the game and felt that she would not survive today. Xiang Tiange collapsed to the ground, her body constantly cramping due to the pain. The mouth without a lower lip kept oozing blood foam due to her trembling, but her resentful eyes kept looking at Xiang Jila, who broke into the window and dressed up as Mu Junyan. She watched with resentment as she cut off Lan Xian's arms and helped Liu, who was pale and covered in blood, to one side. She watched with resentment as she took out the medicine powder from Li Yu and carefully sprinkled it on the blood bubbles that Huang Fuxiao had corroded. Although the person was wearing a mask, the eyes under the mask and the grim voice, even if she was a ghost, she would recognize it. Xiang Zila, the person who came was Xiang Zila. This bitch, it turned out that she was playing tricks. She wanted to curse, but her mouth and tongue were completely corroded, and she lost all her voice. She could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, barely surviving, looking at her with a pale look in her eyes. Chapter 355. Yan Beimao went to the appointment. Knock, knock. There were 2 light knocks outside the door, and everyone's heart was lifted. That's right, this is the favorite place for the nobles in Kyoto. If Xiang Tinga hadn't chosen a secluded room because he wanted to do something bad, the big noise just now would have attracted the attention of many people. Dear nobles, is there anything I can help you with? Li Yu immediately threw a handful of incense powder to the door. The room was immediately filled with fragrance, covering up the bloody smell in the room. Xiang Zila and Huang Fuxiao looked at each other, and then said softly, "Nothing, just talking about poetry. I was so excited that I lost my composure. We will pay attention later." The waiter outside the door frowned, his face full of suspicion. Just now, he clearly heard a lot of noise, but it seemed to become very quiet when he came to the door. When he approached the door, he seemed to smell a strong smell of blood, and now it seemed to have become another kind of fragrance. Is it all his illusion? Bai Chui Lu is a place where the nobles of Kyoto like to gather, naturally because it is safe and the waiters are attentive. In order to verify his thoughts, the waiter asked respectfully again, "Sir, do you need more tea and snacks?" "No." This time, another voice answered him. The waiter finally breathed a sigh of relief. If I remember correctly, this wing room seemed to have 2 pairs of masters and servants. It's good that nothing happened. Feeling that the waiter had left, the people in the room also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Xian had already died, while the Gu King was eating. Therefore, when Xiang Zila cut off her arms, not much blood gushed out. Because of the influence of the Gu King, Li Yu's current state has not recovered yet, and her bright red lip balm makes her face look even paler. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Looking at Xiang Tiange, who was still convulsing on the ground, Xiang Zila changed her mind, and a golden needle with red light appeared in her hand. This was the method Gongjing No. 3 told her. If you want the other party to be unable to do anything, insert the soul-destroying needle into her by acupoint before killing her, so you don't have to worry about her being like Su Qian, who can take over the magpie's nest after death. Just when Xiang Zila wanted to get rid of Xiang Tiange, and quietly take Li Yu and Huang Fuxiao away. "My dear, the room you are looking for is here, please." The few people looked at each other again with vigilance, and Xiang Zila looked at Huang Fuxiao in confusion. "You also made an appointment with other people?" Huang Fuxiao frowned immediately. "How is it possible?" But the footsteps were indeed coming this way. Xiang Zila inserted the soul-destroying needle into Xiang Tiange's acupoint with his backhand, and Xiang Tiange's gray eyes immediately twitched and rolled up. At this time, she didn't care whether the existence of Gongjing No. 3 would be exposed, and she immediately started to communicate with Gongjing No. 3. Under Gongjing No. 3's bargaining, Xiang Zila had no choice but to use a task of making the regent call her dad when he was in ecstasy in exchange for the designated person to see the illusion for half an hour. Why do you have to specify the person, and the illusion can only last for half an hour? Because Gongjing No. 3 said that it takes spiritual energy. In order to appear unintentional to attend the appointment, Yan Beimao deliberately did not bring the servants with him. He was wearing a moon-white waisted robe, which made him look tall and graceful. His black hair was half tied up, which seemed casual and unrestrained, but also had a bit of dignity. As soon as he stepped into Baicui building, he attracted the attention of many noble ladies. A trace of satisfaction and disgust flashed in his eyes. The so-called noble ladies were just a group of vulgar women who only looked at the appearance. According to the room number given by the Nanchu servant, the waiter quickly took him to the corresponding box. When he stopped in front of the room, he inexplicably had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, when the waiter knocked on the door, he clearly saw Zhang Qianer and the young princess of Nanchu sitting together and drinking tea in a harmonious atmosphere. The scene was inexplicably strange. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, always feeling that it was a little unreal. The waiter retreated at some point and closed the door. Yan Beimao raised his eyebrows slightly, and before he could react, he felt a pain in the back of his neck, followed by a strange fragrance that entered his nose, and his eyes suddenly went black. The illusion faded. Xiang Zila searched the unconscious Yan Beimao for a while, and finally found a self-defense dagger on the right side of his left calf. The scabbard was simple and smooth, but the blade was so sharp that it would break at the slightest touch. Xiangjila did not hesitate at all, and pulled out the short blade with a silk handkerchief as a cushion, and stabbed the sharp dagger into the heart of Zhang Qian'er, who had already fallen into a coma. Zhang Qian'er only jumped a little when the dagger stabbed into her heart. Then, her head drooped weakly, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After making sure that Zhang Qian'er was completely dead, Xiangjila took off the handkerchief on the hilt, put Yan Beimo's right hand, who was also in a coma, on it, and then stuffed a hallucinogenic pill specially made by Liu into Yan Beimo's mouth. The whole situation was that Zhang Qian'er drugged Yan Beimo, and Yan Beimo accidentally killed Zhang Qian'er. As for how the process was, it all depended on the only sober third party. The whole process took only a few breaths at time. After doing everything, Xiangjila looked at Huang Fushao, his fox eyes filled with worry. "Are you really okay?" Huang Fushao gave her a reassuring smile. "It's okay. Although today's developments were unexpected, my acting skills and ability to respond to emergencies are very good. Besides, if I am really framed, don't I still have my father and my old brother-in-law? It's okay." Even though he was in a mess at this time, in Xiangjila's eyes, it was still a very beautiful smile. Her eyes moistened slightly. "Okay, if Uncle Jing can't handle it, I let Jun Nuo pull you out unscathed." "Okay," a big hand rubbed her hair. "Don't think of your brother as useless." At this point, the owner of the big hand sighed. "I'm worried about you now. The men in black who threw this woman in and took the other two women away said they wanted you to meet their master." Xiangjila reached out and pulled his hand down, winking at him playfully. "It's okay, an insignificant old acquaintance, I will take care of it." After saying that, she once again glanced at the two people, one dead and one unconscious, and carried the still weakly Yu on her back, turned around and climbed to the window, and jumped out of the window without hesitation. Huang Fushao lay by the window, and after seeing Xiangjila land safely and waved to him, he turned around and went back to the wing room with peace of mind. Not long after, a shrill scream came from the wing room. "Ah! Help! Someone is killing people!" Chapter 356. Knowing who was going to see her, Xiangjila handed Liu to the secret guard who had been protecting her in secret, and told the secret guard not to touch the black spots on Liu's hands, and asked him to send Liu back to the Regent's palace. She went to the place designated by the men in black to keep the appointment. Since the other party already knew her identity, wearing a mask would only be a burden. Xiangjila simply took off the mask. The place of the appointment was not far from Baitsue building, and was a secluded courtyard. 12 well-trained black-clad men stood on both sides. In the open space between the black-clad men, Xiang Tiange and Lan Xian were thrown on the ground like rags, covered in blood. One of the master and servant had both arms broken, and the other had one arm broken. The black-clad men didn't leave any parts behind for the two, and threw them around them randomly. It was early summer, and the jasmine and roses in the corner of the yard were tightly entangled by the creeper. Taking advantage of the branches of the roses and jasmine, the creeper easily climbed up the half-meter-high wall, and then climbed from the wall to the great rack built next to the wall. Several bunches of green fruits were hung on the rack, full of vitality. Under the shelf, a shadow was cast, isolating the scorching sun from outside. The elegant purple figure in her memory was holding a folding fan, and standing with his back to her, his hands behind his back. Not far behind him, Lu Yun looked at her respectfully. The slightly warm breeze carried the faint scent of jasmine mixed with the strong smell of blood, vying to occupy the breath of the visitor. Xiangjila was vigilantly on guard against the black-clothed man's sudden attack, while walking around in front of Xiang Tiange and his servant, looking at the back, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "What do you want?" The owner of the back figure chuckled, and the black-clad men on both sides straightened their backs. "All of you go down." Lu Yun raised his hand, and more than a dozen black-clad men immediately bowed in the direction of Shinemo Chi and retreated silently. Before leaving, they did not forget to take away the master and servant and their parts. After the black-clad men retreated, Lu Yun also bowed and retreated. Before leaving, he nodded politely to Xiangjila. Xiangjila looked at the back figure with a cold face, ignoring Lu Yun's goodwill. Until there were only two people left in the yard. Zhang Qian'er played both sides. While receiving your favor, she did not forget to sow discord between you and the Xiang mansion. She even encouraged the Minister of Personnel to get close to the Xiang mansion. She knew that the final outcome of the Xiang mansion and the minister's mansion would definitely not be good, so she found a way out for herself, wanting to use the last bit of heat emitted by the two mansions to show her loyalty to Yan Beimo. He told her Zhang Qian'er's plan in a few words. Xiang Tiange's appearance in Baitsue Tower was Zhang Qian'er's design. The purpose was to use Xiang Tiange's hand to get rid of the Nanchu princess and then put the blame on you. By then, the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries will become a confrontation between the two countries. If Yan Zhenyu wants to protect you, he will inevitably be branded as disloyal and unjust. From the moment she saw Zhang Qian'er being thrown into the wing by his men, she guessed that the problem must have something to do with her, so she killed Zhang Qian'er without mercy, and put the blame on Yan Beimo. I roughly guessed what you told me. Thank you for helping me send Zhang Qian'er here. It's nothing else, I leave first. Hearing that she was leaving, the owner of the back slowly turned around and looked at her. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes were full of helplessness and innocence. Xiang Jila, I helped you solve the problems of Xiang Tiange and Zhang Qian'er. Not only did you not thank me, but you were also so cold to me. You, a woman, are you heartless? Are you heartless? Xiang Jila's mouth curved, and his eyes were cold. Yes, my heart is with Jun Nuo, so don't waste your efforts on me. We have different paths, and cannot make plans together. Shinmachi didn't care about Xiang Jila's sarcasm at all. It doesn't matter. If we have different paths, I will split the path. The road will be wider, and we can always reach the same destination by different paths. Seeing that Shinmachi was more difficult than before, Xiang Jila's face showed a deeper hostility. Shinmachi, I thought I had made it very clear last time. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Xiang Tiange, are you not going to take him away? Her footsteps only paused for a moment, and Xiang Jila continued to walk out without stopping. She came here just to see what Shinmachi was up to. Now that he still had evil intentions, she didn't need to stay and give him a chance to plot. As for Xiang Tiange, a useless man who had been injected with a soul-destroying needle and had one of his arms cut off by her, it would be a waste of medicine to save him. Whoever likes him can save him. If you want to destroy the Xiang mansion, I can help you. Xiang Jila stopped and was about to speak. Shinmachi didn't give him a chance to speak and finished his words first. Just consider it as my apology for the trouble I have caused you two before. Apology? Xiang Jila stopped and turned to look at him, his eyes full of inquiry. He looked so sincere that he even opened the folding fan in his hand to show her. On both sides of the folding fan were two exquisite landscape paintings. I know that I did something wrong last time and made you angry, but please believe me, there will be no next time. If it were someone else, Xiang Jila might believe it when she saw such a sincere look. However, she knew Shinmachi too well. No matter how sincere his words were to you in the past, once it involves his interests, he will definitely dig his claws into your heart and make you die completely without any power to fight back. Since the words have been laid bare, the two are destined to be enemies, so there is no need to pretend. No matter what, you and I will never have the chance to meet again, Shinmachi, so what does it matter whether I believe you or not? Her voice was cold, just like when they first met. Seeing that Xiang Jila was not moved by her soft and hard words, Shinmachi's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. In a calm tone, Xiang Jila, do you think I am afraid of Yan Zhenyu because I don't touch you? Then try it. Xiang Jila raised her eyes to meet his gradually cold eyes, without retreating at all, with a bit of determination in her eyes, and smiled, I can't beat you. Can't I cut my own neck? You? Shinmachi really believed that she could do such a thing. Shinmachi, do you want me to leave now, or do you want me to cut my neck in front of you? Shinmachi was silent. The long and thick eyelashes slightly drooped, hiding the cold light and unwillingness in her eyes. Until she was about to step out of the courtyard, he suddenly raised his head and called, Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila paused without looking back. He looked at the slender figure greedily, his Adam's apple rolled a few times, and then he said the words he had rehearsed many times as sincerely as possible behind her. If I stand on Yan Zhenyu's side, can you still regard me as a friend? Friend? Xiang Jila's mouth curled up sarcastically. There was almost no hesitation, nor any sincerity. Okay, wait until you take substantive measures. She liked to stab her so-called friends in the back the most. After hearing her words without any sincerity, Shinmachi's peach blossom eyes quickly opened up a ray of brilliance, and he looked at her gradually disappearing in the direction of his vision, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Until Li Yun threw Xiang Tiange, whose breathing was so weak that she could hardly see, in front of him and asked, Master, the body of the maid has been dealt with, and Xiang Tiange is not dead yet. Do you want to save her? He remembered that the prince seemed to want to train this woman before. Shinmachi glanced at Xiang Tiange lightly. At this time, the twitching whites in her eyes had slowly dispersed, and her face slowly revealed a dead gray. A disabled and dying woman, it takes a lot of effort to save her. Kill her. Yes. With a crisp sound of a neck being twisted, Xiang Tinga died. Chapter 357. Xiang Jila returned to the Regent Palace, and the first thing he did was to enter the space, change back into women's clothes, and go straight to Li Yu's Lotus Garden. The secret guards received Xiang Jila's order, and except for putting Li Yu on the couch, they did not dare to take any other steps. The servants came forward to change Li Yu's blood-stained robe, but were also stopped by the secret guards. Wait for the princess to come back. Knowing that the secret guards never say anything else, since they can stop it, there must be something wrong. Even if the servants want to take good care of Li Yu, they can only wait. When Xiang Jila arrived at the Lotus Garden, she saw two maids and a secret guard standing awkwardly at the door of Li Yu's room. She stepped forward immediately. How is she? One of the maids knelt down and replied, To answer the princess, I have notified Li, the housekeeper, and Li said that the doctor will come here soon. Hearing this, Xiang Jila felt a little relieved, and his eyes fell on the clean clothes in the hands of one of the maids. She hasn't changed her clothes yet? The maid holding the clothes knelt down with her head bowed in fear, holding the clothes high above her head. Princess, please forgive me. Thinking of Li Yu's special situation, Xiang Jila did not pursue it, holding up the clothes and directly ordered, Lin Shersan, you can disappear. You two go get hot water, quickly. After receiving the order, the secret guard called Lin Shersan bowed respectfully and disappeared in an instant. The two maids tacitly went to get water and towels. Xiang Jila pushed the door open, holding the clothes. Because Xiang Jila carried her for a while, and she was changed hands again, the lip balm on Li Yu's lips had been worn off. The beautiful lips were no longer glowing with a strange and enchanting purple-red luster as before, but gradually became darker. The maid brought water in, and Xiang Jila did not dare to let the maid touch Li Yu, so he could only wipe the blood off Li Yu's body himself. The bright red crescent-shaped birthmark on the right shoulder blade of Li Yu's back, the size of a woman's thumb, attracted her attention. Recalling the rumor about Nan Chu in the previous life, Xiang Jila frowned and immediately helped her put on her underwear. Then he quickly helped her change her other clothes. Fortunately, except for the black spot on her hand that was still purple and black, there was no injury on the rest of her body. After she put Li Yu back on the bed, housekeeper Li came hurriedly with Gong Sun Ming. Princess, Dr. Gong Sun is here. Knowing Xiang Jila's position in Yan Zhenyuo's heart, Gong Sun Ming nodded to her very gently when he saw her. Since the current prescriptions for conditioning the body were all prescribed by Yan Zhenyuo to Gong Sun Ming, Xiang Jila also curled his lips in a friendly manner to this strange yet familiar friend, nodded, and then stepped aside. When he saw the appearance of the person on the bed, Gong Sun Ming's pupils shrank obviously, and his heart, which he thought had calmed down, started beating wildly again. Little girl. He wanted to help her brush away the broken hair on her temples, but thinking that she was now at the end of her golden hairpin and the beginning of her cardamom, she was different from before, and it was always inappropriate to touch her rashly. Xiang Jila was the first person to notice that his expression was different. Dr. Gong Sun, what's wrong? Gong Sun Ming immediately came back to his senses, remembering that this was the regent's palace, and he immediately regained his usual elegance. This girl's physique is different from that of ordinary people. I will give her acupuncture later. It's always inappropriate to have too many people. Please move outside and wait. Xiang Jila did not doubt him. Okay, Dr. Gong Sun, if you need anything, just tell the servants. After getting Gong Sun Ming's affirmative response, Xiang Jila left the room with the other two maids. In the room, Gong Sun Ming first quickly applied a few needles to Li Yu's head, and then took off the translucent glove on Li Yu's right hand. After seeing the patch that was larger than before and glowing purple-red, a few complex tenderness emerged in his usually gentle eyes. Yeah, you've suffered. After instructing the maid to guard the door in case Dr. Gong Sun needed help, Xiang Jila took Butler Li aside to whisper. Uncle Li, Xia Nian Kiasi brought back a girl today. She is still in the stable. You can. Xiang Jila told Butler Li about the latest plan. After listening, Butler Li suddenly looked at Xiang Jila, and it was not difficult to see his worry in his cloudy eyes. Princess, is this too risky? Xiang Jila shook his head and looked at Butler Li with trust and determination. This is just my plan, but plans are dead, people are alive. I believe Uncle Li can adapt to the situation. As long as the result can be achieved, the process in the middle is not important. The feeling of being trusted returned, and Butler Li smiled shyly. Since the princess trusts me, then I naturally cannot let her down. To kill an outsider in the regent's palace is easier than to kill an ant. After getting Butler Li's assurance, Xiang Jila explained some precautions. At the end, she smiled a little embarrassedly. Originally, I thought of asking Uncle Li to find someone to keep an eye on Zhang Qian'er, but now it's not necessary. Just when Butler Li was about to ask Xiang Jila what he meant, Chiosi came to Xiang Jila with a wooden box that smelled of blood and a serious expression. Chapter 358. Princess, just now a man in black led me outside the palace and put this box in my hand, asking me to pass it to you, saying that it was a letter from their master. As he spoke, Chiosi held the letter folded into a few fingers wide in his palm, and the box with a bloody smell in front of Xiang Jila. He had a guess in his mind. Xiang Jila took the letter and did not open it immediately, but untied the bundle and opened the lid of the box at the height where Chiosi was holding the box. Housekeeper Li curiously leaned over to the side, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Xiang Jila, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened a little. Princess, this? Xiang Jila patted his shoulder soothingly, teasing, Uncle Li, after all, you are a man who has seen the world. It's just a steamed bun with facial features. Is it necessary to stare at it like this? With facial features. Steamed bun? Housekeeper Li touched his nose. Okay, as long as the princess is happy. I go down to do my work first. Xiang Jila nodded to him. Xian Yan should still be watching that woman in the stable. Go and tell Xian Yan that it's my order, and she know what to do. I know. After Housekeeper Li left, Chiosi looked at Xiang Jila solemnly. Princess, it's the Prince of Pingnan. Xiang Jila glanced at her, and Chiosi shut up tactfully. Knowing that Chiosi was doing this for his own good, Xiang Jila explained to her, I know your concerns. When the prince comes back, I will tell him about this in person. Since the master had spoken, Chiosi could only suppress her thoughts even though she was worried. Xiang Jila then turned her attention back to the things in the box. The person who brought the things was very careful, and washed the blood stains on the cut and the facial features before putting them in the box. However, it was still inevitable that blood would overflow from the cut. Even if the bottom was sprinkled with ash, it still couldn't cover up the bloody smell in the box. After confirming that the facial features were correct, Xiang Jila reached out and pushed aside the messy black hair. Not long after, she saw the golden needle hole on the top of the hair. This was the golden needle she had inserted into Xiang Tiange's Baihui acupoint. This head is real. At this time, Xiang Jila put the lid back on the box and opened the letter that was folded up. There were only 2 words written in strong handwriting on the letter. Try? Xiang Jila's fox eyes condensed slightly. This despicable villain. He restrained his expression, tore the letter into pieces, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the water. Xiang Jila told Chiosi, the weather is hot, chill the things, and send them to Xiang Yun in the evening to make Xiang Yun happy. Yes. It was not until Chiosi turned to the corridor, with the back of the wooden box, that Xiang Jila's fox eyes darkened. Shinmachi was using Xiang Tiange's head to test her attitude. If she accepts, he won't care whether Xiang Mansion will be destroyed or not, and he might even secretly help beat the fallen dog. If she doesn't accept, then he will try every means to stop her actions, and pull Xiang Mansion back up. Despicable villain, actually used this method to threaten her. However, even if Xiang Mansion is gone, with his temper, he will definitely find other loopholes for the 2 of them to keep in touch. Forget it, her peach blossom, she can cut it off by herself. If she can't cut it off by herself, let Ju Nua come, so that he won't have any more crazy thoughts. The Imperial Study Room in the Imperial Palace. Yin Beiki looked at Yin Zhenyu, who was sitting below him, with an unclear expression. What do you think of Nanchu's friendly gesture? Yin Zhenyu took the white jade rui that the eunuch handed to him, took a look, and then put it down casually. The establishment of diplomatic relations between 2 countries depends on sincerity. Nanchu has taken the first step, and came to Beijing from thousands of miles away to propose that the 2 countries have good relations and trade. If Dahuang goes against their request, it will seem to be without generosity. Hearing that Yin Zhenyu did not mean to object, Yin Beiki pondered and said, but I think that Nanchu has always been quite hostile to Dahuang, and the change now is a bit abrupt. Yin Zhenyu raised his sword-like eyebrows and sneered. Your Majesty, do you think that I just put down the rebellion in the south? Yin Beiki's eyelids twitched a few times, and he looked at Yin Zhenyu with a more inquiring look. What does the Emperor's uncle mean? The slender fingers picked up the transparent and warm white jade rui again, and rubbed it casually for a few times. Yin Zhenyu said calmly, the rebellion in Nanling originated from the instigation of Nanchu. It happened that Huang Fushao sneaked into Dahuang from Nanchu and fell into my hands. With just a few simple words, Yin Beiki already knew what Yin Zhenyu meant. So, This time, the establishment of diplomatic relations was done by the emperor's uncle using Huang Fu Xiao to threaten Huang Fu Jing to persuade the king of southern Chu to come on his own? Yan Zhenyu did not speak again, and his half-closed eyelids meant that he agreed. For such a big thing, his people didn't even have any news back. Yan Beiqi's phoenix eyes suddenly became a little annoyed. Such a big thing. Why didn't the emperor's uncle tell you before? Facing Yan Beiqi's undisguised questioning tone, Yan Zhenyu did not feel guilty at all. Although Nanchu is willing to make friends with Da Huang, who knows if there will be any deception? As long as the Nanchu envoys do not show sincerity, I will naturally be on guard. Now that Nanchu has shown sincerity, I am certainly not a stingy person. Even so, Yan Zhenyu's phoenix eyes condensed, and his tone slowed down a little. Your Majesty, are you questioning the way I do things? As the voice fell, a pressure was ruthlessly pressed towards Yan Beiqi. Yan Beiqi's words were choked back, and he clenched his fist slightly, but had to let go. That's not what I meant. Since your Majesty doesn't mean that. Speaking of this, Yan Zhenyu lazily put down the white jade ruby in his hand, carelessly supported his chin with his right hand, crossed his legs, and even his tone was no longer as sharp as before. So, Nanchu is now interested in establishing diplomatic relations with Da Huang. Trade between the two countries can promote the economic development of Da Huang to a certain extent. Without the disturbance of war, the people can also live and work in peace and rest. What is there for the emperor to be dissatisfied with this result? What else is not satisfactory? What I am most dissatisfied with is that you have been alive and pointing fingers at me. Yan Beiqi pondered for a moment and said carefully, if there is no war in the south, then the southern garrison will have no war to fight. In the long run, morale will be worn down. What if Nanchu takes the opportunity to rebel? Before Yan Beiqi finished speaking, Yan Zhenyu raised his hand to interrupt him. There are many barren mountains in the south. If the emperor is worried about this, why not issue a decree to let the southern garrison open up wasteland and cultivate land? If there is no trouble, they will cultivate, and if there is trouble, they will fight. In this way, not only will the combat power of the south be preserved, but also the development of people's livelihood in the south can be promoted. In addition, the south has always valued men over women, and there are many women with low status. If there are outstanding soldiers in the army, it is not a bad idea to marry them with suitable women, so that the people in the south will pay more attention to the girls and their families. Chapter 359. Yan Beiqi was silent. It must be said that whether it was military affairs, political affairs, or people's livelihood, Yan Zhenyu did have a lot to learn from him. Everyone thought that the regent was just a reckless man who could only suppress wars with force. In fact, since the death of his father, most of the laws of Da Huang and the decrees issued by him were almost all drafted by Yan Zhenyu. Such an outstanding person, if he was a minister who came in through the imperial examination or promoted from the battlefield, he would definitely be valued by him, but unfortunately, he was a member of the royal family. His existence would only overshadow the glory of him as the ruler of a country. Thinking of this, Yan Beiqi's reluctance that he had suppressed forcibly once again clamored out from a dark corner of his heart. As if he had not noticed the change in his expression, Yan Zhenyu put down his crossed legs, as if nothing had happened, and changed the subject. If the emperor has no objection to the proposal to establish diplomatic relations with Nanchu, I would like to tell the emperor about the assassin a few days ago. The assassin a few days ago? Those Xixia assassins? Yan Beiqi's phoenix eyes darkened. He had sent people to investigate these days, but as the investigation deepened, he found that not only his mother had contacts with these Xixia people, but even his brother had some connections with these people. Is there any new progress, uncle? Yan Zhenyu nodded slightly. Of the brothels that were closed down before, and the beggars that were detained by the king, 30% were Xixia spies, who committed suicide by biting the poison sac in their mouths because they could not bear the severe torture. 40% were hidden assassins, and only a small number of 30% were serious and idle vagrants. Hearing Yan Zhenyu's report, Yan Beiqi's eyelids twitched. So what the uncle meant was, Yan Zhenyu did not rush to tell Yan Beiqi all the results, but looked at him with an inquiring look. I asked the emperor to keep an eye on Xiang Mansion before. Did the emperor's people send back any news? Yan Beiqi pondered for a moment and shook his head. No. Yan Zhenyu's mouth curled up sarcastically. If the emperor's people are incompetent, it's better to replace them, so that I don't have to help you think about any key information. I'm also very busy, isn't it? Even though he was resentful, Yan Beiqi could only admit it for the sake of his brother and mother, who held him back. The uncle is right. He prayed in his heart that Yan Zhenyu's people would not find out any useful information. As if his prayer worked, Yan Zhenyuo's next words made him secretly relieved. One of the spies couldn't stand the torture and confessed. Over the years, it was Xiang Shi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who had been secretly communicating with him and leaking the secrets of Da Huang to Xixia. I will let Chu Shan arrange to deliver the confession to the palace later. At this point, Yan Zhenyuo's expression turned colder. In addition, in the Battle of Nanchu Wudo Peak, Liang Shuang, the staff officer of the Qin family army, disappeared. In the same year, King Mu Du of Xixia gained a son-in-law from Da Huang. These days, my people have been secretly investigating and learned from a disabled veteran that before Liang Shuang disappeared, he had a close relationship with Xiang Shi, who was just promoted from infantry to cavalry. The veteran was plotted against because he discovered this secret and almost died on the battlefield. It can be seen that the death of General Qin in the Battle of Nanchu Wudo Peak was not unrelated to the two of them. Although Yan Zhenyuo's suspicion sounded far-fetched and unbelievable to Yan Beiki, Yan Zhenyu never said anything he was not sure of. After thinking about it, he decided to ask the question in his heart. But according to the emperor's uncle, the two were not from the same clan or the same camp, and Liang Shuang was over 30, while Xiang Shi was just a teenager. The meaning is self-evident. Regardless of the different ancestral places of the two, one is a staff officer and the other is a cavalryman, and they rarely have the opportunity to meet. The age difference between the two is almost enough to be father and son. With such a combination, no matter how hard others try, they can't think of any connection between them. Yan Beiki had expected that he would not believe it, so Yan Zhenyu looked up at him, his tone unquestionable. The old soldier is now protected by my people. If the emperor wants to summon him, I can ask Chu Shan to arrange it. Faced with Yan Zhenyu's strength, Yan Beiki's reluctance to break out of the ground was suppressed again. In this case, I have to trouble my uncle. These days, because of the relationship between Empress Dowager Zhong and Yan Beimo and Xixia, he has become more cautious in dealing with Xixia's problems. At least, before confirming the real existence of the Sichuan organization, he has to be humble. Xiang Jila, the fool, is now obsessed with Yan Zhenyu. He even refuses to see Beimo and defends Yan Zhenyu in everything. The previous plan to use Xiang Jila is probably not feasible now. He has to find another way. If necessary, he can find a way to send Xiang Jila to that person and let that person fight with Yan Zhenyu. This is also a good strategy among the bad strategies. He doesn't believe that Yan Zhenyu doesn't know that the person has entered the capital. Now he dare not act rashly, but he is worried that Xiang Jila is just a plaything in the heart of Yan Zhenyu, the devil. He has never given up and has always stood up for her to express his importance to this woman, but he just wants to create an illusion in front of him that he cares about this woman. Then after knowing his plan, he sent the woman away, and then used this as an excuse to conspire with that person to pull him off the throne. Just thinking of the consequences, Yan Beiki couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, and he absolutely couldn't take the slightest risk. But soon, his mind became active again, but if the Xiang Mansion incident came out, Xiang Jila would definitely not be able to escape. When the time comes, he will use the Xiang Mansion incident to test Yan Zhenyu's sincerity, and he will know whether the plan of sending the woman away will work. The uncle and nephew each had their own thoughts, and the imperial study fell into a short silence until Your Majesty, an urgent official letter from the Jingji government office. Hearing this, Yan Beiki did not have much emotion, but asked softly, "What's the matter?" The eunuch who delivered the letter held the official letter in both hands and greeted Yan Beiki and Yan Zhenyu respectfully. The Jingji government office received a difficult case today. As he said this, the eunuch secretly glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who was sitting as steady as a mountain, and then secretly glanced at Yan Beiki. Yan Zhenyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and Yan Beiki immediately spoke first. "Go on." By Cui Lu, a murder occurred. The deceased was Xiang Zhang, the concubine of the Xiang family, and the murderer was Prince Qing. And what? It also affected the Yongla princess of Nanchu. It was related to the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. The Jing Zhaoyin did not dare to make a decision at will, so he submitted an urgent official letter. Hearing this, Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Yan Beiki frowned directly. What's going on? Chapter 360. The Prince Regent's Palace. Arriving at the stable of the Prince Regent's Palace, she looked around along the curtains lifted by the breeze. Su Qian immediately understood why anyone could throw dignity to the ground and trample on it in the face of absolute power. The Prince Regent's Palace was just a stable, but it was larger than the main courtyard of the Xiang Mansion, which she thought was very grand. Even the horse stool she stepped on, when getting off the carriage, was made of mahogany. It is conceivable how grand and magnificent the rest of this mansion is. Because of knee pain, she was unable to move. The curtain of the carriage door was open for a long time, and she waited for a long time, but no one came to help her, and no one called a doctor for her. Early summer without air conditioning was fatal to her, a business elite who was afraid of heat and sweated a lot. What's more, she was wearing layers of ancient costumes, and the material of the clothes was not light. Not long after, she was sweating in the carriage. Her whole body was sticky, and even the powder she carefully applied on her face began to slide off with sweat. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore, and smiled at a groom who was feeding horses not far away, which she thought was a perfect smile. She said in a tender voice, "Big brother, can you help me find someone to come over?" The groom who was feeding the horses ignored her, fed one horse, then another, and did not forget to clean up the exclusive place for Yusong. Seeing that she was completely ignored, Su Qian clenched her fist slightly, memorized the groom's appearance, and secretly made up her mind that when she got the position, she would kill the servant who dared to ignore her as soon as possible. After waiting for a while, she saw an old man with gray hair, better clothes than the groom, and many wrinkles on his face, with two big and strong women who looked at least 40 or 50 years old, coming to the carriage. Seeing her, the old man first smiled and bowed to her. "Miss Su, right? Our princess said that you hurt your leg. I will have someone move you off the carriage now." After saying that, he signaled with his eyes, and two servants immediately came forward, one on each side, and didn't care whether it would hurt her injured leg, and carried Su Qian off the carriage like a chicken. While Su Qian was comfortably enjoying the half-day tour of the Regent's palace, Xiang Jila was not idle either. After learning that Li Yu's body was just not completely free of toxins, and Gong Sunming had already given her acupuncture to clear the stagnation of toxins, Xiang Jila finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, is she really fine?" Gong Sunming nodded. "The girl has a special physique. I will come to give her acupuncture in the next few days. I hope the princess will ask the doorman to make it convenient for her." "No problem." Knowing Li Yu's specialness, Xiang Jila was also curious about how Gong Sunming could give Li Yu acupuncture without any harm. "I know that ordinary people can't get close to her, why?" Hearing Xiang Jila's words, Gong Sunming looked at Li Yu with a softer look than when he first entered the mansion. "Why do you think I know medicine, princess?" This look. She was too familiar with it. Jun Nuo looked at her like this when she wasn't paying attention. The two of them had a story. Xiang Jila glanced at Li Yu and said hesitantly, "For her?" Gong Sunming smiled at her elegantly, bowed respectfully, and then carried the medicine box on his back. Seeing that he didn't answer, Xiang Jila didn't force him, but changed the subject and told him that she came to Gong Sunming and needed his cooperation. After hearing her words, Gong Sunming's eyes flashed with surprise. "It's just a jumping clown. Why does the princess go to the trouble to torture her? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just poison her?" Xiang Jila smiled slightly, his eyes cold. "I have to see how she jumps around, so that I can be mentally prepared. How should I guard against other vixens, who covet my man in the future?" Gong Sunming, It was midnight when Yin Junyo returned to the mansion. After listening to the report of housekeeper Li and Lin Shersan, he went to the main courtyard. The lights in the bedroom were not turned off yet. Intertwined with other lights in the main courtyard, it was like a gentle giant net that held him in. With a sense of belonging in his heart, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and he regained his former calmness. When he entered the bedroom, his sight was immediately attracted by the little woman, who was sleeping on the desk in the corner. She was sleeping very soundly, her plump little mouth slightly open, and she even held a wolf hair brush in her hand. The ink had already dyed the rice paper under her hand black, and even the little paw as white as fine porcelain was not spared. The 5 round and white fingers were all stained with ink. He couldn't help but chuckle. He walked forward and bent down to her neck, and sniffed it lightly. The sweet and sticky sweet-scented osmanthus smell, and the unique fragrance of a little woman, really wanted to take a bite to try whether it was really as sweet as it smelled. After a struggle between his mind and his body, he hesitated to take the bite, because he was worried about waking her up. He secretly kissed her left cheek with his thin lips, and then he carefully put his hands under her armpits and knees, and applied a little force. She was awakened at once. "You're back?" he said him softly, with no intention of letting her go. "If it's too late, don't wait for me." Xiang Jila leaned on his shoulder and yawned, muttering, "I didn't expect that I could fall asleep while writing." Hearing that she sounded tired, and remembering what Butler Li and Lin Shersan had told him, he carried her towards the couch and asked casually, "What did you do today? Why are you so tired?" "Back to Xiang Mansion, and a lot happened today." Feeling that she was put on the bed, Xiangjila stretched out her right hand and rubbed her eyes while speaking. The more she rubbed, the more she felt something was wrong. She immediately focused on her right hand. When she saw that the 5 fingers of her right hand were all black ink, her sleepiness was driven away at once, and she quickly sat up. Yin Junyo turned around and went behind the screen to get a wet towel to wipe her hands. Before he returned to the bed, he saw someone with a black right eye sitting on the bed in dishevel, looking at his paw with ink smudged from 5 fingers to the palm of his hand. Aware of Yin Junyo's sight, Xiangjila immediately hid his right hand behind his back and stretched out his left hand to cover his right eye. This time, Yin Junyo finally couldn't help it. He walked quickly to her with a towel, leaned over and pulled her hand away, helped her wipe the ink from her right eye, and didn't forget to tease Xiangjila, "You are almost 17, can you be more mature?" Xiangjila sighed in annoyance, and handed his black right hand to him in a huff. "You didn't remind me." Chapter 361. Yin Junyo wiped her black paw clean with a smile, turned around, washed the handkerchief again, wrung it dry, came back, covered her right eye and wiped it again. "Xiangjila, you are becoming more and more shameless now." "Shameless, Xiangjila, eh?" After wiping the ink off her face and hands, the handkerchief in Yin Junyo's hand had already changed color. Seeing that there were still faint ink marks on her right eye and right hand, he sat on the bed, holding the handkerchief with his thumb and index finger, and handed it to her, and shook it with disdain. He frowned and said "tsk" a few times. Look, Dahe rolled in the mud, but didn't waste his handkerchief as much as you did. "Xiangjila, you little liar, I seriously suspect that you are only 7 years old." "Only 7 years old?" Xiangjila narrowed his fox eyes slightly, and took advantage of his unpreparedness, snatched the handkerchief stained black by ink from his hand, and threw it under the bed, threw himself on him and pressed him into the couch. His hands were not idle, directly pressed his hands to the top of his head, and pulled the cow tendon satin at the head of the bed that was used to tie her up on the nights when she had cried dry. The silk yarn that Yin Junyo had found in his private storehouse, made of yak tendon paste and mixed with the strongest soft silk and millet grass to weave together. It is said that this kind of gauze was originally used by the leader of a certain extinct tribe in the north to make belts. Due to the complicated textile process, extremely high cost and strong substitutability, it is almost non-existent in Dahuang and other 4 countries in the Central Plains. The biggest advantage is that it is very tough, and not easy to be torn apart or to hurt the skin. Recalling the embarrassment of struggling all night to break the cow tendon satin, Xiangjila smiled at him condescendingly. "Yes, my mind is only 7 years old, and I only act like a child. Brother Nua shouldn't care too much about me, right? Very good, give her a chance to redeem herself. You tied her up, and didn't let her eat, right? Tonight, she would take the opportunity to get back at him." The light behind her was bright, and because of this action, a large shadow was cast on Yin Junyo's face. It easily covered up his Adam's apple that was slightly rolling because of her bullying. His nose was once again filled with the sweet osmanthus fragrance and her unique fragrance. Due to the height difference, Xiangjila kept leaning over to press his hands, and it was easy for him to see the water-red fabric in the loose cross collar. The softness under the fabric swayed due to her movements, and the delicious fruit rubbed his face from time to time due to his struggle. It was only 2 or 3 hours before dawn, and Yin Junyo didn't have too many thoughts when he just came back. But now, it's already in front of his mouth if he doesn't eat it. It seems unreasonable. Besides, he wanted to taste whether she was sweeter tonight than before, didn't he? With this realization, Yin Junyo, whose hands were about to be tied by Xiangjila and hung on the head of the bed, did not hesitate at all, and immediately broke free from the resilient cow tendon satin, and skillfully tied the cow tendon satin back to her hands. Taking advantage of her inertia when struggling, he suddenly raised his head, opened his thin lips slightly, and accurately held the rebellious and delicious fruit through the thin fabric, and gently bit it with his teeth a few times. The situation suddenly reversed. Xiangjila trembled slightly, and struggled to get out of bed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The delicate and heavy bed curtain was knocked down. A white and slender hand tightly grasped a corner of the bed curtain to prevent it from falling completely. Wait. Your Majesty. I know I was wrong. Look, it's almost dawn. Let's take a rest. The hand holding the bed curtain was mercilessly pulled away by another big hand and pulled back into the tent. I'm just going to rest with you now, so be quiet. Inside the bed curtain, the hand that was pulled in not long ago lifted up a corner of the bed curtain again. Not this kind of rest, I have something else to do. An undershirt was thrown out through the small gap mercilessly, and the hand was pulled back again. This is also an urgent matter. But, After a strange silence with heavy breathing, a voice that was unstable and low and lingering, which could be drawn, came out from the tent. Lulu dear, call me. Yes. Brother. Accompanied by a soft and vague ending, a pair of thin women's pants rolled up with a water-red small dress were thrown out of the tent, and no one lifted the tightly closed bed curtains again. Seong Mansion. The bright moon gradually set in the west. The sound of frogs croaking one after another echoed in the corridor, because of the empty location. It made the Seong Mansion, which was already sparsely populated, even more weird. West Garden. In the night, Seong Yun, who was so thin that he looked unrecognizable, climbed up from the bed with difficulty and staggered to the square table in the center of the room. After drinking a few glasses of ice-cold water with shaking hands, the heat in his body finally subsided. At this time, he found that a cold and square bundle had been placed where the teapot was. He touched the bundle with shaking hands, and it was cold and hard. No wonder the water he drank just now was also ice-cold. His heart was pounding, and there was a faint smell of blood between his noses. A strong feeling that he had to open the bundle prompted Seong Yun to courageously pick up the bundle in his hand. There was a wooden box in the bundle, and the things in the box were a bit heavy. This was the biggest feeling he had when he carried the bundle in his hand. If it was him in the past, he could carry this heavy bundle and run around Seong Mansion for a few laps without any effort. But now, he was like a useless person, and he felt tired after carrying it for a while. Looking around the room with only faint moonlight, he carried the bundle, supported the wall and moved step by step to the window. After walking and stopping for several times, he finally brought the bundle to the windowsill where the moonlight was the brightest. The table under the window originally had a pot of white orchid, which was given to him by Seong Tinga. When they got married this year, Sue said that white orchids were all white, and it was unlucky to put them in the new house. Despite his objection, she had the white orchids removed and replaced with various dried fruits that symbolized early birth of a son. Not long after the wedding, the dried fruits were discarded because they were moldy, and the table was left empty. Now it has provided him with convenience. Just the small action of putting the bundle on the table has almost made him tired to the point of blacking out. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger. He stopped just before he touched the bundle. At this moment, Seong Yun hoped that Zhang Qianer would appear at this time to spoil him, and help him open the bundle to see what was inside. But when he thought of Zhang Qianer's methods, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his spine. After thinking about it, he decided to muster up his courage and reached out to untie the knot on the bundle. Chapter 362. Under the pale moonlight, the sandalwood box glowed with a strange color. The bloody smell between the wings of the nose seemed to be stronger than before. Due to the hot weather, water droplets were slowly oozing out of the surface of the box. Seong Yun felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He felt a dull pain in his heart for no reason, and even his breathing became rapid and heavy. He felt a chill on his back, and finally he gritted his teeth and opened the top cover of the box. What he saw was a bunch of women's long hair, and there was an exquisitely crafted pearl flower in the messy hair. Seong Yun recognized it. It was the one he bought for his sister Tinga. With a sharp pain in his heart, he staggered back a few steps. Inadvertently, he pulled the cloth wrapped around the wooden box while retreating. When he fell heavily to the ground, the wooden box was also pulled and fell to the ground along with the cloth. A head that he was familiar with rolled to the outside of his thigh. Eyes that were not closed, and without any luster were staring at him. Several shrill and out-of-tune screams resounded throughout the sky above Kyoto. Under the vast moonlight, the few spots of light in Seong Mansion gathered towards the west garden. It was not yet light. The Regent Palace was as busy as ever. In the bedroom, Seong Jila got up early to help Yin Junyo dress and tie his waist belt, and also rubbed his shoulders and back. Your Highness, I asked Chiosi to tell He Dajwan to make you yam chicken porridge and meat buns this morning. You can ask Chu Shan to take them to eat on the way to the palace later. By the way, Chu Shan should not have had breakfast yet. If you have extra buns, share them with him. Do you want to share a few more buns with Chu Shan? Hearing that she prepared breakfast for him and asked him to share a few buns with his subordinates, Yin Junyo reached out and grabbed her jaw, gave her a lingering kiss, and then bit her lower lip as punishment, nibbling it with teeth and sucking it gently. The fresh mint after washing, and the sweet smell of the flower tea for rinsing mouth intertwined in their breathing. Until he noticed Chu Shan hesitating outside, Yin Junyo reluctantly let her go. For his breakfast, he would not give up even a step. If I give it away, I starve. Starving? Knowing that he was inexplicably jealous, Seong Jila stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. It's not made by me, so what's the big deal if I give some away? Don't hurt Chushan's heart. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Yes, she just said that Chiosi should ask He Dojwan to do it. Yin Zhenyo nodded reluctantly. If it's made by you, others can only look at it, but not touch it. Seeing his serious look, Xiangjila couldn't help but chuckle. Yin Zhenyo, you just laughed at me yesterday for having the mind of a 7-year-old, but now you are even worse than 7. After being embarrassed and angry by Xiangjila's words, Yin Zhenyo's ears turned red, and he snorted coldly. You have no regard for your husband. Knowing that he was going to go down the stairs, Xiangjila nodded and smiled obediently. Yes, yes. How can you only keep your husband in your eyes? You must keep him in your heart. If you don't believe me, listen to it. This heart is beating so loudly, isn't it because of that stupid man named Yin Zhenyo, who occupies a full share in it? Although the love talk was greasy, a certain stupid man enjoyed it very much. Not only did he easily get over it, he also secretly decided to give Chu Shan a few more meat buns later. Seeing the little woman obediently take the intricately embroidered dragon robe, he also cooperated with her to put it on, and did not forget to scold her a few times. I told you not to get up with me, but you refused to listen and had to run around. Silly Zhenyo, you have said this 3 times since you got up, so long-winded. As he was talking, Xiangjila had already helped him straighten the collar of his outer robe. I can get up, which means I'm not tired. Besides, I feel very satisfied to be able to do something for you. I don't know whether the prescription Gong Sun Ming gave her to regulate her body was effective, or Xiao San was secretly helping her to recover. Anyway, she didn't have any other bad experience last night, except a little sore waist and weak legs. Xiangjila said a long sentence, and Yin Zhenyo only extracted the word not tired. He raised his eyebrows, as if he got some hint. Blame him. Except for that time of riding a horse, he would habitually control himself in other places outside the bath, fearing that he would hurt her. He didn't expect that he would give her a bad experience. How could it be a pleasure if she wasn't tired? No, after this period of busy work, he must let her have several unforgettable nights. I didn't feel anything wrong with Yin Zhenyo at all, and recalled the communication they had before they fell asleep this morning. Xiangjila put away the relaxation just now, and when he looked at him, he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Is Brother Xiao really okay? Although Brother Xiao had been assuring her not to worry, they were still envoys of Nanchu, and such a big thing happened during their mission. He habitually reached out to straighten her crooked hairpin, and nodded slightly. Brother, there is no problem, but letting Uncle Jing join the game in advance may have some impact on the layout later. Hearing what he said, Xiangjila lowered his head, and said self-blamingly, It's my fault for being greedy. I knew that Zhang Qianer could not be reused, but I still wanted to keep her to mess up the Xiang mansion. If I had done it a few days earlier. With a slump on her shoulders, Xiangjila looked up and met his gaze, which was as cold as usual but seemed a little different. A blessing in disguise? What? She said blankly. Retracting his hand from her shoulder, Yin Zhenyo's expression softened a bit. I originally wanted to drag Zhai Jioma into the game, and use the incident of Queen Mother Zhong to create a rift between my 2 good nephews. Now that Princess Yonla has intervened, I have saved the effort of dealing with Zhai Jioma. Speaking of Zhai Jioma, Xiangjila seemed to have forgotten to tell Yin Zhenyo something. She touched her nose awkwardly. It's already. What? This time it was Yin Zhenyo's turn to be surprised. It's already? What? Brother Yin Beima, there's already a gap. Knowing that Chu Shan was waiting outside, Xiangjila didn't delay Yin Zhenyo for too long. In a few words, she told Yin Zhenyo that she had borrowed someone from Zhai Jioma in the name of Mu Zhenyan, asked Queen Mother Zhong to communicate with Yin Beima, and then revealed to Yin Beima that Yin Beiki was not the eldest son. The eldest son of a concubine? A trace of inquiry flashed in Yin Zhenyo's narrow phoenix eyes. Xiangjila nodded. I mentioned to you before that there is a secret room in Yin Beiki's palace. There is a secret passage in the secret room that leads to an unknown place. There are many secrets in the secret room since the founding of the Great Phoenix. Speaking of this, Yin Zhenyo's inquiry gradually turned cold. When you mentioned this to me, I said people to investigate, but when my people found the secret room, the things in the secret room were empty, and even the secret passage was sealed. Chapter 363. Empty? Xiangjila frowned slightly. Recalling the secret training she had put away before, she turned around and walked to the bedside, and took out the Yin family secret training with only 8 words, to give it to him, by using her body to cover the bed. The country is stable. Suppress the legitimate wife, and support the illegitimate wife. After seeing these 8 words clearly, Yin Zhenyo's phoenix eyes condensed, and his eyes instantly became deep and bottomless. However, when his eyes touched Xiangjila beside him, he pretended to be relaxed and took the secret training from her hand. I take care of it. This time he didn't reject her kindness. Xiangjila secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly remembering another thing, Xiangjila opened her mouth to speak, and Yin Junyo seemed to have understood her mind. Last night you told me you wanted a letter that was not very useful. I sent someone to deliver it to you later. For his unconditional support, Xiangjila couldn't help but jump on him again and kissed him hard on the face. Thank you, Junyo. Junyo is so nice. Facing her sudden attack, Yin Junyo just pulled her off his body in a good-tempered manner and said him, if you want to play and make trouble, you have to have fun and make a lot of noise. Even if you want to tear down the Regent Palace, it's fine. A pair of restless hands hung on his neck again. Don't you ask me what I'm going to use it for? Yin Junyo pulled her hands off again in a good-tempered manner. Just don't let that woman brought from Xiong Mansion appear in front of me. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and cut her neck with a sword. Hearing Chushan sighing for the third time outside the door, Xiangjila had to let her go obediently. His face was full of reluctance. Then you hurry up and get busy. I will be busy after breakfast. He pressed a hand on her forehead to comfort her. Yin Junyo almost let her go and restrained his relaxation and gentleness in front of her. His whole momentum became fierce, and he was about to walk out. When he was about to reach the door of the room, he stopped and did not look back at her. Lulu, I'm very happy that you are willing to take the initiative to find me to solve Shinmachi's problem. I'm very happy that you are willing to tell me all the arrangements and plans. Although his tone was calm, his slightly red ears had already betrayed his nervousness. As the door closed again, his footsteps went away. Xiangjila's eyes slowly filled with tears, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a joyful and gentle smile. Silly, this is such a hard one and only opportunity. She will definitely not be as selfish as before and hide everything from him. Xiangyan is crazy. This is the news that Xiangyan brought back to Xiangjila after hiding Xiangtianga's head in Su's room when Xiangjila was having breakfast. He was crying and laughing like crazy, and he was incontinent. Su arrived at the West Garden and saw the two servants, who were specially assigned to serve Xiangyan, were still sleeping soundly at the door of the room. She was so angry that she directly ordered the two servants to be beaten to death. She saw Xiangyan's appearance, and finally shook his head and sighed and left. Su saw Xiangxi leaving and chased him out unwillingly. They didn't know what they discussed, but soon, Xiangxi left in a hurry. Knowing that Xiangxi had left, Xiangjila's expression turned cold. Didn't the Xiang family know about Zhang Qian'er's affairs? Xiangyan choked, and this time it was Qiuxi who answered. Not only did the Xiang family know, but the Zhang family also knew about it. However, it was related to Prince Qin, and because of the involvement of the prince and the general king, although the ministers in the court had objections, the emperor had not made any statement so far, and the people from the two mansions with stains naturally did not dare to approach the emperor. Xiangjila lowered his eyes. That's right. Before Zhang Qian'er was brought into the Xiang mansion, she was already a discarded child in the Zhang mansion. Zhang Qijing, who was ordered to reflect on his mistakes in the mansion before, just listened to her because he had nowhere else to go. Now that there is no effect, Zhang Qian'er is already dead, and was killed by Prince Qing himself. At this time, he must be low-key insensible. It is also sad that Zhang Qian'er is just an unnecessary idler in the Xiang mansion. As long as the people in the two mansions are not stupid, they know that according to the development of this situation, as long as Zhang Qian'er is not at fault, the emperor's reward and compensation will definitely be indispensable. They are crazy to upset the emperor for a not-so-important person. After a pause, she gave Xiangyan an order. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him go to find the general king of Nanchu. Xiangyan bowed his head respectfully. I have asked Xian San and Lin Er to stop him. If Xiangxi is really a spy of Xixia, I guess he will find someone else to help him in addition to the general king. No, Xiangjila shook his head and took a bite of the jade lava dumplings that he Dazhuang had recently figured out. Xiangxi has been able to hide for more than 10 years without showing any signs of his presence, which is enough to show that he is not as brainless as we think. Qiuxi also looked solemn. Indeed, who would have thought that Xiangxi, who looked incompetent and always on the verge of death, and had a falling out with the princess several times, could still stand firm in the position of the Minister of War? But thinking back carefully, there seemed to be a clue. Every time the emperor wanted to take action against the people in the Ministry of War, he could always create various situations in time before the Ministry of War was taken. The atmosphere suddenly became dull, and Xiangyan hurriedly said something to make Xiangjila happy. The doctor said that Xiang Yun is now skinny, with all kinds of wounds, big and small, and his anus is rotten and pus oozing. Looking at the dumpling he had just bitten, it was oozing out the yellow-green salted egg yolk due to the vegetable juice. Xiang Jila pursed her lips, resisted the churning in her stomach, swallowed the dumpling in her mouth with difficulty, and asked the servants to take away the whole plate of jade lava dumplings. After a night of intense exercise last night, Xiang Jila was already starving. She took away the jade lava dumplings, took a sip of millet porridge, and once again set her sights on another plate of strange-looking snacks. It is said that this is a special snack in Saibei. Lin Bufan taught He Dazhuang how to make it, and He Dazhuang specially thought about and improved it for Yin Zhenyuo. Chapter 364. Unfortunately, Yin Zhenyuo has been busy with official duties, and he only eats the food on the recipe Xiang Jila gave him, so He Dazhuang has not been able to show his cooking skills. Xiang Jila gave him a rare opportunity to test the results of his recent efforts, so he naturally wanted to show his best skills. The plate of snacks was wrapped in sausage casings, each of which was a standard 3-finger wide oval with a strange red and black luster. Xiang Jila frowned, picked up the snack, and took a bite. Well, it was ordinary flour mixed with cow blood, and the taste was a bit strange. Why were 2 cooked quail eggs wrapped in the beef? But it was strange, but the aftertaste was strong. Xiang Jila couldn't help but pick up another one, and didn't forget to urge Xiang Yin. Keep talking. Hearing that Xiang Yin was not well, she could eat a few more snacks. Seeing Xiang Jila eating happily, and recalling Xiang Yin's miserable condition, Xiang Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said tremblingly, because of the strong medicine, Xiang Yin's balls and sticks separated. Seeing Xiang Yin's eyes on her hand, Xiang Jila followed her line of sight, and glanced at the snack still on the chopsticks. Dan dan. Bang bang. Her stomach was inexplicably churning, and this time she couldn't hold it back, and she immediately retched. Frightened, Chiosi quickly asked the servants to bring the bowls and utensils. After vomiting everything in her stomach, Xiang Jila rinsed his mouth, held his forehead, and raised his hand to ask the servants to remove the plate of strange snacks. Chiosi, ask the kitchen to prepare a normal breakfast, and don't let He Dazhuang make such weird things in the future. Yes. The palace. Yin Beima accidentally killed Zhang Qianer. According to the frightened Princess Yonla's cry, she was scolded by the Regent Princess at the dinner, and after staying in the Regent's mansion for a few days, she found that the Regent didn't like her at all, so she didn't want to force it. It happened that when she was frustrated, she met the Prince of Qing, who looked a bit like the Regent, so she fell in love with the Prince of Qing as a second choice. If it weren't for the fact that this Da Huang woman swore that she had a close relationship with the Prince of Qing, she would never have accepted the invitation. But she didn't expect that her promise would give the big Phoenix woman the opportunity to hurt her. This woman actually poisoned her tea. Fortunately, the Prince of Qing arrived in time, and found out that the tea was poisonous. The two had a dispute. In order to get rid of her, the big Phoenix woman was so bold that she used drugs on the Prince of Qing. In order to protect her, the Prince of Qing used up his last strength to kill the big Phoenix woman before he fell into a coma. The statement was very lame and full of loopholes, but the servant who delivered the letter to the Princess of Nanchu was recognized as a servant of the Xiang mansion, and the servant who delivered the letter to the Prince of Qing's mansion as the follower of the Princess of Nanchu was also traced back to the distant relative of a rough servant of the Zhang mansion. Involving the Xiang mansion and the Zhang mansion, who else can make the servants of both sides obey orders except Zhang Qianer? Yin Beimo was affected by the illusion, and he only remembered that he saw the two drinking tea in peace when he pushed the door open, and then he remembered nothing. In addition, no matter how the coroner of the Dali Temple performed the autopsy, the result was that he was stabbed in the heart and died, and the murder weapon was indeed the dagger in Yin Beimo's hand. If Princess Yonla had not screamed at the time, but buried the person privately with Prince Qing, this matter would have been over after it was revealed. But Princess Yonla's scream attracted a lot of onlookers, and even alarmed General Wang of Nanchu. A concubine of Da Huang died, but the concubine wanted to poison his precious daughter. How could this hot-tempered man who had been fighting on the battlefield for many years endure this breath? He came to establish diplomatic relations, not to give others his head and trample his dignity on the ground. It is said that the Prince of Da Huang killed the concubine to protect his daughter, but who knows whether the prince has the intention to kill his daughter? He loves his daughter so much that he doesn't care about the personal grudge with Yin Zhenyuo. He directly asks Da Huang to give him a satisfactory answer in the capacity of an envoy, otherwise Da Huang is too bullying. Regarding this matter, during the morning court, nearly 50% of the ministers reported to the emperor to put the national prestige first, and not to give a heavy sentence to the king of Qin because of the attitude of the envoy. Moreover, the daughter of an envoy of a country has a close personal relationship with the emperor of the current dynasty. No matter what the reason is, this starting point is very intriguing. It is very likely a trap of Nanchu, intending to alienate the relationship between the emperor and the king of Qin and cause internal strife in Dahuang. Nearly 30% of the ministers requested severe punishment. The emperor broke the law and was guilty of the same crime as the common people. Although the source was most likely because of Princess Yongla of Nanchu, how could there be a private relationship if only one person worked hard and the other person didn't have any intention? As for what the two talked about privately, whether it was state affairs or private affairs, who knows? The identity of the deceased was also embarrassing. She was just a concubine. In addition, the family tradition of this concubine was also problematic. Her mother and elder sister could do such a dishonorable thing in the palace, and were beaten to death. She entered the Xiong mansion in a dishonorable way, so what could she not do? Although the number of people on both sides was far different, it was obvious that the nearly 30% of the ministers who demanded severe punishment had stronger fighting power. Jia Daohing's sonorous words, "How can a country without virtue be feared by the world?" cut off all the arguments. Seeing that the arguments were fruitless, and there was a tendency to argue again, Yan Zhenyu said calmly, "Li Zhao, Fang Ting, Jia Daohing, Zhang Yeji, Qin Su, tell me your unique opinions after the court session," which immediately put out the fire of war that everyone was about to ignite. These 5 people happened to be the most arguing courtiers. This was the only time that Yan Beiki was grateful for Yan Zhenyu's interference. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's discuss it later," and then asked the eunuch to ask if there were any other matters as usual, and then retired. Because of Yan Zhenyu's residual power, the other ministers did not dare to mention this matter again, but reported some other trivial matters one after another. After Yan Beiki solved them one by one, he left Zhong Qiang and Meng Xiu and retired. Imperial Study. He glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who had been sitting there with a cold face, and not saying a word since he had discussed with several officials who were arguing after the court session, and then looked at the old Taifu Zhong, who was over 50 years old but had a refined demeanor, and a gleam in his eyes, Zhong Qiang, and the gray-haired but still energetic Meng Xiu, and frowned and said, "I wonder what Taifu and Mr. Ming think about this matter." Chapter 365. Both of them were silent for a moment. After a while, Master Zhong bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I think what Lord Li Zhao said in the court just now is not unreasonable. This matter concerns the prestige of the great Phoenix Kingdom. Prince Qing must not be severely punished because of the attitude of the envoy." Yan Beiki glanced at Yan Zhenyu without leaving a trace, and then pondered, as Master said, "How should this matter be resolved?" After thinking for a while, Master Zhong said respectfully again, "As Princess Yongla said, Prince Qing accidentally killed someone in order to save her, and the fault lies with Zhang." At this point, he glanced at Yan Zhenyu, and continued to speak when he saw that Yan Zhenyu had no intention of objecting. If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. However, Zhang married into the Xiong mansion, but the Xiong mansion did not properly discipline her. This is the common fault of her natal family, and her husband's family. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the imperial desk, and Yan Beiki narrowed his eyes, and looked at Meng Xiu. "Mr. Meng, what do you think?" Meng Xiu bowed to Yan Beiki. "I think that this matter concerns the two countries, and it is better to make a small matter than to make a big one." After getting the answer he wanted, Yan Beiki looked at Yan Zhenyu. "Uncle, what do you think? After all, the peace and trade agreement between the two countries is about to be drafted, and it is not appropriate to cause trouble at this critical moment. As the king of a country, he still understands that he can have contradictions internally, but must be consistent with the outside world. If the emperor can convince General Huangfu, I have no objection." It is obvious that Yan Zhenyu's attitude to Yan Beiki is that he will not interfere too much in this matter. "Okay, then follow what the master said." With a consensus on the discussion, Yan Beiki waved his hand, and asked the eunuch to bring the imperial guards to invite Xiang Shi and Zhang Qijing to the palace. Regent Palace. Butler Li reported to Xiang Jila everything Su Qian did from the time she moved in last night to the morning. "Dancing by the lotus pond?" Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows. "Your legs just stopped hurting, but you're so restless?" Besides, she didn't even worry about whether the medicine the doctor gave her was problematic. Butler Li's eyes flashed with contempt. Not only that, the woman called the servants in the mansion little brother and little sister, and made our people seem to be very familiar with her. Did she think that the people in the regent's mansion would fall for her tricks in Xiong mansion? Are you kidding? Who can work in the regent's mansion is not a smart person. Can someone who is not smart and loyal be kept to work? Xiang Jila curled his lips coldly. That's it? After listening to Xiao Sen's stories about the various ways that Chinese women flatter their masters, this woman can only dance and call little brother and little sister? Li Guanjia thought for a moment and added, when the princess was having breakfast, the people in the laundry room came to report to me that the woman claimed to be lost. She wandered around their place for a few times and returned empty-handed. I suspect that she wanted to see the clothes that the prince usually wears so that she can identify the master in the mansion. Looking for clothes in the laundry room? You have a quick mind. Xiang Jila stood up. A delicate yellow long dress with woven flowers fell to the plain white uppers as she stood up. The delicate silver chain inlaid cloud-shaped shoes just revealed a few round pearls, and the toe embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. This was specially bought by Yan Zhenyuo for Li Guanjia last year. She had thought that she would be able to wear it in May after getting married in April, but she didn't get married until August and only had the chance to wear it this year. In fact, all the clothes she had in the mansion were those bought by housekeeper Li last year. Therefore, when Yan Zhenyuo said he wanted to buy her more clothes and jewelry last night, she refused with righteous words. The reason was, she would feel bad if he wasted her money. Facing her open acceptance of everything about him, Yan Zhenyuo responded by almost not letting her sleep all night. If she hadn't insisted on talking to him about the plan being disrupted by Zhang Qianer, he probably wouldn't even want to go to the morning court today. Zhang Qianer's death gave Zhenyuo an opportunity to trap Yan Beima. According to Zhenyuo's personality, he would definitely let Yan Beiqi's people play freely and do nothing himself. First relax the vigilance of Yan Beiqi's brothers, and then plant the knife unexpectedly. And Xiang Tiange's death was used to destroy the Xiang mansion for her. Now, it depends on how big a hole Su Qian, a lonely ghost who came all the way from China, can tear for her to make trouble. June knew his clothes. She would never let that woman touch them. But she tried so hard to identify the clothes, she would not give up if she didn't get some results. Glancing at the hunched-over Li, Xiang Jila's fox eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled at Li with ill intentions. Uncle Li. Li felt a chill on his back when he was stared at by Xiang Zila, and he couldn't help but shivered and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Princess. Princess? Xiang Jila took 2 steps forward and tugged at Li's sleeve like a younger generation acting like a spoiled child to an elder. For the sake of the harmony between me and the prince, please sacrifice your looks. Before she could finish, Butler Li immediately pulled open his sleeves. Princess, please don't embarrass me. I'm already old, how can I have looks? But Uncle Li is still as charming as ever, Xiang Jila said, as a matter of course. Believe it or not, as long as you are willing, you can walk out of the palace with your back straight today and bring Aunt Li back tomorrow. As soon as Xiang Jila finished speaking, Xiao Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing, and even Qiusi, who was always calm, pursed her lips. A cold glare hit their foreheads at the same time, and Xiao Yan and Qiusi regained their seriousness at the same time. Xiang Jila continued, Uncle Li, please, I don't know who else to find who has a high status in this mansion except you. The prince is not suitable, and Chu Shan is even less suitable. As she said this, she even pulled the housekeeper Li around in a circle. TSK praised. Look at your unique curved body, these well-proportioned facial features. If you are taller, straighter, and younger, you can beat Chu Shan anytime and anywhere. Otherwise, why would I ask you for help instead of Chu Shan? Don't you think so? After a big bowl of soup, Butler Li straightened his back and nodded in a daze. Although he is not handsome, who is not a spirited young man when he is young, if the princess said that he is younger and can even beat the prince, he would never believe it, but Chu Shan. He came to his senses halfway through nodding and found something wrong, and immediately shook his head. No. Oh, Uncle Li, don't be modest with me. As he spoke, Xiang Jila patted his shoulder. Then, let's make it a deal. You can see which dress is the most beautiful, and send someone to take it to the laundry room. Let them accidentally leave it aside, giving Su Qian a chance to get close to the bedroom. Butler Li immediately raised his hand to interrupt Xiang Jila. Wang. Before he could finish his words, Xiang Jila grabbed his hand and stuffed a letter that Yan Zhenyuo's secret guard had sent to her not long ago. Uncle Li, when the time comes, go to the warehouse to see if there is any cloth you like, and buy 2 pieces to make a more beautiful set of clothes. If the warehouse doesn't find anything you like, go outside to order it. Don't be too polite to me. Seeing Xiang Jila's sincere face, the words that were about to be said to refuse became, yes, I do it right away. When he turned around, the tense facial muscles relaxed, and his face was still smiling uncontrollably. He also wanted to refuse the princess's unreasonable request, But the princess praised him for being younger and even better than Chushan. Who can refuse the praise of the beautiful and lovely princess? I guess even the prince can't refuse it. It's not that he has poor self-control and is easily influenced. Chapter 366. Xiang Mansion. Xiangxi, who was dismissed from the court for one day to avoid suspicion at home because of Zhang Qian'er's murder by Prince Qing, was summoned to the palace at noon. Also summoned to the palace was Zhang Qian'er's personal maid, Lingxi. Su looked at the backs of Xiangxi and Lingxi being taken away by the palace guards, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger again. Since the miscarriage, Xiang Tiange's temperament has become more gloomy. Staying indoors has become the norm, so when she did not return home all night yesterday, and when Xiangyun had an accident in the morning, Su did not see her, and just thought that she knew that Prince Qing had become the murderer and was in a bad mood, so she did not let anyone disturb her rest. Now Xiangxi was summoned to the palace, knowing that Xiangxila, the little bitch, was unreliable. After thinking it over, she decided to go to Xiang Tiange to discuss countermeasures. After searching the Tiange garden, she only found the cowardly Meixiang. She frowned and asked sternly, "Where are the young lady and Lanqin?" Meixiang said in a low voice, "Young lady? Young lady and Lanqin haven't come back for a night." Hearing this, a fire of evil instantly surged from Su's heart. There was a crisp sound of slap. The thin Meixiang was knocked to the ground by the inertia of the slap. "Slut, the master didn't come back all night, and you didn't even send someone to tell me?" It seemed that she was still not satisfied. Su, who had always been pampered, was like a madman today. She pushed Meixiang to the ground and pinched her hard. Her sharp nails left several bloody marks on her face without mercy. Maybe Meixiang's skin was too thick, or maybe Su's nails were too fragile. There was a piercing pain in the middle finger and the ring finger, and Su's nail was actually broken. The nail crevices were oozing with bright red. Su's anger intensified, and she pulled out her hairpin and hit Meixiang. She seemed to want to vent all her recent frustration on Meixiang. Meixiang begged for mercy and tried to escape, but how could she, who was so thin and weak, be a match for the stout Nani besides Su? She couldn't escape, so she could only endure it. The pain in her body gradually became numb. Her consciousness was getting farther and farther away. She was so scared, she missed Lanqin so much. In the past, when Lanqin was here, she would block most of the beatings from the young lady for her. But where did Lanqin go? A spasmodic pain spread from the back of her right hand to her whole body. Meixiang suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the right hand pierced by Su's sharp and delicate gold hairpin in disbelief. As the hairpin was pulled out mercilessly, the bright red bloodstains meandered along the blue bricks and stone slabs in front of the courtyard and seeped into the soil along the weeds. Because of the pain, the right hand was still shaking unconsciously. The anger in her heart had been released. Su didn't care whether Meixiang, who was still spasming due to the pain, lived or died. She rubbed the bloodstains on the hairpin on her clothes, which were one of the few clothes that were not stained with blood, and handed it to the nanny beside her after the bloodstains were wiped clean. "If you are not dead, change your clothes and take a few people to look for your daughter. If you can't find her, I will spare your skin." After saying this viciously, Su and her maid slowly walked away. The pale, thin, calloused left hand slowly tightened and crushed all the weeds in its hand. Meixiang lay on the ground motionless, looking at the direction where Su was walking away with red eyes. Because of asking a doctor to prescribe medicine for Xiangyun, the Xiang family sold a few servants who had signed death contracts today. In this way, the number of masters is almost catching up with the servants. At this moment, the west garden was filled with the sharp, beast-like screams of pain from a man. Outside the west garden, the few servants were leaning on long sticks, lazily leaning on the side. Not long after, a ragged servant with scratches all over his body escaped from inside, as if his life depended on it. "Quick, help hold down the young master, he can bite people." The servant holding the long stick was unmoved. "If you want to go, go by yourself. If you are bitten by a madman, it will be contagious. Besides, don't you know what the situation is in Xiang Mansion now? Maybe there will be no tomorrow after today, so we should just do whatever makes us comfortable." After this, the other servants echoed, "That's right. Who knows if we will be laid off tomorrow, and if we will not even get paid after being laid off?" But the young master's current condition. The servant still looked inside with concern. One of the servants holding a stick pulled him aside. "Oh, Xiaoduzi, you are so naive. He is in such a state, why call him young master? It's more like calling him eunuch." After that, there was another round of laughter. Su, who was not far away, heard the conversation of the servants clearly and shouted angrily. Who gave you the guts to make up stories about the master? Seeing that Sue only brought a nanny, the other servants lazily called her hello, madam, without any respect in the past. Seeing this, Sue was even more angry. Are you going to rebel? Rebellion? The leading servant grinned and showed a strange smile with yellow teeth. Madam, what you said is meaningless. The Xiong mansion has not paid us monthly silver for 2 months. We are here to help you guard this eunuch and son. It is already a favor to us over the years. Don't be shameless. Having been managing the Xiong mansion for so long, when has Sue ever been despised like this? The nanny beside her immediately said, How dare you talk to the lady like this? Be careful. Ouch, my legs. With a thump, the sturdy nanny beside Sue was knocked to the ground by a long stick, raising a cloud of fine dust. The other servant who knocked the nanny down with a stick followed and approached Sue, who was retreating step by step, and smiled maliciously. What are we afraid of now? The Xiong mansion is now a haunted house. Whoever gets close to it will be unlucky. Who knows if our good master can come out after entering the palace? Why not have fun now? Chapter 367. The more he retreated, the more excited the servants became. Although she was terrified, she felt more confident when she thought of what Xiong she had given her when he came back from his trip this morning. How dare you? A rare roar startled the servants. Sue had been in charge of the internal affairs of the Xiong mansion for many years. Although she was in decline now, her prestige was still there. No matter how poor the Xiong mansion is, my master is also a third-rank official in the court. You dare to covet the official's wife. Do you want to die? As soon as the powerful word official wife came out, a trace of fear flashed across the face of the leading servant. Sue sneered and added, Have you forgotten that my wife's niece is now a guest at the Regent's palace? Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Xiangxi and the others are not afraid now. But it is an unspoken secret that the Regent likes to expose people in Kyoto. They have seen the niece mentioned by Sue from afar. The fairy-like girl, when they greeted her and called her cousin, she would smile sweetly and call them little brothers. It made their hearts melt. That smile, those eyes, seemed to have hooks that could hook people's souls away. Although the eldest daughter, who used to do rough work in Xiong Mansion, was also very beautiful, but men, who doesn't like beautiful women with different characteristics? Besides, the prince has slept with the eldest daughter for a year, and he has probably played all the tricks he should have played, and he is tired of it. Maybe he has wanted to change his taste, and then the cousin entered the prince's mansion, and then he fell in love with the cousin. Thinking that Xiong Mansion is very likely to restore its former prosperity because of the cousin, because of the regent prince, the leading servant changed his previous bad intentions and smiled a little more flatteringly. It was just a joke just now. Madam, please be magnanimous. Don't bother with us. We are just stinky. As he said this, he slapped his own mouth, and at the same time he glanced at the others. The others slapped their own mouths tacitly. I wonder if Madam is satisfied. Although she wanted to punish these ignorant servants, Sue knew that the Xiong Mansion was now empty, and there were few servants. If she really confronted them, she would not end up well. After thinking it over, she asked the nanny beside her to stand up again. She went into the west garden with a distressed face to look at Xiong Yun, who was in a very bad mental state. She came out and said a few words to the servants to establish her authority, and then left leisurely with the nanny. Watching the backs of the master and servant leaving, several servants with sticks gathered together again. Are you really going to let her go like this? It was not easy to have a chance to taste the mistress, but it was wasted. The leading servant changed his previous submissiveness and smiled obscenely. Now people say that Prince Qing has become a murderer. As a concubine who is not yet married, the master might be affected by the second lady. She had better pray that the cousin can really catch the eye of the regent prince. Sue left the west garden and did not return to her own courtyard. Instead, she followed Xiangxi's instructions before leaving the mansion and took the token to the Honglu Temple to find a way to meet Huang Fujing. Honglu Temple. Huang Fujing was comforting his frightened daughter. Huang Xian held a thumb-sized, translucent orchid jade pendant in his hand and moved to them tremblingly. The top of the orchid jade pendant is decorated with an exquisite gold chain. The jade pendant is perfect and not too complicated. If it weren't for the two arcs that outline the shape of an unopened bud, it would be a piece of plain jade. Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes darkened. His beard covered the cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Knowing that his father was unhappy, Huang Fuxiao was very sensible and wanted to take Ah Yin away. But he was stopped by Huang Fujing. Don't leave so quickly, change into men's clothes and settle accounts with me. Settle accounts? It felt vaguely that this account was related to the jade pendant held by Huang Xian. Wang Fuxiao asked tentatively, "Do you want to call Xiao Zhila?" "No, she has other plans." West of Kyoto. In a villa with green tiles and red walls on the outskirts of the city. Zhai Jioma, who was dressed in a plain white Confucian shirt, frowned and looked at the evil spirit sitting in front of him wearing a pure copper evil ghost mask, his face full of displeasure. "What are you doing here again?" Now, he was too lazy to call himself Xiaosheng. Even if the damn kid changed his mask, he could still recognize him at a glance. He would never forget the cold and playful look as if he was watching a play. Because his waist-length hair was cut off by Xian Yendong and the other two, his shoulder-length black hair was tied up with a hairband and wrapped in a square scarf, which made him look more bookish than before. Xiang Zhila smiled and said, "I returned the previous few people to you, and ask you for a favor by the way." "Ask him for a favor? Is there such a way to ask for help?" "I refuse." This time, without thinking, Zhai Jioma stood up to see him off. Shangwan Che. The three words, neither light nor heavy, made him sit back on the armchair after he had already stood up halfway. The sparkling peach blossom eyes were full of defense. "What is your relationship with Yin Junyuo?" When his identity was exposed, the first thing he thought of was Yin Junyuo. Xiang Zhila calmly adjusted the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes, and his sharp eyes made Zhai Jioma feel creepy. Seeing that he was still alert, she smiled suddenly. "I just guessed it, but I didn't expect that I would be right. Mu Junyan." When the other party gritted his teeth and called out this name, Xiang Zhila could even hear his fists creaking. Knowing that this man was going to get angry, Xiang Zhila finally decided not to tease him. "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Take a few useful letters between Xixia and you." Hearing the word Xixia, Zhai Jiomo's hair stood up. When did he know that he had dealings with Xixia? However, after only a half-breath, he sneered without hesitation. "Zhai is just a businessman. How could he have such a thing?" Xiang Zhila narrowed his eyes slightly, and didn't waste words. "You won't give it to me, right? I take some time to come here and see if your people can defend me." At this point, she stood up and was about to walk out. Seeing that he didn't want to keep her at all, Xiang Zhila stopped and pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, by the way, I remember that your prince's seal seems to be hidden in the dark layer of the brick under the bed in the bedroom, right? In fact, I don't mind using this information to make a good deal with Yin Junyuo. I believe that with Yin Junyuo's means, it won't be difficult to get a few family letters from Northern Qi from you." He actually knew that he hadn't destroyed the letter that the old man had sent him. Bai Jiamal gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. "What do you want those letters for?" Pursing his lips and smiling secretly, Xiang Zhila waved his hand at him impatiently. "Anyway, I'm not cheating you. Just give it to me." Zhai Jiamo's face was gloomy. What is the origin of this damn boy? It's like he was born to be his nemesis. Chapter 368. It was already evening when she returned from the west to the north. The lights were just coming on in the night market. Xiang Zhila, who had changed back into a light female outfit, suddenly had a whim and asked the carriage of the palace to go back first. She wandered aimlessly on the street. There seemed to be something in her heart that pulled her not to go back so soon. The Dragon Boat Festival had just passed yesterday, and many women who came to Kyoto from other places with their husbands and children to visit their relatives were still staying in Kyoto today. They were either a family eating Kyoto snacks on the street, or a couple with their children buying candy figurines and watching shadow puppets on the street, or a young couple holding hands and enjoying the prosperity of Kyoto. The crowds were bustling along the way. Xiang Zhila followed the flow of people according to her feeling. Not long after, she felt a folding fan gently tapping her shoulder, and she turned her head quickly. She met Qin Pei's gentle and smiling eyes. At the same time, the laundry room of the Regent's palace. "Hey, be careful, this dress has just been ironed, and it will be sent to the main courtyard after being fumigated later." A woman in her early 30s with a simple bun and an apron carefully held the black robe on the tray in her hand, and sternly said to the careless little maid beside her, who looked only 12 or 13 years old and had a double bun, "If there is any problem with the clothes, watch your skin." The rest of the people pretended not to hear, and only a few elderly women who were washing clothes spoke up to plead for mercy. "Manager Qin, forget it. Yes, as long as the clothes are fine. That is to say, Xiaoya just came here, so it is inevitable that she is a little impatient." Seeing that the elders were so tolerant of her, the little maid called Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously, took the arm of the woman in the apron in a flattering manner, and promised solemnly, "Aunt Qin, I know I was wrong, and I promise there will be no next time. I'm on duty today. If your Auntie Ma is on duty, you have no food tonight." Seemingly helpless with the little maid, the woman called Auntie Chin pinched the little maid's nose lovingly and ordered, "After fumigating, you will send the clothes to the main courtyard. Remember, follow the old rules, and send the clothes to Sister Xian Yin or Sister Chiu Si, understand?" "I understand," the little maid responded straightforwardly. Not long after, the little maid left the laundry room, holding the fumigated clothes. A sneaky and slender figure followed Xiaoya, as she walked towards the main courtyard with clothes in her hands. Servants kept passing by along the way, looking at her from time to time. Su Qian waved and greeted them naturally, pretending to appreciate the scenery along the way. Several times, she stopped because of questions from patrolling guards. Fortunately, Xiaoya had short legs, and she climbed over several rockery without losing the person. But at the same time, Xiaoya also discovered her presence because she was frequently stopped by guards for questioning. Holding the clothes, she turned around and looked at her. Perhaps because she saw that her clothes were neither like those of a servant nor a master, Xiaoya bowed to her politely. "Hello, my dear." The soft and sweet "my dear" made Su Qian's heart float. In addition, knowing that Xiaoya was a new maid, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. "Little sister, where are you going to send these clothes?" Perhaps Su Qian's smile was too harmless, or Xiaoya was too innocent, and she told her the origin of the clothes and where they were going without any hesitation. Finally, she said to Su Qian a little embarrassedly, "Sister, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Can you help me send the clothes to the main courtyard?" Blinded by the confidence attached to the halo, Su Qian did not think about the rationality of the little maid asking her to help. Instead, she was secretly happy. Because in her opinion, everyone around her was rushing to push her to the male lead. But in order to highlight her dignity and reserve, Su Qian still pretended to look at the clothes in the little maid's hand with embarrassment. "Of course I can, but if I am found out, I will deliver the clothes for you." "I am afraid." Su Qian originally wanted to bribe Xiaoya with this matter, but she did not expect that Xiaoya would speak very considerately before she could fully show her embarrassed expression. "It's okay, noble sister, Xiaoya is ignorant. You can do whatever you want. Xiaoya can bear it until you go to the main courtyard." As she said this, she turned around and was about to leave, but was pulled back by Su Qian. After persuading Xiaoya, Su Qian turned into a hollow rockery with her robe in her hands, feeling refreshed. She looked around cautiously, and made sure that no one was around. She couldn't wait to put the tray on the small stone, and hold the clothes in her hands. The smooth and soft brocade fabric, isn't it much better than what she was wearing? Thinking of the face in the portrait, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva and opened the clothes. As the clothes were opened smoothly, an envelope with a neat seal script on the cover fell. Su Qian thought about it, and decided to pick up the letter and hide it in her lapel. After hiding the letter, she turned her attention back to the robe. To her disappointment, the robe was not as delicate as she had imagined, nor as long as she had imagined. According to the clothing habits of people in this dynasty, the hem of a male robe usually reached the ankle. In this way, the owner of the robe was only half a head taller than her at most. When she first came here, Su Qian had measured her height. It was only 7 feet. 1 foot here is 23 centimeters long, which is about 1.6 meters according to modern height. According to the height of half a head, the owner of the robe was only 1.7 to 1.73 meters tall. Although the height of the male protagonist was not her ideal type, but that face was good-looking. Thinking of this, Su Qian's vitality returned. After biting her lips and struggling for a while, she couldn't help but put the robe under her nose and took a deep breath. Sandalwood scent. It's not bad, nor is it very nice, but I always feel that. It's the smell of an old man. However, in ancient times when productivity was so low, it was good for clothes to have a little fragrance. Perhaps, in the Great Phoenix Dynasty, incense was not popular, otherwise why didn't the clothes of Xiong Mansion, a third-rank official's mansion, have any fragrance? Thinking of this, Su Qian took a deep breath again and sniffed the sandalwood scent on the clothes. In her mind, she kept imagining that she happened to meet the Regent bathing when she delivered the clothes, and then the Regent was impressed by her beauty and pulled her into the bathtub regardless. Looking at her intoxicated look, if she was not afraid that the powder on her face would rub on the clothes, she would probably bury her face in the clothes. After receiving Xiaoya's notice, Xian Yin, who had been secretly watching Su Qian's every move since she turned into the rockery, couldn't help but glance at Li Guanjia, who was almost crying because of disgust. Even if she wanted to comfort him, now was not the time, so she could only try to hold back her laughter and patted his hunched shoulders with great sympathy. Chapter 369. The sky was getting darker and darker. Knowing that she couldn't just think about it without doing anything, Su Qian immediately put her clothes back on. She walked quickly towards the main courtyard. During this time, she asked the servants who were holding the lamp several times before she found the correct route to the main courtyard. After passing through several winding corridors and private alleys, she finally saw the main courtyard that the servants mentioned. The main courtyard covers a large area, and it is half the size of Xiong Mansion when taken alone. There is no inscription on the gate. But looking inside from the outside of the gate, there is a spacious front yard. The front yard was neatly paved with finely carved stone slabs, which fit together perfectly without leaving any gaps. At the edge of the front yard, there were neatly arranged osmanthus trees, which had been planted not long ago. There was a corridor behind the rows of osmanthus trees. Before she could take a closer look at what was behind the corridor, she suddenly felt a pain in her knees. She knelt on the ground due to inertia, with her hands tied behind her back. In a private room of an inconspicuous tea house in the north of the city, the two sat opposite each other for an entire afternoon. It was getting dark, and after the waiter turned on the lights, Su finally mustered up the courage to tell Huang Fujing everything about Xiangxi and her thoughts. Huang Fujing raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. If you don't bring Xiangyu with you, you will expose the fact that the concubine wanted to kill my daughter? Who do you think you are, Su? Who do you think Xiangxi is? Xiangxi was smart. He knew that he was being targeted, and he dared to let Su Rong come after a feint. Su looked at Huang Fujing anxiously. Yuner is my sister's after all. With a clang, a cup of cold tea was smashed to the ground without hesitation, and the reddish-brown tea spread out a dirty patch on the gray floor. Prajna is an only daughter, and has no brothers or sisters. Hearing the chilling murderous intent in Huang Fujing's words, Su instinctively wanted to escape, but thinking of her son, who was still half human and half ghost, she took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in her heart, and looked sad. Whether you can accept it or not, Yuner is also Sister Prajna's child. If the Xiong Mansion had not been involved in so many incidents, and Yuner had been in trouble again, we would not have troubled you based on what happened back then, and we would not have dared to trouble you. At this point, Su used the handkerchief in her hand to tuck the tears from the corners of her eyes, and did not forget to apply Xiangjila's eye drops in front of Huang Fujing, thinking back then, Yuner was a twin, and had been bullied by her sister when she was young. I didn't expect that when she grew up, she still couldn't escape the fate of being tortured by her sister. Are Jila and Xiangyun really twins? Don't you know? Before Su finished speaking, Huang Fujing interrupted her coldly. What happened back then? The heavens and the earth know, you know. I know. Xiangxi also knows, including. At this point, Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes were even colder than ice. That child also knows. Su's heart skipped, her back felt cold, and cold sweat and goosebumps appeared one by one. What do you mean? Huang Fujing sneered. What do you mean? I guess it means what you think it means. Su stood up guiltily, and wanted to escape. Huang Fujing stretched out his hand and clapped, and two secret guards appeared from the dark, holding Su's shoulders on the left and right to make her sit down again. Why are you in such a hurry? When you sent someone to throw Prajna's child into the river, did you ever think whether the baby would come back to take your life? The bastard named Xiangyun you gave birth to replaced Prajna's child and enjoyed himself for so many years, and bullied his sister for so many years. Did you have nightmares because of the guilt in your heart? As Huang Fujing's voice fell, a few cat-like cries of babies brought in gusts of cold wind, and the candlelight in the private room was blown out by the cold wind. Whether it was an illusion or a hallucination, Su always felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if someone was constantly spraying cool air on her neck. However, her shoulders were pressed down on both sides, and she couldn't move at all. When Huang Fujing turned on the lights again, the chilly feeling was not so obvious. She couldn't help but look up at the two dark guards in black clothes, and found that there was nothing unusual. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at Huang Fujing. When she turned her head, she saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy, who was soaked all over, with scattered black hair, and a face as pale as a paper doll. He slowly appeared from behind Huang Fujing, dripping with water, as if he appeared out of thin air. Under the dim light, the face that looked like Xiangjila flickered and looked extremely eerie. Seeing the young man sitting down between them wetly and coldly, Huang Fujing and the secret guards did not react at all. Because the ground was too dark, Su sure could not see whether there was a reflection on the ground. She wanted to stand up with a pale face, but was held down by the secret guards. Huang Fujing, who was sitting opposite her, seemed to be unable to see the fear in her eyes. Why, did I get it right? Want to flee? You can't see? Su's tone also changed theirs. There's a ghost. Huang Fujing was unmoved by her words. Don't try to be so rude. Don't think I won't hold you accountable for what happened back then just because you're talking nonsense." This time, Sue was really sure that she had seen a ghost. She screamed and struggled desperately. But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get away a single step, watching the boy's pupilless white eyes staring at her, slowly moving forward. The cold breath gradually approached, and the aftereffects of the series of blows she had experienced recently surged into her fragile heart like a tidal wave. Sue couldn't catch her breath. With a broken scream, she fainted. Wang Fuxiao sat back on his seat, spit out the ice in his mouth, wrung out the water from his wet hair, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his eyelids, looking at the water stain on Sue's seat with disdain. "You're so brave. Did you dare to let someone throw me into the water and drown me?" Thank God Xiang's house has been in a lot of trouble recently, which hit her hard. While speaking, Wang Fujing winked at the two secret guards, and the two secret guards immediately took Sue out of the window and disappeared into the night. "Father, what should we do next?" Wang Fujing looked at the direction where the guards left, and a bloodthirsty cold light gradually emerged in his beautiful eyes. Let Xiaoxila give her another strong medicine. Su Rong was not innocent in the past. Chapter 370. The moonlight was dim, and not far from the moon, a large dark cloud was slowly approaching. The imperial study was still brightly lit. Yin Beiki pursed his thin lips and looked at the two important officials in front of the imperial desk. His thoughts had already drifted back to the daytime. At noon, Xiang Shi and Zhang Qizhen were summoned to the palace. He originally wanted Yin Zhenyu to take them to find Huang Fujing, and let them apologize to Huang Fujing sincerely in order to get Huang Fujing's forgiveness. If Huang Fujing refused to forgive, Yin Zhenyu would directly lead the troops to surround the Honglu Temple and ask Huang Fujing to reconsider. Unexpectedly, before he could explain his purpose, the two cried more miserably, saying that they were also implicated and didn't know that Zhang Qianer, the evil creature, would do such a treasonous thing. In the end, Yin Zhenyu said, "Your crying makes me upset," and asked people to drag the two away and bring them back when they were tired of crying. Facing Yin Zhenyu's ruthless attitude towards his father-in-law, Yin Beiki immediately had a rough estimate of the feasibility of the idea of affecting Xiang Jila with the incident of Xiang Mansion. Yin Beiki had originally planned to deal with Xiang Mansion and Xiang Jila in the next few days, as his people had brought back a lot of news about the confirmation of some of Xiang Shi's crimes. However, he did not expect that a Zhang family would appear in the middle of the process and also involve Nanchu. Zhang's death was caused by Yin Beimo. Even if Yin Beiki wanted to attack the two and dismiss them from their posts, he could not rush at this time. In front of the court officials, as a king, he had to use both kindness and power, not to mention that these two people were the family members of the victims in public. Fortunately, the two were not the kind of people who could not read people's expressions. They shut up soon after the guards dragged them out, as if they had discussed it beforehand. When they returned to the imperial study, they were as silent as quails. Yin Beiki could hardly imagine that Xiang Shi, who looked so timid and cautious and not outstanding, had been undercover in his court for more than 10 years. After some discussion, Yin Zhenyu rejected Yin Beiki's request on the grounds that he was busy with official duties. Yin Beiki had to ask the General Yang Gang to lead the troops to accompany the two to the Honglu Temple early tomorrow morning. In order to prevent the two from doing anything else, Yin Beiki did not release them back to the mansion, but settled them in General Yang's mansion. After dealing with Xiang Shi and Zhang Qizhen's affairs, it was already dark. It happened that the regent's mansion sent someone to the palace to inform Chu Shan that a thief had entered the mansion and stolen the prince's documents. Yin Beiki heard about it and asked Yin Zhenyu to go back to the mansion to deal with it without saying a word. After Yin Zhenyu left the palace, Yin Beiki changed his gentle attitude before Yin Zhenyu left. First, he asked someone to summon Yang Gang to the palace, and took advantage of this opportunity to let the eunuchs hand over the two open letters to Zhong Qiang and Meng Xiu respectively. After reading the contents of the letter, the two of them changed their expressions. After exchanging a glance with Meng Xiu, Zhong Qiang took the lead and stepped forward to persuade, "Your Majesty, if Xiang Shi really colluded with the enemy, the regent princess, as Xiang Shi's daughter, must have been able to get a lot of secrets from the prince and tell Xiang Shi. Although it seems that the Xiang mansion has now cut off ties with the princess, in fact, no one can tell whether the Xiang mansion and the princess have any private dealings. After all, the old minister heard that before the princess married into the palace, she was obedient to her twin brother Xiang Yun. Therefore, I beg your majesty to deal with the regent princess as well when dealing with the Xiang mansion incident to prevent future troubles." As soon as Zhong Qiang finished speaking, Meng Xiu immediately bowed in opposition. "Your majesty, since the prince became the regent, From the time when the late emperor was alive to the time when the emperor ascended the throne, he has been assisting the two monarchs with all his heart and soul. Moreover, as Master Zhong said, the regent princess had severed ties with the Xiong mansion since she married into the prince's mansion. The prince is not an incompetent person, and would never allow a scourge to stay by his side. If the innocent princess regent is rashly implicated in this without any evidence, I am afraid that the prince will be disappointed. This matter is of great importance. I hope the emperor will think twice. Lord Meng is wrong. It is because the prince has experienced 2 generations of monarchs that the Xiong family has more reason to put people next to the prince. Regardless of whether the princess regent is innocent or not, it is a mistake for her to have Xiongxi's blood in her body. She may have no second thoughts about the prince now, but what about after the Xiong family is destroyed? Who can guarantee that the princess will not bear a grudge against the prince because of this matter? Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beauty, although the prince is not keen on beauty. But there is always a chance. What if the prince is really blinded by beauty? If the prince makes a wrong judgment or something unexpected happens, the impact on the fate of Da Huang will be immeasurable. At that time, who can bear the consequences of leaving a rebellion and affecting the fate of Da Huang? According to Master Zhong, the princess's biological mother is the legitimate daughter of General Qin, and she also has the blood of Qin's descendants. Okay, Yan Beiki interrupted the argument between the two gently. What the two beloved ministers said is not unreasonable. The emperor's uncle is extremely important to me and the country. I know that this matter is serious, so I let the emperor's uncle leave the palace first and discuss countermeasures with the two beloved ministers. At this point, Yan Beiki looked at Zhong Qiang. What the Grand Tutor is worried about is exactly what I am worried about. Although Xiang is my aunt, it is a matter of state, and my uncle will understand my difficulties. Knowing that Yan Beiki had the intention to kill, Meng Xiao suddenly raised his head and wanted to persuade him. Your Majesty, Meng has been working hard all day. Considering that Meng is old, you should rest well in your mansion for the next few days. After the Xiong mansion incident is settled, you can attend the morning court. This is obviously to put him under house arrest in the mansion. Thinking of Yan Zhenyuo's explanation, Meng Xiao moved his lips, but in the end, he said nothing, letting the eunuchs in front and the guards behind take him out of the palace. Xiong mansion. The unconscious Su was awakened by a strange stench. The reason why the stench was strange was that it was neither like the smell of stinky salted fish nor the smell of a toilet. It was said to be the smell of rotten meat, but it didn't seem that rotten meat was that smelly. The scene before she fainted was still vivid in her mind, and the dark room made Su's fear the greatest. Come! Someone! She called out to the door with a trembling voice. Come quickly. Strangely, the maids and nannies who usually served at the door of the room seemed to have disappeared. No matter how she called, no one paid attention to her. Even the frog croaking in the past could not be heard tonight. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, and the wind blew. The half-open window was crackled by the strong wind. Su could even feel that the wind blew in front of her, which was cool and smelly. Ugh, her stomach was churning, and she finally couldn't help but lie on the side of the bed and retched. When her hand touched the edge of the bed, she shuddered and almost rolled off the bed. The edge of the bed was wet. Chapter 371. She quickly shrunk back into bed, and accidentally touched a square wooden box next to her pillow. The strange smell came from that box. Her stomach churned again, and Su threw the wooden box out of the window with all her strength. There was a dull bang sound, accompanied by the sound of something rolling onto the stool, and then being knocked back and rolling onto the footboard beside the bed. The stench in the room became stronger. Su seemed to see a black, goose-egg-shaped object rolling out of the box. She plucked up her courage and tried to get out of bed to light the lamp. However, just as she put her foot on the pedal, a dazzling lightning flashed across the sky like a sharp sword, illuminating the earth as bright as day. It also illuminated the goose-egg-shaped thing that rolled down at her feet. Ah, boom! The deafening thunder perfectly covered up the distorted scream. Along with the thunder, there were heavy raindrops hitting the tiles. The howling wind and the heavy rain swept the carefully trimmed crabapple pot on her windowsill to the ground without mercy, making a crisp sound. The storm came and went in a hurry. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the gradually setting moon. Su shivered, her hair messy, and she huddled under the only small round table in the room. The moonlight gently poured into the room, reflecting the mess by the window. With a yaw sound, the door slowly opened. Su's string called fear was stretched to the extreme. Then, mother, my neck hurts so much, can you see my head? The voice was ethereal and distant, and a bit eerie, which made people inexplicably afraid. The remaining rationality prompted Su to go see her poor daughter, but her honest body made her unable to move. The head that was gradually rotting just now had a huge visual impact on her, and everything made her feel like she was in a dream. She was under the table, watching the thing without legs floating around in her room. She kept repeating, "Mother, my neck hurts so much, can you see my head?" Sue covered her ears, shook her head desperately under the table, and silently said in her heart, I don't know anything." Soon, the ethereal and eerie voice disappeared, and the room returned to dead silence. Sue could only hear her increasingly rapid heartbeat. After waiting for a while, the urge to urinate prompted Sue to muster up the courage to crawl out from under the table. Because she had been lying there for too long, Sue's legs were numb, and she lost all feeling. She reached out to the table with shaking hands, and almost at the same time, a cold little hand covered her hand. Sue shuddered, and she didn't need to go to the toilet. She wanted to pull her hand back, but the bone-chilling hand grabbed her hand tightly and didn't let go. She trembled and slowly poked her head out from under the table. She happened to see a white face glowing green in the dark, and the white face smiled at her miserably. "Mother, you are here!" With a scream, the messy-haired Sue rolled her eyes and fainted again. Sue felt that she had a very tiring dream. In the dream, she saw a ghost when she was looking for Huangfu Jing. When she was sleeping in the mansion, she also saw her Geur's almost rotten head, and Geur was looking for the head. This dream was really terrible. No, she remembered that she seemed to have peed in her pants in the dream, and now her pants are still wet. It's not a dream, my Tienga. A familiar medicinal scent wafted faintly from her nose. Sue suddenly opened her tightly closed eyelids. The room was pitch black. No, there was another figure with a white halo and plain clothes sitting in front of her dressing table with his back to her, combing his hair. This hairstyle is so familiar. Some memories flashed through her mind, and a trace of fear flashed quickly in Sue's eyes. As the person with his back to her turned around and saw the face clearly, Sue, who had experienced many shocks today, wanted to faint again, but this time, she couldn't faint no matter what. Let the owner of the figure quietly float in front of her. Sue rang. The voice was ethereal, distant and eerie. Sue quickly hid to the inside of the bed. "Husband. Madam. Madam?" The owner of the figure chuckled and moved to the bed, an arm's length away from Sue. "When I was alive, I treated you well. I even let you and Xiangxi, that beast, embezzle my dowry. But how did you treat me and my 2 children? I see that you have gotten used to being a madam for more than 10 years, and you have forgotten that everything you have was snatched from me." As she approached, the scent of orchid mixed with the smell of blood almost drove Sue crazy. She didn't care that her pants still had a foul smell, buried her head in her knees, covered her face with her hands, and didn't dare to look at the thing in front of the bed. Her voice was trembling, and even the tone of her voice changed. No, they all grew up safely, Gila. Gila is still the Regent Princess now, madam. The Xiang family never dared to treat your children badly." A distant sigh. The sad and resentful voice sounded again. "Xiang Yun is not my child at all. You hired someone to drown my child. You deceived me so badly." The temperature in front of her was like winter. Sue was going crazy. She just wanted to comfort this thing and stop harassing her. How could it not be your child? Didn't you always hold him and play with Gila when he was a child? Madam, if you are not doing well down there, tell me. I will burn paper money for you tomorrow." "You liar, are you still trying to deceive me?" A sharp female voice interrupted her hysterically. "I didn't die of illness back then, so I couldn't go to reincarnation. Fortunately, the King of Hell is willing to give me a chance to come back and find a scapegoat. Unfortunately, Xiangxi is not at home today. Since you also contributed to my death, then I find you to take my place." As she spoke, she stretched out her hands with nails several inches long and was about to pinch Sue's neck. Sue was so scared that her body went limp. She didn't care whether the quilt was safe or not, and directly grabbed the quilt and covered her head. "No. It's none of my business, madam. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. It was Brother Shi who told me to do this. If you want to find someone, go find Brother Shi, not me." Looking at the shivering cocoon, Qin Prajna knew that if she scared Sue again, she would really go crazy. She stepped back, her tone completely distrusting of her. "You're talking nonsense. Xiangxi came back from the battlefield at all costs to convince my mother to marry me. How could he be willing to hurt me? Really? Then, Sue, shaking like a sieve in the cocoon, told Qin Prajna the other part of the matter that Liang Ro was not involved in without missing a word. Back then. Chapter 372. From a series of lengthy narrations, Qin Prajna quickly extracted key information. For the Qin family's property And the Qin family army's military token? The forget-me-not grass that changes people's temperament? Every 15 days to a month, Xiangqi would go out in the middle of the night? The cocoon was still shivering. Yes. Yes, brother, she thought I didn't know, but in fact I knew everything. He went to a beggar's den, and found a beggar named Red Scorpion. Even the forget-me-not grass was given to him by that beggar. Why should I believe you? Because, back then I thought he was meeting other women in the wilderness. So, I followed him out a few times, and every time he passed a letter to Red Scorpion or Red Scorpion passed a letter to him. Qin Prajna smiled coldly. You are a slut. Yes, I am a slut, I am a slut. If it were in the past, Su would have scolded back regardless, but in this situation, how could a human fight a ghost? Now she only wanted to stabilize Qin Banruo and save her life first. When the sun rose, she would sell everything she had to ask the Taoist priest to take away all these ghosts. No, her Tiange died tragically, and she had to ask the king of Qin to find the murderer who killed Tiange. Just when she was envisioning a beautiful tomorrow, the voice of Qin Banruo brought her back to the not-so-beautiful tonight. So, considering how much you value Xiangqi, you must have thought of ways to keep a few of the letters that Xiangqi exchanged with the beggars when he went out as a way out for yourself? No. Xiangqi is very cautious. You don't want to drink a toast, so you have to drink a forfeit, right? Feeling that Qin Prajna was getting closer to her, Su quickly changed her words. Yes, there is a stack of letters in the second drawer next to my dressing table, and those letters are in there. Although they were all records of her helping her parents and her sister-in-law's reply teaching her how to control Xiangqi and torture Xiangjila. But she was almost insane after being frightened 3 times in one day, and at this moment, she just wanted this female ghost to disappear quickly. After shaking in the quilt for a long time, Su sure didn't hear any movement. It was really uncomfortable to stay in the quilt in the hot weather, and with her pants soaked by urine. Su sure secretly lifted a corner of the quilt. She saw a fire, and what entered her nose was not fresh air, but the smell of burning pine resin. She immediately lifted the quilt. Several Jingyaman runners holding torches were looking at her with a smile. Xiang Mansion seemed to have returned to silence, because Su sure was taken away in such a miserable state. It was a very strange silence. At dawn, the darkest moment before dawn, fire and smoke slowly spread in the backyard of Xiang Mansion. Xiangjila, who took off the Qin Prajna costume and changed into a simple female dress, stood on the tower and looked in the direction of the thick smoke. The scenes of past and present lives overlapped, making her feel as if she was in another world. Chiosi quietly fell behind her and said respectfully, "That maid has surrendered herself." Xiangjila's mouth corners raised sarcastically. "Even if she is in prison, as long as she is not dead, keep a close eye on her to prevent her from turning against us." Xiangjila never had sympathy for the maidservants around Xiang Tiange. Even though this maidservant named Mei Xiang did not follow Xiang Tiange into the gate of the Qin Palace in the previous life. As expected, plans are dead, and as long as people are alive, there will be variables. Who would have thought that her little plan to make the Xiang Mansion barren was actually achieved in advance by a cowardly and inconspicuous little maidservant? Su probably never dreamed that because she beat Mei Xiang, who had been resentful for a long time, held a grudge against her, and threw all the remaining stock of Xiang Tiange into the large vat used for water in the Xiang Mansion in the past. Xiangjila was also happy that someone was doing it. She had already personally inserted the soul-destroying needle into the biweekly acupoints of Xiang Yun, Xiang Wenji, and Xiang Lai, who were related to her by blood during the rainstorm. As for the other dozen people, she asked Xiang Yin and Qiu Si to make arrangements. After everything was ready, she asked Qiu Si to ask Mei Xiang to feed them with poisonous water. It was her last mercy to let them die at the hands of their own people, so that they would not be wasted. Since then, except for Xiangqi who was staying at General Yang's mansion, and Su who was taken away, the remaining 19 servants of the master were wiped out overnight. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain last night, the fire would have been even brighter. The fire in the distance was getting brighter and brighter, and Xiangjila felt her vision gradually blurry. After a while, her face was cold. She reached out woodenly to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, and her wet fox eyes slowly changed from confusion to determination. "Mother, Xiangqi and Su Rong will soon be unable to become ghosts. Are you satisfied with this result? Similarly, mother, after everything in the Xiang Mansion is resolved, your daughter will repay your kindness in giving birth to you and raising you. Your daughter will no longer be your tool for revenge. From now on, my daughter's life will only belong completely to Yin Zhenyuo, the man who loves her daughter like his life." From the guilt and hatred towards Xiang Yun in the last life, to the desire to save him in the early days of this life, to the hatred when she found out that she was deceived, to the gradual numbness. Everything between her and the Xiong family will end completely when Xiangxi and Su die. Let all her unbearable past and the past and present life be buried in that sea of fire. Yan Zhenyuo replaced Qiu Xi's position and stood behind her without knowing when. Seeing the little woman looking at the place that was slowly turning into ruins like a madman, he took 2 steps forward, stretched out his arms, and embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her hair, and looked towards the direction of Xiong Mansion with her. I'm sorry that I couldn't satisfy you tonight. His tone was flat, without any ripples. Hearing his unhappiness, Xiangxi covered his hand on his waist with his hand, chuckled and comforted. Plans always have to change frequently to make people smarter. Besides, I had a lot of fun scaring Su twice tonight. Knowing that she was in a bad mood and still forcing herself to comfort herself, Yan Zhenyuo bent down, buried his face in her neck, and said in a muffled voice, Xiangxi, can't you hear me telling you that I am very unhappy that the plan to destroy Xiong Mansion has been disrupted? It was agreed to be May 20th, but it turned out to be 2 days earlier. When his people arrived, they could only catch up with the fire. It was because it rained yesterday that the maid who set the fire did not find enough firewood, so his people could pick up the leak. You don't know how to comfort me. What are you thinking? He is wronged? The sad mood in her heart was swept away by his sudden childishness. Xiangxi smiled and touched his head with her backhand. Zhenyuo, little cutie, tell your sister, how old are you this year? Chapter 373. Junnuo, little cutie, sometimes come to mind. Yan Junnuo's ears turned red. You are so disrespectful. Feeling that the little woman wanted to turn around, Yan Junnuo stood up and let go of his hands around her waist. Xiangxi stood on tiptoe and put his hands around his neck, and naturally kissed his thin lips. The bright fox eyes narrowed into a slit because of her smile. Anyway, there is no one else here. Even if you tell me you are only 3 years old, I will definitely believe it. Yan Zhenyuo raised his eyebrows. Are you sure a 3-year-old can hold you? A 3-year-old can. What nonsense are you talking about? Before he could finish, Xiangxi covered his mouth with his hand, his ears red. I'm talking about your mind, not your body and strength. Successfully diverting her attention, Yan Zhenyuo chuckled and pinched her pretty nose. Xiangxi, you've learned bad things and become a hooligan. The hooligan Xiangxi wrinkled his nose and even squeezed his eyebrows together. Oh, if a woman is not bad, men won't love her. Before she finished her words, her forehead was gently tapped. How many more men do you want to love you, bad woman? Xiangxi covered the place where he had tapped her, and said with a groan, It's enough to have that stupid man with the mind of a 3-year-old. How many more do you want? Yan Zhenyuo was satisfied and let go of the hand that was pinching her nose. Then his eyes darkened, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, who? A rough voice not far away interrupted the sweetness of the two. Xiangxi's first reaction was to worry that Yan Zhenyuo would be recognized. Instinctively, she covered his head with a silk handkerchief and dragged him to run the way she came. Shouts of "Catch the assassin" came one after another. Before Xiangxi ran a few steps, she heard a low and inaudible sneer, and then her waist tightened, and the whole person flew into the air. When she reacted, she had landed lightly on the ground. Thinking of what Qin Pei mentioned to her the day before, Xiangxi, who wanted to ignore the matter, felt a tightness in her heart, and reached out to put her hand on her waist. Her tone was a little more urgent. The tower should be no one on duty from the middle of the Yin hour to the middle of the Mao hour. Why did the guards on duty appear at the beginning of the Mao hour today? Before Yan Zhenyuo could react, the footsteps running down the tower became more and more frequent, and the guards holding torches chased them in their direction. He simply lifted her up horizontally, and after a few jumps, they disappeared into the darkness. More than a dozen guards trotted all the way to the place where the two had just landed. Seeing that the person they were chasing had disappeared, the leading guard, Yangli, frowned and raised his hand to stop his subordinates, who wanted to continue chasing. Don't chase, you can't catch up. The person who came was very good at Qigong, and even if he caught up, he might not be his opponent. Seeing his subordinates return to the tower, Yangli took a deep look at the direction where the assassin left. Just as he was about to walk back, something hard hit the sole of his shoe. He shone the torch in his hand on the ground. A red wooden token with a width of 2 fingers, and a 9 engraved on it was particularly dazzling under the dim firelight. In the Jingji Tianlao, Su Qian, who was imprisoned in a cell alone, had her hair scattered, and was lying on the ground with a weak breath, shouting that she was wronged. Open the door, I am wronged, open the door. I want to report the Regent Princess for wrongly accusing innocent people. Open the door. There was another commotion, and there was no echo outside the door. She buried her head in frustration in the messy and smelly hay. From time to time, a few fleas crawled onto her face. Her hands hung weakly on both sides. The severe pain in her lower back and hips, and the faint pain in her knees made her lie there like a limp worm. Even turning over was a luxury. Her thoughts suddenly returned to yesterday evening, the beginning of her nightmare. At that time, she had just stepped into the main courtyard holding her clothes. Before she could even react, the people from the Regent's palace twisted her arms, and searched out the letter she had put in her lapel. She blurted out, "The letter fell out of the prince's clothes, I just kept it because I was afraid of losing it." But no matter how she explained, no one was willing to believe her. She was rudely handcuffed and taken to the front hall of the palace to kneel. At that moment, she realized that she had been tricked. The person who had betrayed her was most likely the Regent Princess, who looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was determined to defend herself to the people around her, telling them that everyone was equal, and that anyone who made an unintentional mistake had the opportunity to defend themselves. Unexpectedly, the little brothers and sisters who had smiled and nodded to her kindly because she called them little brothers and sisters the day before, were not at all honest and kind, and blocked her mouth with a handkerchief that emitted a strange smell. In the agonizing wait, a tall man who was respectfully called Commander Chu by the servants entered her sight with a cold face. The man was full of murderous aura, with strong facial features and bronzed skin. He looked like a tough guy. Su Qianguang didn't dare to look at him again after just one look. However, this tough guy didn't seem to want to see her. The only thing he said when he entered the front hall was, "Since Miss Su's hands and feet are so flexible, give her 30 strokes to loosen up her muscles and bones before handing her over to the Jingyi government office for processing." Then, her hands were broken, and when the 18th stroke fell on her back, her tailbone hurt so much that she couldn't breathe and fainted. When she woke up, she was signing in the interrogation room of the Jiangyi Prefecture office. She was dizzy looking at the sealed characters on the page, and could only understand her own name and the bright red handprint on it. She wanted to defend herself, but her throat was dry, and she could only utter hoarse syllables. She watched the middle-aged man sitting at the top, wearing a dark crimson official uniform, say the words "The prisoner has confessed, and he will be detained for the time being," waiting for the other accomplices to be brought to justice. After that, she was thrown into the cell. The cell was full of rotten hay, emitting the stench of rancid food and an indescribable stench. In the corner, 2 mice were rolling over and over in the hay and scrupulously squeaking. Su Qian arched her body and tried to sit up, but it was painful to move her body. After struggling for a long time, she finally had to give up. But she was unwilling. She was obviously the chosen one, and she was obviously the protagonist here. Why was the plot completely different from what she imagined? The sound of iron chains hitting the iron door came from outside the prison, and Su Qian's eyes, which had been dimmed, brightened slightly. Then, a pair of black forged boots came into her sight. "You said that the Regent Princess wronged you. Can you produce evidence?" Chapter 374. The Prince Regent's Mansion. The two of them had not slept all night. Xiang Jila's eyes had faint dark circles and eye circles, but Yin Zhenyuo was still energetic, and there was no difference from usual. Xiang Jila laughed with gritted teeth and rubbed his face with his hand. "It's really unfair. Why are some people so energetic?" Yin Zhenyuo pulled off her rebellious hand expressionlessly, and when he looked at her, his phoenix eyes became a little deeper. "Don't be impulsive these days." Recalling the abnormal rotation of the Imperial Guards, Xiang Jila nodded seriously. "I know." After receiving Xiang Jila's affirmative answer, Yin Zhenyuo nodded slightly and said, "I know the rotation arrangement of the Imperial Guards. The change this morning was sudden, as if it was specially waiting for us. This is abnormal. There must be something wrong." Thinking of the sneer he sneered when he took her down the tower this morning, Xiang Jila had a rough guess in his mind. "Your Majesty?" Yin Zhenyuo curled his lips coldly. "When the child grows up, he will always have his own ideas. You are only 2 years older than him, okay?" Xiang Jila secretly complained in his heart. But what Yin Zhenyuo said was not without reason. Now that Yin Beiki has come of age, it is reasonable for him to regain control of the government. If it were not for the regent's will back then. Thinking of the regent's will, Xiang Jila inexplicably thought of the Yin family's ancestral precepts. Judging from the results of the previous life, Yin Juanao seemed to really want to be like the current trend in Da Huang, emphasizing the legitimate wife and suppressing the illegitimate wife. So Yin Beimao had the opportunity to ascend the throne as emperor. To put it bluntly, Jun Nuo and Yin Beiki in the previous life were both used by Yin Juno as stepping stones for Yin Beimo. Jun Nuo expanded the territory for Da Huang and checked and balanced Yin Beiki, thus pushing Da Huang's foundation to another peak. Then let Yin Beimo take advantage of the fact that his brother and Yin Junyo were both injured in the fight, and then start from Yin Beimo's lineage. The Yin family will realize restoring order, and the throne will be inherited by a legitimate prince. The ideal is indeed very full, but Yin Junao probably turned into ashes, and never thought that Yin Beimo's ability was not even as good as Yin Beiki, and in the end, he was easily picked by Shinmachi. What are you thinking about? A clear voice brought Xiangjila back to his thoughts. Xiangjila looked at Yin Junyo, met his cold eyes, pursed her lips, and still expressed her worries. Once Xiangxi's collusion with the enemy is confirmed, even if I have already cut off ties with the Xiang family, it is inevitable that someone will make a fuss about it. I am worried that the blood relationship between Xiangxi and me will be the key for Yin Beiki to control you. Xiangjila's worries gave Yin Junyo a warning. The cold murderous intent flashed from the cold phoenix eyes. Yin Junyo reached out and took her into his arms. His tone was unusually gentle. It seems that Da Huang hasn't had a national mourning for a long time. If he really dares to attack you, I don't mind letting Da Huang have a national mourning. The words we must not let the prince have the intention to kill, otherwise the first to suffer will definitely be the prince made Xiangjila tremble for no reason. Yin Junyo thought she was worried about the Xiang mansion, patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry, I take care of everything. Xiangjila hugged him tighter, thought for a while, and finally told him about his encounter with Qin Pei yesterday, and the content of his conversation with Qin Pei. The timing has been wrong in the past few years? After hearing Xiangjila's words, Yin Junyo's eyebrows were wrinkled, and even his tone became faster. You trust him? Xiangjila raised his head from his arms, and looked at him seriously. Originally, I trusted him about 50%, but after what happened on the city tower this morning, there are some things that I can't trust. Junyo, it's better to be prepared for everything than to fail, and then try to gain experience. Even so, I can't let you leave Kyoto because of such nonsense. After finishing his words in a hurried tone, Yin Junyo let go of Xiangjila, turned around and stopped looking at her, obviously unwilling to communicate with her anymore. Knowing his awkward personality, Xiangjila slowly walked behind him, put his face against his straight back, and gently persuaded, Junyo, meet him. If you meet him, you will know why I choose to believe him. Seeing that he still had no tendency to give in, Xiangjila sighed and said leisurely, he knows that I am a person who has returned. At noon, two young men in ordinary clothes but extraordinary appearance came to an inconspicuous two-story courtyard in the north of Kyoto. As if he had already noticed, the owner of the courtyard had his followers open the back door early. Qin Pei was not surprised to see Yin Junyo. I meet the prince. Yin Junyo snorted coldly at Qin Pei's show of goodwill. The autumn examination will be held in nearly 3 months, but you have come to Beijing much earlier. Since the prince is here, he must know that I am not going to Beijing to participate in the autumn examination. Yin Junyo sat down in the main seat by himself, and could not deny Qin Pei's words. Qin Pei was respectful to Yin Junyo. My lord, I came here this time because I calculated that the princess would have a great disaster if she stayed in Kyoto. If it is not handled properly, it will also affect our Qin mansion. When it comes to Xiangjila, Yin Junyo has never been able to be as calm as usual. Absurd. With the encouraging look of Xiangjila standing beside Yin Junyo, Qin Pei ignored Yin Junyo's cold face, and continued, in the matter of Xiang Mansion, it seems that the princess won, but it just pushed the princess into another abyss. At this moment, Yin Junyo's face turned black. Facing his murderous gaze, Qin Pei's speech speed increased for no reason. Your Majesty, I never speak nonsense. After all, the Qin Mansion and the princess are now tied together. Only when the princess is well, the Qin Mansion will be well. Only when the princess is well, the Qin Mansion will be well. That means using his woman. Yin Junyo said coldly, I didn't know that the small Qin Mansion has big ambitions. Your Majesty, you also understand that it is easy to block an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Let's take a step back. Even if the prince saves the princess this time, what about the next time? What about the next time? The prince is a man who does great things. He shouldn't be tied up by such a small matter. Think about it carefully. How many things has the princess experienced since she returned to Kyoto from the south? Also, in the matter of Xiang Mansion, even if the prince has a way to get rid of the princess, if he encounters someone who is unreasonable and wants to drag the princess into the water, does the prince intend to suppress him with force? Prince, you also understand that the current situation is different from the past. Even if you want to die with the princess and retreat, it will only put the two of you in a more dangerous situation. If you want to rest easy, you must fight your way out. Chapter 375. Halfway through, Yan Zhenyu had calmed down and listened to him. Seeing that Qin Pei showed signs of stopping, his tone softened. Continue. It must be said that Qin Pei's words coincided with his thoughts. He has never been a good person. In order to consolidate his power, he did a lot of things in secret. The blood on his hands is countless. The fact that he is competing with Yin Beiki in the court means that even if he dies one day, his body will be dug out and whipped by some people. That's why he kept grabbing power, bringing all the impossible factors under his control, and eliminating all things that might cause bad consequences from the root. I have discussed this with the princess, and the prince can take this opportunity to break it and then stand up and survive from the desperate situation. As long as the plan is well planned, this is a good opportunity. As soon as Qin Pei finished speaking, Yan Zhenyu, who heard his meaning, stood up without hesitation. This king does not agree. It should be said that as long as it involves the woman who wants to use him, he will not agree. His woman has never been the object of his schemes and exploitation. Even if everyone in the world came to tell him that she could play a key and decisive role in his future great cause, even if she told him 1,000 and 10,000 no regrets, he would never use her for the sake of it. Conquering the world is a man's business. If he involves his woman, what kind of man is he? His woman should always stay by his side without worries and be protected by him. Even if she dies, she should die with him and be buried secretly in the same place. Your Highness. Qin Pei still wanted to persuade him. Knowing Yan Zhenyu's character, Xiang Zhila winked at Qin Pei and interrupted him. Okay, I discussed the rest with your Highness. You've been living here recently, right? Qin Pei nodded. Until this matter is settled, I live here. Okay. Xiang Shi and Zhang Qijing went to the Honglu Temple early in the morning under the escort of Yang Gang, the general who protects the country, to seek Huang Fujing's forgiveness. As a victim, Huang Fuxiao naturally changed into a woman's dress, covered his face with gauze, and appeared at the scene. Seeing Xiang Shi, the scumbag father, again, Huang Fuxiao remained calm from beginning to end. Compared to Huang Fuxiao's calmness, Xiang Shi was obviously stunned when he saw Huang Fuxiao's eyes that looked like Qin Banruo. Huang Fujing immediately caught Xiang Shi's abnormality, and a cold light flashed across his beautiful eyes. I don't know whether it was because of fear of the people brought by Yang Gang, or because of other considerations. In short, with Yang Gang's mediation, Xiang Shi and Zhang Qijin easily obtained Huang Fujing's forgiveness. The generals of the two countries hit it off when they met. After Yang Gang gave Yin Beiki the reward to Princess Yongle to calm her down, Huang Fujing even walked a short distance with Yang Gang and watched them leave. Inside the Honglu Temple, Huang Fuxiao, who was sitting dignifiedly and pursing his lips, relaxed his straight back after seeing everyone leave. He looked at Huang Fujing, who had returned to the main seat with a solemn expression, in confusion. Father, everything went well with the plan. Why do you still look so worried? Huang Fujing glanced at him, his expression solemn and unrelaxed. Did you find anything wrong with the guards just now? Huang Fuxiao shook his head, after carefully recalling the road his father had walked with the great Phoenix General. There is no big problem. If I have to say something wrong, it is probably that there are too many guards. From his visual estimation, the number of people is at least 400 or 500. Huang Fujing did not give Huang Fuxiao a clear answer. He just looked at the direction of the door, and said slowly, Before dawn, Yan Zhenyu sent someone to pass on a message to me, which roughly means, I will follow Yin Beiqi's wishes in the matter of understanding, and everything else should remain unchanged in the face of changes. If he didn't understand the message of staying the same in the face of change before Xiang Shi and his party arrived, what else did he not understand after seeing the burly general of Da Huang who was protecting the country? Just talking about the formation of the Imperial Guards heading to the Honglu Temple, they were almost catching up with the guards he brought from Nanchu to establish diplomatic relations. In the important area of the capital, it seemed a bit too exaggerated to send troops to protect a third-rank official, and a third-rank official just to make him forgive. Combined with the content of the message, he could roughly guess some clues. The Emperor of Da Huang already knew about what happened back then. As Xiang Shi was able to endure and sit firmly in the position of the Minister of War for more than 10 years, the young Emperor of Da Huang would definitely rather overestimate Xiang Shi's cunning and send more Imperial Guards to capture him, rather than underestimate the enemy and let him escape. Thinking of this, he set his sights on Huang Fuxiao, who was dressed in women's clothes, and his beautiful eyes were stained with a bit of sarcasm. Xiang Shi, I guess there will be no chance to go back to Xiong Mansion again. Chapter 376. Wang Fujing's guess was correct. Before Xiangxi and Zhang Qizhen could breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the Honglu Temple, the guards beside them held their necks with shining sabers. The guards inside and outside drew their sabers one after another. The battle was so fierce that Zhang Qizhen almost fainted. After Yang Gang's order to catch the spy, he didn't even figure out what was going on. Hasn't he apologized? How did he become a spy? Inadvertently seeing that Xiangxi, who looked flustered, didn't show any panic in his eyes. A bold idea that he didn't even believe, but had to believe immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be that the spy was Xiangxi? If so, it's really over. Because of Zhang Qian'er's instigation, he and Xiangxi have been in frequent contact during this period. Although the two were together, they just talked about the dissatisfaction of the court and Yin Zhenyuo, and thought about how to get closer to the Qin king. However, at this juncture, what kind of convincing power can his defense have? Regent Palace. The long-lost scene of the female master chasing the male master reappeared again. The male master in a dark uniform was walking briskly in front, and the female master in men's clothes was chasing desperately behind. The servants realized that the male master's fierce aura was stronger than before, and they hid aside very tactfully. Xiangxi put his hands on his hips and panted. Junnuo, wait for me, I really can't run anymore. Turning to the study in the front yard, the man finally stopped. The guards guarding the study bowed to him silently, and then retreated a few feet away in a well-trained manner. Yin Junnuo still didn't turn around to face her. Xiangxi, give up the idea of convincing me. Xiangxi, who was hit on the heart, took a breath, fanned himself with one hand, looked around and talked about something else. Your Highness, do you have anything else to do today? Expecting that she would definitely come back to the idea of persuading him, Yin Zhenyu ignored her words and pushed open the door of the study, taking a step with his long legs. Xiangxi immediately came forward and squeezed into his study as he closed the door. Don't be so stingy, it's not like I haven't been to your study before. Letting her walk to his desk and cross her legs without any image, with her hands folded behind her head and resting on his armchair, Yin Zhenyu crossed his arms across his chest, as if he was helpless with someone who refused to leave. Xiangxi, you know I won't let you leave me, so why bother doing this? After letting go of her legs, Xiangxi leaned forward slightly, her hands folded behind her head changed to supporting her chin with both hands, looking at him eagerly. But I'm not leaving, I'm fighting for our future together. Fight for the future together? Yin Zhenyu narrowed her eyes slightly, and repeated her words softly. Just when Xiangxi thought her words could shake his determination, the cold word no hit her hard, making her dizzy. She resisted the urge to slam the table and stood up, taking small steps, walked to his side, and pulled his sleeves back and forth. Junnuo. No need to say it. Without any hesitation, he pulled back the sleeves that were ravaged by her. Yin Junnuo stretched out his hand to straighten her, who was leaning limply on him. You hardly rested last night. Go back and rest first. We discuss other things later. We discuss them later? Isn't it obvious that he wants to send her back? What a joke, with his temper. As long as she shows weakness today and doesn't mention it anymore, this matter will be left hanging. Wait. Let's talk about it later. A sly look flashed across Xiangxi's eyes. She glanced at someone who had sat down behind the desk and was ready to review documents. The beauty trap that worked every time flashed through her mind. Seeing that he had no intention of driving her away, Xiangxi tiptoed behind him, and her hands, which had recovered their slender whiteness due to proper maintenance, slowly placed on his shoulders, kneading and massaging them carefully. Feeling that the muscles on his shoulders were slowly relaxing, her palm slowly reached into the back of his collar. Xiangxi, seeing his knuckles turning white while holding the pen and not being able to write a single word for a long time, Xiangxi blinked innocently. Prince? Where are you touching? Looking at the awkward position of her hand, Xiangxi touched the massaged area again. Massage you, Prince? With a pop, the jade pen in his hand was thrown onto the table, splashing a few drops of ink. Get out, don't make me angry. Chapter 377. His voice was low and cold. Xiangxi was slightly startled. Her tried-and-true beauty trick. Failed? Get out. He repeated his words coldly again. The fingers in his clothes curled slightly. Xiangxi choked at his throat and pulled his hand out. Yes. Realizing that she was going to walk around him and retreat, he stood up with a cold face and turned around to put his arm around her waist to let her stick to him. While she was still not able to react, he quickly lowered his head to seal her little mouth and took over the city. Until her breathing became heavier, he bit her restless little mouth as punishment, and moved away a little, his thin lips still lingering on her lips, and the strength of his hands did not decrease at all. The breath of the two people intertwined, hot and ambiguous. Xiangjila, don't have other ideas, I will be angry, very angry. Seeing that the bottom of his eyes were slowly filled with water, the scarlet in his eye sockets gradually deepened. With his feet off the ground, his waist was heard by his arms, and his head was pressed into his arms by him. Xiangjila never expected that he would have such a big reaction. I could only slowly reach out and hug him, lightly brushing the lines on his back that were tense because of forbearance. Junu, you promised me. Let me have the opportunity to charge for you. Before he could finish his words, Xiangjila felt his waist tighten, and his whole body was lifted up a little bit. Then, there was a little more warm breath on his neck, and he buried his face in her neck. Xiangjila, I will do whatever you want in other matters, but you are not by my side, I will not allow it, and I don't agree. From the moment when Nan Feng pierced his chest with a spear at the age of 14, the wise King Yin Zhenyu had died. Everything the Regent Yin Zhenyu did was to give the woman named Xiangjila a vast world. Without her by his side, what was the meaning of having power and ruling the country? His voice was a little more choked than the coldness just now. Xiangjila's heart tightened, and then a fine and dense pain spread. Not caring that his feet were still in the air, he patted his back helplessly to comfort him, and coaxed softly, Okay, I won't go anywhere, I will only be by Zhenyuo's side and accompany Zhenyuo forever. In his mind, he was constantly thinking about the feasibility of other plans. On the other side, after collecting the needles for Li Yu, Gong Sun Ming turned around and elegantly put the needle bags into the medicine box one by one. After everything was put away, he took a cup of warm water, and stood in front of Li Yu, who was half leaning on the edge of the bed, and handed it to her, and asked gently, Yeah, can you tell me why you are in the Regent's palace? Li Yu did not take his water. She did not speak either. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, without any ripples. It was as if the person in front of her was just an ordinary stranger. The strange silence made the atmosphere awkward for a while. Gong Sun Ming smiled bitterly. I know you must be angry with me for losing you, but... Dr. Gong Sun, Commander Chu is here. The voice of the maid outside the door interrupted him, at the right time. Gong Sun Ming swallowed the rest of his words, and put away his bitter smile. He looked at Li Yu reluctantly, who still looked at him like a stranger, sighed, and followed the maid to carry the medicine box and left. Because he walked too fast, he ignored that Li Yu's hands hanging by her side had already squeezed the quilt into a deep wrinkle. Study room. Gong Sun Ming took back the fingertips on Yin Zhenyuo's wrist, glanced at the expressionless Yin Zhenyu, and then glanced at Xiangjila, who looked anxious, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Dr. Gong Sun, how is the prince's health? He was fine. Why did he suddenly have a stomach disease? Chu Shan at the door kept winking at Gong Sun Ming. Gong Sun Ming thought to himself that the master and servant were childish, and gave Xiangjila a solemn look. Princess, it's better for you to take care of the prince's daily life in person these days, otherwise the stomach disease that the prince has finally cured will definitely relapse. Chapter 378. But he just vomited blood, is he really okay? While speaking, Xiangjila glanced at his back again, his face showing obvious tension. Gong Sun Ming glanced at Yin Zhenyu, who pursed his lips, and didn't look at him. He could only look at Chu Shan, who winked at him, making his eyes cramp. He sighed in his heart and shook his head on the surface. As long as you eat regularly, and take good care of yourself, there won't be any big problems. Then what should I pay attention to on a daily basis? Xiangjila listened carefully to every word Gong Sun Ming said to him, and asked everything he wanted to ask in his heart without missing a word. For example, does he have any taboos on eating, or what time is best for him to eat? If I make some snacks for him and put them beside him, what kind of snacks are generally better? Does he need to be given a hot compress and massage before bed, etc.? The more Xiangjila asked, the more guilty Gong Sun Ming felt. He was about to tell the truth, but the person who didn't look at him just now glared at him. He felt a chill on the back of his neck, and immediately told Xiangjila a long list of precautions for taking care of people with stomach diseases. The person in charge of the instructions wanted to break up and crumple every word, so as not to upset the financial sponsor. The listeners wanted to chew and swallow every word, so as not to forget it later. Yin Zhenyu glanced at the little woman who listened seriously, nodded from time to time, and bent over his desk to take notes. The cold and hard lines on her face finally softened a little. Princess, don't think these are trivial matters. If you do it well, the prince's body will definitely be healthier than before. After explaining everything about Yin Junyo, Gong Sunming paused and turned to look at Yin Junyo. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Yin Junyo did not let Xiangjila avoid it, but when he looked at him, his eyes were slightly sharp. Just say it, the princess is not an outsider. With Yin Junyo's permission, Gong Sunming bowed to the two of them. Maybe it's because the weather is too hot, the warhorse that the prince fostered in Wanqing's medicine house to recuperate is listless all day and unwilling to move, even unwilling to cooperate with the dressing change. No matter what method Wanqing uses, it is like that, and it will kick people when it is anxious. In the long run, I am afraid it will be bad for its wounds to heal and its flesh to grow again. After hearing Gong Sunming talk about this, Chu Shan also agreed. I also know about this. For some reason, Yusong has been lying on the ground lazily and refused to move for several times. When I talked to him, he even dared to snort at me. Warhorse? Scallion. Hearing Gong Sunming mention the warhorse, Xiangjila, who had taken notes, straightened up and put the jade pin back to its original place. Recently, she was busy with the Shixia assassin and the Xiang mansion, and she seemed to have forgotten about the scallion again. When Gong Sunming mentioned it, she suddenly remembered that she had said goodbye to it before. Could it be? Because it saw that she had already made up her mind to leave, so it was unhappy? Thinking of the reason for saying goodbye to Daikong, Xiangjila touched his nose awkwardly and said to Gong Sunming, maybe it's because it's not used to living here? Why don't we take it back to the mansion? It's not good to keep it with you all the time. In fact, Janma is with me, so it's convenient to change the herbs for its wounds, but it doesn't want to cooperate and has a fierce temper. If it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid. I go with you to see it later. Gong Sunming glanced at Xiangjila's men's clothes, and then at Yin Junyo's increasingly cold face. She said in embarrassment, will this delay the princess from doing her business? Xiangjila was confused by his strange look and inexplicable questions. I don't seem to have anything to do right now. The matter of Xiang Mansion has been settled. Because Jun Nuo has a stomach disease, the matter of persuading Jun Nuo must be postponed. Later, she still has to go out of the house to meet Qin Pei and confirm some things with him again. Just when she was looking for a reason, this reason was delivered directly to her door, right? Seeing that Gong Sunming was still in a dilemma, Xiangjila thought he was worried that Daikong was shy and would have a hard time explaining to Yin Junyo if she got hurt. So he raised his hand and smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the prince's horse, it won't kick me. Seeing that she finally focused her attention on him, but was suddenly occupied by Yusong, for the first time, Yin Junyo carefully considered whether to keep Yusong. Chapter 379. He put his arm around her waist without paying attention to anyone around him, silently asserting his sovereignty. Xiangjila, you haven't rested since last night, you should rest first. Being suddenly held in his arms, Xiangjila immediately looked at Chu Shan and Gong Sunming, and when she saw both of them lower their heads, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, I'm not tired. While speaking, she put her hand on the back of his hand and gently scratched it with her fingertips a few times, showing her softness and coquettishness like a cat's claw, which made Yin Junyo feel itchy. Not tired. As the mistress of a mansion, you have a lot of things to deal with. Don't think about running out all day long. He was determined not to let her go anywhere. Deal with? Isn't Uncle Lee in charge of all the things in the mansion? Knowing that he didn't want to let her go, Xiangjila could only look at Chu Shan for help. Receiving Xiangjila's eyes that were asking for help and slightly threatening, Chu Shan wanted to give her a little aggrieved look that said I can't do anything about it, but when he thought of the spring sorrow far away in the south, Chu Shan could only bite the bullet and took Yin Junyo's cold eyes. He was almost crying with laughter. Your Highness, Yusong seems to like the princess very much. Maybe if you ask the princess to go and have a look and scold it a few times, it will behave itself. The master and servant have been together for more than 10 years, and the tacit understanding they have developed is unmatched by others. Although I really want to take the opportunity to mention my needs to her as a patient, but Chu Shan dares to be so fearless of death, it must be something very important. Business is more important. As Xiangjila's frequency of light scratching became faster and faster, he reluctantly loosened his arm around her waist. Don't come back too late. I know. Xiangjila pointed to his head with a smile. Remember to come back to prepare dinner for my heroic and handsome prince. I will definitely be back soon. Although he knew she was flattering, Yin Junyo was still very pleased and even raised his eyebrows. Slippery tongue. Xiangjila covered his mouth and smiled, took the opportunity to reach out and kissed his little mouth, then gently covered his face. Understanding her meaning, Yin Junyo tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise, and urged, "Why don't you go quickly?" After Xiang Jila excitedly followed Gong Sun Ming out of the study, Yan Zhenyu glanced at Chu Shan lazily. "You'd better have something urgent to do." "Your Highness, I found it." With these few simple words, Yan Zhenyu's eyes flashed coldly, and his lazy look disappeared in an instant. Following Gong Sun Ming to the medicine house, Xiang Jila saw several guards in coarse cloth uniforms working together, holding a bunch of fresh tender grass and placing it beside the jade horse, and then carefully approaching it to wash the dirt off its body. Seeing the dirty and unhorse-like jade horse, Xiang Jila's eyes widened immediately. "Scallion!" Hearing Xiang Jila's voice, the jade horse, which was still irritably sweeping its tail to prevent the guards from approaching, suddenly had its eyes light up. It immediately turned its head and looked through the gap between the guards. When it saw the mistress in men's clothes, it snorted happily and immediately struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, it refused to take good care of its injuries a few days ago, and the wound on its hind legs showed signs of infection. It tried several times but couldn't stand up. Xiang Jila raised her hand to ask the guards to step back. Several guards looked at her in embarrassment. "Master, Yusong has a very fierce temper." Before they could finish persuading her, Xiang Jila raised her hand and gently interrupted them. "It's okay, it's very well behaved in front of me. Everyone step back." The mistress had said so much, the guards could only step aside obediently, keeping their bodies alert to prevent Yusong from kicking their hooves. Knowing the guards' intentions, Xiang Jila didn't say anything else, but pretended to be angry and walked in front of Yusong, put his hands on his hips and scolded, "Why don't you be obedient and take good care of your injuries? I told you not to get hurt again, but you didn't even take care of your wounds. Look at you, you look so dirty, any stray horse is cleaner than you. You still don't want to take a bath, are you trying to piss me off to death?" After asking several questions in a row, Xiang Jila still couldn't control his emotions, his eyes were red, and even his voice was a little choked. "You've grown up, but you're still worse than when you were a kid." After sniffing, Xiang Jila wiped away the tears in his eyes with his arm. He slapped the horse's head with his backhand. "Scallion, you stupid scallion." Feeling that he was being scolded, the hostess seemed very unhappy. Yusong was slapped on the head for no reason, which hurt a little, but he didn't dare to protest. Not only did he not dare to snort in protest, he didn't even dare to sweep his horsetail and let the flies fall on his wound. The guards on the side were dumbfounded. Yusong was willing to be scolded so obediently. Chapter 380. Before they were shocked, the mistress turned her head to look at them. "Brush it, and change the dressing." The guards approached Yusong cautiously. Yusong instinctively wanted to snort. Cough. Cough. Xiang Jila cleared his throat more loudly. Yusong glanced at Xiang Jila secretly, and found that the fox eyes were staring at him fiercely. In the middle of the snort, the horse's face turned to the side, looking like letting others do whatever they want. Under Xiang Jila's supervision, Yusong obediently let the guards wash it, and let the medicine boy change its medicine. When Xiang Jila saw the bloody wound that exuded a strange smell, the words of reprimand on his lips turned into, "If you dare not change the medicine and disobey me, I will never talk to you again." Knowing that the mistress was angry with it, Yusong snorted timidly, and lay on the ground weakly to sweep the ponytail. He wanted to rub Xiang Jila's hand with his face, but saw that Xiang Jila seemed to be still angry. It could only shake off the water droplets on its mane, and lay back on the ground weakly. Its eyes, which had regained their spirits due to Xiang Jila's appearance, would occasionally glance at Xiang Jila. That pitiful look was very similar to the night when she first met Xiang Jila in the back alley. Sighing, Xiang Jila reached out and grabbed its horse's head. Yusong rubbed her hand and snorted lightly, as if telling her about his grievances. Xiang Jila's voice became a little softer. "Next time, don't do this again. I'm just busy, not that I don't want you." The jade horse neighed softly, as if to tell her, "Got it." When everything was sorted out, the jade horse finally revealed its true face. Its shiny mane was no longer shiny, and the whole horse was much thinner. Guessing the reason for its weight loss, Xiang Jila guiltily grabbed a handful of fresh grass and planned to put it to its mouth for it to eat. However, as soon as she picked it up, she found something wrong. There were a few small yellow flowers that looked like daisies mixed in the grass. The leaves of the small yellow flowers were very similar to the grass, and they were almost rolled up inside. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all. Xiang Jila reached out and called a guard standing next to him. He frowned and took out the small yellow flower from the fodder and handed it to him, and said in a cold voice, "Who is responsible for Yusong's fodder?" The guard, who was called over, saw the small yellow flower that Xiangjila took out alone, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately knelt on one knee in fear and bowed his head and said, "I am responsible for transporting the fodder from the mansion, but I guarantee that from loading to unloading, I did not ask anyone else to do it. When the fodder was transported out of the mansion, it was definitely not mixed with blue-tongue grass." Xiangjila first looked at the guards kneeling in front of him with a gloomy face, and then glanced at the guards, who were left here to look after Yusong without leaving a trace. Xiangjila's voice was not loud, but it was enough for the people standing by to hear clearly. The faces of several people changed. As cavalrymen, they were familiar with the harm of blue-tongue grass to horses, otherwise the prince would not have sent them to take care of Yusong. Blue-tongue grass, a unique medicinal material in Sichuan, is used as a medicine. It can stop bleeding and coagulate wounds when used externally, and can clear away heat and detoxify when taken internally. However, this is only for humans. Once eaten by horses, it is a deadly poison. After the horses eat the blue-tongue grass, there are no symptoms of poisoning in the early stage, but the appetite will decrease. Later, the horses will gradually become irritable, crazy, and finally blind. Therefore, as cavalrymen, before they have their own war horses, the first thing they have to recognize is the blue-tongue grass. What makes Xiangjila happy is that when she took out the blue-tongue grass, the first thing they looked at was not the fodder, but looked at Yusong with concern. It is not difficult to see that they are really taking good care of it. Thinking of this, Xiangjila's expression eased a little, and he asked the guard in charge of delivering fodder to stand up. "Besides you guys, is there anyone else who handles Yusong's fodder?" The guards looked at each other. Finally, the guard in charge of fodder stepped forward and said respectfully to Xiangjila, "The prince ordered not to cause inconvenience to Dr. Gongsun, so except for changing the medicine for Yusong and cutting out the rotten meat, the medicine boy and Dr. Gongsun need to help, and everything else about Yusong is done by the subordinates themselves." Chapter 381. Xiangjila glanced at the guards again. She pointed at the other two and ordered, "Change all the fodder." Then, she ordered another person, "Go and ask Dr. Gongsun to come over." After getting the response from the guards, Xiangjila touched Yusong's head again. She whispered, "You must cooperate and heal your injury, otherwise if something goes wrong next time, your leg will still be injured and you won't be able to run, understand?" Yusong obediently lowered its head, and Xiangjila didn't know if it could understand her. Soon, Gongsun Ming came. He bowed to Xiangjila first. After receiving Xiangjila's instructions, he rolled up his sleeves and walked to Yusong, and skillfully reached out to Yusong's neck pulse. After closing his eyes, and feeling its breathing frequency for a while, he reached out and opened Yusong's mouth to check its gums. This was repeated several times. After confirming the answer at his heart, he gently shook his head at Xiangjila. After getting Gongsun Ming's answer, Xiangjila finally let go of his hanging heart. It seems to be a coincidence. I will ask people to pay more attention later. The same mistake must not be made a second time. When speaking, Xiangjila's eyes were deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. Gongsun Ming immediately understood. "Please rest assured, sir. However, since you are out today, I have something I want to ask you for information. I hope you can spare me a moment to talk." Xiangjila pursed his lips and nodded, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Following the pleased gesture made by Gongsun Ming, the two moved to the medicine storehouse together. The medicine storehouse is not small, but the dried herbs inside are very common Chinese medicines. Every bundle of uncut herbs is neatly stacked on the shelf and marked. Xiangjila listened carefully and confirmed that there were no other people around the medicine storehouse. Then he changed his relaxed attitude and said to Gongsun Ming seriously, "The prince believes in you, so I believe in you too. However, although this place was run by you, I don't believe in anyone except you. I don't believe in so-called coincidences, so I will leave a trustee and a secret guard to observe in secret these days. I will explain to them how you will meet at that time. If you find anything wrong, please inform my people." Gongsun Ming nodded solemnly. "I understand." At this point, his eyes turned slightly cold. Logically speaking, the prince's horse was left here to recuperate. Except for my two medicine boys, even the doctor here didn't know about it. If the incident of the orchid grass today is not a coincidence, it must be premeditated. Premeditated? Obviously, Xiangjila didn't like to hear this word. No matter how they planned, since the other party was able to target Yusong, it is enough to show that he already knew that the prince's warhorse was recovering here. After a pause, she seemed to have made a great decision. Although leaving it here seems to be the best choice, but since someone can do something to it once, there will definitely be a second time. When the spy is found out this time, I will arrange for Yu Song to be transferred back to the palace. This happened here, and I am also responsible. If Yu Song really returns to the palace to recover in the future, I will personally take care of its injuries until it recovers. Gong Sunming's tone was as gentle and elegant as ever, but Xiang Zhila could still hear the urgency in his words. Urgent for what? Inexplicably, she thought of Liu and Gong Sunming's elegant smile that day. After taking a deep look at Gong Sunming, Xiang Zhila did not delve into it. Now the most urgent thing is to find the person behind the plot. Other things, especially those related to other people's emotional entanglements. Before the rotten peach blossom named Shinmachi is cut off, she should take care of herself first. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Yu Song and asking Gong Sunming to take care of Yu Song, Xiang Zhila did not stay for a moment, but hurried back to the house with 2 entrances to find Qin Pei. At that time, Qin Pei was enjoying himself in the backyard while making tea and admiring the lotus. Under the dense green shade, Qin Pei was stunned for a moment by Xiang Zhila's appearance. Just as he was about to salute Xiang Zhila raised his hand to stop him. I don't have much time to come out, so let's make it short. Pushing the brewed new tea in front of Xiang Zhila, Qin Pei said respectfully, the princess is probably very busy today, so drink some tea to slow down. Xiang Zhila did not touch the tea in front of him, but glanced at him with a chill. You have the leisure time. He made the problem so urgent in front of her and Jun Nuo, and then he was leisurely drinking tea and admiring the lotus. He deserved a beating for no reason. Chapter 382. After getting Xiang Zhila's approval, he sat down again. Qin Pei took a sip of the warm tea, chuckled, and shook his head. The cool breeze blew their hair, and the cicadas chirped from time to time in the bushes in the backyard. The two sat opposite each other, as quiet as a beautiful painting. Until must leave Beijing? Xiang Zhila's tone was full of doubts and inquiry. Qin Pei gently placed the teacup in his hand on the stone table. He nodded heavily. Must leave Beijing. The hands casually placed on the knees curled up slightly. Xiang Zhila looked at Qin Pei with a sharper look. Reason. Have you ever heard the saying that if we are separated, we will each be king, but if we are united, we will have difficulty in taking a step? If we are united, we will have difficulty in taking a step? Xiang Zhila's pupil shrank slightly. She expected Qin Pei to tell her all kinds of pros and cons, but she didn't think of this aspect. Am I the one who holds him back? Yes and no. Turning his head and raising his hand to let the personal servant step back, Qin Pei was no longer as gentle as before when he faced Xiang Zhila again. The princess is determined to make plans for the prince, and similarly, the prince has been working hard for the princess, but you both only think about the good of each other, but don't know what the other person really wants, so you go in opposite directions. Like two sharp swords, if you two move in the same direction, no matter how big the obstacle is, you can break through it. Similarly, if you move in opposite directions, in the end, both sides will suffer. Xiang Zhila bowed his head and said nothing. Qin Pei continued, since ancient times, solitary yin cannot grow, and solitary yang cannot grow. Only when yin and yang are in harmony can all things in the world prosper. I am not talented, but I have read a fortune about the past of the prince and the princess before coming to Kyoto. Strictly speaking, this fortune is a fragmentary fortune, with more variables than destiny. I can only superficially guess from it that the princess's fate is on the battlefield, and the prince's fate is in the court. You two are destined to part ways. His tone was serious, without any falsehood. Xiang Zhila thought for a while, and then he took out a few fortune-telling coins with the emperor's purple aura that he left behind in Bailing. Is the purple air on it related to Jun Nuo? Qin Pei seemed to have not expected Xiang Zhila to carry the divination money with him, and gave an ambiguous answer again. Yes and no, I will explain everything to the princess when she really leaves Beijing. Regarding the current situation, I can only say that if you face the challenge head-on, you can still take the initiative. If you hesitate, you will have a hard time in the court in the future because you missed the opportunity. Xiang Zhila wanted to ask when the dust would settle. But considering the mysterious things like divination, if she knew in advance that she would be separated from Jun Nuo for too long, she would be more reluctant to leave him. So she simply didn't ask. I understand. I will try to convince him in other ways. Now, she just wanted to teach He Dazhuang a few more of his favorite snacks before completely convincing him, and at the same time warn He Dazhuang that if he doesn't want to die, don't make those weird things and send them to Jun Nuo's table. Seeing that Xiang Zhila's eyes were more determined than before, Qin Pei's attitude became more respectful and bowed to her. Princess, don't worry anymore. As I said before, you are the biggest variable. Just let everything go. Will he agree if we let it go? Qin Pei's eyes fell on the dragonfly standing on the lotus, confused and determined. Yes, he will definitely agree. Really? A sense of uneasiness quickly spread from Xiangjila's heart. In the next few days, Yan Zhenyuo seemed very busy and arrived at the mansion very late almost every day. Xiangjila looked very well behaved and stayed at the mansion without going anywhere. In fact, she was no less busy than Yan Zhenyuo. In her busy life, she did not forget to keep in touch with Huang Fujing and his son, nor did she forget the safety of Yusong. In fact, after knowing that Yusong's father had been tampered with, Xiangjila told Yan Zhenyuo as soon as he returned to the mansion. Yan Zhenyuo just silently embraced her in his arms, said don't worry, and didn't say anything else. Xiangjila felt that he was not right, but no matter how she tried to insinuate, he just refused to say anything else. The uneasiness in her heart became stronger. After Xiangqi and Zhang Qizhen were arrested on May 19th, except for learning that Zhang Qizhen died in prison the next day, other news about Xiangqi was not heard. Indistinctly, Xiangjila felt that Yan Zhenyuo's busyness must be related to the destruction of Xiang Mansion. Chapter 383. Thinking back to the night when Xiang Mansion was destroyed, Xiangjila admitted that she did feel the pleasure of revenge from Xiang Yun's twisted expression of wanting to survive. Is Xiang Yun crazy? No, he is not crazy. Before going to scare Su, she asked Xiang Yan to find a way to help her hold on for a while, and she herself went to Shiyuan to visit her good brother. The hot wind swept the stench from Shiyuan to her. There was no one around. Xiang Yun was no different from a normal person, except that he howled from time to time. At least, when he saw her kick the door open, he finally stopped howling and rushed over like a madman to scratch her face. Xiangjila, you still have the nerve to come to me? Because he was so thin that he looked unrecognizable, his sunken eye sockets and cheeks matched his ferocious expression. The ragged Xiang Yun looked like a ghost under the pale light of lightning. Xiangjila kicked him mercilessly, and under the force, Xiang Yun immediately sprayed a blood mist like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Under the flickering lightning, Xiangjila's face was full of murderous intent. Feeling that his ribs seemed to be broken by the kick, Xiang Yun didn't care about the breath that was about to be taken, and even more so the pain in his chest and back, and retreated in fear. Xiangjila, you don't come over. Xiang Yun's voice changed due to fear, and he was like an old dog lingering with a foul smell. Xiangjila sneered and pressed him step by step. His tone was sarcastic, and his murderous intent did not decrease. I heard that you were crazy, so I came back to see you. I didn't expect that you hated me so much that you couldn't forgive me even when you were crazy. You treat me like this, aren't you afraid? Before Xiang Yun finished speaking, he was kicked in the chest again. This time, he couldn't even get up because his chest was being stepped on forcefully. Don't mention mother in front of me. You are Su Rong's son, just an illegitimate child who can't see the light of day. You are not worthy of mentioning the mother in front of the legitimate daughter. As he spoke, Xiangjila's foot became more powerful. You are talking nonsense. Xiang Yun squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Although he had failed many times before, he still had illusions, and tried to use his trump card to control Xiangjila as before. We are obviously twins. As soon as the word twins came out, Xiangjila laughed. The crisp laughter fell into Xiang Yun's ears, like a deadly silver bell. I don't know if it was because of pain or fear. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. After a while, Xiangjila was tired of laughing and laughed enough, so he reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes due to laughing. Xiang Yun, check your conscience. When did you treat me as your sister? Besides relying on your status as a twin brother to constantly make me sacrifice, have you ever done half of what a brother should do? At this point, Xiangjila made a look of sudden enlightenment. That's right. After all, Xiangtinga is your biological sister. How can I, your legitimate sister, compare to your biological sister? The air in his chest was constantly squeezed by the exquisite cloud head embroidered shoes. Xiang Yun, who had a strong desire to survive, kept shaking his head and making intermittent notes that only he could understand. Just when his breathing was getting thinner and thinner, and he thought he was about to be trampled to death by Xiangjila, Xiangjila suddenly loosened his foot that was stepping on his chest, squatted down beside him, and smiled at him. Are you curious about why I am so sure that you are not my twin brother? Under Xiang Yun's hesitant, tangled eyes that wanted to know the truth, Xiangjila smiled coldly. You don't deserve to know. As she spoke, her right hand quickly inserted a golden needle into Xiang Yun's biweek acupoint. When Xiang Yun's eyes widened in horror, She smiled very gently and whispered in his ear. Your sister Tienga is waiting for you. By the way, don't forget to take her head with you when you go see her. Xiang. Before Xiang Yun could finish his curse, Xiang Jila mercilessly destroyed his mute point and broke the joints of his limbs, leaving him without the qualifications to stand up. Just like that, standing in the dark, watching Xiang Yun, who was squirming like a worm, being forced into the bowl of poisonous water by Mei Xiang, watching Xiang Yun's face grim as he died. Chapter 384. However, she planned to keep this matter to herself, and not let Jun Nu know. Although she knew that Jun Nu would not care about her little problem. But who doesn't want to be as perfect as possible in front of the people they care about? Little Guixiu, you have advanced a lot of rewards from me during this period. When will the task be completed? The voice of Gongging number 3 sounded weakly in Xiang Jila's consciousness. If you continue like this, I will not give you the advance reward. On the day when she suddenly got up and pretended to be a ghost to scare Su, Gongging number 3 generously advanced her refrigeration technique and half-hour illusion. Xiang Jila touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Don't I have no chance? The most important thing is that they have been busy with their own things these days, and they are basically in a state of she fell asleep, and he hasn't come back, he went out, and she hasn't gotten up yet. If Xiao Xiaonhua hadn't brought her midnight snacks on time every midnight, she would have changed all her clothes the next day, and she would have thought he didn't come back to sleep at all. What's the point of being in ecstasy? What's more, I will be separated from him for a while soon. During this period, I may not be able to complete the partner mission. What can I do? I am more desperate than you. Hearing Xiang Jila's wailing, Gongging number 3 also wailed. No way, why are you so miserable? After listening to Xiang Jila's wailing for a while, Gongging number 3 finally couldn't stand it anymore and comforted her. Okay, it's just a period of separation. A short separation is better than a new marriage. I will help you think of a solution. Almost at the same time when Xiang Jila lost consciousness, Gong Sunming came to find her with news. Sichuan's soul-stealing forbidden technique? In the front hall, Xiang Jila sat on the main seat, frowning at Gong Sunming who had come to the palace specially. Gong Sunming nodded solemnly, with a bit of helplessness and apology in his tone. In the final analysis, it was my negligence that I didn't notice the clues of the medicine boy who changed the medicine. Xiang Jila narrowed her eyes. Where is the medicine boy now? The soul-stealing technique cannot be solved unless he dies. Gong Sunming said this solemnly, and his eyes and eyebrows were like frost, so, when he struggled and resisted, I had already dealt with him. After thinking it over, Xiang Jila nodded to Gong Sunming and said, I understand. When the prince comes back tonight, I will tell him about this. In addition, I will ask Uncle Li to arrange for Yu Song to be transferred back to the mansion to recuperate. Yu Song will still be in your care at that time. After receiving Xiang Jila's reply and arrangement, Gong Sunming carried the medicine box, stood up elegantly, and bowed to Xiang Jila. This is what I should do. If the princess has no other important matters, I will take my leave first. After receiving Xiang Jila's consent, he explained to Butler Li the matters that need to be paid attention to when transferring Yu Song, and how to keep Yu Song stable, cool, and dry. Gong Sunming left from the side door of the Regent Palace under the guidance of the servants. The side door of the Prince Regent's palace. The doorman was already familiar with the doctor, who had been visiting the palace frequently recently. When he left, he said to him enthusiastically, Dr. Gong Sun, take care. Gong Sunming smiled and nodded as a response to the doorman. When he was about to step out of the threshold of the Prince Regent's palace, which was almost as high as his knee, he suddenly turned back. His slightly sharp eyes softened instantly after seeing the corner of the green robe behind the doorman. Knowing that she didn't want to see him now, Gong Sunming didn't expose her, but got on the carriage and left on his own under the guidance of the servants of the Prince Regent's palace. Only after the side door was closed again did Li Yu slowly walk out from behind the gatehouse. Miss Li, are you going out? The gatekeeper smiled at her innocently. Li Yu glanced at the gatekeeper indifferently, pursed her lips, and shook her head, but her eyes never left the tightly closed red lacquered door. The wooden rabbit that had been tightly held in her hand had already been patinated by her. The Palace of Mental Cultivation. After listening to the report of the secret guard, Yen Beiki finally shifted his attention away from the memorial in front of him. A hint of amusement flashed across her cold and thin phoenix eyes. Oh, is there really evidence? The secret guard was still respectful, kneeling on one knee, bowing his hands and bowing his head. Although the woman is like a useless person, she speaks clearly, and is not like an ordinary boudoir girl. In addition, according to the report of the disguised person, the woman also said that she knows a lot of ways to control people and use people. If the master really values talents, he might as well rescue her from the fire pit. She will never let the master down. The words of the secret guard successfully made Yin Beiki sneer. In this case, let's test her to see if she is a pearl as she said. An arrogant woman who was crippled by the regent's palace and thrown into the capital's prison is quite interesting. After the head guard withdrew, a person slowly walked out from the other side of the Yongxin Palace. Chapter 385. The man was dressed in a luxurious purple robe and holding a folding fan. When he looked at Yin Beiki, his expression was calm. Yin Beiki seemed to be used to his rudeness. Prince Ping'an, what do you think of the conditions I just mentioned to you? His tone was a little inquiring. Shinmachi raised his thin lips slightly. Since I have received a secret decree to come to the capital, I will help the emperor to relieve his worries and work. Dali Temple. In a small, but independent study. White smoke rose slowly from the bronze furnace, with an animal head. Chu Shan stood respectfully to one side. Yin Zhenyuo held a red jade pen in his hand, and checked the number of death row prisoners, and the number of people detained in Dahuang in recent months to determine the direction of the next revision of the Dahuang law. The Qilin guard quietly landed in front of his desk, and reported to him the direction of the recent events. Shadowless? Until the Qilin guard retreated. Yin Zhenyuo's mouth curled up a cold arc. Chu Shan, the Qilin guard, and the dark guard camp need to be cleaned up. Chu Shan, who had listened to the Qilin guard's report, stood aside with a stern face. I understand. I thought that those I had brought up were always loyal, but I didn't expect that they could even sneak into the Shadowless Guard. After hesitating for a while, Chu Shan still expressed his worries. Your Highness, the matter of Yusong is probably just a warning. Compared to Yusong's poisoning, Chu Shan was more worried about. The Shadowless Guard appeared. It is rumored that the Shadowless Guard was founded by Yan Shi, the founding monarch of Dahuang, with the purpose of ensuring the stability of Dahuang and concentrating most of the imperial power in the hands of the ruler. Since the founding of Dahuang for hundreds of years, the appearance of the Shadowless Guards is because Dahuang has a regent to assist in the administration. Unlike the previous dynasties, the Shadowless Guards do not obey the orders of the Dahuang monarch, but they decide whether to appear in the world based on their own judgment of whether the monarch's power is threatened. If Dahuang has only one monarch in power, they are basically in a state of retreat. Even if the monarch's sons kill each other, it has nothing to do with them. The monarchs of all dynasties have sent people out to look for this mysterious army, but they all return empty-handed. However, as long as the regent appears in Dahuang, the Shadowless Guard will gradually pay attention to the affairs of the court and supervise the regent when the regent is at his most powerful. Once it is discovered that the regent has the intention to replace him, they will immediately start to clean up the house. It is their ultimate mission to eliminate the regent, who has different intentions, and support the Purple Star Emperor of Dahuang. Therefore, the Shadowless Guard has another nickname in public, the Hidden Purple Star Army. It is also because of the existence of this Hidden Purple Star Army that Yin Zhenyuo has not yet had the intention to replace him. This is the first reason. The second reason is that he himself does not have too much desire to pursue power. The regent's power is just for self-protection. However, that was in the past. Now, since he knew that his good nephew had been planning to use his wife to hinder him and get rid of him, Yin Zhenyuo no longer planned to be as conservative as before. After finishing the last annotation, Yin Zhenyuo put down the red jade pen in his hand, and his phoenix eyes were deep. The tone was calm. Since you have come all the way from Sichuan to explore the way, let everyone who comes stay in Kyoto. Yes. Yin Zhenyuo left the Dali Temple at the beginning of the day, and the scorching sun was still hanging high in the sky. Thinking that the matter of Xiang Mansion should have been resolved long ago, but was deliberately suppressed by Yin Beiki, he knocked on the wall of the carriage and ordered the guard, go to Wangjiang Tower. The guard immediately turned the carriage around after receiving the order. However, the carriage was only halfway through the journey when it stopped because of a white-clothed scholar on the side of the road. After seeing the scholar who stopped the carriage, Yin Zhenyuo looked down at the person from the carriage window with the curtain opened. Xin Pei, you are quite courageous. Xin Pei bowed respectfully to Yin Zhenyuo beside the carriage, raised his head to meet his cold gaze, and smiled gently. If the prince wanted to kill me, why did he wait until now? We are all smart people, so there is no need to beat around the bush. Yin Zhenyuo snorted and lowered the car curtain. Let him get up. Yin Zhenyuo returned home very early today. Xiang Zhila looked up at the sky in disbelief, and confirmed several times that the sun was only setting in the west, and not completely setting. Then she chased him and took his arm. Why did the prince come back so early today? Yin Junyo pulled his arms out of her hands, stretched out his arms, and habitually weighed her weight. After confirming again and again that she had not become lighter, who had only been felt in the middle of the night, and not carefully looked at during the day, he loosened his arm around her waist. I'm done, I accompany you back to dinner early. Chapter 386. Xiangjila groaned and reached out to hit him. So you still remember that there is a little wife waiting for you to eat at home. This tone. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. She hit him lightly, hitting his arm like tickling. Yin Junyo stopped, caught her little fist, pressed it on his lips, held it in his hand, and put it against his heart. He said seriously, It's my husband's fault. I didn't serve my little wife well last night. Glancing at the servant, who was secretly looking at the two of them from time to time, Xiangjila's face immediately turned red by the hot wind. She pulled her hand back in embarrassment and stammered, Who asked you to serve, shameless? Yin Junyo laughed softly and pinched her cheek. Intent on teasing her, he leaned over to her ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Isn't it? Then who was the one who was crying last night? She never expected Yin Junyo to say such a reckless thing. Xiangjila felt a wave of heat rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, penetrating every strand of her hair. Her face, which was originally slightly red from the wind, suddenly became red as if covered with rouge. She. When did she say such a thing? No, it was definitely not me who was crying. Xiangjila shook her head desperately. She was asleep at that time. How could she remember the whole process? The person who said such a thing was definitely not her. If you shake it again, your bun will fall apart. Yin Junyo stretched out his hand to cover the top of her head and pulled her head up to look at him. Her two beautiful eyebrows twisted into a caterpillar. Xiangjila, you are a girl, can't you pay attention to your image? Xiangjila slapped his hand away, put her hands on her hips and said, Yin Junyo, are you starting to dislike me now? I tell you, it's too late. Amused by her fierce appearance, Yin Junyo wanted to reach out and pinch her face again, but she ruthlessly opened his hand. If you pinch it again, your face will be deformed, stupid man. When the word stupid man came out, Xiangjila's forehead was hit without any escape. Stupid woman. Xiangjila slapped his arm back without giving in. You bastard. The waist tightened, and the forehead was flicked again. You bastard, stupid woman. Yin Junyo, you are so childish. He was hit again. Who was childish first? He was flicked on the forehead again. Xiangjila immediately broke free from his arms around her slender waist and protested with her head covered. Yin Junyo, don't flick my head again, otherwise. Yin Junyo stretched out his hand and pulled her back to his arms, flicking her again. What will happen otherwise? Xiangjila feinted a crotch kick, broke free of his arm again, and ran forward desperately. Otherwise I will eat up all your food and leave you hungry. Let's see who will be left without food then. Yin Junyo blocked her way with two jumps, and Xiangjila blocked his arm that was intended to wrap around her waist with his backhand. The two of them fought all the way to the dining room. Watching the two of them fighting all the way, Chu Shan, who was following not far away and was already hungry when he came back, said with tears in his eyes, What did he do wrong? Why did he have to be stimulated like this? Wow, he was so full that he was stuffed. He missed Xiao Qingqing, who was far away in the south. When would he be able to eat his little wife anytime like the prince? Ahem, eat with his little wife anytime. After dinner, Xiangjila ate a little at the beginning, and the rest of the time, Yin Junyo ate him and the food. It was late at night when he came out of the bath. Xiangjila lay on his back, greedily absorbing his breath. With the excellent repair function of Gonging number 3, she was relieved of her soreness, but she couldn't sleep for a long time because of her worries. Chapter 387. Although Qin Pei told her not to worry, they were both busy these days. They finally met today. If she didn't mention it to him, she didn't know when she would be able to do it again like today. After thinking it over, she decided to discuss the topic that he had always refused with him, from the shallow to the deep. Have you eaten on time these days, Your Majesty? Has your stomach disease recurred? Feeling that she was gradually sliding down, Yin Junyo lifted her hips with both hands and said softly, It's much better now. Xiangjila hugged his neck with his strength, his fox eyes rolling. Then, what has the prince been busy these days? He stopped walking and glanced at her. There is no need to beat around the bush between you and me. After his thoughts were exposed, Xiangjila moved his eyes away guiltily, and even his tone became a little weaker. I just want to talk to you about what we discussed a few days ago. He took another step, and Yin Junyo's voice was emotionless. Xiangjila, Tell me the truth. If I don't let you leave, will you do something else to hurt yourself in order to blackmail me like you did in your last life? Xiangjila's eyes widened immediately after his thoughts were guessed. Of course not, she blurted out, and even the strength of her embrace on his neck increased a bit. How could I possibly want to do such a stupid thing? Yan Zhenyuo's mouth curled up in mockery. You only have so much in your head. Do you think you can hide it from me? If you don't agree, I want to help you. Besides, I don't intend to hide it from you. Slowly hiding from his shoulder to his back, Xiangjila's voice became smaller and smaller. To her surprise, Yan Zhenyuo did not immediately object this time, but silently carried her back to the main courtyard. Only after entering the bedroom and dismissing the attendants did he put her down, turned around, held her shoulders, and looked at her seriously. Xiangjila, I ask you again, once this step is taken, there is no turning back. Have you really thought it through? Yan Zhenyuo always likes to solve other people or other things that disturb his mind in a simple and rough way. Either kill them or destroy them. In short, if you make him upset once, never expect them to appear in front of him a second time. Only to her. His principles are retreated again and again, and his bottom line is lowered again and again. He is very cautious, for fear of losing her accidentally. Zhenyuo, you know that I am stubborn and will never change my mind. She also looked up and looked at him solemnly. The candlelight flickered on the bronze lamp tree. The two people looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to be filled with countless stars. Yan Zhenyuo looked at her deeply, and his tone was gentle. Even if one day, you have to be my enemy, you will not hesitate? Be his enemy? Xiangjila was slightly startled. Why should I be your enemy? I just ask you, if you take this step, you must be my enemy because of your position. Before Yan Zhenyuo finished speaking, his thin lips were immediately covered with softness, followed by the faint fragrance of his daughter. Xiangjila put his hand over his mouth and interrupted without hesitation. There is no position between you and me. If there is a position, Jun Nuo's position is my position. Catching a flash of light in his eyes, Xiangjila took back the hand covering his lips, and pulled his hand over to cover his heart. Word by word, he said to him very seriously, Jun Nuo, I am a vulgar person, I don't have the righteousness of the country and family in my heart, only the love of children. Everything I did was just to protect you, that's all. You and I are husband and wife, we should support each other. You want to protect me and love me. I also want the same thing. As long as you are willing, I will be your weapon to expand your territory. As long as you are willing, I will be your weapon to expand your territory. The little woman's voice was soft and tender, but it sounded so sonorous and powerful in his ears. Yan Zhenyuo wanted to tell her that she didn't have to do this, and he wanted to tell her that he could protect her. But when the words came to his lips, they seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word for a long time. I thought that his love for her had reached its peak, but I didn't expect that stupid woman could always give him unexpected surprises, making him willing to sink into the abyss. With a slight sigh, he reached out and took her into his arms, resting his chin against her soft hair and rubbing it gently. Xiangjila, don't say such stupid things that use yourself as a weapon. You are a person, my wife, not an object. Chapter 388. Jun Nuo. Leaning obediently in his arms, Xiangjila thought she would have to argue with him again, but she didn't expect to hear such a sentence. She thought she had heard it wrong, and looked up in disbelief. You agree? You said so much. How can I not agree? Yan Zhenyuo lowered his head and looked at her, his eyes slightly red, his voice slightly hoarse. Besides, if I don't agree, you won't think of other ways? He was not afraid of her trying to find a way, he was only afraid that, as Qinpei said, she would try to fight alone, and deliberately hide her whereabouts for fear of making him angry, so that he would lose control of the entire situation and lose her. He didn't want to believe Qinpei's nonsense that it would come to this sooner or later, but if the princess takes the initiative to bring up this matter with you, it means that she has made up her mind to leave. The prince's obstruction will only delay some time. Now is different from the past. If the princess intends to hide her whereabouts, I am afraid that even with the prince's ability, he may not be able to find her back. During the day, Qinpei was in his moving carriage, and although he was afraid of his cold face, he showed no fear. After hearing his words, Yan Zhenyuo's first reaction was to reach out and pinch his neck, secretly exerting his strength. Who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of me? The tightness on his neck reminded Qinpei all the time that the person in power, who was pinching his neck, could break his neck at any time. In the moment of life and death, Qinpei was not thinking about how to beg for mercy, but to continue speaking intermittently. For the sake of the Qin mansion in his life, he had to take this gamble. Since I can find the prince alone, I am ready to be dealt with by the prince. But Prince, you are a wise man. From the moment you had the intention to kill me, you knew how credible my words were, didn't you? The prince also knew the princess's temperament. As long as the princess wanted to do it, she would always do it no matter what method she used. This time, the princess left Kyoto with a purpose. It was bound to be like a dragon entering the sea and a phoenix flapping its wings. Unless she was willing to tie her own arms, no one could stop her. In this case, why don't you take a step back to advance, your majesty? The dragon enters the sea. The phoenix flaps its wings. For some reason, he thought of the scene in his previous life when she rode a horse through a sea of blood and corpses, with her eyes full of killing. Seeing that Qin Pei's fair face had turned purple due to lack of oxygen, he still had no intention of continuing to speak. Yan Zhenyu let go and threw him to the side casually. Let him half lie on the ground gasping for breath. Take a step back to advance? Yan Zhenyu gently repeated the last few words of his words just now, as if he was concerned about what he said later. After Qin Pei recovered, he rubbed the pinch marks on his neck and bowed respectfully to Yan Zhenyu. Thank you, your majesty, for not killing me. Now, he is finally safe in the true sense. Although no one has touched him during the days he has lived in Kyoto, the superiors are suspicious, and there has been no exception from ancient times to the present. The regent did not touch him during those days, because the princess knew he was in Kyoto. If something happened, she would definitely investigate. He, the regent, did not need to cause discord between the couple because of an outsider from the south. The second reason is that the Xiang Mansion incident has already involved the princess. In the eyes of the regent, saving the princess is the key. He is a small fry who is suitable to be killed to help the princess after her troubles are solved. The defeat of the Qin army was related to the Ying family of Xixia. The princess is destined to revive the Qin army. The Ying family and the later branches, the Qin family, are destined to end in the hands of the princess. Your Majesty, you also understand that the princess's temperament is not suitable for being trapped in the backyard. You only care about your own preferences, selfishly lock the princess by your side, and break her wings. Is this really the best arrangement for her? Thinking back to her last life, after he was gone, she crawled on her knees all the way to the end. Yan Zhenyu half closed his eyelids and remained silent. Qin Pei knew that he had won this bet. Your Majesty, relax a little, maybe the princess will give you a surprise. Surprise? Yan Zhenyu's eyes fell on the curtain embroidered with delicate auspicious clouds at the door of the carriage, and his thoughts seemed to drift away for a moment. Yes, Qin Pei nodded, before agreeing to the princess's request. Your Majesty might as well ask the princess's position. I believe the princess will not let you down. Zhenyu, what do you say? The little woman shook him gently, and Yan Zhenyu suddenly came back to his senses from the memories of the day. What? Yan Zhenyu blurted out. Chapter 389. Thinking that he was too tired these days, and was distracted, Xiang Jila immediately pulled him to the bedside, undressed him considerately, and let him get on the bed. After both of them lay down, she drew down the bed curtains, turned over and lay on his chest, with a satisfied smile on her lips, and patiently repeated what she had just said to him. I said, I am very happy to have your support. The current situation in the court. Listening to the little woman's analysis to him in a methodical manner, Yan Zhenyu's always sharp eyes gradually softened. When we have settled everything, we will work together to have some lovely children. What do you say? Speaking of the beautiful vision of the future, the little woman even propped herself up and came close to him, her fox eyes sparkling like gems, completely different from the dead silence of the previous life. Maybe, when he can cover for her, let her go for a try. If something unexpected happens to him one day, she won't have to live as hard and painfully as in the previous life. By then, I will at least give birth to a son and a daughter, and they must look like you. Seeing that the man had no reaction, Xiang Jila couldn't help but push him again. Jun Newell, just give me some reaction. Yan Jun Newell lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, then put her back into his arms. It hurts to give birth to a child. I don't want you to suffer like this, and I don't like children who are too noisy. Since he had the idea of asking her for a child, he specifically asked Gong Sun Ning about the process of a woman from pregnancy to childbirth. I thought that after a woman became pregnant, as long as the servant served her well, and waited for the child to be born, everything would be a natural thing. Unexpectedly, a woman would have to go through severe pain, bleeding, and even exchange her life for another to get a child. He immediately gave up the idea of having a child with her. So much so that he was out at the critical moment of their lovemaking recently. Xiang Jila was hugged tightly all of a sudden, and she didn't know that this was his true thought. She struggled to raise her head from his arms, But if I'm pregnant and giving birth to a child with my beloved, it's not suffering in my opinion. She struggled to break free from his arms, and sat up from his side, climbed on top of him again, held his face with both hands, and looked at him devoutly. Junyo, the significance of a child is not only the continuation of our lives, but also the proof that you love me in this world. His existence proves that we love each other. Watching the fruit of our love grow up day by day, don't you think it is a very happy thing? Think about it. At this point, she stepped back a little, leaned over his chest, folded her hands and rested her chin on them, her eyes full of longing. Many years later, we will be white-haired, sit under the tree hand in hand, and tell our children and grandchildren the story of our love. 100 years later, we can still hear our descendants saying that our grandfather loved our grandmother, or our great-grandfather loved our great-grandmother. Don't you think this is beautiful? Beautiful? It is indeed beautiful. However, as long as he thought that this kind of beauty was exchanged for her suffering and even going through the gates of hell, he didn't want it no matter how beautiful it was. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the expectant eyes of the little woman. What Yin Junyo did was, he turned over and pressed her under him, not letting her move at all, and closed his eyes to take a nap. Junyo, are you okay? The little woman in his arms still pushed him. Say something. Yin Junyo did not give her a positive answer. Rest first. If you want to leave Beijing, we only have 1 month to prepare at most. Prepare? Prepare for what? The attention of a curious baby named Xiang was diverted all of a sudden, and she even forgot to push him away. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, what she waited for was the man's even and long breath falling on her ear. The spray and sprinkles seemed to have magic, which brought out her tiredness and made her eyelids slowly droop. The next day, before dawn, Xiang Zhila was dragged out of bed by her man. Chapter 390. Lulu, get up first and go back to sleep later. After being dragged out of bed, Xiang Zhila sat on the bedside and looked out the window with sleepy eyes. The sky was dark blue and cloudless. From the height of the setting moon, it was probably the middle of the evening hour. In the past, she was allowed to sleep until she woke up naturally. Today was so abnormal, there must be some unexpected incident. Sure enough, before she had time to ask, Yin Junyo told her to make arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, the person in the palace will be unable to hold back and summon you to the palace today. If you want to meet the 3 remnants of the Xiang mansion, just negotiate with Yin Beiki. The premise is that you cannot be hurt in the slightest. In addition, my brother has also been targeted these days, so you should be more careful when you interact with him. Hearing the seriousness in the man's tone, Xiang Zhila covered his mouth and swallowed a yawn that was halfway through. Negotiate terms? Reaching out with his fingertips, he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes due to yawning. Yin Junyo nodded slightly, his voice clear and calm. Listen carefully. Yin Beiki intends to use the matter of Xiang Shi as an entry point to start calculating against you to achieve the purpose of restraining me. I originally planned to drag Zhai Jioma in to muddy the water, but since I communicated with you yesterday, the plan must be changed. At this time, Xiang Zhila saw clearly that her man was dressed like a commoner today. His waist-length hair was not tied up with a crown, but simply tied into a high ponytail with a black headband, and his wide sleeves were tied tightly with black arm guards. Use his spear to hit his shield? Yin Junyo nodded, and the lines on his face softened at a visible speed after she accurately expressed her thoughts. The maid named Mei Xiang refused to speak after she surrendered herself. She finally confessed everything last night. Not long after signing the contract, she was found dead in prison with a poison sac in her mouth. Holding a poison sac, Mei Xiang's death was beyond Xiang Zhila's expectation. So decisive and professional? Is there a trick? Yin Junyo shook his head seriously. It was indeed her, dead, there is no trick. He would definitely not tell her that women can have love with each other. He would not tell her that he sent someone to the prison to let Mei Xiang know inadvertently that Lan Xian was poisoned to death by Xiang Tiange, and her death was miserable, and the final instigator was Su. Otherwise, how could Mei Xiang be so crazy to confess her guilt, and after confessing her guilt, she did not forget to throw a basin of dirty water on Su for having an affair with a servant? He would not tell her that under his special care, Xiang Shi was fed a bowl of tonic soup with ingredients every day and was locked up with Su. He asked Gong Sun Ming to get that ingredient, which was called original intention with the power of infatuation. After knowing that Su had had an affair with a servant, he was obsessed with original intention and played with Su in different ways every day, completely ignoring the onlookers in other cells. In order to escape from the sea of suffering, Su did not forget to insist that Xiang Shi was collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country during the humiliation. The real truth was no longer important. What was important was that he would not let these people have a happy death before they died. If Yin Beiki had not had other ideas, he would have been happy to directly expose everything that Xiangxi and Su had done to Qin to the world, and then execute them directly. But since his good nephew wanted to play tricks on him, he had to fall into the trap. Otherwise, not only would it dampen the child's enthusiasm, but even his little woman would have no reason to teach her nephew a lesson. As for the cripple, who was thrown from the mansion to the prison, he wanted to turn over with Yin Beiki. The art of controlling people, the way to use people, He even thought that skin was dirty even if he made a peach blossom fan for it. But he directly issued a death order not to allow anyone around him to reveal a single word about these dirty things, so as not to pollute her ears. Let the little woman see their miserable situation through Yin Beiki's hands and vent her anger. As a man, when your woman is well behaved, it is right to solve some problems for your woman. Well, that's what happened. Xiangjila, who was completely unaware of these things, thought that Meixiang's death was an opportunity for Yin Beiki to throw dirty water on her. Xiangxi was colluding with the enemy. Just the few letters found in Su's room were enough to make the whole Xiang mansion execute him, but Yin Beiki has not issued an order yet. He was probably waiting for this day, using the matter of Xiangxi to test Jun Nuo's importance to her, so as to decide whether to let her die directly or put her under house arrest. Chapter 391. Thinking of this, Xiangjila couldn't help but glance at Yin Junyo. She was extremely grateful that because Junyo didn't care, she didn't insist on taking the dowry that Xiang Mansion should have given her. She was even more grateful that Yin Beiki didn't know Junyo's feelings, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as going to the palace to negotiate terms. Don't worry too much about the Xiang Mansion. When you got married, Xiang Mansion didn't prepare a dowry for you, and after the marriage, you didn't insist on forcing Xiang Mansion to return the dowry. In a sense, Xiang Mansion has long since stopped recognizing it as your mother's family. To put it more deeply, Xiang Mansion despises the imperial power and refuses to accept the marriage granted by the emperor. As long as I insist on investigating, the affairs of Xiang Mansion will not affect you anyway. As if he saw through her thoughts, Yin Junyo softened his voice. Don't worry about my safety. Nothing can distract me except you. Her heart was slightly warm. Xiangjila's nose was slightly sour, and her throat was slightly choked. The many words she wanted to say to him ended up as a blooming smile to him, and then she changed the subject. Where are you going dressed like this? Looking at his neat outfit, Xiangjila knew that his trip was not simple. Wrapping the 100 blades around his waist skillfully, Yin Junyo did not hide his whereabouts from her. The shadowless guards have appeared in the world, and spies have found traces of those people in the west of the city. Chu Shan and I took the opportunity to go and investigate. Shadowless guards? Xiangjila frowned, trying to recall the trajectory of the two lives, and there was no word about this organization. No, Jun Nuo said that they appeared in the world, which means that those people were hidden before. Inexplicably, I thought of the assassination of the first two regents of Dahuang by a mysterious organization. A bold and terrifying thought flashed through her mind, and Xiangjila's fox eyes instantly widened. She hurriedly got out of bed and wanted to go to Yin Junyo. Because she was anxious, she forgot that the quilt was still hanging on her legs. If it weren't for Yin Junyo's quick eyes and hands, she would definitely give him a prostrating ceremony early in the morning. Holding his hands that were supporting her, Xiangjila's face turned pale, and even her tone was more excited than before. The shadowless guard you mentioned, but that only exists in the notes, specifically. Understanding what she wanted to express, Yin Junyo nodded slightly. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes, and Xiangjila murmured, "It's impossible, in the last life." It was clearly. Halfway through her words, she seemed to be choked, and in a trance, she seemed to see the last life, with broken limbs and arms everywhere, but he was missing. Suddenly frightened, Xiangjila grabbed his arm more tightly, fearing that he would disappear from her sight in the next moment. Until her shoulders tightened, Xiangjila felt that she was surrounded by a faint sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance, and her restless and impatient heart was relieved. It took a while for her to finish her words with a hoarse voice. There were clearly no shadowless guards in the previous life. Even when I killed Yin Beima and Shinmachi ascended the throne, I never saw these people show up. Why? Now Jun Nuo will meet them. Fool, after hundreds of years, the existence of shadowless guards has long been contrary to the idea of our ancestors when they created them. The person holding her laughed softly. Now, their appearance is only aimed at the region of Dahuang, and it doesn't matter whether the country changes hands or not. The biggest advantage of an organization that has survived for hundreds of years is inheritance. However, The definition of inheritance is a very subjective issue. It depends on how the person in charge understands what it means to maintain the country forever. Coincidentally, on the same day when he knew that the Shadowless Guard appeared in the world, the people from Sichuan also came back with news. In the past few decades, the leaders of the Shadowless Guard have changed again and again. Because of different philosophies, the seemingly powerful Shadowless Guard has already fallen apart internally. The latest leader defines maintaining the country forever as eliminating the Regent. In other words, the original concept of this organization has been replaced. As long as they eliminate the person who divides power, they will complete their mission. They don't care whether the person who divides power has disloyalty. After eliminating him, the disloyal Regent, it doesn't matter to them whether the country is named Yin or not. Okay, if you don't let go, it will be dawn. Yin Zhenyu looked at the little woman, who was holding his robe helplessly. Reluctantly letting go of her hand, Xiangjila warned, "Be careful." After thinking for a while, Xiangjila patted Yin Zhenyu's shoulder and asked him to bend down. After he bent down, Xiangjila leaned close to his ear and whispered her plan. After hearing her plan, Yin Zhenyu's eyebrows instantly gathered into several wrinkles. "Are you sure you can return home safely?" Chapter 392. "Don't worry, it's absolutely foolproof." Xiangjila patted his chest and assured, "Your Majesty, remember, no matter what news you hear, say that you are busy with official duties and have no time to deal with it, understand?" By the way, Xiangjila reminded him again, fearing that he would forget, remember to return home before dark. After hearing the little woman's words, Yin Zhenyu grabbed her chin and shook it, frowning in disdain. "Xiangjila, why didn't I notice that you liked to bite people so much before?" He stuffs everything into his mouth, not caring about the dirt. Xiangjila opened his mouth to bite her hand, but he dodged. "If someone bites me, I will always fight back." Yin Zhenyu curled his lips and reached out to pinch her soft and delicate cheek again. "Okay, it's still early, you can make up for your sleep, and do what you need to do after dawn." Xiangjila followed suit and went back to bed, lying down again and covered himself with a thin blanket. "Okay, you can do your job without worry. Whether what I said is true or not, the prince will know it when he comes back before dark." "Okay." In order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, after confirming that he had left with Chu Shan, Xiangjila immediately got up from the bed, called Qiu Si, and gave her detailed instructions in her ear. When the sky was bright, Xiangjila, who had already finished washing and had breakfast, did not wait for Qiu Si to report. Instead, he waited for Li Yu in the pavilion where she often stayed. The blue shirt was still the same blue shirt, and the rabbit in her hand was still the one that was patinated. However, her face was much more haggard than before. Xiangjila immediately pulled her to sit on the round stool next to him, and looked at her worriedly. "Li Yu, what's wrong with you? Did you not get enough rest recently? Or are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to send someone to ask Dr. Gongsun to come?" Faced with Xiangjila's series of questions, Li Yu just shook her head gently. Meeting her fox eyes, her tone was calm. "Xiangjila, I want to leave Kyoto." Her voice was still indistinguishable between male and female. But this time, Xiangjila clearly heard her sadness. A trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Li Yu looked cold, but in fact, as long as she cared, she would value feelings more than anyone else. "Everything was fine before. Why do you want to leave suddenly?" Halfway through her words, a person immediately appeared in Xiangjila's mind. She blinked, looked at Li Yu, leaned forward, and tentatively asked, "Is it because of Gongsun Ming, Dr. Gongsun?" The two were too close, and inexplicably, Li Yu overlapped Xiangjila in front of her with another face that looked very similar to her. The long-lost tension came again. She turned her head to the side with red ears, and said him softly. Seeing that Li Yu had no intention of continuing to talk, Xiangjila did not ask any more questions, but changed the subject. "Have you ever thought about where to go after leaving Kyoto?" Li Yu shook her head in confusion. Xiangjila stood up and paced back and forth in the pavilion with slightly larger steps. Obviously, she was thinking of a place for Li Yu to go, a place that was suitable for Li Yu and could make her feel at ease. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to meet Li Yu's confused eyes. She smiled brightly. How could I forget him at such a critical moment? It was that smile again. Under the moonlight, the boy was dressed in women's clothes, and his pure and sunny smile overlapped with this brilliant smile again. Li Yu tightened her grip on the rabbit's hand. "Who?" "Brother Xiao," Xiangjila said, as a matter of course. "Once the peace agreement between Nanchu and Da Huang is signed, they will go back to Nanchu. When they pass by Bailing, you can ask them to leave you at Aunt Jin's place, And you can relax in Bailing. Whenever you want to come back, just write to me, and I will send someone to bring you back. No need to trouble him. Without a second thought, Liu refused. I can go find Ed Jean myself. Just as Xiangzhila was about to persuade her, Xiaoxi hurriedly walked behind Xiangzhila. Seeing that they had something important to discuss, Liu left a sentence, "I find you after you're done," and left quickly. Chapter 393. After taking a look at Liu's back, Xiangzhila called Xian Yin, who was waiting outside the pavilion, and ordered, "You go and send Xin Air. Forget it, come here." When Xian Yin came to him, Xiangzhila motioned her to lean over and whispered a few words in her ear. When Xian Yin stood up, she solemnly instructed, "You go there in person. If you find something wrong, ensure safety first, and then consider the mission." "Yes." After Xian Yin took the order and left, Xiangzhila turned to look at Xiaoxi. "How?" "It's all arranged." Xiangzhila nodded and glanced at the sky. "It should be almost time for the court to end at this hour. Get ready." Using the 2 hours she had gotten up early, Xiangzhila was ready to deal with Yin Beiqi's attack. Unfortunately, she had calculated everything and had a thorough understanding of Yin Zhenyu and Yin Beiqi's personalities, but she had never expected that there would really be someone who was not afraid of death and dared to make trouble for Yin Zhenyu. At the morning court, Yin Beiqi glanced at the left side of the dragon throne, where Yin Zhenyu, who was sitting like a pine tree and looking down on the court officials, had a flash of doubt in his eyes. "My lords, if you have something to report, please report it. If you don't, please leave the court." The court officials came out one after another and reported a series of matters. Yin Beiqi made decisions on some minor matters on the spot. For matters that were slightly more important and needed to be discussed, Yin Zhenyu would reserve the opinions of the court officials throughout the process. After leaving the court officials in charge would stay to understand the details and make the final decision. In a blink of an eye, the morning court was coming to an end. Yin Beiqi glanced at the officials under the jade steps and said majestically, "My lords, do you have anything else to report?" "Your Majesty, Prince, I have something to report." He Juji, the Minister of Justice, stepped out of the line holding a jade pendant. Yin Beiqi glanced at Yin Zhenyu, and after making sure that the latter had no reaction, he waved his hand. "Approved? I am very confused. 2 days ago, the Ministry of Justice and the Jingyi Prefecture Office had already made arrangements, and at the morning court, it was stated that there was solid evidence that Xiangxi was colluding with the enemy and selling out the country, and that his entire family should be executed. The memorial has been submitted, so why has the emperor not made a decision yet?" Yin Beiqi quickly glanced from Zhong Qiang, and then his eyes fell on Yin Zhenyu. His tone was quite embarrassed. "Xiangxi has been dormant in our dynasty for many years, secretly communicating with Xixia and betraying our dynasty's secrets. He deserves to die. However, the imperial aunt is Xiangxi's daughter, and the blood relationship cannot be severed in any way. Although the imperial uncle has been avoiding the matter between the Xiang mansion and Xiangxi these days. However, since the Minister of Justice has brought it up, I would like to hear your opinion. The implication is that he suppressed the matter for Yin Zhenyu. Since a minister brought it up today, Yin Zhenyu must give an explanation to the minister in the court no matter what." A trace of mockery flashed across Yin Zhenyu's eyes. "What does the emperor think?" There was no emotion in his voice. Yin Beiqi knew that Yin Zhenyu was testing him, so he did not immediately express his thoughts, but asked for the opinions of the ministers present. "What do you think about this matter?" Under the jade steps, the ministers were all whispering. Not long after, another civil official came out holding a jade pendant. "Your Majesty, we think it is best to cut the grass at its roots." Yin Zhenyu glanced at the old ministers, who came out of the line, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed. Su Geng, the current censor, was second only to Meng Xiu in seniority, but he had always been overshadowed by Meng Xiu. Now Meng Xiu was under house arrest by Yin Beiqi, and he finally had a chance to show his talent in the court these days. 3 or 4 out of 10 times, when Yin Beiqi made decisions on matters, he stood up and took the lead in shouting that the emperor was wise. Compared with other neutral old ministers, this censor was a little too active these days. "Oh!" Yin Beiqi didn't notice Yin Zhenyu's eyes, and tried to calm himself down, and said calmly, "Reason?" When Yin Beiqi spoke in this tone, the royalist faction understood clearly. The emperor intended to execute the regent princess, and the reason given by Lord Su was not to convince the emperor, but to convince the regent. Knowing the emperor's true intention, those who didn't know which team to stand on just now, under Su Geng's explanation, all pointed their spearheads at the blood relationship between Xiangzhila and Xiangxi. "Your Majesty, we think what Lord Su said makes sense. Since she is the daughter of a traitorous minister, then Xiang is no longer fit to be the regent princess. I don't know who took the lead. We implore your majesty to put the people of Dafeng first and divorce Xiang and eradicate her roots. As if echoing the words of the leader, court officials knelt one after another, from a few at the beginning to a large group in a blink of an eye. We implore your majesty to put the people of Dafeng first and divorce Xiang and eradicate her roots. Chapter 394. Yin Zhenyuo leaned back slightly, and looked at the kneeling courtiers with interest, and finally fixed his eyes on the person who took the lead. Are you threatening me? The person who took the lead was a fair-skinned and bookish civil servant. Yin Zhenyuo recognized this person. He passed the imperial examination last year, and is now an editor in the Hanlin Academy. His name is Enan. If you remember correctly, this Enan seemed to be the son-in-law of Qiu Wenli, the Minister of Rights, and Qiu Wenli was a student of Zhong Qiang. Enan was slightly frightened by his seemingly harmless, but actually sharp eyes. He secretly glanced at Zhong Qiang, who was standing straight at the head of the line, and his confidence returned instantly. I dare not, he maintained the kneeling posture just now, and spoke loudly, but Xiang is the daughter of a traitor. Can you call her Xiang? What crime should be committed for openly disrespecting the regent princess? A question that suddenly raised the volume immediately extinguished most of Enan's confidence. However, the integrity of a civil official did not allow him to retreat even a step. Xiang is the daughter of a traitor and traitor, and she is not worthy of being the regent princess. Moreover, if Xiang is not dead, it is inevitable that the prince will be suspected by others. As time goes by, people can't help wondering whether the leaked news also involved the prince's hand. For the prince's innocence, and for the sake of national justice, Xiang died for a good cause. Enan's words were powerful. Yin Beiki was thoughtful, and did not refute. This greatly encouraged the others, who knelt on the ground, and also shook the determination of those who did not kneel. Under Enan's sonorous persuasion, some court officials knelt down again, adding fuel to the conflict between Yin Beiki and Yin Zhenyuo. The few officials who did not kneel stood on pins and needles, hoping that the morning court would end quickly, lest they would not even have the chance to return home. Secretly memorizing the duties of the court officials, who did not kneel, Yin Beiki looked at Yin Zhenyuo with a look of embarrassment. Uncle, look. Before Yin Beiki finished speaking, Yin Zhenyuo gave him a harmless smile. Yin Beiki had never seen Yin Zhenyuo smile like this. He was born with a very good appearance, but in the past his aura was too strong, so others did not dare to look directly at him. Now he smiled so warmly and elegantly, and his eyes were full of elegance. However, this elegance did not make Yin Beiki feel warm at all, but made him feel cold all over and terrified. Your Majesty, please stop joking. If you think the throne is uncomfortable, I can always change someone else to sit on it. When Yin Zhenyuo said this calmly, Yin Beiki's first reaction was that he had heard it wrong. Uncle, do you know what you are talking about? Facing Yin Beiki's confused questioning, Yin Zhenyuo smiled slightly, and his eyes gradually turned cold. I don't drink. I don't have hysteria. I know all my actions very well. Then, he stood up in front of Yin Beiki, facing the officials under the jade steps. His tone was cold. Listen carefully, as long as I am still the regent of Dahuang, the regent of Dahuang is only Xiang Jila. If the emperor really wants to implicate her according to the law, then, I am her husband and the emperor is her nephew. So it is fair and just to implicate her. In this way, let someone else take over the Yin family's kingdom. Such nonsense and irresponsible words. Now, Yin Beiki can finally be sure that Yin Zhenyuo is really angry. Yin Zhenyuo, this is the first time that he stood in front of the dragon throne in the Jinwan Hall, in front of all the civil and military officials, called Yin Zhenyuo by name, and questioned him in an extremely stern tone, Are you going to rebel? Yin Zhenyuo still looked harmless as before. Your Majesty, you are too serious. If I wanted to rebel, why would I wait until now? As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience fell silent. Among them, the fifth civil servant kneeling in the back right, was too nervous because of the fierce words just now. Now Yin Zhenyuo was attacking him, so he couldn't help but fart, and the sound was long and distant. Yin Zhenyuo glanced at the source of the sound, and the sound was like a cold spring hitting jade, clear and cold. Jin Qishan was disrespectful in front of the palace and disturbed the emperor. Drag him out and behead him. After giving the order slowly, he suddenly raised his voice and raised his hand, dismissed the court. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yulin guards waiting outside the palace filed in and politely asked all the kneeling and standing officials to leave the hall. There were several old ministers of the royalist faction, who were the confidants of Yin Juanao when he was in power. Seeing this, They fearlessly broke free from the hands of the imperial guards, walked to the center of the hall, pointed at Yin Zhenyu with trembling fingers, trembling lips, and looked heartbroken. Regent, you are usurping the throne. The emperor is the master of the country of Dahuang. You are like this. How can you be worthy of the fact that the late emperor had supported you? The late emperor supported him. This is the funniest joke Yin Zhenyu has ever heard in his life. Chapter 395. He looked at the three old ministers at the steps with a half smile, his hands behind his back, and walked down the steps with his long legs. His posture was as elegant as if he was walking in his own backyard. The old ministers, who knew they were being targeted, felt a chill on their backs. Even though they had the unyielding spirit of a scholar, they were still frightened by Yin Zhenyu's cold and indifferent look. Seeing Yin Zhenyu approaching them step by step, they were timid, but they did not dare to take a step back, and their legs became weak. Lord of the country? Yin Zhenyu walked in front of them with a smile. Since I am still the regent, it means that the emperor is still lacking in temper when making decisions. I didn't know what caused the emperor to be so indecisive before, but now I see it. As soon as the voice fell, before everyone could react to what happened, several shrill screams rang in their ears. With a flash of cold light, the three old ministers were all killed by a knife, leaving only the aftereffect of a scream. By the time everyone reacted, the saber that Yin Zhenyu had just held in his hand had already been inserted straight into the chest of Enan, who was being escorted by the Yulin guards. Enan stared with wide eyes at the saber embedded in his chest, which was still stained with the blood of several old ministers. Before the saber was delivered to his arms, he was even expecting several old ministers to incite other ministers to criticize Yin Zhenyu's actions and make Yin Zhenyu retreat. With the question of why did this happen, Enan died with his eyes open. After losing 4 of his men in a row, Yin Beiki could no longer remain calm. Yin Zhenyu, you are so presumptuous. Because of his excitement, the tassels in front of him were no longer as dangling and calm as before. The translucent tassels made a crisp sound of pearls and jade colliding because of his movements. Presumptuous? Yin Zhenyu turned his head and smiled. Neither his tone nor his expression was respectful. According to what the emperor said, it is presumptuous to disagree with you. Then, since I became regent, how many times have I been so presumptuous? Your Majesty is still young, and it is inevitable that he will be used by people with ulterior motives. As the emperor's uncle, I will personally clear out those with ulterior motives for you. Your Majesty, don't be too moved. Young? He is now a young man. If he were in an ordinary family, he would have been the head of the family long ago. Yin Beiki clenched his fists in his sleeves, and his thin and tall figure was tense, as if he was enduring. Those who were killed were all old ministers, who had spared no effort to support him in the court. He now wanted to kill Yin Zhenyu. However, most of the power fell into Yin Zhenyu's hands, so he had to endure. He finally understood what happened today. Yin Zhenyu was really sincere to Xiangjila, otherwise, he would not be so angry. Therefore, to get rid of Yin Zhenyu, the starting point is still Xiangjila. In this way, Xiangjila cannot die. At least before Yin Zhenyu dies, she must not die. Otherwise, Yin Zhenyu, the madman, will definitely wash his court and country with blood. After taking a few deep breaths, Yin Beiki suppressed the surging fear and anger in his heart, and his tone also softened. Uncle, I am an adult. Your Majesty is an adult, but you are still so partial to one side. Even if I really give you the power in my hands, you may not be able to govern the country well. Facing Yin Beiki's surrender, Yin Zhenyu's expression remained calm. When I was regent, my late brother was in his prime, and it was also difficult for him to take care of other government affairs. If the emperor wants to be independent, he needs at least a few years of experience. The most basic thing is to learn to distinguish the flatterers and villains around him, and then I will feel at ease. Listen. These words are so watertight. They scold him for being incompetent without any bends. Yin Beiki gritted his teeth, nodded slightly to Yin Zhenyu, and smiled with trembling lips. What the emperor said is very true, then. Xiang. The emperor's ants matter. What does the emperor think? Before Yin Beiki finished speaking, Yin Zhenyu handed the choice to him again. Chapter 396. Yin Beiki looked around the hall without leaving a trace. Although the Yulin guards had released the courtiers, they still stood around waiting for an opportunity to move. He gritted his teeth and smiled humbly. His eyes were cold, but he couldn't hide it no matter what. According to the files and memorials submitted by the Ministry of Justice and the capital, Xiang, she had been collaborating with the enemy for nearly 20 years, and the imperial ant was not born at that time. And when she got married, the imperial ant did not receive a dowry from the Xiang family. It can be seen that she was not welcomed in the Xiong family, and marrying into the regent's palace was not recognized by the Xiong family. In addition, I have already issued an edict that no one in the Xiong mansion may have any contact with the regent princess for any reason or on any occasion. Therefore, Xiongxi's treason has nothing to do with the regent princess. God has a benevolent heart, and allowed the Xiong mansion to be wiped out on its own. The remaining remnants will be executed at the Meridian Gate in 3 days. After a long string of nonsense, Yin Zhenyu only heard that Xiongxi's treason had nothing to do with his woman, and the remnants of the Xiong mansion would be executed in 3 days, and he was finally satisfied. His expression eased slightly, and he turned around immediately. The courtiers who had not yet left the hall instinctively took a few steps back, because of his sudden turn. Several civil servants fell heavily to the ground, because of their weak legs. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows. My lords, are you satisfied with the emperor's decision? This time, no one took the lead. Almost everyone knelt down at the same time, and bowed to Yin Beiki and Yin Zhenyu. Your majesty is wise, and your highness is wise. Yin Zhenyu dismissed the Yulin guards, with a wave of his hand, and his tone returned to his usual coldness. Withdraw from the court. After just circling the gates of hell, all the civil and military officials thanked the emperor and left. Only Yin Zhenyu, Yin Beiki, and the eunuch who was passing messages beside Yin Beiki were left in the Golden Palace. Yin Zhenyu turned his head, and looked up at Yin Beiki, who was standing in front of the dragon throne. If the emperor has no other important matters, I will also take my leave. The tone was strong and unquestionable. Watching Yin Zhenyu leave, as if nothing had happened, Yin Beiki's jaw tightened, and he squeezed out a sentence with difficulty until he could no longer see Yin Zhenyu's figure. Who is the leader of the Yulin guards on duty in front of the palace today? Where are the imperial guards? What happened in the court soon reached Xiangjila's ears. She was drinking tea at that time, and after hearing the news brought back by Xianyin, she almost choked to death on the half-swallowed tea. After finally catching her breath, she looked at Xianyin. Where is the prince now? He should be arriving at the mansion soon. Sure enough, not long after Xianyin finished speaking, she heard the servants outside the palace shouting hello, prince one after another. Seeing someone in court robes, with a dark complexion and thin lips that were pursed but unusually red, Xiangjila immediately dismissed his attendants, and went forward to help him take off his heavy outer robe. Her hand had just touched his outer robe, when he grabbed it immediately. No need, I can do it myself. Her voice seemed a little tired and hoarse. She sensed that something was wrong with him. Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. You do it yourself? The hand that had been moved away was put back to the previous position. You come. Xiangjila gave him a look that said you know what's good for you. As soon as he got close to his outer robe, Xiangjila found something wrong. The smell was wrong. The outer robe that was taken off was stained with a strong scent of incense. Xiangjila frowned all of a sudden. He sniffed around Yin Zhenyu like a dog. Finally, he smelled a strong smell of blood on the right side of his waist. Yin Zhenyu, who pretended to be calm, immediately stepped to the side, and Xiangjila took the lead to pull off his corset. The heavy cord robe suddenly loosened. Under her warning gaze, Yin Zhenyu's forehead broke out into a bean-sized cold sweat, and he dared not move. When Xiangjila peeled off his clothes layer by layer, and saw the wound on his right waist that was still bleeding after being treated, she immediately straightened up and stretched out her hand to wipe his thin lips with her sleeve. The snow-white sleeves were immediately stained with lip balm. The thin lips, which had always been evenly bloody, now showed a sickly paleness. With his eyelids drooping slightly, Yin Zhenyu did not dare to look directly into her wide-open fox eyes, like a child who had made a mistake, without any of the domineering and overbearing attitude in the court. The poison has been cured, and the injury is only a superficial injury, it's no problem. The color of the lips has faded so much, how could it be just a superficial injury? So, this person got angry with the injury during the morning court. Chapter 397. Knowing the reason why he was angry, Xiangjila had no right to blame him for not taking care of his body. Did those shadowless guards hurt you? Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was trembling as she skipped over what happened in the court this morning. They have strong anti-detection capabilities, and are good at hidden weapons and poisons. Yin Zhenyu sat down on the hu bed by the window with her insistence, and continued to follow her words, but did not give her a positive answer. The hidden weapons are made of cold ice black iron, and the protective soft armor is useless. Taking the spare medicine box from the room, Xiangjila untied the bandages around his waist layer by layer. When the wound with skin and flesh turned outward and oozing blood appeared completely in front of her, she covered his wound with cotton and golden wound medicine, choking and saying, "This is not a hidden weapon wound. It was obviously a sword wound." The wound was deep and long. If it was a few more inches deeper, his spine would be affected. Xiangjila tried to make herself appear calm and natural in front of Yan Zhenyu, but the 5 fingers deeply embedded in the bandages clearly told Yan Zhenyu that the little woman was very upset at this time, even very angry. After a moment of silence, Yan Zhenyu said softly, "When I was dealing with the Shadowless Guard, Shinmachi intervened and disrupted the battle." "Why did he suddenly appear?" Before he finished speaking, Xiangjila met his probing eyes, and he didn't care about his red eyes, and immediately glared back. "Don't look at me with such eyes that you still have entanglements with him. I don't." Looking away, Yan Zhenyu said him softly. "He said in his words that he promised you to protect me, but in fact he muddied the waters and gave the Shadowless Guard an opportunity to take advantage of it. That shameless villain." Xiangjila gritted his teeth. He never forgot to sow discord. "Did he also stab the wound on your waist?" Yan Zhenyu nodded. "Of course I don't believe him." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to cover the top of her head, as if this would comfort her. "So when we escaped and left, I let Wang Wei know that he and I were actually in the same group. When the 3 parties started fighting, he took advantage of the chaos and stabbed me with a sword. I stabbed him 3 times and kicked him once. I think he was in trouble." There was a hint of pride in her tone. Xiangjila was so angry that he laughed. With red eyes, she pinched his arm and said, "Yan Zhenyu, do you feel honored to be injured and poisoned now?" Yan Zhenyu wanted to tell her that it is normal for a man to be injured, but when he met the little woman's slightly red eyes, he turned his face away and said softly, "No. No." With red eyes, Xiangjila glanced at him and told Qiu Si to get some water and let Yan Zhenyu lie halfway on the bed and not move. After preparing all the things for cleaning the wound, Xiangjila dismissed the servants, carefully helped him clean the wound, reapplied medicine, and wrapped the bandage. After taking a look at the bloodstained gauze, she couldn't help but bring the topic back. Even though he was injured like this, he still got angry and used force in the court. The prince is really very powerful. The wound was treated well, and the bleeding stopped, but it started bleeding again because he used force. How could she not be angry? However, because of the heartache, the angry words sounded much less powerful because of her choking. Seeing the little woman packing up the medicine box and wanting to leave, Yan Zhenyu, who was sitting on the bed in his underwear, reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. The little woman stiffened slightly, but did not struggle, allowing him to take her to sit beside him. Little he rested his head on her shoulder, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yan Beiki knows how much I value you, and he will summon you to the palace soon. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes." Xiangjila gently rubbed his smooth forehead with his face to respond to him. "I don't want to worry," he said in a muffled voice. "Lulu, you are mine. I don't want you to leave me even a step." Without waiting for Xiangjila to respond, he squeezed out 2 words from his throat in grievance and ambiguity. "It hurts." His heart trembled slightly. Xiangjila gently turned his head, fearing that his wound would be affected by the large amplitude of the movement. "Did I hurt you?" He didn't even groan when he changed the dressing just now. Why did he hurt so suddenly? Yan Zhenyu rested his head on her shoulder without any reaction, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Xiangjila immediately lowered her shoulder a little more, so that he could rest his head on her without any effort. "Then don't sit so straight. Lie down obediently, and I help you to the bed to rest for a while after I put away the things." This time, Yan Zhenyu finally reacted, and he shook his head gently. "It hurts if you move." Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the warm breath sprayed on her neck, and the heat seemed to be contagious, making Xiangjila's mouth dry immediately. As if he didn't notice her embarrassment, his slender fingers intentionally or unintentionally swept her spine, through the thin fabric, like countless ants crawling on it. It was numb and itchy. Xiangjila shuddered slightly. "Shamefully," he reacted. She cursed herself as a beast, and he was still injured. Chapter 398. Suppressing the evil thoughts in her heart, she quickly reached out to straighten his head. "Then don't move, I let Chushan help." Before she finished her words, someone's restless hand made her bite her unfinished words immediately. She widened her fox eyes, and pulled off his hand that was wrapped around her waist from behind. "No, you are still injured." Yan Zhenyu rested his head on her shoulder without moving, his eyes half closed lazily, and his tone was a little hoarse than before. "But I'm in pain." When he thought about going through this, the plan would have to be advanced. Once the plan was implemented in advance, she would not be by his side. Not only did his waist hurt, but his heart also hurt. This tone. Xiangjila didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Jun Nuo, You have already reached adulthood. You are already 23 years old. He knew that every time he used this tone, she would not be able to refuse any of his requests. But he still enjoyed it. Lulu. Yen Jun knew his hand, which she had pulled away, was put around her waist again. He tightened his grip on her, his eyes slightly reddened. Today in the court, I'm scared. I'm so scared. They are all threatening me, asking me to divorce you. The tone was a grievance that Xiangjila rarely heard. She knew the reason for his anger. She also knew that many court officials were still shaking uncontrollably when they left the palace, because they were scared. Jun Nua, the little cutie who dared to threaten her, deserved to be scared to death. Seeing that he was so fragile at this time, Xiangjila didn't care whether he was suitable or not. Without any hesitation, he turned around and took him into his arms, stroking his satin-like black hair that was scattered behind him, and coaxed him softly. Jun Nua, don't be afraid. Lele is yours. No matter what happens, I will be with you. Even if I'm not by your side, I will keep in touch with you in other ways, and I will never let you lose my trace. Yen Junyo was very satisfied with her understanding. He tightened his arm around her waist, but Yen Green Tea Junyo still sounded aggrieved. But I feel like everything is a dream now. Silly boy, isn't Lele always by your side? Seeing him so obediently letting her hold him, Xiangjila's heart had already softened. She was busy hugging him and coaxing him, not noticing that the man's eyes contained something other than grievance. Lele. This voice was completely different from the cold voice in the past. A little childish softness. Oh my god, let her go. Junyo is really wronged and pitiful. So cute. Then, Xiangjila swallowed his saliva, blushed, and said in a low voice, what should I do? After getting her tacit consent, Yen Junyo looked at his right waist depressed. Just as he was about to pick her up, she refused with her hand. I do it. Her face was as red as the sunset, and her head almost fell to her chest. You teach me. Almost at the same time, Gongjing number 3, who was aware of everything outside, screamed in Xiangjila's mind. Little ghost, I have a booklet, I have a booklet. Xiangjila blocked Gongjing number 3 at the right time. The cicadas outside were chirping one after another. After Chu Shan received the palace eunuchs in the front hall, he hurried to the bedroom. Because he had something on his mind, he ignored all the looks from the servants passing by him. At this moment, Xiangjila was still coaxing a wounded person in the room. The wound will stop hurting. Jun Nua, get well soon. Lulu, look, the wound is still bleeding. Someone was lying on the edge of the bed, sounding aggrieved. Just then, Your Majesty, the Emperor has ordered that the princess come to the palace. Chu Shan's voice was heard outside the palace, which was a bummer. Xiangjila, who was finally coaxed into submission by Yen Junyo, stopped immediately, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. With a rip, the exquisite brocade bed curtain was pulled down by a slender and bony hand, and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 399. Wanbao Building. Basins of blood were brought out of the room. After treating the injury, the imperial physician, who came to the store incognito to bandage Shinmachi, finally felt relieved. Fortunately, although the tendons of the prince's hand were damaged, as long as he rests for 3 to 5 months, he will be able to recover as usual. While speaking, the imperial physician took a look at Shinmachi's bandaged upper body and left leg, and instructed, in addition, the prince has 3 broken ribs, and the left waist and abdomen are also seriously injured. The injury on the leg has injured the blood vessels. Therefore, it is best not to get angry or use violence before the injury recovers. Lu Yun wrote down the doctor's instructions and sent him away personally. When he turned back to his room, he saw his master sitting on the bed, his radiant peach eyelids hiding the complex emotions in his eyes. Lu Yun sighed secretly. It was this familiar scene again. Every time he met the regent, his master was always so uncalm. He knew he couldn't beat him, but he still rushed to teach him a trick. Master, why are you? He didn't use other poisons on the regent even if he couldn't beat him? He knew he could poison, but he seemed to be particularly tolerant and caring to the regent every time. Fortunately, the regent did not kill his master, otherwise his master would not be able to stay here so peacefully now. Shinmachi came back to his senses, and looked at Lu Yun, with an inexplicable expression. It is not time for Yen Junyo to die yet. This is the conclusion he came to this time in Beijing. In the previous life, Yen Junyo died 3 years later. After Yen Junyo's death, although Yen Beiki took most of the power back into his own hands, it was far from being stable in Yen Junyo's hands. When Yen Beiki was assassinated and Yen Beimo ascended the throne, the Dahuang court was like a pile of loose sand without Yen Junyo's presence. Later, there was a severe drought, and Xiangjila, That woman destroyed most of Da Huang's military defenses without caring about her life, so he could win easily. But in this life, Yan Zhenyu is still powerful, and many of his plans have been disrupted by Xiang Zhila's rebirth. If he can't kill Yan Zhenyu with one blow, it will be difficult for him to move forward if he alerts the enemy. Yan Zhenyu and he are the same type of people. They only care about the results, and not the process. Therefore, it is normal for them to act in a way that is not in line with ordinary people's thinking. If he acted rashly, he would most likely fall into the other party's trap. Therefore, they would test each other, and delay the triggering of a deeper conflict. If he spared himself last time because of Xiang Zhila, then he did not kill him this time, because he considered the impact after his death. Maybe Yan Zhenyu had already guessed his other identity. Yan Zhenyu is really an interesting opponent. Indeed, he knows how to use poison, but Yan Zhenyu does not, and he has a complete advantage in using poison. However, since he suffered a loss at his hands once, Yan Zhenyu would not suffer a loss a second time, and it was even more impossible for him to not make any preparations when he knew that he had come to Kyoto and might meet at any time. At least, the fact that he carries a detoxification pill with him is a good proof that there are also people around him who can poison. As for whether that person is Li Yu, he is not sure yet. What's more, she said that Yan Zhenyu is very similar to me, but not completely. So, he wants to take the opportunity to fight with Yan Zhenyu, to get to know Yan Zhenyu more deeply. He wants to let Xiang Zhila know that he is no worse than Yan Zhenyu, and what Yan Zhenyu can do for her, he, Shinmachi, can do too. The so-called cooperation with Yan Beiki was just an opportunity to test the strength of Da Huang. He wanted to make sure that, besides Yan Zhenyu, there were other people in Da Huang who were a threat to his future. If he hadn't come to Beijing, he wouldn't have known that the water in Kyoto was so deep. As expected, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 1,000 times. As for Xiang Zhila, whenever he thought of Xiang Zhila, he couldn't help but think of the two water-stained sheets that night. His fists tightened slightly, and a trace of morbid and crazy stubbornness flashed in his amorous and sparkling peach blossom eyes. One day, he will make her willingly submit and become his master. The words of persuasion came to his lips, but Lu Yun couldn't speak no matter what. He knew in his heart that his master was obsessed with the Regent princess. Unless he was willing to come out, others would not be able to make him sober. Lu Yun, I know what you want to say. Shinmachi's eyes fell on the tightly bandaged left leg. The voice was slightly hoarse. I also know what I am doing. Chapter 400. Regent's Palace. Yan Zhenyu sat on the bed, with a satisfied look on his face, watching Xiang Zhila change into palace clothes with the help of the servants. When everything was ready, he dismissed his attendants and let Xiang Zhila come to him. Recalling how bold and unrestrained he had been in front of him not long ago, Xiang Zhila's ears turned red, and he lowered his head to look at the pair of finely embroidered shoes under his skirt, not daring to look him in the eye. I'm going out, you. You wait for me at home. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her arm tighten, and when she reacted, she had been pulled into his arms. Don't. Xiang Zhila instinctively wanted to push him away, but considering the injury on his right waist, he had to give up. Sighed. Can't you be a little more obedient? Facing her coquettish protest, Yan Zhenyu lowered his head and kissed the corner of her mouth. His voice still carried the lust that had not yet dissipated. Wasn't I very obedient just now? Knowing that she was in a hurry, he let her go after just one round, and didn't get angry with Chu Shan. Isn't he obedient like this? Lele, I'm very happy. Really happy, ecstatic. What? Knowing what he meant, Xiang Zhila turned away embarrassedly, and even couldn't speak smoothly. Yan Zhenyu straightened her face again, lovingly touched her cherry lips that were already stained with bright lipstick, and once again with red eyes, he bowed his head and gently kissed the corner of her mouth. I never dared to think that you would be willing. Even though his tone was very calm at this time, Xiang Zhila still heard his trembling. Just now, I thought I was dreaming. Dreaming about something he had never thought about, nor dared to think about. Xiang Zhila pretended to be calm and cleared his throat, blushing as he met his eyes that were extremely soft due to lust. I love everything about Zhenyu. Besides, this is a hobby between husband and wife, and it's not a big deal. If you like it, I will. Before she finished, Yan Zhenyu stretched out his slender finger to cover her mouth and chuckled. No need, this time is enough. How could he bear to let her do that in the future? In fact, if it wasn't for the sudden incident, the little woman suddenly attacked. He never dreamed that his little woman would love him so much. This kind of extreme pleasure. One time is enough for him to miss, and one time is enough for him to eliminate the anger of being interrupted by a good thing. Xiang Jila, who had already made plans in his mind, turned a deaf ear to his rejection, stood up, tidied his clothes, and helped him lie down. Okay, I really have to go out. You have a good rest, don't move. I let Chushan escort you into the palace. He obediently let her help him lie down. Xiang Jila shook his head. Although Yin Beiki has known your importance to me through the Xiang mansion, it is still necessary to confuse his eyes appropriately, so that he can doubt himself. Then you let Xian Yin and Chiosi follow you. Yin Zhenyu agreed with her plan, but still worried. If there is anything wrong, you go west along the Imperial Study. There is a bamboo forest. There is an extremely inconspicuous path in the bamboo forest. You go deep along the path. There is an abandoned coal palace on the right, the side hall of the coal palace. There is a secret passage that leads directly to the outside of the palace. Listening to him, meticulously pointing out the escape route for her, Xiang Jila smiled and refused his request for her to bring others. What's the difference between bringing Xian Yin and Qiu Si and letting Chushan escort them? Before he could finish his words, she stretched out her hand and waved the floating flower bracelet in her hand to him. Have you forgotten? I have it. If anything goes wrong, I can come back to you immediately. Taking Xian Yin and Qiu Si with me will only make me more worried. Yin Zhenyu stared at the bracelet on her hand for a long time, recalling the magic trick she had performed in front of him before. He nodded slightly. Okay, as long as you can guarantee that you come back unscathed, I do whatever you want. In addition to the Yulin guards, there are also his people everywhere in the palace. If she is really in danger, it won't be a problem to help her escape. Faced with such a good-talking Yin Zhenyu, Xiang Jila was slightly startled at first, and then gave him a brighter and sweeter smile. Zhenyu, you have changed. Chapter 401. He has really changed. Ever since they quarreled and reconciled, he has been changing himself for her. Xiang Jila thought it was her illusion before, but after this, combined with the comparison of her recent interactions with him, she found that he always wanted to arrange everything for her in front of her, and would force her to accept it, regardless of whether she had plans or other arrangements. Now he will ask for her opinion, respect her opinion, and have the patience to explain to her. He made this discovery. Xiang Jila couldn't help leaning over and kissing his thin lips as a reward and farewell, whispering a few sweet words in his ear, and leaving the bedroom contentedly while he blushed and stammered and called her a stupid woman. The moment she stepped out of the bedroom, her aura changed. She became fierce and carried a murderous aura that kept strangers away. She was completely different from the docile little woman in front of Yin Zhenyu just now. Xian Nianqiasi stepped forward and wanted to follow, but was stopped by Xiang Jila. The news that the prince was injured will soon be spread by someone with ulterior motives, so you stay in the mansion. Chushan wanted to say that even if the prince was injured, he was still the mighty prince. Besides, the protection of the mansion has always been watertight. Except for the time when the princess took action herself, there has been no example of an assassin successfully harming the prince. However, when he thought of Xiang Jila's life-saving grace in the morning, Chushan swallowed his words obediently. As long as the princess was happy, it was fine. He was just a small follower, so he didn't want to join in the fun. The Palace of Mental Cultivation. Yin Beiki violently swept the teacup beside him. All useless. What King Ping in, he almost had his tendons cut by Yin Zhenyu, and several ribs broken just after he made a move. He was bedridden, and only got stabbed by Yin Zhenyu. You are so weak, and you still dare to tell him that you will share his worries and relieve his labor? What's hateful is that Yin Zhenyu could go to court with injuries, as if nothing had happened after being stabbed by a sword, and he could get angry and fight as if nothing had happened, causing his people to bleed on the spot. Recalling the humiliation he felt during the morning court session, Yin Beiki felt as if a mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it. He wanted to personally order the leader of the Yulin Guard and the commander of the Imperial Guard to be punished for a crime of disrespect. But when the eunuch brought the two men to him, he found that they were both his men. As soon as they saw him, they pleaded guilty before he could ask them about the crime. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Yin Beiki was caught in a struggle between heaven and man. If he didn't deal with them, he would feel uncomfortable watching them being humiliated by Yin Zhenyu in the Golden Palace today. But if he wanted to deal with them, he would have even fewer people to use now, as the royalist group left by his father were old after all. If he dealt with those two at this critical moment, unless he used the reason of treason, his actions would certainly chill the hearts of the old ministers who supported him. In addition, the Yulin Guard itself was under the jurisdiction of Yin Zhenyu, and had always been responsible for the safety of the previous dynasty, and obeyed Yin Zhenyu's orders. Once he lost his temper, he would definitely give Yan Zhenyu another handle to say that he was not steady in his work. Even if he was unwilling, he couldn't lose his people anymore. After fighting the two men for half a year, he finally felt relieved. He wanted Yan Zhenyu to die, but he was not strong enough now. The long-term suppression had taught him how to lie dormant. The destruction of Xiang Mansion was already within his expectation. Yan Zhenyu was a mean man who would take revenge for any slight, so how could he let Xiang Mansion survive for so long? Therefore, he secretly ordered the Imperial Guards in the capital to adjust their duty time immediately if they found any unusual movement in Xiang Mansion while guarding the city tower. If you find a suspicious assassin, arrest him immediately. When his eyes fell on the token with the word 9 written on it on the Imperial desk, Yan Beiqi's eyes darkened. Zhai Jioma. It seems that he has been targeting the Xiang family. First, he used loan sharking to drain the Xiang family's assets. Not long after, the Xiang family was wiped out. If it had nothing to do with him, the appearance of this waist badge would be too coincidental. In addition, his shadow was also involved in the previous beating of Beima. Perhaps, someone was framing him. Or perhaps, he was too tolerant of him, so tolerant that he almost forgot his position. Your Majesty, the Regent Princess has arrived. The eunuch's shrill voice brought Yan Beiqi back to his thoughts. He immediately put away the coldness in his eyes, and replaced it with a warm smile. Announce. Chapter 402. Regent Palace. After Xiang Jila left, Yan Zhenyu accidentally found a booklet under her pillow. Calling Daddy in ecstasy? After reading the first page, he frowned and turned the pages. The more he read, the more his eyebrows slowly turned into a smile. So she likes this? The content of the booklet is quite exciting. After roughly flipping through the booklet and remembering every move clearly, he got off the bed refreshed and put the booklet at the bottom of the makeup box. After arranging for Li, the housekeeper, to send someone to change the bed curtains, he left the main courtyard. His injury was not as serious as Xiang Jila imagined. Even the wound was broken by himself, and it didn't take much effort to kill those people in the morning court. But that idiot Chushan said that if he was injured, he had to let his woman know, so that his woman would feel sorry for him and obey him. What a joke! If he wanted his woman to feel sorry for him, did he need to use this kind of self-torture? His stupid woman would obey him even without the self-torture, okay, but Shinmachi dared to hurt him so openly in Kyoto, he must have received the hint from someone. He couldn't hide the fact that he was injured. Besides, there were too many things going on recently. If he wasn't severely injured, there would be no reasonable reason to stay in the mansion to work. So he just went with the flow. Why was he so persistent in staying in the mansion to recuperate? Because, in addition to training the little woman a few more times before she left him, there was another more important thing. The 7th day of June was coming soon. In the kitchen, He Dazhuang and other cooks were busy. Seeing Yan Zhenyu standing in front of the kitchen with his hands behind his back in a dark suit, everyone immediately put down what they were holding and bowed to him respectfully. From Yan Zhenyu's perspective, it was a group of servants bowing in unison. In fact, He Dazhuang and another chef named Fei Di were making eye contact in private, until their eyes almost cramped. He Dazhuang, why did the prince come so suddenly? Fei Di, did you make something weird again that upset the princess' stomach? He Dazhuang, no, the princess doesn't allow me to make new dishes. Fei Di, I guess so, otherwise you would have been held at knife point to go to the prince instead of the prince coming to the kitchen in person. After an unknown amount of time, a clear and calm voice sounded in front of them. This prince? Just take a look. He Dazhuang and Fei Di looked at each other again. Take a look? What to look at? Is the prince afraid that they will poison him? After receiving the master signal, everyone in the kitchen returned to their respective positions with a lot of questions in their minds. Yan Zhenyu put his hands behind his back. His elegant and noble figure was so out of place in the kitchen full of fireworks. But he seemed to be unaware of it. From time to time, he walked to the food area to see how the cook picked vegetables and cut meat, and from time to time, he walked to the big stove to see how He Dazhuang added seasonings. Under his cold and calm gaze, He Dazhuang, who was adding salt to the pig's trotter soup, became nervous, his hand trembled, and half a spoonful of salt fell into the soup. Yan Zhenyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this the soup you want to drink? He Dazhuang, whose heart was pounding, was covered in cold sweat, and he let the fire-making girl put a stove in the stove without changing his expression. Your Highness, this is a pig's trotter. This step is to remove the fishy smell and cook it until it is soft. We will take it out and set it aside later. In the Yongqing Palace, Xiang Jila was given a seat by Yan Beiqi and waited patiently for Yan Beiqi to finish reviewing the memorials before talking to her. About an instant's stick of time passed. Yin Beiki then leisurely put the jade pin back on the pin holder. He smiled harmlessly and gently at Xiangjila. There are a lot of things to deal with recently. I'm sorry to have kept the Imperial and waiting for a long time. He left her alone for so long, obviously because he had suffered a setback from Yin Junyo and wanted to get back at her. Xiangjila resisted the urge to roll her eyes at him, stood up from her seat, and bowed to Yin Beiki. Your Majesty is so busy, it's a blessing for the people of Dawang. Even Xiangjila can lie. Yin Beiki's eyes darkened. Did the aunt of the Emperor enter the palace because of other things? Oh, you blame her for entering the palace too late, knowing that Yin Beiki was actually trying to get her to say something. Xiangjila sighed helplessly. The prince was injured, and he didn't let me enter the palace until the injury was bandaged. I was able to get away after he took the medicine and rested. I hope the Emperor will forgive me. The uncle of the Emperor was injured? After receiving Xiangjila's bow, Yin Beiki frowned and said, Do you know who did it? Xiangjila shook his head, looking scared. The prince was very angry, and I didn't dare to ask. Chapter 403. Yin Beiki lowered his eyes slightly. How is the Emperor's uncle's injury now? Is it serious? The prince needs to stay in bed to recuperate. As if he had belatedly understood the meaning of Yin Beiki's other words, Xiangjila raised his eyes to meet his inquiring eyes. Your Majesty, just ask what you want to ask. And, please be patient. I am naturally concerned about the Emperor's uncle, but compared to the Emperor's uncle's injury, I want to know more. Yin Beiki stood up from behind the desk and walked 2 steps in front of Xiangjila. The expression on her face was ambiguous. What does the Imperial aunt think about Xiangshi's collusion with the enemy? Hearing this, Xiangjila suddenly raised her head with a sad look. Your Majesty, although my wife and father have a bad relationship, but... Imperial aunt, there are no outsiders here. You can tell me what you really think. Before Xiangjila finished speaking, Yin Beiki waved his hand at her and interrupted her lightly. Although the voice was light, the majesty of the Emperor did not diminish in the slightest. Putting away the sadness on his face, Xiangjila looked calm. I believe that I have done my best for the Xiang family. As long as it does not involve me, it does not matter to me how the Emperor handles it. This is her true thought. This is Xiangjila's nature. He is extremely temperamental. Once he hates thoroughly. Even 800 cows can't pull him back. After taking a deep look at Xiangjila, Yin Beiki said slowly, This morning in the court, the Emperor's uncle was very angry and demanded that Xiangshi be dealt with severely. I had no choice but to let Xiangshi be executed in 3 days. So the Emperor wants to sow discord between me and the prince? I didn't expect Xiangjila to say it so directly. Yin Beiki choked. That's not what I meant. Your Majesty, you don't have to deny it. Xiangjila raised a mocking smile. Your Majesty must be testing how the relationship between me and Yin Junyo is now, whether I have betrayed Beima, whether I have changed my mind, otherwise why haven't you looked for Beima yet? Thinking back to the previous times when Xiangjila wanted to draw a line between herself and Yin Beima in the palace, and the previous times when she entered the palace, she turned Yukuin Palace upside down. Combined with her sudden abnormality today, Yin Beiki's face darkened. And, do you know what you are talking about? With red eyes, Xiangjila tried to maintain her calmness and behave gracefully. It was my fault. As if she didn't want to talk too much about this with Yin Beiki. Xiangjila's spirit seemed to be drained away by half, and she flattered Yin Beiki. Your Majesty is wise. He didn't implicate me because of my blood relationship with Xiangshi. Such an enlightened monarch is a blessing for Dawang. After that, she bowed to Yin Beiki listlessly again. If the Emperor asked me to enter the palace just to ask about Xiangshi, then my position has been made very clear. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Otherwise, when the prince wakes up and sees no one, he will get angry and lock me up again. Hearing Xiangjila's undisguised statement, Yin Beiki's eyes darkened. Even though he was worried that there was a trick, he heard the fear and helplessness in Xiangjila's tone, and he couldn't help but ask tentatively, Is the Emperor's uncle not good to you? Could it be that Xiangjila's previous actions were all for Yin Junyo to see? In order to avoid being locked up and tortured? With Yin Junyo's personality, he could really do such a thing. But, looking at Xiangjila's clothes and complexion, he clearly doesn't look like someone who doesn't eat or wear well. Facing Yin Beiki's deep and probing eyes, Xiangjila smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, why do you think I have been against you before? Why didn't you want to see Beima? Does your Majesty know what it feels like to stand up again after the wounds on your body have just healed? Once again, he was surprised that Xiangjila was playing the victim directly. With doubt in his heart, Yin Beiki glanced outside the imperial study. It seems that Xiangjila really did not bring a personal maid with him when he entered the palace today. Because there was no one from Yan Zhenyu around him, did Xiangjila take the opportunity to ask him for help, combining the cause and effect. Everything seems to make sense. But why didn't she find a chance to tell him clearly before, and didn't want to see Beima, but had to tell him these things at this critical moment when she was about to be executed? Could it be? Chapter 404. Knowing that Yan Beiki was suspicious, Xiangjila did not rush to express her loyalty, but moved her mouth hesitantly, as if she had thousands of words to tell Yan Beiki, but she felt that it was inappropriate, so she only said one sentence in the end. As the Emperor can see, the prince loves me very much. Today, I will assume that I am too sad about Xiangxi being executed and I am talking nonsense. I hope the Emperor will not be offended. Her voice was indifferent, and there was no sadness or joy. Glancing at Xiangjila, Yan Beiki said something without thinking. Beimo, I regret it. His voice was very soft, and there was a bit of tentative hesitation. He was like a brother who loved his younger brother, but was troubled by his younger brother's disobedience. His hands were clenched into fists in his sleeves, his body was trembling slightly, and Xiangjila's eyes were dodging, as if he was trying to suppress some unspeakable emotions. Your Majesty, this kind of word should be said in front of your wife, and never in front of the prince, otherwise, he will kill the Prince of Qin. Sure enough. The thoughts in his mind were confirmed, and Yan Beiqi's doubts were somewhat dispelled. Sighing, he turned around and tilted his head to the eunuch behind the imperial desk without leaving a trace. After the eunuch left quietly, he returned to the imperial desk. Xiangjila pretended not to see it the whole time. Unfortunately, I don't have much real power in my hands right now. Yan Beiqi's voice sounded again, his tone full of helplessness. Every move depends on the Emperor's uncle's preferences. The implication is that as long as Yan Zhenyu is still regent, Xiangjila will always be tied to Yan Zhenyu. Xiangjila said bitterly, I understand. What I can do now is to draw a clear line with Beimo, Prince Qin. This way, he could be safer. I'm sorry, Auntie. Yan Beiki looked at Xiangjila with a deeper look. Xiangjila pulled the corners of his mouth hard, pretending that she had smiled, and bowed to leave. Auntie. Hearing Yan Beiqi's gentle call, Xiangjila lowered his eyes, and flashed a trace of success. He immediately stopped and still did not look up at him. Yan Beiki walked from behind the imperial desk to her again, standing with his hands behind his back. This time, he was one step closer than the last time. His voice was slightly lower. Beimo once asked me to ask you for him. If one day you regain your freedom, would you be willing to change your name and identity and enter his mansion to become a concubine? Xiangjila was stunned. Did she underestimate the shamelessness and stinginess of these two brothers? The so-called regaining of freedom was, after all, just to use her to get rid of Jun Newell. He wanted to use her to get rid of Jun Newell, but he was not even willing to give her the position of princess to lure her. How desperate and mean was she to give up the position of regent princess and become a concubine? After sorting out his emotions, Xiangjila suppressed his nausea and was moved. Did he really say that? But he told me that he didn't mind, because he knew that it was Yan Zhenyu who took you by force, not that you were willing. Yan Beiki looked at her sincerely, still acting like a good brother. Beimo has you in his heart. As long as you can cooperate with me, I will never treat you badly when you regain your freedom one day. Perhaps you don't know yet, now that you are not implicated by the Xiang mansion, Beimo has privately asked to see me several times, and put in a lot of effort. He doesn't want you to be wronged. So he also told me that although you enter the Qing palace as a concubine, as long as you give birth to a child for him, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, he will ask me for permission to make you a concubine. This is an honor that no royal concubine has ever had since the founding of Dahuang. Only after giving birth can she be appointed as a concubine? Jun Newell knew that giving birth was painful, and couldn't bear to see her suffer this way. Did these two brothers think she was a fool? Who were they blaming? Xiangjila cursed in her heart. But her expression showed some hesitation, eager to try but not daring to do anything rash. How does the Emperor want you to cooperate? Yan Beiki was about to speak, but Xiangjila reminded him, poisoning won't work. Chu Shan can poison. Chu Shan can poison? No wonder the previous hard biting didn't work. Yan Beiqi's eyes darkened. What does the aunt think? Xiangjila bit her lip, as if she had made a great decision. Now he still feels fresh about me. Half an hour later. Xiangjila, who had discussed the whole plan with Yan Beiki, got his permission to go to the death row to see Xiangxi and Su for the last time before Xiangxi was executed. As for the useless person who tried to save himself, Xiangjila planned to use the waste again, so he also asked for a chance to see her. After Xiangjila left, Yin Beiki, who had been looking cheerful, immediately frowned. Chapter 405. The eunuch who had been waiting outside the door for a long time bowed respectfully, and walked to Yin Beiki after Xiangjila left. How is it? The Regent Princess entered the palace with only one carriage. Except for the guards driving the carriage, no one followed. Even the carriage was very low-key. Looking slowly at the darkening sky outside the door, a hint of amusement flashed across Yin Beiki's eyes. Pass on my royal order, and let Prince Qing come to the palace. When I returned to the mansion, the sun had completely sunk into the mountains. The sky was red. Xiangjila jumped off the carriage and stretched gracefully. She didn't forget to hold her waist and twist a few times. She was really exhausted. She saw a man in a black robe from the corner of her eye. Xiangjila walked to her side quickly and took his hands. She looked at his right waist nervously. Why did you get out of bed? Did the wound break open? Nothing. I just got up to loosen up after lying down for a day. After saying that, he immediately lifted her chin and lowered his head to kiss her little mouth that made him extremely happy and comfortable in the morning. After licking and biting her, he felt her softness for a while, and then reluctantly let her go, holding her waist and walking towards the main courtyard. Along the way, he did not forget to ask about her entering the palace. Is everything going well? Xiangjila nodded. Yin Beiki confirmed the severity of your injury with me and tested my relationship with you. The slender hand slowly slid down, and Yin Junyuo gently kneaded the soft flesh on her waist. My relationship with you is not good, and we are like water and fire. Xiangjila reached out and gently patted the back of his hand, raising his eyebrows. Tell me, do you believe it? Children are always children. Yin Junyuo laughed sarcastically, always trying to hurt me in a childish way. Although you are his uncle, you are only 2 years older than him, okay? You keep calling him a child, and you don't mind calling yourself old. Xiangjila glanced at him coquettishly. According to what you said, I am younger than brother Yin Beiki, so do I become your child? No wonder he often said that she was disrespectful. It turned out that this person really regarded herself as his child. Actually, Yin Junyuo stopped at the corridor. What? Xiangjila also stopped. Meeting his slightly mischievous eyes, her legs softened for no reason. Speak now. She couldn't help but urge him. Recalling those blushing postures in the book, Yin Jun looked at her from top to bottom meaningfully. Finally, his eyes fell on the softness that he had brought up. If you really have this idea, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, he put his arm around her waist again and walked towards the main courtyard. Confused by his inexplicable words, Xiangjila always felt that she had done something stupid and then forgot about it. However, there were more important things to arrange at the moment, and she didn't have time to worry too much. So she quickly regained her serious face and told him clearly about her dealings with Yin Beiki in the palace today, and also told him her plan. Fake pregnancy. Yin Junyuo's eyes fell on her flat belly, and his tone was a little colder than before. Is it too risky? Xiangjila shook his head and smiled to comfort him. It's not me who will go into battle. It's okay. If the prince feels that Yin Beiki is holding him, just let the child fall and win back a city. Xiangjila. Yin Junyuo tightened his grip on her, and his voice became cold. I allow you to do what you want, but I don't allow you to hurt yourself as a bargaining chip. Do you hear me? I know. Xiangjila nodded obediently. If I get hurt, you will definitely feel heartbroken, and if you feel heartbroken, I will definitely feel heartbroken too. I am crazy to let myself get hurt, which is physically and mentally abusive. After getting her assurance, Yin Junyuo finally felt relieved and said, useless men need women's advice. Don't think I'm useless. I want to help you, but you should at least give me a chance. Xiangjila's eyes widened, and his tone became fierce because of unwillingness. Yin Junyuo, do you know that you always protect me and make me feel useless? I can hardly help him with major issues. Why should you be useful when you are by my side? Yin Junyuo asked as a matter of course. Isn't it good to be happy and worry-free? Yin Junyuo's words made Xiangjila silent. The fox eyes that were wide open slowly closed their eyelids. Being happy and worry-free is naturally good, but that was all earned by his painstaking efforts. She also wanted him to be happy and worry-free when he was with her. Chapter 406. Knowing that she was thinking about it again, Yin Junyuo turned the topic back to what they were talking about just now. Yin Beiki will not believe you so easily. He will definitely ask people to inquire in many ways. Sure enough, when Yin Beiki was mentioned, Xiangjila's bleak eyes suddenly regained their fighting spirit, inquire, and make him lose his mind with false and true things. Realizing that the plan was hastily made and not perfect, she pulled away the big hand at her waist, took a step forward and turned around, facing Yin Junyo, and walked backwards, smiling flatteringly. Your Highness is so powerful. Why don't you help me check if there are any other loopholes in the plan this time, and help me fill them up? The little woman in front of him was full of energy, lively and energetic, and Yin Junyo's slightly pale lips curled up a faint smile. Has your husband filled up enough holes for you? He has never been the kind of person who meddles in other people's affairs. However, as long as it concerns her, even if it is just a small matter, it is a big deal for him. Even if she poked a hole in the sky, he is willing to follow her and help her fill it up. Patching holes? Xiangjila blushed and said pooh to him. Yin Junyo, you rascal. Suddenly reacting, Yin Junyo poked her forehead with a hand. I mean, when have you ever gotten into trouble, and I didn't cover it up? Xiangjila, what are you thinking about? Asshole Yin Junyo, if you hadn't misled me with your nonsense, how could I have thought wrongly? Xiangjila covered her forehead and raised her hand to hit him, just in time to meet Chushan walking towards her. He wanted to report to Yin Junyo about the situation of Xiangxi and Su in the death row, but he saw the female master's raised paw being easily held in the male master's hand. There was a harmonious atmosphere between the two that no one could get involved. Once again, Chushan felt that his existence was redundant. Tears of noodles were left in his heart. Sob. What did he do wrong? He had to torture him like this every day. After finally discovering Chushan's existence, Xiangjila quickly withdrew his hand from Yin Junyo's hand, cleared his throat, and said to Yin Junyo seriously, by the way, Prince, you let Chushan carry some detoxification pills with him. When I entered the palace today, I told Yin Beiki that Chushan could use poison. It is estimated that it will not be long before someone who knows how to use poison will come to hunt him down. Maybe from tonight, Chushan's sleeping place, food, etc., will be poisoned without anyone noticing. When it comes to killing Yin Junyo, Yin Beiki has always been active. For the people around Yin Junyo, especially Chushan, who is his confidant, Yin Beiki would rather believe that Chushan can poison than let go of any possibility. For the king of a country, it is easy to find a few assassins who can poison. Hearing that he will be hunted by someone who can use poison, Chushan may not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Chushan immediately looked at Yin Junyo, with a bitter face as if asking for help. Your Majesty, I can only make drugs. Isn't it obvious that he is just staying in the mansion, and the blame is coming from the sky? Yin Junyo glanced at him calmly. Did you hear what the princess said? Go to Uncle Li to report and get some detoxification pills, so that you won't die in the line of duty, and the princess won't be able to explain to Chun Shou. Now, Chushan is really going to cry. Princess, I suspect you did it on purpose. Your Majesty, you can't just do whatever the princess says. Where is your courage to support the husband in the past? Show it. I am your most trusted Chushan. Why are you still standing there? Yin Junyo's voice scared Chushan's half-held tears back. Yes, I go right away. Come to the study to find me later. Yes. Xing Palace, received the eunuch's oral order. Yin Beimel responded gently, and sent the eunuch back to the palace, then slowly put away the smile on his face, his eyes stained with coldness. He is a bastard prince, who is not presentable, and raised under the name of his mother. Why should I listen to him? Xiao Sheng, who was standing aside, heard Yin Beimel say such treasonous words, and knelt down to stop him. Your Majesty, be careful with your words. Looking at the personal guard, who knelt in front of him, and grew up with him since childhood, Yin Beimel clenched his fists, and his face returned to his usual calmness. Xiao Sheng, I am not willing to accept this. Chapter 407. Since receiving the anonymous note, he has used all his connections to investigate, but the result he got was so shocking. The king of Dahuang Jianshan was actually a son born out of wedlock. The funny thing is that everyone thought he was the eldest son. Whether it was the Dahuang or the dynasties before Dahuang, it was normal to emphasize the legitimate son and suppress the illegitimate son. In everyone's mind, the legitimate son ascending the throne was as natural as adding salt to the soup. So, he didn't think about it in those ways. But now, the cruel reality keeps reminding him that the brother he called the emperor for so many years, the current emperor, was just a child born by a lowly palace maid and fostered under the name of the Queen Mother, so he can rule the world today. How can he be willing? He is the only legitimate son of his father, and he is the master of the country of Dahuang. At this moment, the first person he thought of was Yin Junyo. Yin Junyo. Was he in the same mood as him at that time, and was taken away from his country by his half-brother, so he did not hesitate to use military force to remonstrate with the regent? As soon as this thought came out, he immediately understood why his late father and Yin Beiki wanted Yin Junyo to die. However, he was different from Yin Junyo. Even Yin Beiki had no real power. If he wanted to seize power, he still had to pull Yin Junyo down. To pull Yin Junyo down meant that he still had to maintain this brotherly friendship with Yin Beiki. Once Yin Junyo fell, he would need to keep a low profile for some time. I just don't know if Yin Junyo knew that Yin Beiki was actually a concubine. How is the mother doing in the palace now? Xiao Sheng hesitated. The queen mother's condition is getting worse every day. She could sit up a few days ago, but these days, she has difficulty even taking liquid food. A trace of darkness flashed across Yin Beimo's eyes. Prepare the car to enter the palace. When Xiao Sheng turned around, Yin Beimo stopped him again. How is the little princess of Nanchu? According to the spy's report, since the Zhang incident, the little princess of Nanchu has been confined to the Honglu temple by the Nanchu General Wang. After the peace agreement between the two countries is signed, she will return to Nanchu. Yin Beimo lowered his eyes. Zhang Qian'er's stupid actions did have a great impact on him. At this critical moment, he should not make things complicated. If she is sincere to him, she will definitely try her best to escape from the Honglu temple and meet him. Just like Xiangjila back then. Thinking back to the stupid things Xiangjila did to see him, Yin Beimo's heart trembled slightly. How many Xiangjila are there in the world? Keep watching, and report immediately if you find anything wrong. No matter what, General Wang of Nanchu is also a help to him. He can't give up so easily. Yes. It was night. After dinner, Yin Junyo sent Xiangjila back to the main courtyard like coaxing a child, and went to the study in the front yard. Chu Shan had been waiting for a while with a bitter face. It was a rare opportunity to separate from Yin Junyo for a while, and Xiangjila immediately entered the space to find Gongjing number 3. The time and the space seemed to be synchronized with the real world. This is the conclusion Xiangjila came to after paying attention to the changes in space and time several times. As long as she goes in during the day, the space is daytime, and when she goes in at night, the space is also night. Moreover, at night, in addition to the lack of the moon in the space, the stars in the sky are brighter and denser than those outside. At this time, Gongjing number 3 has restored its pink egg body and is floating in the air. Its flashing machine eyes stare at the Changju that flashes red and green from time to time. What's wrong? Xiangjila walked under them. Gongjing number 3 put away Changju again, slowly fell down, with a milky white halo, flapping its wings and flew in front of Xiangjila. Xiangjila habitually reached out to catch it. Little Ghost Cultivator, its tone was a little serious. I suspect there is another power in Changju. Xiangjila blinked, not understanding what Gongjing number 3 meant. What? Power? Gongjing number 3 let Xiangjila hold it. His tone was solemn. I suspect that when the master sealed the memory inside, Changju absorbed some of the spiritual power, so the seal was loosened because of your blood, and Changju had its own spiritual consciousness. If Gongjing number 3 could have facial features, like a human, Xiangjila would definitely see how serious its expression was. Even if it has no expression now, Xiangjila has noticed that the problem must be serious. So, is that power still trying to break through the seal? She asked tentatively. Chapter 408. Gongjing number 3's machine eyes flashed. I don't know what it wants to do. Why? Now there are two forces pulling inside. One force is trying its best to break the seal, and the other force is working hard to strengthen the seal. Gongjing number 3's lowly voice was solemn, like a child imitating the depth of an adult, which sounded a bit funny. But Xiangjila couldn't laugh. So you doubted that time. She didn't know how to address the blurred Junyo, so she could only use he instead. Part of his spiritual power was absorbed and then dispersed, and part of it was used by Changju to break the seal, while the other part still followed the master's heart and prevented Changju from succeeding. Is that what you mean? Gongjing number 3 said in approval. Little Ghost Cultivator, you sound not stupid at all. Why do you always like to do stupid things? Xiangjila threw it up with a dark face, and Gongjing number 3 immediately cried, and flapped its wings to fly around her head. Hey, you can't say anything, it's too much. Xiangjila gave it a cold look. Don't change the subject. Since the old bottom was exposed, it has become more and more difficult to deceive the Little Ghost Cultivator. Gongjing number 3 sighed secretly. Little Ghost Cultivator, you know the importance of the bracelet. The Long Ju and the bracelet have a symbiotic relationship. If the power inside it really wants to break the seal. Before Gongjing number 3 finished speaking, Xiangjila asked nervously, what will happen if the seal is broken? Recover the lost memories of that life? Recover the memories of that life, if it were that simple. The machine's eyes turned red, and Gongging number 3 flew back to Xiangjila's hand. After Xiangjila held it steadily, he spoke in a sad tone. The seal of the master was the seal of death. In other words, to break the seal, both sides will perish. Once that power breaks the seal on Changju, not only will your and the master's memories in another world be restored, but Changju will also be shattered into powder due to the huge impact of the power. Having said this, Gongging number 3 couldn't continue. With the answer in mind, Xiangjila completed what Gongging number 3 had not finished saying. Once the Changju is broken, the bracelet will also be broken. My heart veins and the bracelet are symbiotic, so once the Changju breaks the seal, I will also die, right? Wan Beilu. Shinmachi leaned back on the bed and slowly handed the empty bowl to Lu Yun. He glanced sarcastically at the tall and thin man in blue standing in front of his bed, with a sinister look on his face, who looked about 18 years old. Why, you're willing to show your face? Feeling looked down upon, the tall and thin man in blue, Ouyangya's face darkened a little. You have ruined my good deeds again and again. What do you want? The flickering candlelight made his face, which was too pale to be human, look like a ghost in the night, which made people feel creepy. Shinmachi sneered with a pale face. Why, you are allowed to touch my people, but I am not allowed to fight back? If Ouyangyi just sent someone to assassinate him, he would definitely not go to such trouble to throw the assassin's body back to him. But he should never have set his sights on Xiangjila. Not only did he let his own people assassinate Xiangjila, he also dared to persuade the people he raised in Xixia to hunt her down. If he hadn't arrived in advance. When he thought of her helpless being surrounded, and then thought of the poison on the assassin's weapon, his eyes couldn't help but turn cold, and even his voice was a little colder than before. Don't forget, where did the lost path you are using come from? Knowing that lost path was developed by that woman, he still dared to use lost path to attack his people. Isn't Ouyangyi tired of living? Hearing Shinmachi mention me too, Ouyangyi choked and secretly cursed himself for being impulsive. Of course he knew the origin of me too, otherwise he would not be so afraid of Shinmachi. He sent people to the south to assassinate him before, but just wanted to test whether he knew the existence of me too. Me too was a poison developed by Ouyangyi, the eldest princess of Xixia and the eldest sister of his father, for the assassination of the Xixia royal family secret guard camp. The purpose is to ensure that the secret guards will not leave any survivors to avoid disasters. Who would have thought that Shinmachi would send all his men to hell without asking about the killer's origins or reasons? He was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the only blood of the princess, and the only link between him and Shinmachi. Trying to hide the sinister look on his face, Ouyangyi tried to calm himself down and called Shinmachi. Cousin! Chapter 409. Stop! Before he could finish his words, Shinmachi gave him a nonchalant smile. Cooperating with you is just a temporary solution. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, not to mention that we are cousins and are directly hostile countries. The so-called cousin relationship is just to get what you need. In his previous life, when he took over the Great Phoenix Kingdom, Ouyangyi was already the heir to the throne of Xixia. If he could fight his way out of the crowd of princes when his mother was just a noble, it would be because his other brothers were too stupid, or because he was too thoughtful. Generally, people of this kind can only maintain a casual friendship with benefits or coercion, and never a deep friendship. Such conceited people will inevitably ask for too much if they are tempted with benefits, so it is better to beat them up and make them obedient. But, if it were not for the fact that he was canonized as the king of Pingnan in advance in this life, which attracted his attention and made him send people to assassinate him, he would not have known that this little cousin was already so powerful and had the capital to be conceited. It would be a waste if such a good strength was not used for other things. Thinking of this, a hint of playfulness flashed across his affectionate and sparkling peach blossom eyes, and Shinmachi's cold and thin tone was restrained a little. Like a brother who is disappointed with his brother. The spy reported that Northern Chi's Crown Prince Shangwan Che is also in Kyoto. You have time to bother me, so you might as well do something meaningful. Ouyangyi clearly felt Shinmachi's contempt for him from his eyes, but after a few exchanges, he already knew that the difference in strength between the two was huge. Even if he let the secret guards arranged in Dahuang come out in full force, they might not be able to hurt Shinmachi at all. At least, Shinmachi knows poison and knows the pharmacology that counteracts lust, which is enough to make him wary. Before he could speak, Shinmachi sneered again. Don't keep staring at Yin Junyo. You can't even beat me, and you still want to fight him? Hearing this, Ouyangyi finally got the clue. You can't even beat him? You still want to fight Yin Junyo? So, your injury. Under Shinmachi's increasingly gloomy eyes, Yang Yi looked at Shinmachi several times before asking tentatively, "Did Yan Zhenyu beat you?" Shinmachi, this cousin who seemed to be quite strong in his eyes, and barely qualified to cooperate with him, actually couldn't beat Yan Zhenyu. Being poked in the sore spot, Shinmachi's face darkened, and he turned his left wrist, and Yang Yi quickly jumped and flipped, barely avoiding two thin needles with a bluish-black luster. His face changed drastically on the spot. "Shinmachi, how will you explain to my father when you hurt me? I'm not going to Shixia." As he spoke, two silver needles with a bluish-black luster were thrown out again, and Yang Yi once again brushed shoulders with death. Seeing that Shinmachi could easily kill him with one hand just by sitting on the bed, Yang Yi could only reluctantly say, "What do you want me to do?" Shinmachi did not speak, but moved his left wrist slightly. Yang Yi raised his hand, and made a stop gesture. "I deal with Shang Wenqie first, and then come back to find you. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Shinmachi silently put his left hand back into the quilt. With a glance, Lu Yun tacitly stepped forward and asked Yang Yi to leave the guest room. After making sure that Yang Yi had left, Lu Yun stepped forward and asked in confusion, "Master, why?" Want to force Yang Yi to confront Shang Wenqie? With a beat, the candle wick exploded into a flower. Shinmachi's eyes slowly fell on the candle wick that exploded into a flower, and he smiled meaningfully. "Kyoto, it's better to be lively." He didn't think Yan Zhenyu was joking when he asked him to find Shang Wenqie's whereabouts. Once Nanchu signed a peace agreement with Da Huang, Shixia would definitely be the first to get restless. Back then, Yan Zhenyu personally led his troops to recapture Yang Pass from Shixia, annihilated 23 nomadic tribes in the west, and fully opened up the Yang Pass road, laying a natural national protection belt for Da Huang-Sichuan border. The only shortcoming of this national protection belt is that one-third of it is connected to the Skull Mountain range of Nanchu. Since Nanchu has been heavily guarding it all year round, and has not acted presumptuously, if Da Huang attacks without a reason, it may give the other four countries an opportunity to attack together. Over time, the most dangerous border fortress between the two countries became the most peaceful one. Sichuan, located at such a special intersection, is connected to Shixia in the west, Nanchu in the south, and across the Yang Pass Road in the east and north. Chapter 410. In other words, if Shixia wanted to attack Da Huang in the past, it only needed to take Sichuan, then ask Nanchu for a way, and then make some plans to take a few cities on the border of Da Huang, and then attack the western part of Da Huang. But now that Da Huang has signed a peace agreement with Nanchu, it is equivalent to completely cutting off Shixia from all relations with Da Huang. If Shixia wants to take Sichuan and attack Da Huang as before, it has to weigh its own strength. It is undeniable that during the years when Yan Zhenyu personally led the troops, the march and city capture were indeed very forward-looking and purposeful. It neither caused any damage to the territory of Da Huang nor excessively invaded the territories of other countries. It appropriately demonstrated the national strength of Da Huang to make other countries wary, but it did not make people feel that he was bullying others by taking advantage of his power. However, compared to the various countries in the Central Plains, where monarchs constantly changed and civil strife continued, Da Huang had Yan Zhenyu in charge and had been stable for too long, which made other countries with civil strife covet Da Huang's national strength and want to reach out to get a piece of the pie. In fact, Da Huang was already in chaos after Yan Zhenyu died in the previous life. Even though he had taken over Da Huang in the previous life, he had spent a lot of effort to get this country, which had lost its support without Yan Zhenyu, back on track. But the Yan Beiki brothers still can't see the truth and want to regard Yan Zhenyu as a thorn in their eyes. As a member of Da Huang, he must fulfill the wish of Yan Beiki, the king of Da Huang. If Shixia wants to move Da Huang, the best way is to persuade the prince of Beiki to unite with Shixia. And in the last life, the two countries did cooperate. In addition to the tossing of Yan Beiki and Yan Beima, Xiangzila's disruption, Da Huang has been tossed to the end of the road. In this life, to disrupt Da Huang, let's start with the cooperation between Shixia and Beiki. Study room of the Regent's palace. After Chu Shan reported everything about the death road to Yan Zhenyu, he asked tentatively, "Do you need me to arrange other secret guards to guard near the execution ground to prevent someone from robbing the prisoner?" Yan Zhenyu's narrow and long phoenix eyes slowly narrowed. "No need, since Xiangxi has been caught and the date of execution has been set. To the people of Shixia, he is just a useless person who can no longer keep a secret. Since he is a useless person, why waste so much manpower and material resources to rescue him? Besides," remembering the conditions he had agreed with Huang Fujing, Yan Zhenyu reminded Chu Shan, "The princess will go to see those remnants in the next 2 days." Chu Shan bowed his head respectfully. I will order someone to secretly protect the princess to prevent the content of the conversation between the princess and the remnants of the Xiong mansion from reaching certain people's ears. Yin Junyo said softly, everything else will be arranged according to the plan. Yes. There was silence in the space for a long time. Then the lowly voice of Gongjing number 3 slowly sounded. Little ghost, don't worry, this is just my guess. If I'm right, I'm still here, right? The words I'm still here meant that Gongjing number 3 agreed with Xiangjila's statement. Xiangjila's heart trembled at first, and then he was moved to hold Gongjing number 3 in his arms. Little 3, how can you be so kind? I can't help it, we are friends in need. The atmosphere of one person and one egg gradually became harmonious. Just when Xiangjila wanted to mention the matter of the soul crossing to Gongjing number 3, Gongjing number 3 spoke first. Since you know how good I am, little ghost, you should pay back the tasks you owe me. The topic changed so suddenly that Xiangjila almost threw it out. What tasks? As soon as she finished speaking, a huge electronic screen appeared in front of her. It scrolled the tasks she had randomly selected since she reconciled with Jun No. Among them, the task of kiss, hug and lift up was selected 8 times and completed 6 times. The task of flirting with the Regent was selected 3 times and completed once. The task of mandarin ducks playing in the water was the most outstanding, for more times than the number of times it was selected. Looking at the completion of these rows of tasks, Xiangjila's face was about to turn red. Didn't you say before that I could not do the tasks? Chapter 411. That's what I said, Gongjing number 3 said seriously, but little ghost cultivator, it's not easy for you to be with your master, and Chungjua is so disobedient. Are you sure you don't cherish the time you spend with your master and give him a different experience? Chungjua disobedient? Cherish the time? Different experience? Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. Little dog 3, were you framing me just now? Is your ultimate goal to make me complete the previous task? As if he had done something bad and was exposed, Gongjing number 3 fluttered his wings and walked 3 steps away from Xiangjila. Hey, little ghost cultivator, let's not go off topic. It was indeed a lie. Xiangjila hooked his finger at it. Come here. Gongjing number 3 took a few steps back. Little ghost cultivator, I don't dare to go over like this. Xiangjila took a step forward, and Gongjing number 3 took 3 steps back. I promise to pay off your debt, okay? After getting Xiangjila's guarantee, Gongjing number 3 finally flapped its wings and landed in front of her. Xiangjila seized the opportunity, took it into his arms, and pulled its bald head hard. I told you to trick me. I told you to trick me. Little ghost Shio, you actually lied to me. Gongjing number 3 howled to divert Xiangjila's attention. Didn't you come in to find me for something? If you waste time again, you come here for nothing. As soon as it said this, the force of the pull on its forehead disappeared instantly. Although he was reluctant to let it go, but business matters are more important. You have stayed in Huaxia before. How are the people's livelihood in Huaxia? Seeing Xiangjila loosen his hand and change the topic to such a serious question, Gongjing number 3's playful heart also stopped. Flew 3 steps away from Xiangjila. Why do you ask so suddenly? The soul of Huaxia. Thinking back to Su Qian's talk in Xiang Mansion and her interpersonal communication when she came to the palace, Xiangjila's eyes showed a trace of inquiry. She knows a lot of things. I want to know where she got the information from. Also, how does Huaxia deal with droughts or other natural disasters, and how does it rule the people? It is true that what Su Qian did was a bit stupid. However, it was precisely this reckless stupidity that attracted Xiangjila's attention. Su Qian's recklessness came from her certainty, certain that the people here would center around her, and certain that Jun Nuo would definitely change his mind. What did she rely on? What did she rely on? Even though she knew that Jun Nuo would not change his mind, these questions pierced Xiangjila's heart like thorns. If Su Qian had been cautious and modest when she first came, and had not been reckless, and had followed her novel ideas, she would have attracted the attention of the people around her, and become a local force in time. Considering these aspects, she spared no effort to get rid of her. The people of the Su family would never form an alliance with Xiangjila. But from Su Qian's conversation, she must know a lot about China. If she is eliminated hastily, it seems a bit of a pity. So she thought of looking for Xiao San to find out the situation. If Xiao San knew a lot about China, then everyone would be happy to kill Su Qian. But if Xiao San didn't know much, then she would definitely find a way to get all the useful information from Su Qian before killing her. The drought in the previous life has always been a hidden worry in her heart after her rebirth. In the previous life, without Jun Nuo, her heart also died. Even if all the people in the world died, it had nothing to do with her. But this life is different. Jun Nuo is still here, and this country is protected by him. She must protect his country and people. Let him become the master of Da Huang in a legitimate way, and be worshipped by the people. I don't know much about the actual people's livelihood in Huaxia, but I can be sure that Huaxia's civilization will be more complex than Da Huang's, and forward-looking. At least, from the days I stayed in Huaxia, Huaxia is indeed a country of peace and prosperity. The elderly have filial children, and there are many children and grandchildren. Women can also go to school, and their vision is no worse than that of men. Chapter 412. Can all girls go to school? Gongjing No. 3's words immediately aroused Xiangjila's curiosity. Not just girls from official families? She was surprised at the openness of China. You know, in the 5 Central Plains countries, girls from official families usually only learn to read and write when they go to school. They mainly learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting, memorize the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and keep accounts. They use this as a standard for becoming a mistress of a mansion and managing the household. But when she looked at Su Qian, she didn't look like a woman who had learned the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, female rules and female precepts. Here, her words and deeds are so out of tune with the noble ladies of Kyoto, and easy to attract attention. Let me tell you this, little ghost cultivator, many aspects of the people's livelihood in Huaxia are beyond your imagination at this time. Gongjing No. 3 didn't know how to answer Xiangjila's question for a moment. Take the drought or natural disaster issue that you are most concerned about. Although Huaxia is now experiencing drought or other natural disasters, and is powerless under major natural disasters, they believe that man can conquer nature, so they have been following the will of heaven and doing things that go against the will of heaven. Going against the will of heaven. Xiangjila murmured these words, watching a yellowed booklet thicker than the blue bricks in the front yard slowly appear in front of her, with China's Millennium Chronicle written on the cover. This is a manuscript that has been kept in the bottom of the box. After the booklet completely became a physical object, Gongjing No. 3 explained leisurely, it contains the major events of China's founding for thousands of years, which may be useful to you. Xiangzila was about to reach out to take it. The brick-thick booklet seemed to have discovered her intention and dodged. She immediately gave Gongjing No. 3 a cold look. Gongjing No. 3 cleared his throat mysteriously. Little ghost cultivator, I seem to have heard you use some trick of substituting a dead person for a dead one. Are you going to use a puppet doll? The more active Gongjing No. 3 was, the more alert Xiangjila became. What do you want? Little ghost cultivator, look at how worried you are about me. Gongjing No. 3 flew around her. I am a small bracelet spirit, a fake system. What bad intentions can I have? I just want you to complete the task obediently. You have delayed the task of ecstasy for so long. Xiangjila was no longer surprised by Gongjing No. 3 always finding ways to benefit Yin Junyuo. She said unhappily, Junyuo's waist has been injured recently, and he can't do any hard work. It doesn't matter, you can do it first, Gongjing No. 3 said happily, or you can try other energy-saving moves. I also have a booklet here. If Gongjing No. 3 wasn't too far away from her, Xiangjila couldn't help but want to slap it backhand. After all, you are also a highly skilled bracelet spirit. Can't you be more serious? Always thinking about weird things. It was really hard for her to imagine that an egg with spiritual power could be so perverted. How can the continuation of life be called a weird thing? Gongjing No. 3 said confidently, I have waited for hundreds of years just for you to blossom and bear fruit with the master. Now you are just busy blossoming but not bearing fruit, but can't I seek some benefits for the master? Thinking of Gongjing No. 3 and him efforts in another world, Xiangjila was speechless. Finally, after her persistent bargaining, Gongjing No. 3 reluctantly agreed that whoever could call daddy in ecstasy would be considered as completing the task. After all, if the task was delayed any further, it would really waste the good intentions of the master when designing the task. After Xiangjila put away the 1,000 years of Chinese events, Gongjing No. 3 also gave Xiangjila some tips to help her better get Su Qian to talk. Before leaving, Gongjing No. 3 also reminded, remember, the task must be completed in time, don't always delay. Do you understand the principle of finishing today's work today? Xiangjila replied impatiently with several I know. Her eyes fell on the full screen of tasks again, and she couldn't help but bargain again. Ahem, for other tasks, can I use Mandarin ducks playing in the water to offset them a few more times? I've already offset them for you. You're a small business, can't you have a little integrity? Gongjing No. 3 fell on her shoulder in annoyance. Chapter 413. It takes a lot of spiritual energy to give rewards, okay? Okay, I know. Xiangjila touched its smooth egg body with his backhand a few times, The puppet doll needs your help to set up some other special situations. Is that okay? Gongging number 3 rubbed her hand a few times. I do it, don't worry. After getting Gongging number 3's guarantee, Xiangjila touched Gongging number 3's smooth head again, with a look of it settled, and was about to leave the space. Gongging number 3 tried to persuade him to stay. Hey, you're leaving just like that? At least stay with me for a while. I'm busy. I come in, and keep you company when I'm free. Little Guizhou, don't lie to me again, or I won't give you an advance on my mission reward. After Xiangjila left, Gongging number 3's howling slowly subsided. The cattle and sheep on the grassland had already lain down to rest. The fresh and juicy wild grass rustled in the evening breeze. Gongging number 3 stood on the vast grassland, and its machine eyes slowly turned red. Tricking her? No. It never jokes with the bracelet with Long Ju. Based on its current spiritual power recovery level, it is only a matter of time before Long Ju breaks the seal. However, it is better to let the little ghost cultivator misunderstand. Otherwise, with her temperament, if she knows that she can die at any time, she will definitely do something irreparable and stupid without telling her master. So, little ghost cultivator, you must cherish the time you spend with your master. If one day I can't suppress the power in Long Ju. The following words were completely drowned out by the evening breeze. In the space, the sound of cattle and sheep mooing could be heard from time to time, and the stars were twinkling. As soon as Xiangjila left the space, Xiaoxi knocked on the door. Princess, Chuanchou's letter. At the same time, Chushan, who had reported the matter, came back. In the study, Yan Zhenyu had already left. He had no choice but to light the lamp and neatly stack the stack of letters that Li Guanjia gave him next to the memorial that Yan Zhenyu was going to read tomorrow. When he left, he accidentally swept a thick book on the desk to the ground. Your Highness has memorized Yuanyun for a long time. Why do you suddenly want to read it again? Yuanyun is a dictionary for the nobles of Dahuang. It is usually only available in the homes of officials and marquises. Unlike the dictionary Tsiyun used by ordinary poor families, Yuanyun covers more rare characters, other glyph annotations, and writing methods of other countries. Since the founding of Dahuang, in addition to the children of the Marquis of Heshi, the royal family is required to recognize all the characters on more than 800 pages before the age of 12. In order to force him to memorize more than 800 pages of Yuanyun, the 10-year-old prince recited the entire book from back to front, and finally glared at him with his eyes raised. When I was 5 years old, I spent a whole month to memorize the entire original rhyme. Chushan, you are 9 years old this year, you should not be inferior to a 5-year-old child. Of course, I can be better than him. Little Chushan vowed. But the slap in the face came too quickly, almost swollen. Where the hell did so many rare characters come from? Each page is densely packed, and the font is smaller than a fly. In short, he spent a whole year before he could barely remember which page and which line the word was on. Later, he realized that it was not necessary to memorize the entire book Yuanyun. The two princes in the palace spent 2 years learning to read and memorize words, but they did not learn as well as he did in 1 year. The past was unbearable to look back on. Chushan bent down to pick up Yuanyun, and turned around with a lot of questions to close the half-open window. A breeze took advantage of the opportunity through the gap of the closed window. The cover of Yuanyun on the desk was blown open. The book was blown up a few pages. Finally, it stopped at a folded page, where a few lines of words were circled with a cinnabar pen. Dai means father. A man with many sons and daughters is called Dai. Ba is from father, and Bia means father. It means father, father, and father. Chushan closed original rhyme again, and scratched the back of his head. Does the prince want to be a father? When Yan Zhenyu returned to the bedroom, he saw the little woman sitting behind the desk and drawing. He found out that since the two of them talked about everything, the little woman always wrote down her opinions, and asked him to help analyze them. After doing this several times, he understood her style of doing things. For example, now are you going to participate in the martial arts conference in the south? He stood behind her, and saw that she listed a bunch of names, but at the end of the pen, she circled the word leader. Xiangjila quickly stood up, and held his shoulders to push him onto the chair. Your waist is still injured, so you should sit more and use less force. News about Chuanchou's return? Yan Zhenyu took her waist, and let her sit on his legs. His slender fingers gently rubbed, and kneaded her slender waist through the fabric. He loved the feeling of touching her, so tight and soft. Chapter 414. She only looked thin when wrapped in clothes, but that was just an illusion caused by her small frame. Once, she was soft and fluffy, which always made people unable to stop. Considering the injury on his waist, Xiangjila didn't dare to move, and could only sit on his lap and let him do whatever he wanted. Before, I asked several of Chu Shan's confidants to participate in the martial arts conference. The original intention was to ask them to help me find a few reliable and martial arts masters in the martial arts world. I didn't expect that someone would think the same as me. The hand holding her waist paused slightly, and his eyes fell on the unfamiliar names on the rice paper. Thinking of using people from the underworld? Although it was a sentence without a beginning or an end, Xiangjila understood what Yin Zhenyu meant. She smiled coldly. Most of the people in the court support you, so don't you have to find a few ruffians who are not afraid of you and have strong martial arts? Yin Zhenyu was silent for a while. What are you going to do? Xiangjila stood up and stood beside him, leaning over to whisper in his ear. Yin Zhenyu's pupils shrank slightly. Before she could retreat, his arm wrapped around her again like a long snake, with even more force than before. Have you thought of a name? Xiangjila lowered his eyes to meet his deep gaze, and smiled. Soul-chasing whip Mu Junyan. After a moment of silence, Yin Zhenyu said softly, the world is dangerous, and since your whip technique is a secret skill, then you must also have a secret trick to save your life. He remembered what Butlerly had mentioned before. Xiangjila squeezed in next to him, and sat down, pulling his hand around his waist, smiling. I found a long spear in your private vault before. How about you teach me how to use a spear? A long spear in the private vault? Yin Zhenyu tightened his grip on her hand, and a certain unforgettable sealed memory came flooding back like a tidal wave. His eyes slowly turned red, filled with bloodthirsty coldness. Zhenyu, you're hurting me. The little woman's cry of pain brought his thoughts back, and the coldness was fleeting. Yin Zhenyu once again became the arrogant Yin Zhenyu in front of Xiangjila. He lowered his head and looked at her, his eyebrows raised when he looked at her. Haven't you seen my marksmanship? When did you show me your marksmanship? His mind suddenly turned, and Xiangjila blushed and pinched his arm. I'm talking about serious matters. Seeing that the little woman seemed to be really angry, Yin Zhenyu was very considerate and straightened the topic back. Xian Yan's marksmanship is good. I let her teach you later. As he said that, he bent down and wanted to kiss her cheek as compensation for not teaching her how to shoot. Originally thought that this time he would steal the fragrance as easily as before, but unexpectedly someone would not accept the compensation this time. Xiangjila turned his face away, pursed his lips, and felt wronged like an abandoned little fox. Xian Yan can't beat me, it's meaningless. I can teach you other things, shooting. The wound that was pierced from the back to the front seemed to ache faintly at the position of the heart again. Yin Zhenyu's eyes slowly turned cold. I won't use the spear again. The tentative touch had already proved that his knot was tighter than she thought. Xiangjila gave in. Okay. Seeing his firm attitude, she no longer forced him. Then teach me something else? She admitted that before leaving Kyoto, she just wanted to use all kinds of methods to be with him day and night. She didn't want to be separated for a moment. Yin Zhenyu stared at her for a long time. He seemed to be thinking about something. Just when Xiangjila thought he was going to throw her to Xian Yin, Chiosi or Dongren again, the man picked her up and let her sit on his lap, leaned over and buried his head in her neck and gently licked and bit her, leaving a bright red tooth mark. He whispered, I will teach you after your plan is actually implemented. Teach me personally. The man's slightly warm breath brushed across her neck, like a feather gently touching the slightly painful tooth marks, making Xiangjila, who had become more, since he had adjusted his body. Xiangjila, you beast, he is still injured. She hurriedly wanted to get up, but he discovered her intention first. You are still injured. Xiangjila refused to remind her. Someone who was busy with work had already discovered her little secret, and whispered in her ear with joy, Can you wait? She was already hungry in the morning, and because she was delayed by entering the palace, she was hungry until the evening. Now she can still bear it. Can't wait. Chapter 415. The next day. Capital Death Row. Due to Yin Zhenyu's extra care, Su and Xiangxi were locked up together. Su, who had long been tortured by Xiangxi to the point of breathing more and breathing less, was in tattered clothes and thrown into a corner of the death row like a rag. Xiangxi sat aside with his head down, looking like a ghost, his eyes dull. This was the after effect of drinking the tonic soup, and people's actions and thinking would gradually become dull. The sound of iron chains colliding came from outside the death row. Soon, a pair of brocade cloud-toed shoes embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns appeared in his sight. Above was a smooth and flowing light-colored long skirt, a transparent ring of red gold inlaid with white jade tassels, and red jade forbidden steps, and an exquisitely embroidered auspicious cloud waist belt. The face was still the familiar face. She looked so pure in her low-key and exquisite clothes without makeup. Prajna, he murmured, and then wanted to rush over and hug Xiangjila's legs like a child. The two jailers behind Xiangjila kicked Xiangshi aside almost at the same time. Xiangshi, who was kicked to the ground and vomited blood, seemed to feel no pain. He sat up and cried like a child. Prajna, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come to see me, Prajna? Hearing Xiangshi's cry, Sushar, who was originally in the corner, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, seemed to be greatly frightened. She sat up and shrank to another corner. No. It's none of my business. Don't touch me. Ghost. There is a ghost. Ah. For a moment, the cries of men and women filled the entire cell. Miserable and terrifying. One of the jailers who had retreated stepped forward and walked to Xiangjila's side, bowing and looking at Xiangjila respectfully. Princess, this. Obviously, the jailer wanted to persuade her to leave, so as not to be accidentally injured by the two lunatics. But Xiangjila clearly saw the quick flash of light in Xiangshi's eyes when he saw her, and the momentary hesitation when Su retreated to another corner. The two were playing dumb and successfully fooled the jailers. No, these two people pretended to be stupid not to deceive the jailer, but to deceive her. They were all betting that she would be soft-hearted. Huh. Xiangjila sneered in his heart, but his face was full of worry. When did they become like this? Thinking that Xiangjila was going to ask for punishment, the jailer, who had just persuaded Xiangjila, immediately knelt down in fear and shirked all the responsibilities. Princess, spare me, their mental state was still normal yesterday. I don't know why they suddenly became like this today. Xiangjila sighed helplessly. This princess knows, you guys leave first. Princess. The kneeling hell guard looked at Xiangjila worriedly. They had received the kind reminder from Commander Chu. If the princess made any mistake, even if they skinned her, they couldn't eliminate the prince's anger. Xiangjila naturally knew their concerns, and gave them a reassuring look. It will take at most a cup of tea, there will be no problem. At this point, her eyes fell on Su, who was secretly looking over here, and she smiled gently. I have to say goodbye to my father and Aunt Su properly. She emphasized the word good in her tone. The two jailers looked at each other and bowed their heads. Yes. After the jailers left, Xiangjila slowly moved to Xiangshi's side. Xiangshi, who had been waiting for Xiangjila to approach, suddenly jumped up and tried to strangle Xiangjila's throat, trying to use Xiangjila's life or death to threaten the jailer to escape from the death row. Xiangjila instinctively dodged Xiangshi's first attack by turning sideways. Just as Xiangshi quickly changed his move and bit his 5 fingers into an eagle claw shape to grab Xiangjila again, a golden needle as thin as a hair was one step faster than his movement and ruthlessly embedded in his biwi acupoint. Xiangshi was not expecting such a move from Xiangjila, and he lost his power on the spot. He only had time to groan, and then his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground twitching. Sushar, who was at the other end, witnessed the whole process with her own eyes. Just as she was about to scream, Xiangjila looked at her with a cold look. Her throat seemed to be strangled, and she couldn't squeeze out a syllable for a long time. She was scared. As Xiangshi was kicked back to the ground like a dead dog, Xiangjila's footsteps got closer and closer. Sushar hurriedly retreated with shaking hands and feet. You don't come over here. At this moment, her face was full of fear. How could she still be so arrogant when facing Xiangjila in the past? She regretted that she had such a soft heart. How could someone who was so cruel to his own father show mercy to his stepmother? What's more, since she got married, this bitch didn't respect her as a stepmother at all. Look, for the sake of me treating Yunar as my own child, let me go, she begged. Chapter 416. Strange, aren't you crazy? Xiangjila smiled gently. Her bright fox eyes shone coldly. Why do you have a normal reaction now? Jila. Her voice was trembling. We are a family. A family? These words are now a joke to Xiangjila. Who is this princess and I a family with? Xiangshi? Or you? Or that androgynous dead ghost Xiangyun? The dead ghost Xiangyun who is neither male nor female. Su's eyes widened, looking at her in grief. How can you say that? That's your father and brother. Xiangjila watched her quietly. From the moment she tacitly agreed to let you switch my twin brother, he has lost the qualification to be my father. Switch? She knew. Now, Su couldn't act in grief anymore. Her eyes, which were already wide open, were now even rounder, filled with fear. You. She actually knew everything. Su's shock was more ridiculous than a joke in Xiangjila's eyes. Do you think everyone else is a fool? No, from the beginning to the end, Sue just thought she was a fool. No, impossible. Sue muttered to herself. Her plan was so detailed back then. As if he saw what she was thinking. Isn't it strange? Why do I know? Xiangjila took the hair-thin golden needle in his hand and approached step by step. Sue had no way to retreat and could only shake her head in fear. No. No, Yuner is your brother. Xiangjila interrupted her self-deception with a sneer. The nature of blood relationship can deceive others, but not the parties involved. I didn't understand why Xiang Yun and I, as twins, didn't have any empathy between blood relatives. After learning the truth, I finally felt enlightened. To be fair, Xiang Yun is indeed a good brother, but he is only the biological brother of Xiang Tinga, Xiang Wenj and Xiang Lai. From the beginning to the end, I am an outsider of the Xiang mansion. The slender body slowly leaned down, and the hair-thin golden needle moved on Sue's cheek. The slightly cool and sharp touch made Sue feel desperate. If she pretended to be crazy to bet on Xiangjila's soft heart, then at this moment, she understood that Xiangjila would not help them. On the contrary, she wanted to kill them more than anyone else. Sheila. I have my reasons. While Sue begged, her eyes turned cold, and she reached out to grab her skirt. Xiangjila took the opportunity to avoid her touch and quickly inserted the slender golden needle into her by way acupoint. What? Looking at Sue, who was twitching on the ground, Xiangjila smiled warmly. You are about to die, and you still want to trick me? The crisp and pleasant laughter echoed in the death row, making people feel inexplicably cold on their backs, and goosebumps popping out one by one. When Sue was about to curse, she effortlessly disabled Sue's mute point, leaving her with no chance to speak forever. Since all your so-called secrets have been dug out, then don't keep this voice, it makes me sick. Because her mute point was sealed, Sue spat out blood, her eyes widened as if poisoned, and her lips moved as she tried to continue cursing Xiangjila, but she found that from beginning to end, she could only make mouth shapes and make hoarse ah sounds, and could not make any other sounds. She panted and crawled to the side with her hands and feet in fear. But what made her desperate was that the more she dodged to the side, the more Xiangjila liked to approach her. Finally, she had nowhere to hide, and her eyes full of despair reflected Xiangjila's increasingly gentle smile. At the same time, Regent's Palace. Wang Fuxiao, who was politely invited to the Regent's Palace by the Qilin Guard, was dressed in women's clothes, and was sitting in the dining room with chopsticks. Under Chu Shan's sharp surveillance, gaze, he swallowed his saliva and picked up the spicy pepper lotus root slices in front of him, which was colorful and fragrant, and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the food entered his mouth, he shuddered and spit it out in a hurry. I have never eaten such a bad thing in my life. He had never eaten a spicy pepper lotus root slices that was bitter, spicy, and a little salty and sour. Before he finished complaining, Butler Lee brought another dish of braised lion's head with the aroma of chili to him. Little princess, please. Chapter 417. Seeing the fine lines on Li Guanzhou's face squeezed like walnuts because of the fake smile, and recalling the sour taste just now, Wang Fuxiao shuddered for no reason. I'm full, how about this for today? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and wanted to run away, but Chu Shan quickly held his shoulders and sat down again. Where are you going in such a hurry, little princess? It's rare that the prince has this taste. Not everyone has the blessing to taste the prince's cooking skills. At least the princess has never tasted it. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Wang Fuxiao wanted to confront Chu Shan, but he was weak and alone, so he could only look around in despair. I want to go back. Otherwise my father will be worried if he knows that I have been out for so long. Chu Shan smiled slightly. Uncle Li has sent someone to inform General Huangfu. You can stay here and have dinner today. I really can't eat anymore. Wang Fuxiao was about to cry. If he really did something wrong in Da Huang, please punish him with the punishment of the Great Phoenix, instead of torturing him by making him eat the dishes made by the old man Yin Zhenyuo. He couldn't understand why a dish that looked so good and fragrant tasted so terrible. He now seriously suspected that the old man would torture him to death. Chu Shan, who sat down with a serious face, was secretly happy that he had escaped. He never dreamed that the prince would want to cook one day. He didn't expect that the prince, who looked so perfect and flawless, and who could learn almost everything by himself or in one go, could only look at the dishes he made, but not eat them. Recalling that after the princess left, the prince was quite interested in cooking in the kitchen, and made this dish of lotus root slices with spicy peppers. Whether it was the appearance or the aroma, it would definitely make He Dazhuang pack up and leave. But once he tasted it, he wished that time could go back. When the prince nodded seriously and wanted him to wait for the second dish, as smart as he was, he immediately thought that the prince might want to cook for the princess himself. Thinking back carefully, the fireworks that the prince asked Uncle Lee to prepare at this time last year were not used. Wasn't it because the princess assassinated the prince that the wedding date was postponed, and the princess was unable to spend her 16th birthday with the prince? He immediately had an idea and suggested to his prince, "Prince, you let me taste it. I should be very happy and honored, but my taste is different from that of the princess. If you want to know whether the princess likes or is satisfied with your dishes, why don't you ask your uncle to try it first? They are twins, so they are more reliable than me." After hearing his suggestion, although Yin Junyo strongly denied that he cooked for Xiang Jila, he still sent the Qilin guard to secretly and politely invite Huang Fuxiao from the Honglu temple to be a guest. So, Huang Fuxiao is now desperate and has no desire to live. Kitchen. He Dajwang watched the injured Yin Junyo imitate him, as if nothing had happened, and put seasonings and tossed the pot, more professional than him. If he hadn't come to the palace and seen the prince cook for the first time, he really thought that the prince was also a chef. The dishes he made were better than his. I just don't know how they taste. But seeing how excitedly was when he took the dishes away, I guess they tasted very good. Woo woo woo. The prince should not steal his job. Capital Death Row. Xiang Jila washed his hands leisurely, took another look at Xiang Shi and Su Shi, who were limp as mud, sneered sarcastically, and left the death row. Xia Nianqiasi saw Xiang Jila coming out of the death row and hurriedly followed her, fearing that she would make any mistakes. Su Qian, who was transferred from the death row to the ordinary prison, heard the prisoners on both sides shouting their injustice when someone passed by, and immediately climbed to the prison door with all her strength. Through the gap in the iron bars, she clearly saw Xiang Jila's back as he left. Her lifeless, beautiful eyes were instantly filled with jealousy, and her hands were clenched into fists. That's right, she didn't have to die, but it was not much better than death. Because her skill in controlling people was appreciated by a mysterious big man, her execution was changed to exile. Exiled to a strange place called Jincheng. The day after Xiang Shi and Su were executed, she was on the road, dragging this body that was no different from a cripple. Because of this beautiful face, she was taken care of by many jailers in prison. If it weren't for her flexible thinking and knowing how to find a backer, she would have died here quietly. It shouldn't be like this. She still hasn't figured out what went wrong. Why doesn't she have the aura of the protagonist? Isn't she the protagonist? Or did something go wrong in the middle, and her luck was taken away by this regent princess? Thinking of this possibility, she couldn't help but weakly shouted, "Someone come! Someone come quickly!" Chapter 418. On the way back, Xiao Nian looked at Xiang Jila in confusion. "Princess, why did you suddenly change your mind?" Xiang Jila knew that Xiao Nian was asking why she didn't go to see Su Qian. A weak woman was moved from the death row to the ordinary prison, and her sentence was changed from execution to exile, and no one reported this to the prince. "Didn't you see any clues?" Chiosi frowned and thought for a while, then said, "The people in the prison have changed their minds." The princess only found out about Su Qian's change from execution to exile when she arrived at the prison. No wonder the two jailers were hesitant to speak when they saw the princess. That man was able to hide it from the prince and save that woman, which means he is not as useless as we think. There are Jun Nua's people in the Jingji Tianlao, but no one mentioned this to Jun Nua. Either Jun Nua's people failed to do their job, or some of the people Jun Nua planted in the Tianlao have begun to want to betray Jun Nua, but dare not do it so openly. So they used this small matter to test Jun Nua. She must go back as soon as possible to remind Jun Nua. No wonder the princess asked Lin Wu to stay and monitor secretly. Xian Yin frowned, "But princess, that woman will be a disaster sooner or later if we keep her alive. Go kill her tonight." "No need." Xiang Jila stopped Xian Yin and smiled coldly. "I have my own arrangements. If the people in the Tianlao really have ulterior motives, Xian Yin will definitely get into trouble if she acts rashly. This is why she just frightened Su Rong and didn't do anything else. Admittedly, she really wanted to torture these two people before they died, but compared to being able to vent her anger, she valued the loyalty of Jun Nua's people and Jun Nua's safety more. A soul from China. Xiang Jila suddenly thought of something. Su Qian is a foreign soul. Can we tell that she is also a soul that has gone through untold hardships? With this terrible thought, she immediately established a connection with Gongjing No. 3. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Yin Beiki was reluctant to put down the memorial with the three-clawed dragon pattern in his hand. It was Yin Junyo's special envelope. "You are seriously injured and can't attend the morning court. You have to work in the mansion for the next month? After repeating the contents of the memorial several times, he looked at Yin Beima, who was standing in front of the imperial desk. What do you think? What can he think? Yin Zhenyu refused to go out, so could he be driven out? Ever since he knew that Yin Beiki robbed his kingdom, Yin Beima had never liked Yin Beiki. But for their common goal, he was still respectful as usual. Since the emperor's uncle was seriously injured and needed to stay in bed, I guess he won't be able to recover his energy for a while. Yin Beima's meaning was exactly what Yin Beiki thought. I think so too. Later, you will personally take some supplements from the palace, and go to the regent's mansion to greet the emperor's uncle. If the emperor's uncle's health is really not optimistic, you can share the chores with the emperor's uncle. A trace of coldness flashed quickly in Yin Beima's eyes. His good brother was obviously trying to use him to take back part of the power in Yin Zhenyuo's hands, while Yin Zhenyu was recuperating. Regardless of whether Yin Zhenyu gave up power or not, he went to the regent's mansion to confront Yin Zhenyu in person today. When Yin Zhenyu returns to the court in the future, he will definitely be the first one to be dealt with. But now, he seems to have no choice but to endure. Fortunately, he is not stupid. Since he wants to use Xiangjila, he must use him thoroughly. Last night, Yin Beiki summoned him to the palace and told him about the cooperation with Xiangjila. His first reaction was not to fall into the trap. But after thinking about it calmly, Xiangjila's behavior seems to be excusable. Yin Zhenyu's violent and eccentric personality, just knowing that Xiangjila liked him before, he wanted to kill him. If Xiangjila gave him another hat, wouldn't they all be in trouble? I have to say that Xiangjila, that little liar, has such a good acting skill that even he was almost fooled by her ruthlessness. Since you want to use her, you have to give her some sweetness. Noble concubine. Although her position is a bit low, if she is really willing to help him incite Yin Zhenyu to kill Yin Beiki, and wait for Yin Beiki to die, she will kill Yin Zhenyu again, and it will please him. Wait until he ascends to the throne, and gives her a concubine position. What about that? The dream is too real. Yin Beima can even see the throne waving to him. Even his tone is much lighter. Your humble servant obeys your order. Chapter 419. Yin Beima had just left, when the commander of the Jingji Imperial Guard came to ask for an audience. When Yin Beiki finished listening to the report from the commander of the Jingji Imperial Guard, a trace of surprise and inquiry flashed across his eyes. Changed soul? It sounds shocking and unbelievable. But the woman's guess was right. Xiangjila's personality did change drastically after marrying Yin Zhenyu. Thinking of the various changes in Xiangjila after marrying Yin Zhenyu, and the fact that she still had no children after marrying Yin Zhenyu for nearly a year, Yin Beiki's lips curled up with a meaningful smile. How could a filthy monster give birth to a child? Whether it was absurd or not, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not, as long as the ministers believed it. The regent princess should not have returned to the regent palace yet. Stop her carriage and invite her into the palace. Looking at the direction where the guard commander left, Yin Beiki's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. The cripple in the sky prison wanted to exchange this for a meeting with him. I'm afraid he's a fool. As for the truth of her words, he couldn't possibly go into it. However, the regent king protected the filthy monster and brought disaster to the country and the people. If he didn't use such a good reason, it would be a waste. And the plan Xiangjila mentioned to him. Thinking of that plan, Yin Beiki couldn't help but sneer. Since he could eat meat, why should he eat vegetarian food? If he could do it himself, why should he choose to trust someone who only said he was his own? The opportunity could not be missed, so he had to catch Yin Zhenyu off guard like this, and it would be best if he could make him do something impulsively. Almost at the same time, Yin Zhenyu received the report from the Qilin guard. Does she really dare to tell Yin Beiki's people like this? With a cold tone, he crushed the thin glazed porcelain bowl in his hand. The medicine in the porcelain bowl stained the clothes he changed into after returning from the kitchen to the main courtyard. The Qilin guard bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Lin Wu wanted to inform the princess, but the carriage of the palace was too slow. If something unexpected happened on the way, the princess would not have time to make arrangements, so he made a private decision to contact his subordinates. Lin Wu's meaning is also the meaning of his subordinates. Nothing is more important than the safety of the prince and the princess. He will accept the punishment himself later. The woman told the contact person that when she came to Beijing, she heard that the princess's temperament changed drastically after she got married. Based on this, she speculated that the princess's original soul was squeezed out, and now she is possessed by a demon, which is why she has become like this. Let the Lord be careful, so that the prince will not be bewitched. The word demon sounded particularly harsh in Yin Zhenyuo's ears. At this moment, He had no time to investigate Lin Wu's absence without permission. Everything was based on the safety of his little woman. Because he did not take the woman named Su Qian seriously, he was fooled by Yin Beiki without any rules. Yin Zhenyu almost squeezed out the words from his teeth. Let Chu Shan come to see me. Yes. Xian Yin rushed back to the mansion with a pale face to see Yin Zhenyu. At that time, Yin Zhenyu had just told Chu Shan to do something, and Chu Shan was about to leave. Your Majesty, please let Commander Chu stay. After looking at Xian Yin, Yin Zhenyu still stopped Chu Shan and asked him to stay to listen to what Xian Yin had to say. Seeing Xian Yin appear with a pale face, he already had a guess in his heart. The princess guessed that the princess people began to have different intentions, so she asked the carriage guards to stop halfway and sent the subordinates back. Not long after the subordinates got off the carriage, the emperor's people invited the princess to the palace and asked the guards to control Chiosi. The speed was so fast that there was no time to make any preparations. With a bang, the solid wood carved round table was smashed to pieces by Yin Zhenyu's fist. Xian Yin's heart trembled slightly, but his face remained calm as usual. Your Majesty, the princess guessed that the way back to the mansion would not be peaceful, so she asked her subordinates to bring you a temporary plan. Please cooperate with your Majesty. After listening to Xian Yin's arrangement to Xiangjila, Yin Zhenyu's face turned green, and he ordered her to find Li Guanjia. Along the way, Xian Yin almost used Qigong to carry Li Guanjia back to the main courtyard. Even Huang Fushao didn't have time to send him away. Xian Yin's impatience gave Li Guanjia an ominous premonition. As expected, not far from the main courtyard, he saw Chu Shan, who also had a sullen face and pursed his thin lips, using Qigong to leave. Something must have happened. Chapter 420. Prince? Butler Li arrived at the front hall and saw Yin Zhenyu's cold face and bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes. He shuddered for no reason. He had been with Yin Zhenyu for more than 10 years. Except for the time when he almost didn't survive on the battlefield, how many years had he not seen the prince so angry? Even when he faced constant assassinations in the first few years of his regentship, the prince never showed such an expression. All the new and old servants in the mansion will be checked. If there is any expression that is slightly wrong, they will be executed on the spot. Yin Zhenyu's tone was calm. However, Butler Li knew that he was on the verge of rage. At this time, there was still a fearless person who came to the door. In order to regain some favor in Xiangjila's heart, Yin Beima especially went back to the mansion to bathe and change clothes before going to Yin Zhenyu. Therefore, it took some time. Butler Li clearly saw how charming Yin Zhenyu's smile was when he heard the doorman come to report that Prince Qing wanted to see him. The most terrible thing is to laugh when you are angry. He thought that Prince Qing might be taken advantage of by the prince, but he didn't expect that the prince would quickly and briefly tell him what happened, and told him to tell the little princess of Nanchu the reason for the matter, and then invite her over. At this time, the sun was gradually setting in the west. As it concerned Xiangjila's safety, Huang Fushao didn't care about eating the food made by Yin Zhenyu and had a stomachache. He squatted in the luxurious toilet of the regent's palace. After Li, the housekeeper, brought Yin Zhenyu's instructions, he immediately wiped his butt hastily, pulled up his pants and ran to the main courtyard with his skirt. The atmosphere in the whole main courtyard was silent and depressing. He stretched out his hand to push the 2 pieces of flesh on his chest, and then adjusted his crooked bun, and then asked Yin Zhenyu with a lack of breath. Is it about Xiao Shila that I can help you with? Yin Zhenyu turned his head and looked at the face that looked 70% similar to Xiangjila at first glance. He was a little cold and threw a palm-sized wooden box to him with a disdainful tone. I will send someone to find your father to explain the situation later. You dress up and go to the Qing Palace, claiming to find Yin Beima. After entering the palace, take the opportunity to put this thing in Yin Beima's study. Don't lose face for me and Lele. Huang Fushao barely caught the box thrown by Yin Zhenyu. But, old man, can you be a little nicer to me, your elder brother-in-law? Sunset. The palace. The Golden Palace. Xiangjila glanced at the dark corridors on both sides of the Golden Palace without leaving a trace, and his eyes slowly fell on the sword on Chiosa's neck. He looked at Yin Beiki, who was sitting on the dragon throne with an indifferent expression. What does the emperor mean? The cold voice echoed in the huge Golden Palace, and it was a little gloomy for no reason. Yin Beiki was dressed in the emperor's regular clothes, with a golden crown on his hair, sitting on the dragon throne and looking down at her. The imperial ant is so smart, why don't you guess? The emperor is planning to. Xiangjila faced his gaze without hesitation, and his momentum was not inferior to his. Have you changed your mind? I don't know what the Imperial Ant meant. Yin Beiki narrowed his narrow eyes. I asked the Imperial Ant to come here just because I knew that the Imperial Uncle, who has always been strong, was suddenly seriously injured and bedridden. I was very worried, so I asked the Imperial Ant to come here to answer some questions for me. Faced with Yin Beiki's almost rogue and strong detention, Xiang Jila did not perform any monarch subject etiquette to Yin Beiki, but just smiled softly, with no smile in his eyes. Your Majesty, just get to the point and ask, why bother the servants? The meaning was obvious. She wanted to protect the people Yin Zhenyu assigned to her. Xiang Jila really lied to him. A flash of cold light flashed in Yin Beiki's eyes, and with a glance, the long knife beside Qiuxi's neck went deeper, and a bright red blood mark lay across Qiuxi's neck in an instant. Xiang Jila did not hesitate at all, and swept the guard saber with a neat side kick. Accompanied by the sound of weapons falling to the ground, the imperial guards of the capital who were originally guarding outside the palace filed in, drew their sabers, and surrounded Xiang Jila and his servant. Xiang Jila protected Qiuxi behind him. A cold light flashed in his fox eyes. Is the emperor going to take advantage of the prince's serious injury to move the people in the regent's mansion? Her voice was a little colder than before. Why is the emperor's uncle seriously injured? You know better than me, right? Yin Beiki suddenly stood up from the dragon chair. You are not Xiang Jila at all. Tell the truth. Who are you? What is your purpose in staying with the emperor's uncle? While speaking, Yin Beiki released all the pressure of the emperor, making the knees of the people present soften for no reason and want to kneel to the ground. However, after seeing Yin Zhenyu's ruthlessness of taking lives with a single breath, and having been the leader of a rebellion in her previous life, Xiang Jila seemed to be immune to this empty pressure. She straightened her back without even frowning. Now that she had fallen out with him, she didn't even want to pretend anymore. Your Majesty's question is really interesting. If it weren't for the assassination attempt on the prince's return home yesterday, and the fact that the prince was injured, and the fact that the prince had not been summoned yesterday to ask me to serve him well, I would have almost believed your lies. With such a one-sided attitude, I have to wonder if the emperor was angry because he was defeated by the prince yesterday, and he sent someone to assassinate the prince but failed, so he transferred his anger to me. She also bewitched Jun Nua to the point of losing his mind? Pa. It's good enough that Jun Nua didn't bewitch her to the point of losing her direction. Nonsense. I never dreamed that Xiang Jila, a mere woman, would dare to bring such a thing to the table so openly. Yin Beiki's voice rose a few notes. Xiang, do you know how serious a crime it is to openly provoke the current emperor and the regent? He originally wanted to use the fact that Yin Zhenyu was seriously injured as an introduction, implying that Xiang Jila was ominous, and thus leading to the fact that she was a soul who had taken over the magpie's nest. He didn't expect Xiang Jila to even bring up such a rebellious and heinous statement that could be punished by the 9 clans. Isn't the emperor very clear about what this princess said? Xiang Jila didn't even call herself a subordinate wife at this time. The emperor's thoughts are so unstable. It's fine that he does everything casually on weekdays, but he always asks this princess to do this, and that to plot against the prince. With such a mean behavior, how can he take on the important task of Da Huang in the future? The prince works hard every day to seek welfare for the people of Da Huang, but the emperor is thinking about how to kill the prince. Why? Does he think that Da Huang is too stable? Or do you think your chair is too comfortable to sit on? Her tone was cold and arrogant, with a bit of Yin Zhenyu's momentum standing in the court, which once again overturned Yin Beiki's perception of Xiang Jila. This cunning woman actually dared to lie to him, and her pity was all fake. She and Yin Zhenyu were in the same group.